This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1299. Sir Field, you finally arrived. A man stepped forward from the crowd, displaying his family crest. I am the Queen's Court Guide. This is the waterway map. Also, a word of caution. Do not use powerful divine skills unless absolutely necessary. The royal waterway was built with extraordinary materials, but it cannot withstand a 6-tier divine attack. Significant damage would be detrimental to both sides. No problem, carry me. Field patted his chest, assuring him, though inwardly he was completely unconcerned. The lives of his own people are paramount. To let the Dragon Tower Queen restrict her own people for the sake of another nation's wealth, she was dreaming. After giving his instructions, the court guide fled alone. Something's not right. How can there be traces of magic? Let me see this corpse. Field frowned slightly, bending down to examine the body. The corpse had just turned over when a small, dark snake appeared out of thin air where Field's hand touched, snapping its jaws shut with incredible speed. With a snap, it bit Field's thumb, the wound turning black visibly. Holy crap! Where did that come from? Field was startled, grabbing the snake with his hand, unable to sense any energy fluctuations from it. My lord, are you all right? His chosen one, startled, rushed over. He. No wonder everyone says Griffin people are stupid, daring to touch corpses killed by monsters so carelessly. Cassandra, the chosen one of Franmaya, chuckled, her mockery merciless. Aren't you disgusted? It's a hidden scale serpent, found only in waterways, with an extremely high life level. Only a special snake venom potion can cure it. The length of this snake. Damn it, it's at least a 4th-tier magical beast. It could kill a Pegasus. My lord, please hold on. The guides from the Dragon Tower jumped up in shock, hurriedly putting down their bags and rummaging for medicine. Ahem. Seeing his hired guide searching for medicine, Sir Kuka of Franmaya was very displeased. He coughed twice with a cold face, and the guide suddenly realized what was happening and reluctantly stopped. Sir Kuka's lips curled up, and he said sarcastically, Sir Field, you're too careless. You haven't even done the basic work properly. This is bad. Unfortunately, I don't have enough potions. What are you talking about? Field's dragon aura surged, his right hand trembled, and white venom turned into vapor, spraying directly from his fingernail. The blackness of the wound quickly faded, and even the wound itself healed rapidly. Field casually smugly said, What's the big deal? Do you think I'm some kind of useless trash, like your French lords? By the goddess. The Nightfall Lord is terrifying. The guides were stunned, looking at Field as if he were a monster. Especially when his battle aura erupted, the sheer force it generated sent chills down their spines. Sir Kuka's face turned green. How dare he call him trash? What was worse, he couldn't refute him, he truly couldn't. Let's go! Kuka gritted his teeth, utterly frustrated, and led his team away. Field pulled out a glass bottle, stuffed the hidden scale serpent inside, and chuckled, This snake's really potent. Let's catch it, soak it in wine, and drink it, it'd be great for your kidneys. Amazing, Lord. The 3 women cast admiring glances at him. Examining the body, Field noticed something amiss. Rough traces of magic. This woman was killed by magic first, then thrown into the waterway. Field clicked his tongue. Look, the head is severed, making identification impossible. The skin and muscles don't resemble someone who did manual labor long term. She's definitely not a commoner from the lower city. Really? Ashina nodded repeatedly. You're very observant, sir. Field snorted coldly. Hopefully, it was just a simple monster slaying incident, and we haven't gotten involved in the Dragon Tower's internal problems. The group continued along the stone passage. The darkness grew ever deeper, and the rushing water added to the chill. There's someone ahead, Black Feather warned. Their aura is human. Field vaguely saw a woman in a black dress standing at the edge of his vision, giving him a sinister smile. The next moment, darkness surged in from afar like a tidal wave, engulfing them. Field felt a sudden blur in his vision. The surroundings were still the royal waterways, but felt strangely unfamiliar. Is everyone here? Field's heart pounded. He looked around, confirming everyone was there, then glanced at the minimap. Sure enough, our location has drastically changed. To be precise, the entire space has changed. Cold sweat broke out on Field's back. The minimap, which had been filled with human markers, was completely gone. The minimap was severely distorted. Only the surrounding terrain was visible, not whether there were any enemies. Most absurdly, his chosen one was a 6th-tier being, yet he had been quietly transported to a different space. How powerful must someone be to do this? black feather, longsword in hand, divine power surging, warned warily, there's a malevolent aura around. A horrifying scream echoed from afar. Nightfall and his group exchanged glances, cautiously groping their way forward. Soon, they came upon a camp built from bones and rotten wood. A dozen or so blue-skinned goblins were surrounding a woman, engaging in unspeakable acts. These ferocious monsters often combined pleasure and food simultaneously. The woman was already dead, the scene utterly disgusting. Good heavens, they formed tribes everywhere. These disgusting creatures are everywhere. Field utterly horrified, drawing his holy sword and striding forward. Sensing the palpable killing intent, the largest goblin turned around, saw the new woman, and let out an excited shriek. Human nobles, good stuff. Let's capture them and enjoy them. Field chuckled angrily. That's all you have in your head. If you don't need it, donate it to someone who does. The goblins abandoned the woman, grabbed their weapons, and charged at Field. You're asking for death. Field kicked the foremost goblin in the chest, sending a cloud of blood spraying out. His right hand slashed down with his holy sword, cleaving another goblin vertically in two. As for further slaughter, the remaining goblins had already been wiped out by Ashina and the others. Everyone, don't let your guard down. Field, with countless experiences in adult content, quickly reminded them, when dealing with monstrous creatures, maintain absolute vigilance. Don't underestimate anything. The women obediently nodded. Field entered the camp and found the goblin cubs, who were embracing a woman who had been dead for a long time, wailing loudly. The waterways lacked females, and even the goblins appeared malnourished. Without a shred of pity, Field crushed them to pieces. Wah! Wah! Just then, the cry of a baby came from afar. Chapter 1300. A baby crying? Field rushed out of the camp, looking in confusion towards the direction the sound came from. Splash, splash. The water surged, and the originally dark underground lake visibly turned blood red. The next moment, the face of a baby appeared in the darkness in the far distance. Instantly, a mountain-like body writhed rapidly towards them. It was like a giant slug with a baby's face. It was tens of meters long in both directions, completely blocking the entire waterway, its size comparable to a small mountain, and its length was unknown. Even more terrifying, the monster was covered in disgusting slug-like demons. By the goddess above, what the hell is this thing? Field's pupils dilated in shock. He had never seen such a creature before. Children of nightmares. Silver Eyes was the first to react, what you humans often call children of demons. A few creatures, such as demons, goblins, animals, or insects, when they inflict violence on other races, may have offspring born under painful emotions and special conditions, who have a chance of undergoing drastic mutations. If female, they are very likely to become chosen ones. If male, they become lord-level monsters with bizarre abilities. But the exact reason is still unknown. Silver Eyes, as expected of a mithril dragon, possessed a vast amount of knowledge among dragons. Holy crap, I almost forgot this is the H-world. Field was dumbfounded. Then what exactly gave birth to this thing? Silver Eyes' eyes flashed with blue starlight as she explained in astonishment, it must be a human and a slug. You humans are even more arrogant than dragons. Who dared to create something like this, and then throw an abandoned baby into the sewer? A complete beast. Field's pupils dilated in shock, and he cursed repeatedly, is it a lord or a chosen one? Wah! Field asked, receiving an immediate answer. The slug-like abandoned baby let out a piercing cry, its two tiny arms flailing wildly, divine power surging wildly. Its body tore open from the middle, revealing a gaping maw of abyss, a terrifying pull instantly affecting the Nightfall clan. Field immediately felt unsteady, as if he were about to be sucked away. Divine skill, H-class, bizarre begging for food. Description: the baby yearns for a hug and thirsts for food. Effect: an overwhelming suction force that swallows everything in front of it, extracting nutrients over a long period, but will not kill the target. 6th rank? Black Feather was completely dumbfounded the moment the enemy unleashed its divine power. Driven by divine power, Black Feather created numerous replicas of Raven Feather swords, which flew to Field's front, forming a wall of divine power to block the suction force. Kill this disgusting creature. Wolf ears swayed in the wind as Ashina retreated rapidly, simultaneously conjuring 6 ice spears and unleashing them. Silver Eyes activated defensive divine techniques such as Dragon God Armor Transformation, rapidly stacking armor. Don't hurt anyone. Black Feather assured everyone they wouldn't be sucked away, while his mind continuously replicated long swords, imbued with fierce killing intent, relentlessly bombarding the abandoned slug infants. The slug monster exploded, revealing many women, glued to their bodies by the monster, constantly being bombarded with defeat animations, already becoming one with the monster. Kill me, please! What? I don't want to give birth to monsters. Those humans who still retained some sense, their expressions numb, only regained a glimmer of hope upon seeing Field, pleading with him to act. My lord. There are survivors this. Kuroba turned to Field, you want me to rescue them. Don't the hell get distracted, just kill them. Field's killing intent surged. Any hesitation or sentimentality would be disrespectful to his past experience with adult content. Of course, Field wasn't issuing orders arbitrarily. 6-tier battles are lightning fast. Often a single breath is enough for a single exchange. Kuroba knew that just asking herself would give the enemy enough time to make numerous moves, a very dangerous action that could easily result in defeat. Let alone rescuing anyone, that would be pure suicide. Whoosh! The slug-like infant opened its mouth, and a stream of viscous venom, teeming with parasites, silently shot towards her. Fortunately, Field had repeatedly warned Kuroba not to be distracted. The girl had just turned her head when she saw this disgusting attack and quickly dodged it. Damn it! A 6-tier divine skill, Cataclysmic Sword Abyss. Black Feather was startled, almost struck by this disgusting divine skill. No longer hesitant, she unleashed her full power. A dark purple sword light shot out, slicing through space, causing the entire royal waterway to tremble violently. The underground lake, along with the stone passages on both sides, was suddenly torn apart, transforming into a deep purple sword abyss. The next moment, a dense, rain-like barrage of sword light shot upwards. With a buzzing cutting sound, the abandoned slug infant, enveloped in the sword light, was mercilessly torn apart. The slug monster clinging to it was also instantly killed. What? The abandoned slug infant let out a shrill scream, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. The sword's remaining power, still strong, slammed into the dome of the royal waterway, causing the ground to shake violently, threatening to collapse. Black Feather quickly dispersed the divine technique to prevent a collapse that could bury everyone. The monster isn't dead yet. It escaped. Ashina hurriedly pointed to a fleeting crimson light around a distant corner, exclaiming in shock, "It's so long. This waterway alone must be 100 meters long. Is it really a slug?" Within the sword's range, the monster was annihilated, but its body outside the range escaped. Could it be a monster like the Hydra? We only crushed one head. Silver Eyes tapped his cheek, lost in thought. The waterway is as large as the city on the surface. This is an underground labyrinth encompassing 5 territories. Field cursed, then hesitated slightly. Let's go, finish it off. Following the trail of blood, the group arrived at a corner of the waterway, now completely submerged by groundwater. Even with insects and slime floating in the water, Field dared not wade in to search. Water combat was not their chosen one's forte. Field kicked a pebble. Damn it, it submerged and escaped. To be precise, its true form is probably hiding in the underground lake. Our senses seem to be limited here. Ashina suddenly noticed a problem. Even if we're very close, we have to be very careful. Really, Silver Eyes nodded repeatedly. No wonder I was ambushed by the snake, and no wonder such a large monster could get so close to us. Field frowned slightly. Everyone, don't get separated. Submerging was impossible, so Field led the group in the opposite direction. After 10 minutes, they arrived at a fork in the road. There were countless such forks. Without the guide's information, they wouldn't know where they were. Fortunately, the minimap was useful. Although it didn't show enemy locations, the surrounding terrain was crystal clear. Follow me. Let's find a way out first, that way we feel safe. Field chose a path that led to the exit. Fighting monsters was one thing, but finding a way back was another. After walking for a while, the group arrived at a spacious area. Chapter 1301. This is the ruins of the mining guild, the royal waterway, once inhabited by many. Field looked around. Broken furniture was everywhere, arranged in a defensive posture. Clearly, someone had fought a fierce battle here. Shoving aside the broken furniture, a dozen skeletons appeared before him. Their armor and robes were still the finest equipment currently in use by the Dragon Tower, indicating they hadn't been dead for many years. Let me see what good stuff the Dragon Tower elites have. Field rubbed his hands expectantly. Even in the face of crisis, one can't resist the temptation. A series of hurried footsteps sounded, and a group also burst in. It was the Framaya group. The chosen one leading the way, Cassandra, was stunned upon seeing the Nightfallen group. Griffin Kingdom people, you gotten in too? Good luck. I thought we were the only ones trapped here. She harbored prejudice and disgust towards the Griffin Kingdom people, considering them incompetent. But seeing Field's chosen ones, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least, she wasn't the only one teleported in. Sir Cucca, his face filled with anxiety, gripped his long sword tightly, and stepped out from behind the chosen ones. Seeing the Nightfallen looting, his anger still burning, he immediately sneered, "Field, every time I see you, you're always picking up trash. The situation is unknown now. We should put aside our prejudices, and not cause trouble." Cassandra gave her lord a stern look. Cucca opened his mouth, but... "Mother! Enough, put away your arrogance." Cassandra waved her hand impatiently. "To become a qualified lord, you must recognize the situation and put aside personal grudges. So he's from the Sun generation." Field's lips curled into a smile. The other party was clearly not someone he knew from the game. Calling someone mom meant he really was a son. 6th-tier chosen gods have long lifespans, so it's perfectly normal for sons to inherit their father's positions. Cucca rolled his eyes. "Aren't you the same? Did you raise your 6th-tier god from a baby?" Do I look old?" Blackfeather scratched his head innocently, weakly asking Silver Eyes. "Quack, hurry up and make Field call you mom." Silver Eyes teased, adding fuel to the fire. "You two are asking for a beating, aren't you?" Field smacked both of them on the head, speechless. "You don't object to what I said, do you?" Cassandra's gaze was intense. Graciously nodding, Field waved his hand casually. "No, just don't intentionally kill yourselves." Too lazy to pay attention to Cucca and the others, Field quickly searched the remains. "What are you going to find? No noble manners at all. Don't get bitten by snakes again." Cucca scoffed. Field opened the backpack of the corpse, and a faint fluctuation of divine power emanated from it. Even though the special environment greatly suppressed the energy fluctuations of the artifact, it still shone brilliantly when it was taken out of the pack. "Huh?" Field was stunned, and Cucca's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Dude, there really is an artifact? This is too outrageous. Have artifacts become commonplace? A broken artifact useless?" Cassandra, who was about to snatch it, stopped abruptly, her boots already taking a step. Blackfeather sheathed his weapon, pretending nothing had happened. "It's alright, I guess. I keep it as a souvenir." Field tried to subdue it with his mind, and he actually succeeded. Artifact, Black Demon Eye, broken, ineffective, source, Goddess of Magic. Rank, 6th tier, slight residual divine power, effect, broken artifact, ineffective. "This is probably a relic left behind by the chosen one sent by the Dragon Tower to clean the waterways," Field said regretfully, but a novel idea flashed through his mind. "My lord's ability can decompose and upgrade artifacts. Perhaps it could be used on a broken artifact." But after careful consideration, Field dismissed the idea. After all, the power contained within a broken artifact is almost zero. Upgrading it to 6th tier would definitely consume more energy than a 6th tier artifact itself, and there would be losses in energy transfer. He tossed the broken artifact into his spatial ring. After searching again, Field picked up several staves and robes of decent quality, all 4th tier magical equipment. He planned to use them as a reference once his territory's industries improved. Boring. "I'm not going to stoop to the level of a nobleman and scavenge for scraps." Cucca crossed his arms, but seeing Field's chosen one willing to help scavenge, he felt a strange pang of jealousy. The chosen ones of Franmaya were all high and mighty. Even his mother created a strange distance between them. Within the court, he had to address her by her official title. "Let's keep going. Maybe there's something better ahead." Field raised an eyebrow at Cucca, setting off with renewed enthusiasm. "Follow him." Cassandra, having no immediate destination, had no choice but to follow. The group continued onward, entering a vast, collapsed area. Murky groundwater flooded the surface. There wasn't even any sign of a tunnel. It resembled a flooded ruin. "Field, do we have to go this way? I hate this filthy, stinking water." Cassandra's elegant eyebrows furrowed, and she waved her hand impatiently. "You have divine power. You can walk on air. What are you afraid of, stinky water?" Ashina asked, hands on her hips, tilting her head. Pinching her nose, Cassandra complained, "The smell is unbearable. Even if we get through this section, the rest of the way is stinky. I can't stand it." "My lady, perhaps we should take another route? My years of exploration experience tell me this path is definitely wrong." Cassandra's hired guide took 2 steps back obsequiously. Just then, a sudden change occurred. From the darkness, 7 or 8 jet-black beams suddenly shot out, accurately striking the guide. Squeak! The moment the beams pierced flesh, they quickly transformed into writhing creatures, revealing their true form, a leech. "Heh heh." The guide hissed, blood gushing from its throat. its body convulsing violently as large tentacles sprouted, a truly nauseating sight. Reproduce. I need a healthy body. The parasitized guide turned grotesquely, its eyes fixed on Cassandra with greedy lust, howling as it lunged forward. It's a chosen monster. Don't underestimate it. Field shouted a warning immediately. Damn it! What a disgusting thing. Cassandra made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a divine axe appeared in her grasp. Without hesitation, she brought it down heavily on the guide. The guide's terrifying power instantly shattered it into a bloody mist. But from within the blood mist, leeches that hadn't been instantly killed flew out. The surrounding ordinary people were immediately struck down, 2 of them getting slapped in the face by leeches. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dense swarms of hardened leeches shot out from the darkness. Leave these to me. Black Feather summoned the Raven Feather sword, channeling his divine power. The longsword split in 2, then in 4, instantly multiplying into over 1,000 swords, almost filling the entire waterway. Go! With a thought, a dense barrage of flying swords rained down like a storm, filling the entire tunnel with the sound of relentless cutting. Chapter 1302. Black Feather clashed with the unknown entity, quickly gaining the upper hand. The leech-like throwing knives were ultimately no match for the Raven Feather sword, completely annihilated by the firepower net constructed by the divine artifact. More sword beams shot out everywhere like splashing water. Roar! A monster's pained cry came from the darkness, and the flying leeches abruptly stopped. The monster is gone. Black Feather sheathed his sword aura, biting his lip lightly. Another 6th-tier combatant, I can sense it. Black Feather easily concluded this from the feedback after the longsword's bombardment. Field, having wiped out the remaining leeches, flicked his holy sword, splattering disgusting secretions on the ground. How come there are so many 6th-tier monsters? Field complained, 2 6th-tier monsters in 1 sewer, both of them H-class. Normally, 6th-tier monsters are extremely rare. A province usually has 1 or 2, and they're usually long-lived heirlooms. The capital might have more, but they wouldn't be running around everywhere. No sooner had he finished speaking than Field realized the situation was dire. He exclaimed nervously, Damn it, have we stumbled into the Outer God's lair? He should have brought little Scorpion with him. She specialized in killing abnormal chosen ones. Outer Gods? What are those? Cassandra, her face flushed, gagged twice. Field, let your chosen ones attack, we attack upwards. Destroy the waterways. Get out of this hellhole, I had enough, That's wishful thinking. This might be another dimension. Field's eyes narrowed slightly. Didn't you see the woman in the black dress? Yes. Sir Kaka pointed at Black Feather, his heart filled with envy. Her strength is not bad, but she's far inferior to our Frambia's chosen ones. Let's stay away from idiots. Field said speechlessly, pulling Black Feather into his arms. He was immediately enveloped in her fragrant embrace. Her slender, beautiful body was a completely new experience, unlike the mature, voluptuous figure of the Great Thunder Dragon. I didn't see the woman in the black dress, but I saw a black light. It enveloped us, and then we arrived here. Never mind, let's try it. Cassandra sighed irritably, her long axe blazing with brilliant light as she slammed it towards the stone dome above the waterway. It was as if a mountain had risen from the ground, unleashing a torrent of 6th-tier power, crashing relentlessly onto the dome. Boom! The stone dome trembled violently, visible inscriptions flashing, and faint black threads snapping. We need to get away quickly. Field's eyelids twitched. The Frambi duo, while seemingly dim-witted, possessed undeniable destructive power. He hurriedly urged his comrades to get out of the way. Break! Cassandra unleashed 3 more attacks. A thunderous roar, like rocks being cleaved apart, filled the air. The dome ripped open, and instead of the expected cascading mud, pure darkness was revealed. The next moment, a massive horde of goblins and giant rats possessed by leeches poured down like a raging river. The 3 hired guides were soaked to the bone, wrapped up like mummies by the leeches, and swallowed by the monster horde. Field circulated his battle aura, and could even see that the parasitized giant rats, and their smaller counterparts, seemed to wriggle with a kind of consciousness, as if craving something. Without a doubt, they were all monstrous creatures. What? This is bad? Cassandra's pupils dilated in shock. She had never expected this situation above the dome. Get out of here! Get out of the way! A bunch of trash who live like scum in the gutter, crushed them all to dust. Faced with such a horrifying scene, Cassandra's divine power surged, and she roared, Shadow of Judgment. A blue phantom unfolded behind her, rapidly transforming into a colossal creature 3 or 4 meters tall, also wielding a long-handled battle axe. I don't care what you are, die. She swept to the left, exploding countless parasitic goblins into a bloody mist. She slammed to the right, crushing a ball of parasitic giant rats into mincemeat. Cassandra attacked with all her might, crushing the monsters that landed with a force akin to a mountain collapsing. The surging tide of monsters was also cut in half, making it impossible for them to even fall. Such formidable fighting power. No wonder Franvia has the air of an empire. Field was taken aback. They're all trash. Cassandra laughed heartily, her spirits high. Whoosh! From the dense horde of monsters, a leech, about the length of a middle finger, but radiating a silvery black light, shot out. Damn it, I was careless. Cassandra's expression changed drastically. She sensed the monster's attack, but its speed was astonishing. She couldn't react in time to defend herself. In a flash, the black-silver leech struck Cassandra squarely in the rabbit nose. Oh! Cassandra felt her heartstrings tighten to the extreme, then suddenly relax. Divine skill, perverted type divine power absorption. Effect: by absorbing the opponent's rabbit nose, gain a large amount of divine power, gradually breaking down the opponent's soul and sanity, turning the enemy into a foolish beast. Her plump, long legs slipped violently, and Cassandra almost fell into the puddles. She wanted to tear the vicious leech monster off, but the sea of monsters above her would surely engulf her instantly. And then, there's her lord. When he dies, the backlash from the soul link will definitely kill her in the waterway too. These small fry are really useful, especially when the chosen one's strength is roughly equal. These small fry can be the deciding factor in a battle. Not to mention, these are such monstrous small fry. Damn it, help me! Cassandra bit her tongue and shouted urgently. Although she looked down on the Griffin Empire people, in such a critical situation, she'd be willing to kneel down. Help me! She's been overwhelmed by leeches, which is bad for us. Field, who had already flown over the flooded area, turned around and saw Cassandra's dire situation, immediately ordering Blackfeather to lend a hand. Without her to share the attention, being targeted by the monstrous chosen one would be truly terrifying. Alright. Ashina and Silver Eyes were about to make their move when Field quickly added, don't attack. Blackfeather, provide cover fire for those idiots. Ashina, be on guard, especially above and below. Silver Eyes, watch the tunnel ahead, even if there's nothing there right now. Okay. Blackfeather unleashed a massive barrage of flying swords, launching a comprehensive attack on the hole Cassandra had created. A buzzing sword curtain instantly isolated everything. The Calamity Sword domain bloomed, Blackfeather's destructive power surged, and he manipulated the Raven Feather Sword to mercilessly slaughter the parasitic monsters that landed. Well done! Cassandra was overjoyed finally. She didn't have to deal with the massive number of weaklings. Enraged, she channeled divine power into her right hand and fiercely grabbed at the chosen leech. Squeak! As if possessed, the leech bent its body, caught Cassandra's own body, and launched itself away with astonishing speed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the chosen leech fled, it unleashed a barrage of leech knives before disappearing into the sewage. This was the very creature that had attacked them earlier. Cassandra brandished her long axe, smashing everything in sight. The floor cracked, sewage splattered everywhere. She was acting like a mad woman, clearly enraged. That was dangerous. Ashina tensed, her sensitive wolf ears suddenly twitching. Chapter 1303. Something's happening above. Ashina's innate senses were incredibly sharp, and combined with the racial advantages of her wolf-like nature, even the slightest disturbance couldn't escape her ears. As she quickly issued the warning, her hand moved swiftly, and armor-piercing frost suddenly bloomed. The surrounding moisture rapidly condensed into frost, and hearing the crack sound of the frost breaking, Field hurriedly raised his sword, protecting his chest, and looked upwards. Above his head, there had been countless greenish-brown slimes. Unlike the cute, crystalline appearance of ordinary slimes, or the vibrant colors of elemental slimes. These slimes sprouted numerous strange branches, each a wondrous, unsightly tool. Fortunately, the biting cold prevented the slimes from moving, otherwise they would have already fallen. Ashina twirled her hand, and an ice spear appeared in her grasp, shooting out and freezing all the slimes above her onto the dome. Enemies ahead in the tunnel. Silver Eyes, seeing Ashina and the other woman busy fighting monsters while she remained idle, was about to complain. In the blink of an eye, she was shocked to see a large number of parasitized lizardmen charging towards her at high speed. 5th tier divine skill, Frost Breath. A divine power array bloomed brilliantly, and Silver Eyes activated it with both hands, releasing a breath even larger than herself. In human form, Silver Eyes naturally couldn't breathe with her mouth. A torrent of dragon flames erupted, engulfing everything, burning the parasitized lizards to ashes. Clang! Clang! Meanwhile, Cassandra, the chosen one of Framaya, wasn't idle either. She wielded her battle axe wildly. A black-silver leech, like a streak of light bouncing back and forth, shot back and forth through space, relentlessly attacking Cassandra. Cassandra swung her battle axe, constantly clashing with the leech, producing a clanging sound. It was clearly just an insect, but after becoming a chosen creature, its speed was beyond comprehension. Even more terrifying was its ability to launch parasitic throwing knives, these leech-like knives remarkably similar to its own body. This severely tested the Chosen One's defensive capabilities. To a 6th-tier Chosen One, the chosen leeches were merely afterimages. To ordinary people, all they could see were the dazzling sparks from the clash of divine artifacts. The two hired guides, seeing enemies swarming from all directions, immediately regretted their suicidal decision to come to the waterway. Goddess above, run! Ignoring everything, they cried out and ran frantically towards Field. After only 3 steps, the two were pierced through more than 20 times by leeches and fell into the sewage. 6th-tier divine skill law. Suppression. Cassandra's head ached from defending, and she immediately activated the divine skill. A powerful, righteous force erupted, condensing countless stone tablets in the air, each inscribed with characters. The inscriptions shone brightly, their vast power relentlessly suppressing the leech's speed and crushing it. Die! Seeing the leech slow down, Cassandra seized the opportunity, striking it in the waist with her battle axe, sending it flying like a bullet. Whoosh! The leech shot into the darkness and disappeared. But the parasitic monsters continued their rampage like a burst dam, charging forward with chaotic steps and squeaks. Even the unparasitized monsters emerged, disgusting, grotesque creatures, many carrying live women. Daily, large numbers of people were disappearing from the Dragon Tower. The citizens had no idea that their children, whom they had searched so desperately for, might be in the waterways beneath their feet. Rumble. The dome collapsed. Even though the Chosen Ones had restrained their power, the royal waterway couldn't withstand the aftershocks of a 6th-tier battle and rapidly crumbled. From each collapse, hordes of monstrous creatures surged forth, the situation rapidly deteriorating into crisis. Run! We can't kill them all. Don't waste your divine power. Field relentlessly swung his holy sword, slaying one monstrous creature after another, urging everyone to retreat. After leaving the territory, the recovery rate of divine power slowed down, making it unusable. The group hurriedly fought their way back, but they hadn't gone far when the earth cracked. Countless scarlet tentacles, like earth spikes, pierced through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Fortunately, everyone remained vigilant and escaped being hit. Cassandra, who followed behind, was particularly unlucky, constantly being sucked by Chosen One's leeches, slapped in the face by slimes, or struck in vital areas by tentacles. Fortunately, the divine shield blocked most of the monsters, otherwise, they would have suffered defeat animations more than 10 times before even reaching 2 miles. You're truly amazing, Field. Silver Eyes, whether throwing punches or claws, tore apart the monsters with the phantom of the dragon's soul, clearing a path as she praised Field. There really are sneak attacks. The Lord seems quite experienced. Ashina gave a teasing smile, her eyes crinkling with an indescribable allure. Field's suggestions were all surprisingly useful, leaving the women deeply astonished. Of course. Field, unable to contain his excitement, smiled mysteriously. Not only that, most of the abnormal monsters rely on relentless, persistent attacks, primarily melee combat. Even their ranged attacks aren't too strong, but they're all unpredictable and treacherous. Physical defenses are crucial. Even with the most mysterious outer god forces, Field had gradually figured them out after numerous encounters, and was no longer so afraid. They fought their way out of the tunnel, only to find themselves facing a long, narrow stone bridge, hundreds of meters long. The underground lake, even more turbulent, surged wildly, and a familiar infant face resurfaced. Its massive body, like a sluice gate, caused the lake's water level to rise dramatically. Ah! That slug monster is guarding the bridge. Silver Eyes exclaimed in surprise. Flying directly across is too risky. Then let's just take it down. Ashina's fighting spirit was extraordinary. She unleashed several beautiful spear flashes in an instant. Not very feasible. Even if it's defeated, the chances of it escaping underwater are extremely high. Besides, this is probably an underground wonder, the dead Black River, one of the dirtiest and most turbulent natural wonders, teeming with monsters. Falling in is extremely dangerous. Dangerous was just a euphemism. The Moonmark continent boasts numerous natural wonders, most of which are undeveloped and treacherous lands. Some are purely negative influences. The deathly Black River in Dragon Tower is one such example, a filthy underground river devoid of even fish. An Indian would be instantly poisoned if they jumped in. If you see any life activity inside, run. Don't hesitate. Natural wonders that generate valuable resources are rare. The Thunder Dragon Mountains of Franbia are an example, but unfortunately, they were stolen and used to exchange for women. A glint flashed in his eyes, and Field quickly analyzed his situation by combining the paper map, the mini-map, and the surrounding environment. The right side is the waterway purification zone, neglected and likely flooded ruins. Above the stone wall on the left, there's a hidden area, not marked on the Royal Waterway map. Perhaps we can hide there. Even if we can't hide there, it can isolate some enemies. Field immediately gave the order. Chapter 1304. Good. Ashina stopped, her right foot striking the ground, and turned to unleash her piercing spear. The ferocious, domineering ice spear flashed out, grazing Cassandra's hair, and slammed into the monster horde, exploding violently. Countless monsters were blasted into pieces, and a massive ice curtain, like a solid city wall, froze the tunnel. This way. Guided by Field, the extraordinary warriors reached the higher level of the Royal Waterway without even touching the slippery rock walls. Cassandra, leading her lord, easily jumped up. The hired Dragon Tower guides struggled to climb the rock walls, unable to make it up. Even if they could, the 20-meter-high platform would take a while to ascend. But the monstrous monsters chasing them from both sides wouldn't give them a chance to climb. "Save us, Lady Cassandra!" The guides cried out in despair, their fingernails breaking from gripping the rock walls. Without even glancing at them, Cassandra continued running, her face dark. "Hold on tight to the flying sword, pull you up." Field, remembering the group and the antidote he found, immediately had Blackfeather control the Raven Feather sword to send them up. However, the slug-like abandoned infant, seeing the group taking an unusual route, began to wail angrily, like a child who had lost a toy. A massive body erupted from the river of death. Countless scarlet tentacles followed closely. Splat. Splat. The guides, barely halfway down the flying sword, were skewered like meat skewers, screaming as they were dragged into the underground lake. Blackfeather's sword flashed, severing all the tentacles attacking him. He turned, about to apologize. "I did my best. Let's go." Before she could speak, Field immediately offered words of comfort and encouragement, while simultaneously retreating rapidly. The monstrous creatures, devoid of intelligence, charged haphazardly, swarming out of the waterway below and plunging into the raging, deadly Black River without even a ripple. The slug-like abandoned baby's face was torn apart, and a crimson beam of light blasted towards Nightfall's group. Aiming was unnecessary. The waterway's structure was naturally suited for beam-type divine attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying beam possessed a vast, ocean-like aura of divine power. Bricks and stones along its path were crushed into dust. "Everyone, be careful!" Blackfeather replicated numerous flying swords, blocking the entire cave entrance, while Ashina unleashed an ice spear, freezing the overlapping swarm of swords. Cassandra didn't hesitate either, even though her clothes had become fashionable beggar attire. Reluctant to repair her clothes, she frantically channeled her divine power, conjuring a blue lion's head shield to reinforce her defenses. A deafening explosion erupted, sending ice shards, flying swords, and rubble flying everywhere. The dizzying, violent explosion echoed throughout the Royal Waterway. Field was thrown back several meters by the force of the explosion, his ears ringing. Fortunately, the combined defensive barrier withstood the attack of the slug-like abandoned baby, and the group successfully shook off the monstrous creature. Phew, that was close. Cassandra turned her head, and saw everyone staring at her chest, realizing how utterly shameful her beggar's attire was. The areas that should have been concealed were completely exposed. Despising filth above all else, she had been forced into such a disheveled state, her noble bearing shattered. Turning around, the mosaic tiles still swayed wildly. A twitch at the corner of her mouth, she quickly mobilized her divine power to reweave her clothes. "Field, you cursed bastard, what are you looking at?" Sir Kaka could no longer contain himself. During the earlier battle, his mother was being beaten by the monstrous monsters, and he dared not utter a sound, fearing the monsters would notice, remaining a silent son. Now that they were finally safe, he immediately turned his anger and fury towards Field. "Looking at your mommy," Field honestly replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "Don't look." Silver eyes flashed in front of Field, cutely raising her hands in a surrender gesture. The snow-white, slender Loli's hands, one on each side, perfectly covered Field's eyes. "Are you kidding me? The clothes are already knitted, and you're telling me this?" Field gave Silver Eyes a sharp rap. I was checking on Lady Cassandra, after all, to check her condition. Cucka was furious. Damn you, Field, you're just making excuses. I challenge you to a duel. Enough, I'm perfectly fine. Cassandra snorted coldly. These monsters are disgusting, but not very lethal. Thank you for helping me. I repay that favor. Cucka froze, unable to believe what he just heard, completely dumbfounded, but Cassandra simply shook her head slightly. She said she was alright, but that damned leech monster had absorbed 40% of her divine power. Adding the cost of activating her divine skill, she only had about 30% left. That's for the best. Field shrugged. Keep going, there are rooms ahead. The waterway had been inhabited before and contained many functional facilities. Entering a huge room, roughly the size of a playground, they found overturned stone pillars scattered everywhere. The room was filled with a constant sound of rushing water, but nothing particularly remarkable was visible. Field, is this the way you led us? Where's the exit? This is just another pile of junk. Cucka, increasingly obsessed, was being cheeky again. To draw their attention, Field was quite magnanimous, simply laughing it off. Sir, there's something moving under these floor tiles. Blackfeather released his senses, carefully exploring before exclaiming in surprise, it doesn't seem like the aura of a monster. Oh! Blackfeather, keep watch. We check for traps. Field's eyes lit up, and he quickly began searching. Soon, an ancient crag caught Field's attention. Cucka scoffed, disdainfully saying, what good stuff could there be? Don't release those monsters again. What good stuff could there be in the sewers? He really didn't understand his excitement. He yanked the crank hard, the ground rumbling loudly. The floor trembled beneath their feet, spiraling open and releasing a vast surge of magical energy, like a fine vintage wine just uncorked. Layer upon layer of floor tiles opened, contracting into downward steps. Finally, a pool of deep blue spring water appeared before them. Nightfall led the women in astonishment. Cucka and his mother were also astonished. There are fish. We won't go hungry now. Ashina's eyes crinkled with delight. Not ordinary fish. Blackfeather blinked twice, his thin eyelids gleaming with divine power, and shook his head slightly. It's a high-level fish-like magical beast, but it has a gentle feel to it. He channeled his divine power, and with a single grasp, he pulled a fish up out of thin air. A melody fish, and a fifth-tier magical creature at that. Silver Eye's eyes lit up, and he licked his lips. It's a very rare magical fish. There are many here. You recognize it? Field was surprised. Of course, I inherited the Mithril Dragon's legacy, so I'm super smart now. Silver Eyes bared his teeth and brandished his claws. Chapter 1305. So what's the use of this harp fish? Tell me quickly. Field pumped his fist excitedly, his excitement palpable. Rumor had it that Mithril Dragons were incredibly knowledgeable, perhaps even capable of replacing the Book of Wisdom and becoming the think tank of Nightfall territory. It's delicious, with a crispy, layered texture. Grabbing the fish's tail, he scratched its body a couple of times, producing a melodious lute-like sound. Eating it even has accompaniment. It sounds really nice, hee. You son of a bitch. Everyone's vision blurred, their blood pressure soaring. Field couldn't resist any longer, grabbing Silver Eye's delicate dragon horns and shaking them back and forth. Besides being eaten, what other use does it have? I don't know, stop shaking me, I'm so dizzy. Silver Eyes flailed its arms and legs, begging for mercy. Silver Eyes wasn't a mature dragon yet, its knowledge limited. The dragon inheritance it received was undoubtedly for ensuring its own survival. Therefore, it had become a glutton, recognizing many species, but only knowing whether they were edible. Cassandra and the other woman were both stunned. They really dared to offend a dragon. I wonder how they get rid of him. Field surveyed the magical pool, where enormous harp-like fish swam back and forth, their bodies radiating a dreamlike, dazzling light. As the fish mingled and passed by, melodious tunes filled the air. They're almost all fourth or fifth-tier creatures. Just selling them to the powerful and wealthy would be enough to make a fortune. Field paced back and forth, staring at the pool. This is something we discovered together. We and Friend Maya should have a share too, Cucka wanted to say. Seeing Field's find, Cucka nearly fainted from envy. It was clearly just ruins, yet there were actually rare treasures hidden inside. However, remembering his earlier merciless mockery, Cucka had no choice but to swallow his thoughts of dividing the spoils. I strengthened the spatial ring then. After a moment's hesitation, Field made his decision. Just as he was about to use his lord's ability, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Cassandra. The Lord's ability was extremely important, and must never be revealed to outsiders. Wait. Just as he was about to look away, Field was startled. Not far behind Cassandra, a woman in a long black dress, her face obscured like a shadow, was silently watching them. He was about to warn her. Pure black light enveloped everything, a dark tide sweeping in. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery changed again, and he found himself in a vast library. Countless books, some displayed on shelves, others floating in the air, seemed to have lost their gravity. But they all had one thing in common: they were all being pulled together by countless black threads, converging in one direction. It's over, I'm their target. Cold sweat trickled down Field's back. He looked around and realized his chosen ones, and the others from Franbia were nowhere to be seen. His heart clenched. Don't panic, Field, this is the world of consciousness. Even if you die here, your soul power will only weaken slightly. Use your book of wisdom to guide you, a distant, melodious female voice echoed. Otherwise, you will be devoured by the will of the outer god. Field was silent for a moment, his foot halting in midair. He hesitated for a second. I try what she says. At worst, I lose my book of wisdom. As his chosen one's level increased, a first-tier book of wisdom was less useful than toilet paper. But now it seemed he had underestimated the power of artifacts. In fact, many artifacts had unexpected uses, he just hadn't had the time to explore them deeply. He took out the book of wisdom, which immediately floated up, transforming into a beacon and drifting forward. The floating bookshelf slowly parted to create a passage. Following the book of wisdom, various strange creatures slowly emerged from the darkness, along with grotesque monsters slithering about. Of course, the most numerous were the books themselves. Welcome. Soon, Field saw the convergence of black threads. There, a woman of breathtaking beauty sat slumped to the ground. Dense black threads surrounded her, connecting her dress and hair, but the closer one got, the fainter the black threads became, eventually turning white. Her long, snow-white legs swayed gracefully within the threads, constantly undulating them and causing shifts in the surrounding laws. The woman's figure was as delicate as a willow in the breeze, yet the black divine power she emanated was inexhaustible, like a surging tide. Chaotic calamity? Field tentatively guessed. Well, I'm a collector. I can't tell you my real name, but you can call me Quill. The books, inscriptions, and creatures here are all part of my collection. The royal waterways are my territory. Of course, those freakish creatures aren't. Seeing Field still confused, Quill smiled and reminded him. Even the scroll of destruction, I have it. It's a spatial scroll. Holy crap. Hearing this, Field immediately perked up, rubbing his hands together with a grin. Let me see it, okay. This artifact has a great use to me. Quill shook his head, causing the surrounding chaotic threads to sway as well. I can't give it to you. Then why did you bring me here? Field immediately lost interest. Don't tell me you want the Book of Wisdom. No, not only do I not need your Book of Wisdom, I also want to return the fragments. The Quill held it up with one hand, its surrounding inscriptions shimmering as countless profound runes converged, rapidly forming the fragments of the Book of Wisdom. So generous. Field was startled, quickly taking 2 steps back, scrutinizing the Quill with suspicion. However, aside from its slightly plump legs and golden pupils, it wasn't anything special. Especially considering it was a standard C-grade rabbit, the Chaos Calamity rabbits weren't very big. No wonder Chaos is intelligent, because big rabbits have no brains, Field maliciously reasoned. I already thoroughly understood all the contents of the Book of Wisdom, it's useless to me now. The Quill, unaware of Field's wicked thoughts, beckoned with its finger, gently gesturing for Field not to leave. Then thank you. Field didn't stand on ceremony, and reached out to take it. Hey. Don't be impatient. Quilling the torn page, she smiled. Of course, I have conditions. First, keep my existence a secret. Second, help me capture a collectible. What collectible? Field asked curiously. The fallen spy, you fought it before, controlling the Obsidian Expeditionary Force. Quill's words were startling. I indirectly helped you. You're about to attack Obsidian, right? Without me, you have no chance of defeating it. Quill covered her mouth and smiled. But without you, I couldn't capture it either. In short, I contact you once you're ready to attack Obsidian. Okay. Field was confused, then suddenly realized, wait, you know about the Outer Gods? Casually tossing the torn page of the Book of Wisdom at her feet, Quill said nonchalantly, take it, don't bother me. Without any interest in answering the question, she continued flipping through the book in her hands. Chapter 1306. Field wanted to ask more questions, but the Quill remained silent. Helpless, Field cautiously approached and bent down to pick up the torn pages of the Book of Wisdom. A fragrant breeze wafted over him. The quill's foot, lifting Field's chin, commanded from above, "Don't forget, keep my existence a secret, or you die." "Oh, easy enough." Field quickly stood up, rubbing his chin, with a look of disgust. Calamity truly had no boundaries, actually using its foot to casually flirt with him. Although its skin was as white as snow, the touch was quite pleasant. As soon as Field finished speaking, a black thread landed on him. An invisible soul link was established, as if an additional shackle had been added. Could it be? Field quickly opened the Lord's panel, startled. Negative status, chaotic oath, provided by a divine skill, agreed upon by both parties. Effect: the quill has made an agreement with you. Those who break it will have their hearts crushed by the chaotic thread. Damn it! Field's face turned green. There really is an abstract divine skill that can guarantee an oath? The quill chuckled lazily, covering its mouth. Did you think I sent you in here just to tease you? Don't worry, as long as you help me catch the spy, you won't be killed by the oath. No way, I'm getting the short end of the stick. Field was extremely annoyed. Being threatened by the Calamity for no reason, everything he did felt like he was being manipulated. Besides, how could a second-tier Book of Wisdom be more valuable than a spy? Who knows what equipment might drop from eliminating the spy? Maybe it'd be a Dragon Slayer sword plus 999. Anything that could be manipulated by the Chaos Calamity is pretty much the same. Hee, you little fool. Seeing Field jumping up and down in anger, the quill became even happier, waving its hand like it was coaxing a child. Not killing you all outright is the greatest mercy I can show. Now get lost. Chaos Calamity, what a filthy, dark symbol. Field was speechless. These things always ambushed him. He had to find a way to control them as soon as possible. Otherwise, he'd be trampled underfoot sooner or later, turning into a chaotic, black heart. By the way, what's with those two freakish monsters outside? Did you raise them? At least teleport us out. Field shrugged. Kill them, then I teleport you out. The quill curled up, its plump thighs and bony ankles tracing smooth, gentle curves, radiating a slippery sheen. As a reward, I can share some important information with you. These nightmare children are corrupted creatures created by the nobles and royalty of Dragon Tower. They really gone to great lengths, using all sorts of creatures. They gave birth to monsters, but couldn't bear to kill them, so they abandoned them in the royal waterways. Their corruption has already attracted the will of the outer gods, or perhaps they're interacting with each other. The mothers of these little monsters include your fiancée, the little princess of Dragon Tower. I remember she abandoned a half-goat-man baby. Of course, your marriage is very likely backed by the outer gods. If I hadn't intervened to seal them away, Dragon Tower would be the next Obsidian Empire. Field was utterly shocked upon hearing this. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Field was incredibly relieved. Thankfully, he hadn't considered marrying her, or even spoken to her. Thinking back, the little princess had also run away from home. But while the second princess was nearly taken by the Obsidian people, there was no news of the little princess. Based on what the quill pen said, the truth should be, the little princess was taken advantage of by the goat man. No, that can't be faster. Field's pupils dilated. Could it be? You guessed it. The goat men are the ones being forced. Quill chuckled. The Dragon Tower has been wealthy for 1,000 years. Many members of the royal family can no longer satisfy their cravings for addictive substances. They've begun to embrace decadence. Heh, I haven't seen any wealth. Field sneered. But I have seen the decadent creatures. The citizens of the lower city don't look wealthy at all. Picking up the fragment of the Book of Wisdom, the two vast powers merged into one the moment the Book of Wisdom approached, becoming a second-tier artifact. The description on the artifacts panel also changed. Artifact, Book of True Knowledge, second-tier artifact, exclusive, source, Goddess of Wisdom. Effect 1, Inheritance. Effect 2, Appraisal. Effect 3, Deduction, General Support. Effect, using the Book of True Knowledge enhances the user's combat talent and increases their deduction abilities in magic, battle aura, potions, and other aspects. Note, this refers to gaining inspiration, not increasing intelligence. What a pity, if only IQ could be increased, I could just stuff it into Silver Eye's mouth. Field chuckled. What Nightfall territory needs most is actually increased intelligence, and the ability to evade deduction. Alright, we talked, you taken what you wanted, get lost. The quill yawned and started reading again. I don't like fighting, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to take the torn pages from me. Such poor manners. Field was annoyed. Not only did she trick him, but she also told him to get lost. Casually flipping through the Book of Wisdom, Field suddenly had an inspiration. She needs his help, so there's nothing to be afraid of. You said this is a world of will, that we won't die, right? Quill looked up inexplicably, lazily propping her head up. Then what are you and your brother Faye doing pretending? Field went up to her and slapped her thigh. Get up and talk. Wow. You bastard. Quill cried out, her pupils dilating. The surging darkness returned like a tide. Buzz? Field's head buzzed. He blinked twice and returned to Ashina and the others. Feels nice, smooth. Field shook his hand, his mind elsewhere. But how much of what Quill said is believable? Why did she seal the corrupted creatures? Why is she underground in the Dragon Tower? And why is she cooperating with me? Killing corrupted creatures to protect the people of the Dragon Tower clearly violated the nature of the calamity. Unless she could gain more benefits from it. Field, what are you thinking about? Silver Eyes nudged Field when she saw him lost in thought. Nothing, Field shook his head. How long have I been spacing out? About half a minute, Ashina estimated. Turning his back, Field took out the Book of Wisdom and used it to appraise the Melody Fish. With the upgrade of the artifact, it could appraise higher-level items. Beast, Melody Fish, Extraordinary Fish, Living Artifact Descendant, Level, 4th Tier. Description, a rare species that can be observed, eaten, or used to make potions. It has a docile nature, and will not fight back even if bitten. Special, greatly increases water magic concentration, mass breeding is recommended. Gathering, Melody Fish can please the goddess, accelerating the accumulation of chosen ones in related pantheons. The Book of Wisdom had indeed become much wiser after the upgrade. Chapter 1307. Good stuff, we must take it all. Pump it out hard. Field was overjoyed, and quickly told Ashina to block Sir Kaka and the others' view. Taking out the moon blade obtained from the exploding elves, Field shattered it. Simultaneously, using all his previous accumulations and a goddess's tier, he chose to enhance his spatial ring. A surge of powerful divine energy appeared, and a ring radiating 6th-tier divine energy fluctuations fell into Field's hand. Like a crescent moon, the inscriptions engraved on it were refreshing and pleasing to the eye. Beautifully ethereal, it didn't seem like something from the mortal world. Artifact, Messiah's Moon Kiss. Level, 6th tier. Source, Lord's creation, possessing a portion of the power of the space goddess and the moon goddess. Storage, provides 600 cubic meters of storage space, capable of holding living beings weaker than 6th tier, but will weaken and exhaust them. Long-term survival is not recommended. Moon Shield. This artifact can emit light, transforming into a moonlight shield to withstand a large number of attacks. Upon being illuminated by moonlight, it automatically recharges. Special effect. For use only by chosen ones of the space and moon pantheons. That's awesome. Field's eyes gleamed, then he suddenly realized, my enhanced artifact seems to have slightly more power than the equipment that dropped. It might just have more power, but the stats aren't as high as other artifacts of the same tier. Without a hint of smugness, Field didn't take it seriously. That divine power fluctuation just now was the aura of a 6th tier being. Field has more than one treasure hidden on him. Cassandra's eyelids narrowed slightly. While hastily recovering her divine power, she glanced at Field, her mind already calculating. Field, you can't carry all these fish. Besides, we found them together. I'm starting to fish them out. Kaka was smug to see Field staring blankly at the pool. Even if there's something good, you can't take it with you, so you have to share with me anyway. Stop. There's nothing for you, Field said, his face darkening. Who said this was a garbage dump? Now that there's something good, you want a piece of the pie? You can't take it with you either, Kaka said, annoyed. Don't be so stingy. As a nobleman, generosity is a virtue. You can stuff it in my belly, though I'm already quite full. Silver Eyes patted his stomach with a grin, making Kaka's face even more unpleasant. Who said I can't take it? Field raised an eyebrow, coolly showing off to Kaka. Mortal, don't use your narrow-minded perspective to judge your brother, Field. The next moment, Field raised his hand, collect. Rumble. The pool water flowed upstream, surging into the ring, and the melodious fish within were also absorbed in one go. Kaka's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Cassandra, who had been resting on a rock, jumped up in shock, staring at the ring in disbelief. A 6th-tier artifact, and with spatial abilities at that? Impossible. The abilities of the chosen ones of space were incredibly unpredictable, defeating them was already difficult enough, let alone killing them without disintegrating them. This ring's value could probably buy half a province. It took a full 5 minutes to absorb the entire school of melodious fish, which Field had carried away. 158 4th-tier fish and 17 5th-tier fish. There were no lower-tier fish, likely due to cannibalism. That's satisfying, Field sighed. My lord is amazing. Ashina and Blackfeather's eyes were filled with admiration. Wait, the Royal Waterways structure has a lot of symmetrical, but meaningless layouts. It doesn't conform to urban planning at all. Ignoring the Frambia's Indias, fiery gaze, Field took out a map and the Book of Wisdom. His fingers traced patterns on it incessantly, and he was astonished to discover that the Royal Waterway actually resembled a complex, three-dimensional magic circle. No wonder there are so many dead ends, varying elevations, hidden ruins, a deliberate passage through the deadly Black River, and even fish farming beneath the ruins. He asked himself honestly, what normal lord would waste so much money on such cumbersome arrangements, and the small green dots on the mini-map, not yet contracted, were most likely the core of the magic circle. The special fish-like magical beasts were like the energy cores, and the flowing underground rivers were the pathways through which the magic operated. No wonder Dragon Tower has so many chosen ones, and its territory is teeming with magic. It's probably a field designed by chaos, waiting to be harvested. Not necessarily. The Quill might not know the chosen one's locations. Perhaps I can go to the core area and take a look. If it was her doing, I can just give up. Follow me. Without further ado, Field led the group towards the core area. With the mini-map and his knowledge of the Royal Waterway, Field could always find remote, hidden, or water-driven passageways. Unfortunately, there were too many corrupted monsters in the waterway, plus flooded areas. Field was forced to abandon 2 locations that might have fish, and arrived at the core area of the Royal Waterway. Boom! Blackfeather and the other 2 violently blasted open the wall, entering an area that shouldn't exist, an area with no door. Whoosh! The cold wind howled, and the Black River of Death surged. The moment Field stepped into the core area, for the first time in thousands of years, a sliver of light shone into the dim world. Where is this? Kukka shuddered. The open area before him was about the size of a football field. Broken steps were everywhere, countless skeletons littered the ground, and a black river of death flowed around and below. The mountains of bones were unclear whether they had been deliberately buried there, or washed in by the Black River of Death. We accidentally stumbled upon the Dragon Tower's little secret, Field sneered. If it weren't for the mini-map, the green dot, and his experience as a lord, he would never have discovered this place. What secret? This is just a pile of ruins. We encountered countless like this along the way, Kukka said impatiently. You mean leading us into a dead end? My hounds are smarter than Field. Kukka cursed inwardly. If it weren't for the strength of the Nightfall Lord's chosen forces, he would have already lost his temper. Dead end? What I see is treasure. Field rubbed his hands expectantly. Damn it, you lunatic. You're not thinking of digging something out of this pile of bones, are you? Kukka roared, kicking away a bone beside him. If you manage to dig up anything good today, I eat all these skeletons right here and now. Cassandra didn't believe it either. Finding the extraordinary fish was already lucky enough. Finding anything good would be like receiving a blessing from Lady Luck. But how could that be possible? That's right, Field. The most important thing right now is to find the exit, Cassandra urged. Field walked to the middle, his battle aura surging, and slammed aside the pile of bones. A stone platform appeared before him, with a bowl-shaped blood groove on it. What is this thing? Could it be that the uncontracted chosen one is a zombie? Chapter 1308. Raising an eyebrow, Field pondered whether to pour in a cup of appa tea. Since it's a blood tank, it definitely needs blood. Field glanced at Kukka, initially intending to kill him to fill the tank. But he decided to take matters into his own hands and smash open the floor himself. Just kidding, who says you have to activate a mechanism to get the treasure? Just as he was about to have Blackfeather smash the floor, the ground suddenly trembled. Bones rained down into the cracks, falling into the river of death and disappearing. Floor tiles flew off, and filthy black water gushed upwards. The entire core area seemed about to be submerged by the river of death. My lord, be careful. The Nightfall Chosen, Field's bodyguard, immediately grabbed him and retreated rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. Countless scarlet tentacles emerged from the ground, wrapping around the central stone platform. Immediately afterward, for monsters with infant faces and slug bodies emerged from the water, emitting shrill screams, their forms as large as mountains. With a flick of their tentacles, a beautiful woman was grabbed and lifted above the water, placed in the very center of the monsters. Her eyes were empty, and her private parts and other private areas were teeming with corrupted creatures. Her entire body was being subjected to a series of exploding animations. Around her, Cocoons and eggs swarmed, radiating powerful magical energy. What the hell? Field was utterly astonished. Even with his vast experience from his past life, he was shocked by the scene. Found you, ha ha ha. Poor children. Someone else has taken my place to feed these poor children. How fortunate. The primordial magic circle is wrong. Only by embracing children can we obtain eternal happiness. Come and contribute to them, so that our dragon tower can be forever filled with magic and forever happy. Ha ha ha. The woman had just finished her mad rant when her mouth was gagged, leaving her only able to sob. She's mentally broken, and the artifact is gone. This energy fluctuation seems somewhat familiar. Black Feather bit her lip, forcing herself not to be distracted. Besides, she's very old. Clearly, she was one of the first chosen ones to cleanse the royal waterways. Morrigan. Field took out the broken artifact he had found earlier, his black demonic eyes already forming a rough deduction of the truth. The Dragon Tower nobles kept releasing monsters into the royal waterways, creating an uncontrollable monster horde, including powerful chosen monsters. The monster horde killed the residents of the waterways. The ruins and corpses everywhere are evidence. Fortunately, the corrupted monsters only targeted the living and didn't destroy the structure of the royal waterways. Therefore, the peculiar magic circle still existed, having little impact on those on the surface. The Dragon Tower maintained its prosperity. To reclaim its territory, the Dragon Tower dispatched Morrigan, the Chosen One, and an elite force. But the corrupted creatures had gone out of control. Morrigan was defeated, becoming an incubation pool, and her artifact shattered. Of course, the Chaos Calamity and the Quill Pen were likely also culprits, secretly orchestrating everything, perhaps for the purpose of studying the corrupted creatures. After all, the Quill Pen seemed to be able to control space, selecting people to enter the corrupted side of the waterways. She said it shielded the corrupted monsters from escaping and killing, but it could also have been covering for the monsters, preventing outsiders from eradicating them. Field also suspected the Dragon Tower Queen. She might not be trying to clean the waterways, but rather feeding them. The waterways' vital facilities were remarkably intact and functioning normally. The monster's lair was located in the core area, making it even more bizarre. Only heaven knew the truth. Field knew only one thing. He had to use absolute power to wipe out all these filthy monsters. Bang bang bang. Crimson tentacles surged, crushing the path they had come from in half. Mud and sand poured in, the polluted waters of the dead black river flooding in. Chaotic threads rapidly converged, beginning to repair the space. The seemingly sealed and safe core area of the waterways instantly transformed into a desolate island, offering only a brief space for survival. Field, what have you done? You led us into the monster's trap. Kuka was completely dumbfounded, roaring furiously at Field, his eyes seemingly spitting fire, blaming everything on Field. Even without Field, they would have died even faster. Enough talk, no fighting, no survival. Field drew his holy sword, clenched his left fist, and the Ring of Moon's kiss materialized into a magnificent shield. His black robes fluttered in the strong wind, making him incredibly dashing. That's right. Cassandra gritted her teeth, conjuring her divine battle axe. I had enough of these disgusting things. The warriors of Franmaya fear nothing. Meanwhile, in the core area that had become a depression, 3 streams of 6-tier divine power erupted simultaneously. Slug like abandoned babies, black silver leeches, and Morrigan, now an incubation pool. Water blessing aura. Morrigan was the first to unleash her aura. With the activation of her divine skill, she let out a strange cry, summoning a swarm of disgusting little flying insects. Negative status, hatching pool. Ability. This chosen one has completely parasitized at the soul level. Each time it mobilizes its power, it produces various corrupted creatures and heals nearby allies. Whoosh. A black silver leech shot out like a bullet, tearing through space. The terrifying speed caused Cassandra's pupils to shrink sharply, but her hand didn't slow down, slamming her battle axe down fiercely. Sparks flew as Cassandra knocked the leech away. Facing the approaching crimson tentacles, she dodged and weaved, almost becoming a blur. A chosen one wielding a long-handled battle axe possessing such astonishing speed was unpredictable. The corrupted flying insects buzzed, also piercing through the tentacles, lunging at Cassandra. Before they could even get close, they were crushed to dust by the icy spears. Ashna controlled 6 ice spears, perfectly supplementing the damage. Letting a 6-tier being kill these weaklings was a huge waste of divine power. What? The abandoned infant cried incessantly, its 4 heads simultaneously opening their mouths and unleashing 4 powerful beams of light. Rampage fusion. Black Feather uttered a low growl, transforming into countless energy crows that surged towards Silver Eyes. The next moment, an overwhelming dragon's might erupted. Silver Eyes transformed from a lowly form into a mature woman form, her delicate dragon horns transforming into coral-like black sharpness. Her small tail swelled, instantly becoming as long and ferocious as a dragon. With each sway of her tail, a dark, swirling light swirled and coiled around it. Her long, snow-white legs lightly touched the void, rippling with a warm jade-like luster. She exuded unparalleled dominance, her mature woman aura at its peak. 6th-tier divine skill, Sword Prison. 6th-tier divine skill, Dragon God Armor Transformation. Without any concept of conserving divine power, Silver Eyes activated every amplification available outside the sword monument. Facing the 4 crimson beams of light crashing down upon him, Yin Tong made a grasping motion with his left hand, and layers of divine power arrays converged, the blinding divine power rapidly gathering. A dazzling silver frost breath burst forth, directly meeting the crimson beams. The imagined explosion did not occur. The crimson beams crumbled upon contact, utterly crushed by the silver frost breath. Chapter 1309. Bang! One of the abandoned baby monster's heads was crushed. A flash of black and silver light suddenly appeared, attacking from a blind spot. Silver Eyes swiftly dodged, immediately unleashing 5 spatial slashes, shattering all the leech-throwing knives. The chosen leech once again transformed into a blur and hurtled towards them. Silver Eyes made a single grasping motion, condensing a ferocious energy dragon claw, about to grab and crush its opponent. However, this cunning creature fully activated its divine power, abruptly stopping itself in midair. Its body radiated rings of illusory light, filled with an eerie aura. Divine skill, Hypnotic Illusionary Light. Effect, crushes the opponent's will. Silver Eyes frowned slightly, a sharp pain shooting through its head, but that was all. It lunged forward, its dragon claw slamming out, blasting the leech monster away. Finding its mental attacks ineffective, the chosen leech once again unleashed its formidable speed. Its movements were lightning fast, darting back and forth through the space. The sharp whooshing sound of it cutting through the air was like a streak of bullets. This thing is too fast, and its movements are completely unpredictable. Holding his moon shield, Field crouched in the corner, protecting himself from being impaled by the chosen leech. Silver Eyes attempted to activate the chosen space, trapping the monstrous creature inside to protect the Lord from attack. After several attempts, he still couldn't budge the enemy an inch, and Silver Eyes couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. "Don't panic, we're already in the chosen space." Seeing Silver Eyes' confusion, and suspecting he might be distracted, Field quickly reminded him loudly, "Don't worry, it hasn't used the chosen space either, has it?" He suspected that he had been pulled into the chosen space by Chaos the moment he entered the waterway. Her power was too peculiar, a blend of illusion and reality, difficult to distinguish. Under the rebuttal of divine power, the nested doll technique could not be achieved, preventing the creation of another space within the chosen one. Good. Silver Eyes' confidence surged, adopting a ranged attack strategy. She stood guard in front of Field, blocking all incoming beams of light and leeches. Simultaneously, she used breath and flying swords to attack the fallen monster. Offense and defense were perfectly integrated, leaving no opening. "Die! You disgusting thing, I tolerated you for too long." Cassandra, however, had lost all sense of shame. Although seeing the grotesquely shaped monster stirred up all sorts of fantasies, her warriors will far surpass certain instincts. After all, she was a powerful being who had lived for decades. Piercing through the tide of grotesque creatures, Cassandra pounced on the massive body of the abandoned infant monster, wildly swinging her battle axe. Divine power swept across, leaving deep, bottomless bloodstains on the monster's body. 6th-tier divine weapon, the Judgment Axe falls. Cassandra is a goddess of virtue. Such chosen beings have a damage bonus against evil enemies. With a single axe strike, she severed one of the abandoned infant monster's heads, displaying extreme ferocity. The firepower was fierce both at close and long range. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere, the slug-like abandoned infant screamed incessantly, its 3 heads exploded, blood staining the Black River crimson, and it lay on the verge of death. "Stop harming my child. You should become the new mother," Morrigan screamed, raising her hands. The Black River of Death surged, extending a massive tentacle, carrying the river's water and radiating a venomous, eerie light, which slammed down, striking Cassandra head-on. Divine skill, Strike a Pregnancy. Description, a powerful divine skill. Chosen beings struck by this skill will have their shields broken, and upon being hit in the body, will be briefly stunned, and their chances of giving birth will increase. Bang! Cassandra's divine shield shattered crisply, like a beautifully crafted crystal ball. Immediately afterward, her divine armor burst open. The tentacle slammed into Cassandra, causing her to see stars and her vision to go completely dark. With a deafening roar, Cassandra crashed into the wall behind her. The earth trembled. The terrifying aftershocks of the battle caused the core area to shake violently, water seeping in from all sides, threatening to collapse in large sections. We must finish this quickly. The core area is being submerged by the river of death. Ashina's ice spear flashed, instantly killing countless small foes. She pointed at the water and exclaimed, "The water level is rising. Damn it, those monsters can live in water. If the entire core area is submerged, we're in danger." Silver Eyes exclaimed in shock, immediately launching a frenzied attack. "Cassandra, are you alright?" Field shouted urgently to Cassandra, who was embedded in the wall. Cassandra fell unconscious, her face flushed, her long legs poised in a gesture of welcoming all, as the corrupted creatures howled and charged. "Hurry and save her!" "Field, what are you doing?" Sir Kuka jumped up and down in a panic. "Shut your mouth. Nobody cares what you say." He kicked the obstructing Kuka aside. "What kind of skills are these?" Field's brows twitched wildly. He immediately ordered, "Ashna, freeze the surrounding environment to slow the flooding." With that, Field brandished his holy sword, personally intercepting the monstrous creatures lunging at Cassandra. The 6-tier artifact's shield and sword combination transformed Field into a war god, easily parrying various attacks, while effortlessly slaying monsters with every move. The corrupted creatures were particularly effective against women. Facing men, their ineffective physical structure left them at a disadvantage, allowing Field to slaughter them indiscriminately. Armor-piercing thrust. The power of winter unleashed a frost storm, freezing even the moisture in the air. Ashina couldn't inflict much substantial damage on a 6-tier enemy. However, the effects of the environmental change were immediate. Slurp. The frozen core area became incredibly slippery. The Black Silver Leech, originally a formidable fighter thanks to its ability to bounce off walls and its familiarity with waterways, was now completely disoriented by the icy landscape. Although the 3 fallen monsters possessed powerful divine abilities to quickly clear away ice and snow, Silver Eyes wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. With a flash of exquisite beauty, the Black Silver Leech flew past, its trajectory already distorted. Silver Eyes unleashed its dragon claw, slapping the leech towards Morrigan. 6-tier divine skill, Sword Bones Annihilation. The total divine power plummeted by 50%. He closed his eyes, his divine power solidified to its absolute limit, transforming into a crimson flying sword that danced around him. The next moment, the crimson flying sword shot out like a meteor from the heavens, instantly dispelling the darkness of the earth and rocks, like a ray of light in a dark world. Buzz! The flying sword exploded, transforming into countless ring-shaped inscribed shackles, imprisoning the 3 monstrous chosen gods and all the fallen creatures in place. Immediately afterward, divine power arrays condensed above their heads, and terrifying dragon-shaped sword beams slammed down. The vast divine power instantly vaporized the core area of the waterway, as well as the surrounding soil, ruins, and everything else. All the monsters' bodies were instantly annihilated. The powerful aftershocks even left Silver Eyes pale. Fortunately, Ashina's winter god power, combined with the chaotic threads of the quill pen, barely maintained the spatial structure. Otherwise, this attack would have left Field with nowhere to stand. Is it over? Chapter 1310. Cassandra held her head, fanning her face with one hand. Heh, this is just the beginning. You're the ones embracing corruption, so why resist? Let everyone have joy and happiness. The river of death surged, countless bones, blood, and corrupted creatures converging as red streams of light. Morrigan was reborn from the ashes, wielding a black-silver insect sword, a long snake with an infant's head coiling behind her. If it weren't for her peculiar clothing and the various obscene battle runes painted on her bunny and lower abdomen, she would look no different from a normal chosen one. Talent 1. Corruption Convergence. Racial Foundation Level Description. Let us merge into one. Effect. Converges with all surrounding corrupted creatures, rapidly increasing life energy. Artifacts of H-Class Chosen 1 shatter automatically. Talent 2. Organ Killing Transformation. Change Type. General. Effect. Weakens reproductive and bizarre abilities, greatly enhancing combat power. The 2 combined talents, the Fallen Gods Chosen, unleashed a terrifying aura. There are even inscriptions like this? So abstract. Field was shocked, staring at the various reproductive worship symbols on her body, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Become the new mother, embrace ultimate happiness. With a strange laugh, Morrigan teleported forward, appearing before Silver Eyes in a flash, her sword flashing, forcefully piercing through the divine power shield. Silver Eyes hurriedly dodged, narrowly avoiding the attack, the sword light brushing past her hair. Get out of the way, you can't eat me. A long, luscious leg, exuding a blood-pumping arousal, lashed out with a whip-like kick, striking Morrigan in the waist and sending her flying. Silver Eyes' physical destructive power far surpasses that of swords and blades. Every gesture she makes stirs the flow of laws, even pulling at the hidden threads of chaos. She herself is the most ferocious weapon of destruction. Before Morrigan, sent hurtling through the air with a sonic boom, even hit the wall, Silver Eyes immediately followed up with a heaven-destroying divine technique. The instant the divine technique struck, a terrifying explosion, centered on Morrigan, spread outwards in a rapidly spinning sphere. The earth trembled, and the entire royal waterway collapsed, as if in the apocalypse. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Brushing away the dust, Morrigan, covered in wounds, charged forward again, the infant-headed serpent coiled around her body spitting out a series of energy blasts. Faced with the rapidly amplifying energy blasts, Silver Eyes still delivered simple, unadorned punches. Bang bang bang. One punch shattered one. The resounding explosions, like thunderclaps, saw Silver Eyes detonate the energy blasts one by one. Silver Eyes' physical defense was even tougher than a divine shield. Die, monster! Without hesitation, a massive dragon soul phantom materialized behind Silver Eyes, its claws, teeth, and tail attacking relentlessly, spewing deadly silver frost breath from time to time. Wherever the breath touched, nothing was annihilated. Morrigan parried with her insect sword, while the giant serpent retaliated. After 50 rounds of bloody combat, Morrigan gradually showed signs of weakness, beginning to pant heavily like a bellows. Having fused with the corrupted, Morrigan had abandoned many of her evil and monstrous abilities, but her offensive methods were several times more ferocious. Fortunately, all the corrupted creatures had been absorbed, allowing everyone to focus solely on dealing with Morrigan. Even Cassandra provided ranged support. In their final clash, ripples of power exploded outwards. Die! The moment they separated, Silver Eye seized the opening created by his opponent's retreat, transforming swiftly into his dragon form. His mithril tail, as ferocious as an industrial guillotine, lashed out like a whip, unleashing a deafening sonic boom and a terrifying shockwave that swept across the land like a collapsing mountain, striking Morrigan with incredible speed. His divine shield didn't even last a second before being sliced in half. Morrigan's face paled instantly, her waist was brutally cleaved by the raging force, instantly exploding 2/3 of her body, her spine and abdomen mangled beyond recognition. A spray of blood erupted. A piercing scream escaped Morrigan's lips as her life force plummeted. Silver Eye had masterfully utilized the dragon's innate ability to switch between dragon and humanoid forms. He launched a surprise attack at the enemy's unexpected moment. A perfect opportunity. Cassandra's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Seeing her enemy severely wounded, she immediately charged forward, wielding her switch axe, aiming to finish him off. Become the mother. The abandoned baby serpent behind Morrigan, its face torn apart, snapped open, revealing a battle axe. Morrigan's abdomen writhed, extending disgusting limbs, aiming straight for Cassandra's weak point. Oh no! Cassandra was caught off guard and struck, her eyes nearly rolling back in shock. Even more terrifying was that she had already been hit by the divine skill strike of pregnancy, and now being struck in a vital spot again, the consequences were unimaginable. We can't be careless when dealing with outer gods. Based on my gaming experience, these monsters all have death rattle abilities. Field gasped, his heart pounding. There must be a better way to deal with these disgusting things. However, something shocking happened. How could I, a warrior of Franmaya, be subdued by monsters? Die, you filthy trash. Disintegrate. Cassandra shattered her divine power, forcing out Pombo's divine power, directly shattering Morrigan's twisted limbs. Ah! I will not let you go. You will all bear my offspring and followers. With a shrill scream, Morrigan charged forward, attempting to escape. Silver Eyes was about to give chase, but the divine power could no longer maintain its fused form, separating from Black Feather. Raven Feather sword, disintegrate. Fearing the enemy's escape, Black Feather also disintegrated his divine artifact, a long sword of divine power burning with raging black flame shooting out, accurately striking the fleeing Morrigan. No! Morrigan screamed in despair. A gust of wind shot out, tearing flesh to shreds. Morrigan and the two fallen chosen ones attached to her were utterly annihilated. Whoosh, whoosh. The entire royal waterway was silent except for the sounds of wind, water, and the hurried breathing of the group. After a long wait, confirming there were no more enemies, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Good job, little darling. That was close. We almost let it escape. Field wiped away cold sweat. This is one of the strongest corrupted creatures I ever seen. Outer gods are truly terrifying. If it had escaped, I wonder how many more people would have suffered. The only consolation was that corrupted creatures weren't common. Many corrupted creatures were created by chaos, not outer gods. The mainstream of the world was still the struggle between calamity and living beings. Field breathed a sigh of relief. The mainstream of Nightfall territory was still reclaiming lost territory and overthrowing the queen. The darkness has receded. Ashana looked around in surprise. As the darkness receded, the remaining flesh and blood on the ground disappeared as well. But the damaged walls were truly destroyed. Sigh, why is this happening? Silver Eyes scratched her head in confusion, reverting to her silly, childlike form. Never mind that, take our spoils and leave. Field supported the weak Blackfeather. He couldn't bring himself to tell her about the quill pen, so he went to explore the little green dot first. Chapter 1311. Blackfeather lay lazily in his arms. Field, seeing that neither Blackfeather nor Silver Eyes were injured, breathed a sigh of relief. Are you all right? Field put away his equipment, stretched, and turned to look at Cassandra. Even as a potential enemy, Field couldn't help but admire them. How strong must their willpower be to withstand the attack of the fallen gods chosen? Not bad, I didn't expect the Griffin Kingdom to have such strong individuals. If it weren't for you, my son, and I would have been in danger. Cassandra wove a divine power cloak, glanced at the Nightfall clan, and smiled. When I return, I will definitely persuade His Majesty to maintain harmonious relations with the Nightfall clan. Also, I owe you a favor. Cassandra laughed heartily. Sigh. Kukka was very unhappy. He hadn't expected his mother to appreciate Field. Normally, she always looked down on the Griffin Kingdom. This time, the humiliation his mother had suffered was even more unbearable for him. It's all Field's fault. Why is his woman completely unharmed? He must have done it on purpose. Kukka clenched his fists, his resentment reaching its peak, casting a venomous glare at Field. Hopefully, the little green dot is something good. Field rubbed his hands expectantly, stepping across the frozen ground as he returned to the center of the core area. Starting to scavenge again. Kukka muttered sarcastically in a low voice, his heart filled with disdain. This Field doesn't act like a lord at all, and he doesn't know why anyone would follow him so devotedly. While he, a true nobleman, doesn't even have his own chosen one. Field's action of making a small cut with his holy sword startled the women of Nightfall. My lord, what are you doing? Ashina hurriedly grabbed Field's arm, almost crying with heartache. Ahem, I have my reasons. Go stand aside and cool off. Field deliberately emphasized his tone. Startled, Ashina immediately understood Field's intention and retreated dejectedly. Looks like they're not a united front after all. Kukka gloated. The adorable Blackfeather and Silver Eyes, seeing Field's serious expression, didn't dare to persuade him further and could only stand obediently. As the blood flowed into the central stone platform, Field immediately sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation. By the goddess, Field, please don't create any more monsters. Cassandra shuddered, her eyelids slightly closed. Yeah, all you get here is a pile of garbage. Kukka shrugged. What treasure do you expect in the sewers? Gold coins, huh? Ha ha ha. The laughter abruptly stopped. The ground trembled, complex magic circles appeared everywhere, and all the floodgates of the underground sewers opened. The filthy underground river water was drained away, the ground rose, and with the push of numerous magic circles and mechanisms, a standing stone coffin rose from the ground. The carvings on it were exquisite. Rumble. The coffin lid slowly sank into the ground, revealing a woman of breathtaking beauty, her arms crossed over her chest. Long, pink hair, like crumbled sunset clouds, flowed smoothly down, landing softly on her large, white breasts. The white lace headbands by her ears, and the cross pendant around her neck, paired with white silk, exuded an air of nobility and purity. As if waking from a deep dream, the woman slowly opened her pink eyes, and her first-tier divine power involuntarily radiated forth. Ah! Kukka was completely dumbfounded, speechless with shock. A sewer full of monsters actually harbored a chosen one. Jealousy burned fiercely within Kukka. This chosen one should belong to him. He hadn't even picked up a single gold coin during his battles. Why did Field take all the benefits? No. He had to tell the Dragon Tower that Field had stolen the national treasure. Kuka made a dark decision, but turning around, he saw a resolute look in his mother's eyes. We absolutely cannot let Field get it. Cassandra, who had previously expressed gratitude, could no longer contain herself. Her previous expressions of gratitude were only because she needed Field to charge into battle, and because her own artifact had been disintegrated. But he had encountered a Chosen One that meant something entirely different. Those in the Chosen One class considered encountering other Chosen Ones a common occurrence. But looking across the entire country, a single province might not produce a single Chosen One in a year. Even if one did, they might not be able to utilize them. The Dragon Tower is concealing this woman so carefully, she's definitely not ordinary. Field is an enemy that Franmaya must eliminate. While he's off guard and Blackfeather is severely injured, it would be best to kill them both. With 1,000 thoughts racing through her mind, Cassandra quickly made a decision and prepared to launch a sneak attack. The next moment, her soul trembled violently, and her face turned deathly pale. What? Cassandra's pupils dilated in shock. She was horrified to discover that her soul link had been severed. A perfectly healthy head flew off. Kuka was ambushed by Ashina. His entire body was blasted into a bloody mist, and his head flew off. His distorted face didn't even seem to realize what had happened. Field, you despicable demon. Cassandra clutched her chest, her pupils shrinking to pinpoints. She hadn't expected Field to suddenly strike. You think a few sweet words can outweigh the interests of the nation? Field sneered. Besides, if you're going to kill, hurry up. Fine, I underestimated you. But you underestimated me too, die. Cassandra went into a frenzy, her hair flying wildly. She made a grasping motion with one hand, conjuring a blue energy battle axe. With a stomp of her toes, Cassandra charged forward at breakneck speed, charging recklessly, roaring, I see who can stop me. Her talent allowed her to prolong her dissociative state, and she firmly believed she had a huge advantage. Watch out. Silver Eyes raised his hands in a blocking stance, shielding Field. Blackfeather channeled his power, preparing to kill Cassandra. The women remained wary of the Franmaya. Buzz? Just as the two were about to clash again, the Ice Spear, moving at incredible speed, suddenly pierced through Cassandra's heart. How could this be? Cassandra's figure came to an abrupt halt, clutching the Crimson Ice Spear, her face filled with disbelief. A fifth-tier being, how could they break through my defenses and catch up? It's simple, I just need to become a sixth-tier being. Ashina's divine power surged, her goddess mark shining. I already broken through to the sixth tier, I only lack enough primordial divine power to accumulate divine power. With a thought, a ferocious giant wolf burning with ice flames crashed out of the void, swallowing Cassandra whole. The people of Nightfall territory were all shocked. It lasted only a moment before Ashina couldn't sustain the exertion, and withdrew the dragon-type wolf. Huh? Blackfeather covered his mouth, startled. After carefully sensing, he realized that Ashina was using fifth-tier divine power, but her aura had subtly advanced. Awesome! Field exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Chapter 1312. Field quickly opened Ashina's interface. Name, Ashina. Special status, advancement, returning to the territory, accumulating primordial divine power, achieving true advancement, as expected of my lecherous wolf, never causing any trouble. Field smugly put his hands on his hips, now we're invincible. With an additional 6th-tier member, both offense and defense would be much easier. Ashina happily wagged her tail, full of energy, hands on her hips. Thanks to everyone in Nightfall territory for taking care of me. Of course, and my beloved lord. These words were entirely sincere. She had once been nothing more than a slave, yet in such a short time, she had actually achieved 6th-tier status. She knew in her heart that without Field, she could never have done it, and would probably have died somewhere in the mines long ago. An interesting situation. Silently watching the people of Nightfall territory kill a chosen one, the pink-haired girl's eyes showed astonishment, but she quickly calmed down, placing her hands neatly on her lower abdomen, and stood quietly to the side. Turning to the pink-haired girl, Field smiled gently and reassured her, "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. I'm curious, who are you? Why are you locked in a stone coffin?" "I've forgotten." The girl gently rubbed her temples, appearing thoughtful. Her features were delicate, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. Her pink eyes were like pools of spring water, her contemplative demeanor was as elegant as a princess, even more so than the two princesses of the Dragon Tower. Even though Field had seen many beautiful women, he couldn't bear to disturb her thoughts. "Then why did you awaken me?" the girl asked Field, her gaze scrutinizing. "Especially you, your blood awakened me." Ahem, actually. You're my chosen one, but you lost your memory. Field said with a comical grin. We even have a touching love story between us. I woke you up, of course, so you can continue being my chosen one. Silver Eyes covered her mouth with both hands, almost unable to hold back her laughter, her dragon tail trembling uncontrollably. Black Feather and Ashina, already familiar with Field's nature, nodded earnestly, helping to coax him. That's possible. Surprisingly, the pink-haired girl really scrutinized Field, her long eyelashes casting light shadows on her eyelids. You look like someone I like. Perhaps it was because of Field's blood, but she always felt a sense of closeness towards him. You bad woman. Hearing this audacious statement, the women of Nightfall immediately stopped laughing, their eyes wary. Field was also at a loss, awkwardly scratching his head. He always been the type to be hated, never expecting to be admired by someone. So, my lord, what was my name before? The pink-haired girl blinked twice, her smiling eyes seeming to see through everything. Oh dear, I was just making that up. I just wanted to trick you into becoming my chosen one. Field waved his hand with a smile. My name is Field. Since you've forgotten your name, you can be called Leoli. It's nice and easy to remember. Leoli's eyes became hazy, then she nodded with a smile. I thought so, after all. I'm a vampire, and you're human. With that, she slightly opened her mouth, revealing a pair of white, sharp canines that gleamed with a chilling glint. A vampire? Field exclaimed in surprise, without a trace of fear. Instead, he took 2 steps forward, leaning down almost to the girl's face, his gaze filled with excited scrutiny. Her delicate, fair skin, combined with the sweet, cloying scent of roses, made Field notice that the holy light pendant around her swan-like neck was reversed. Reverse holy light. Great, ha ha ha, finally I see a vampire girl. Field exclaimed joyfully. Surprisingly, her pupils widened slightly. Ruri hadn't expected the man before her to show even a hint of disgust. She smelled blood, her breathing quickened, and she pushed him away with both hands, quickly retreating, her skirt swaying. Don't tempt me, I want to bite you. You dare. Silver Eyes rolled up his sleeves, tilted his head, and arrogantly declared, although Field is a bastard, a pervert, evil, and loves to bully me, he's my kin, The righteous mithril dragon opposes all evil forces. A fragrant breeze wafted over, and Leoli instinctively darted behind Field, peeking out with half her head to examine him. Protect me, my knight. Thank you so much, little silver-eyed. Field blushed. Enough with the nonsense, Leoli, hand over the chosen link. Okay. Confused, Leoli decisively released the soul link, which Field immediately accepted. Name, Leoli, real name unknown, level, 1st tier. Race, half vampire, originally human, demonic system, goddess of magic. Occupation, mage, potential to become a spellcaster, artifact, blood-stained star trajectory sword staff. Description, a staff woven like a galaxy, clear blue-white by day, turning an evil black-red at night. Effect, suitable for ranged and high-powered spellcasting. In times of crisis, the blood-stained sword within can be drawn for protection. Territory Blessing, increases the production of magical plants and animals by 10%. Lord Blessing, the Lord awakens the mage class, with a level matching that of Leoli. Military Blessing, increases mage range and the power of offensive spells. First Divine Skill, Super Tier Star Core. Description, starts with a Super Tier attack as a sign of respect. Effect, an extremely long-range divine skill that unleashes a star attack on the target, dealing massive area damage. Special, can add any attribute damage to this divine skill. First talent, Magical Genius, skilled in deducing magical techniques. Second talent, Royal Bloodline. Through special means, Leoli possesses the advantages of both vampires and humans. Special status, Hero Candidate, has the potential to become a hero. Holy crap. Is this stat sheet for real? Field's pupils dilated in shock. This girl is ridiculously strong. No wonder Dragon Tower has kept her hidden so well. However, she doesn't seem to be a member of the Dragon Tower royal family. After all, Dragon Tower people don't have pink hair. This woman is shrouded in mystery. Great news. My Nightfall territory is in dire need of a mage-type chosen one to fill this gap. Field nodded happily. You actually formed a contract with me. Leoli exclaimed in surprise, her pink eyes blinking with curiosity. Then, congratulations, you become my blood servant. Blood servant? Field's lips twitched. Does that mean I have to feed you from now on? I'm not a pig. My appetite is small, and I can produce my own blood. I don't need to drink blood. Leoli covered her mouth and chuckled, her innocent charm tinged with a dangerous allure. At this moment, she gradually lowered her guard and began to reveal her true nature. Sense yourselves, has the magic concentration in the Dragon Tower become diluted? Field looked around worriedly, fearing that replicating the Thunder Dragon Mountains might have damaged the Dragon Tower's magical environment. Although it would be better if it were damaged, he hadn't run away yet. Don't worry, there's no change. After carefully sensing, everyone shook their heads. Chapter 1313. Field, let's run. Ashina nervously grabbed Field, standing on tiptoe like a female thief. Longtot isn't a good person. We killed another French diplomat. Yeah, let's escape. It's so exciting, hee. Silver Eye's eyes lit up, even showing a hint of anticipation. Lioli pondered, what is Longtot? Seeing everyone's dumbfounded expressions, Field sighed, running away without warning will only arouse suspicion. Who would unclog a sewer and then refuse payment? People who don't know better would think we found some national treasure. Am I not a national treasure? Lioli pouted, pointing at herself with a wrong expression, her white-stockinged legs slightly bent, exuding youthful charm. Yes, absolutely. Field waved his hands repeatedly. What I'm really struggling with is how to use the recording stone to gain the most benefit. Taking out the recording stone, Field recorded the battle. Showing it directly to the Dragon Tower Empress would likely prevent even the Dragon Tower from leaving. They would be subjected to a full-scale annihilation. After all, the underground of the Imperial City is teeming with monsters, a fatal blow to the prestige of the Dragon Tower Empire and its royal family. Thank you all for your hard work. We rest in the waterways for half a month until the Black Feather artifact is restored, Field said cautiously. We must not leave our safety to the Dragon Tower people to decide. Half a month passed quickly. Field carefully explored the waterways again, clearing out the 2 resource points of the Melody fish, and increasing the fish population to over 500. Half a month later, Field burst out of the royal waterways, followed by the others. Finally, the sun's out. Stretching, Field snapped his fingers cheerfully. My lord. The Nightfall soldiers around him rushed over, all breathing a sigh of relief. Don't worry, I'm fine. Reassuring everyone, Field asked the soldiers, did anything happen while I was gone? Reporting to the Lord, everything is normal. Those damn Dragon Tower dogs didn't even offer a pretense of concern. The officer was furious, spitting angrily. Thank goodness you're back, sir. We were all ready to fight those Dragon Tower dogs to the death. Also, do you remember the vagrant you gave him bread before? Of course. Field nodded, puzzled. What happened to him? The officer looked around, then secretly pulled out a map. Sir, he told us, a large number of Griffin Nation people, through various means, have been sent to mines, farms, and slave markets. There are at least 6,000 or 7,000 of them, scattered throughout Dragon Tower. Dragon Tower's prosperity was inseparable from the sacrifices of slaves. When he redeemed slaves from the 3 western provinces, Dragon Tower both seized the able-bodied men and inflated slave prices, making a fortune. All right, I understand. Field narrowed his eyes slightly, his displeasure evident. Don't worry, I definitely bring them home. Arriving at the lower city market, Field immediately began purchasing slaves. He bought all the slaves from the Griffin Kingdom, regardless of age or gender, while from the Dragon Tower and other small countries, he only purchased the most beautiful female slaves. Field, my dear blood servant, I need to buy something. Lioli walked at the front, holding an umbrella. Elegant as a princess, her skirt swayed with each step, revealing her shapely ivory-white legs and delicate arches. During the day, she was indistinguishable from a human, not even displaying the pointed ears and canine teeth of a vampire. Buy whatever you like, Field shrugged generously. Also, buy some magic materials and books. Great, I'm curious about the current level of magic. Lioli gracefully twirled. Is it really alright to let her run around like this? Blackfeather asked Field in a low voice, quite worried. What if she's recognized by the Dragon Tower people? That would be even better, we could learn about her background. Field's lips curled slightly. But the chances are slim. Baron Field. It's so good to see you're alright. The Dragon Tower envoy rushed over, looking Field up and down incredulously, his eyes filled with awe. Her Majesty the Queen has invited you to a banquet. Very well. Field smiled and nodded. This beautiful lady is... The envoy involuntarily looked at the elegant and dignified Lioli. He didn't remember this woman appearing before, and she was strikingly beautiful. How dare you? Who gave you permission to meddle in our affairs? Before Field could speak, Lioli sternly rebuked him, do your job. Yes. The envoy jumped in fright, nodding hastily, not daring to look up. Impressive. Field gave him a thumbs up. Leolie smiled slightly, curious about her own identity. But she knew that at this stage, she was pitifully weak, and knowing her identity was useless. The most important thing right now was to prevent her lord from developing any estrangement or resistance towards her. As evening fell, Field arrived at the Dragon Tower Palace. Melodious music filled the air, and noble ladies and jazz dancers performed lively, traditional dances on the ballroom. This toast is to your bravery, Field. You must share with me your experiences in the royal waterways. Prince Lungta approached, holding a glass of wine. During your expedition, I sent troops into search, but we couldn't find you. Field sighed, exhaling a non-existent smoke ring. The waterways were teeming with monsters. I spent a great deal of effort clearing them out. Especially the baby-faced monster, it was terrifying. Prince Lungta was struck dumb. His pupils dilated, a storm raging within him. Field had truly encountered a monster from the waterways, that demon lurking in the Black River. The Chosen One, he said, had mentioned the baby-faced monster in his last message. Its power was beyond comprehension. Then is it dead? Prince Lungta's voice trembled, struggling to maintain royal decorum. Dead? I don't want monsters indiscriminately slaughtering innocents, even those who aren't my subjects. Field's eyes were deep and meaningful. Perhaps the royal waterways will be peaceful for a while, but don't let your guard down. Prince Dragon Tower took a deep breath, his heart filled with shock. Even though he wanted to annex Nightfall territory and considered Field a potential rival, he couldn't help but feel respect at this moment. This guy is incredibly skilled. It's a pity he can't be used by him. The delicacies of my Dragon Tower have arrived. You must try them. Every dish is prepared by a master chef, freshly cooked. A series of chefs entered the banquet hall, bringing out dishes. This is boiled blue blood swan. On a huge platter was a magnificent blue swan, its feathers shimmering like jewels. What food is this feather carved from? The knife work is so exquisite. Field exclaimed in delight. Carved? This is a blue blood swan's feather. We didn't pluck it. Chapter 1314. A twitch appeared at the corner of Field's mouth. He suddenly had a bad feeling. He cut off a bird's leg with his knife, and the stench almost hit him in the head. Only by keeping the entrails and feathers can you know you're eating a blue-blooded swan, the chef said expectantly, puffing out his chest proudly. After a moment of silence, Field silently put down the bird's leg, feathers and all, cut a piece of pie, and stuffed it into his mouth. An even stronger, salty stench hit him, almost killing him. Ugh! Under everyone's gaze, Field suppressed the urge to vomit, channeled his fighting spirit, crushed the food into crumbs, and forced it down, maintaining his diplomatic composure. Wiping his mouth, Field asked incoherently, "What kind of filling is this pie?" Seeing that Field had taken a liking to his food, the chef who made the pie puffed out her chest proudly. "I made this appetizer using live sea fish, mixed with the liver and heart of cattle and sheep, minced into a filling, and added dreamy seaweed." Heh! Field's lips curled into a slight smile. This chef would probably be considered an assassin and interrogated in his territory. Whatever makes you happy. I just eat some bread. Seeing slices of soft white bread on the table, Field picked one up, spread jam on it, and took a delicious bite. Ha ha! Unexpectedly, this action immediately elicited laughter. Several noble ladies covered their mouths with court fans, laughing uncontrollably. Their breasts, squeezed out by their corsets, almost popped out. One naive young lady mouthed country noble, but without any malicious mockery of Field, her eyes crinkling with a smile, even throwing him a flirtatious glance. What's wrong? Field scratched his head in confusion. Sir Field, white bread is for wiping hands. Luckily, you're using the lady's hand-wiping bread, Prince Lungta reminded him in a low voice, his face stiff. It turned out that in the resource-rich Lungta, the food of the nobles had long since moved beyond bread and meat, the junk. White bread, unattainable for commoners, was perfectly normal for nobles to use for wiping shoes and hands. Field's act of munching on hand-wiping bread was no different from that of a country bumpkin. Giggle, giggle. A silvery laugh rang out as a pretty young girl came running up, her eyes practically drooling. Silly sir, aren't you used to life in the capital? I can show you around. Then, a voluptuous, curvaceous noblewoman stepped forward. Handsome young man, come back to the manor with me. We have all the delicacies you could want. I just need your warm embrace. All right, lovely ladies, Prince Lungta clapped his hands, give Sir Field some private space. I advise you to mind your own business. Field couldn't hold back. Your Majesty? The nobles suddenly became respectful, bowing in unison. The old Queen of Lungta, leaning on her staff, strolled slowly over, standing between Field and Prince Longta. She picked up a white bread roll from the table, and under the astonished gazes of the crowd, slowly put it in her mouth and took a bite. Sir Field, possessing 5 provinces, with formidable military strength, still upholds the virtues of frugality, kindness, and courage, personally leading the army to repel the elves. Gentlemen, never forget the countless citizens of Lungta, and the hard work of our ancestors in pioneering these lands. Yes, your majesty. The nobles were all filled with trepidation. Field felt ashamed. Was he really that good? Rosalind, what about you? The queen looked at the little princess beside her. Rosalind immediately stepped forward, grabbed a piece of bread, obediently took a bite, and raised her innocent face, giving Field a sweet smile. Her hesitant gaze was incredibly alluring. Her naive, obedient, and virtuous appearance could instantly pierce any man's heart. A normal person would have already fallen for her. Oh, there's no need for that. Field was deeply shocked, knowing that this was the Dragon Tower Queen demonstrating to him that the little princess would be a good wife. The Dragon Tower Queen's methods and virtues far surpassed those of the Griffin Queen. Unfortunately, the Chaos Calamity had revealed the little princess's contrasting nature. She liked goat people, and had even given birth to a child. Your Majesty, let's talk business. I'm terrible at court banquets. I made a complete fool of myself. Field feigned interest, staring intently at the little princess for a long time, making the girl blush. Awakening from her reverie, Field apologized. I've been away from the territory for too long. I must return to take charge. Very well. Queen Dragon Tower was satisfied with Field's expression, and had no objections. Just as they reached the doorway, several fair-skinned and beautiful women, along with muscular men with exposed abs, entered the room. After smearing honey on their bodies, they stood obediently to one side. Field's eyes widened. What are these? Mosquito-repelling slaves, Rosalind explained with a smile. Literally, with them around, mosquitoes won't bite the nobles. Awesome. Field thought to himself. I thought you guys would actually start saving money. It's all nonsense. Summoning Blackfeather, Field arrived at the palace. Your Majesty, I have vanquished the monsters of the waterways, including the reward His Highness the Prince promised me. What do you think? Field rubbed his hands expectantly. Satisfied, Empress Dragon Tower breathed a sigh of relief, but her eyes were filled with scrutiny. I praise your bravery. Do you have the monster's head, or any other proof? No, they were all swallowed by the river of death. Field shook his head. And Sir Kaka of Franmaya? Did he witness it, or is he still alive? Faced with the sudden question, Field calmly replied, I don't know. Who cares about those fools? I thought they already come out. He met the Empress's gaze with composure. Field was a man who dared to defy the entire Griffin Empire with just his territory. He had long since risked his life. How could he possibly be intimidated and give himself away under such scrutiny? The two stared at each other for a long time before Empress Dragon Tower withdrew her gaze, her heart filled with suspicion. I can tell you everything that happened, Field laughed. It was all howling monsters. No need, I trust you. Queen Dragon Tower smiled and nodded. You can choose any artifact. It's your reward for defeating the elves. But the reward for clearing the waterways requires our army to be stationed there. Once it's safe, we can arrange it for you. You won't be shortchanged. Hearing this, Field nearly fainted with anger. He wanted nothing more than to smash the recording stone in the queen's face, and fiercely question why the Dragon Tower royal family was so fond of goblins and maggots. But now wasn't the time. I agree to your request, Field held up a finger, but... Your Majesty, I need your permission to redeem the Griffin Kingdom's people. Go choose your artifact first. The queen nodded, her staff gleaming. The palace trembled, the massive wall behind her opened, and the radiance of the artifacts poured out wildly. Chapter 13:15. Stepping into the dense divine power, Field entered the Dragon Tower's treasury. One by one, powerful artifacts were displayed there. Most were of the 3rd to 5th tier, displayed on small magic circles. 6th-tier artifacts were placed high on massive, candlestick-shaped pedestals. The pedestals themselves were artifacts, capable of concealing divine power fluctuations and slowing the natural decay of divine power. Artifacts are not permanent. With the passage of time, they will degrade, shatter, and become a pile of junk. Choose whatever you like. This is the 3rd secret chamber of my Dragon Tower. I haven't tampered with the artifacts in any way, nor will I take away any valuable artifacts beforehand. Choose whatever you like. Extending her hand generously, the Dragon Tower Queen took only 2 steps before coughing incessantly. The maid beside her quickly helped her to sit down. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Ignoring the lower tier artifacts, Field went to the pedestals. Next to each artifact was a parchment with a detailed description. First was a spiraling azure staff. Wave staff enables the chosen one of the sea god to create continuous, layered waves, inflicting considerable damage on numerous ships. Useless, Field shook his head. Nobody can use it, and I can't use it either. He quickly looked at the second artifact, a small brass dragon. Brass dragon ornament. A universal artifact that creates a chosen brass dragon with tier 6 combat power, lasting for 1 minute. This artifact can be used 6 times. It has already been used twice. Note: the Duke of the Sea Shark's Lord ability can recharge consumable artifacts. One can pay a price to have him recharge them. The Duke of the Dragon Tower is quite interesting, possessing such a powerful Lord ability. But this artifact was destroyed by my silver eyes. It's useless. Field didn't take it seriously, and looked at the third artifact. It was a beautiful crystal ball, densely covered with fluorescent corals, and swaying with thick seaweed. Deep sea seed, territory type, seed type, description, creates a spacious area on the seabed, from which you can obtain special resources. It can be inhabited and cultivated, far from the conflicts of war, but beware of fishmen. This is great. I can farm on the seabed. And the resources hidden in this artifact might be rare. Field's eyes lit up, his heart itching. What man doesn't have a territorial obsession? No, I have merfolk. Why would I need to farm in the sea? Thinking it over, Field rejected the idea. Besides, I don't have a navy chosen one. I can't defend it even if I'm attacked. Helpless, Field could only continue looking, rejecting several artifacts in succession. Field saw a crystal-clear jade stone with a unique mark engraved on it. This is Seabed Divine Stone, one-time use artifact, description, a tier 6 artifact salvaged from deep sea ruins. 3 were salvaged in total, 2 have been used, effects unknown, suspected to be materials. Dragon Tower's description stunned Field. What do you mean, salvaged artifact, and 3 of them? Is the ocean really that rich? Your Majesty, would you mind if I examined it more closely? Field picked up the platinum jade stone, weighing it in his hand. His lord's ability was a panel. He could see detailed descriptions of any artifact he had subdued. Dragon Tower's artifact identification might involve having someone use it, or it might be based on divine deduction. It might not be as accurate as his own panel. The Queen magnanimously nodded. All right. She subdued it. Artifact, Golden Amber Soul Stone, consumable, enhancement type, source, Goddess of Souls. Description, a special artifact born from the death of a chosen one. Effect, enhances soul power, and slightly strengthens lord abilities. Special effect, for use only by chosen souls. Holy crap? Field's lips twitched. He glanced at the Dragon Tower Queen without batting an eye, feigning nonchalance as he asked, Your Majesty, who found this stone? Is it really possible to find an artifact for free in the sea? Let me think. It seems Duke Sea Shark found it. It must be a rare material. He traded this worthless stone for a fishing area from me. What a ripoff. Schools of fish in the ocean also have their gathering places, especially extraordinary fish. Mother Ocean is vast and boundless, having swallowed countless civilizations. Isn't it normal for her to possess divine artifacts? The Queen replied with great emotion. I too must return to the embrace of the ocean goddess. Oh, no wonder Duke Sea Shark's lordly abilities were so special that they were recorded in the royal treasury. So this guy ate 2 soul stones, and didn't even notice any changes. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Field stroked his chin. Perfect, my territory has plenty of skilled craftsmen. Let's see if we can make a crown out of this for me, something the Duke can use. Saying this, Field suspended the soul stone above his head, twisting it left and right, and seriously asked the maids of the Dragon Tower, How about it? Isn't your brother Field handsome? He? The maids couldn't help but laugh out loud. One of the bolder maids even secretly pulled down her clothes at her chest, revealing half of her rabbit nose, teasing Field. Haha, it's a pity I don't have the divine crown, otherwise I would have given it to you, child. The Queen was amused by Field, her eyes softening slightly. She felt pleased and relieved, thinking, Field chose the divine artifact for pleasure, rather than to make up for the naval gap. His combat power may be fierce, but his ambition is definitely not at sea. My Dragon Tower will be worry-free for 300 years. In high spirits, the Queen personally escorted Field out of the palace. She also released 2,000 Griffin Kingdom slaves, who had been sent to the mines and textile factories, returning them to Field. Field, laden with spoils, boarded a transport ship and returned to Dawnfall territory. The moment the Dragon Tower transport ship disappeared, Field took out the Golden Amber Soul Stone and instantly refined it. Like enjoying a cool, refreshing drink on a sunny summer noon, Field felt completely relaxed, every pore from head to toe expansive. My soul power has increased by about 0.5%, so little. Field was dumbfounded, quickly checking his Lord panel. Fortunately, the enhancement of Lord abilities was the most noticeable. Lord ability, artifact enhancement, gain branch ability, description. Chosen ones should flexibly utilize various artifacts to form formidable combat power, not be bound by rigid rules. Branch, artifact repair. Effect, repairs broken artifacts by consuming divine seals. Lord ability, territory panel, gain hidden indicator, description, resist corruption and strive for progress. Effect, in addition to development, happiness, and environment values, gains a corruption value indicator. This hidden indicator indicates the presence of corrupted outer gods, consuming territory luck and primordial divine power. This is great. Field's eyes lit up, and he quickly opened the territory panel for a careful check. He found that all his territories had a corruption value of 0, meaning no corrupted creatures existed. That feels good. With a long sigh, Field felt much cleaner around him. Whoosh! A cold wind howled. All the primordial divine power of the north surged towards Ashina. Chapter 13:16. The primordial divine power of Dawnfall converged, like a vortex, continuously pouring into the goddess's mark. Before even filling a third of it, the territory's primordial divine power was completely depleted. Immediately afterwards, primordial divine power for Nightfall, Frostfire, and other regions surged forth violently, its pure power almost tangible. Ashina's aura surged, radiating a wild and alluring charm. Her long, silver-white hair danced in the fierce wind, her red eyes were bewitching, her skin porcelain white, and her voluptuous legs created a breathtakingly beautiful silhouette. A massive amount of primordial divine power flowed into Ashina's goddess's mark, compressed, solidified, and completely transformed into 6th-tier divine power at Ashina's command. Buzz! As the divine power rippled outwards, Ashina officially advanced to the 6th tier. 6th tier divine power? The great thunder dragon stationed in the territory, Fey Furia, flashed over, and was taken aback by the scene before her. The Nightfall territory's combat power was advancing faster than she had imagined. Lord, I completed my advancement. Ashina landed, her stunning beauty captivating all who beheld her. Her aura was icy, making it impossible to look directly at her. Fortunately, Ashina's attitude towards him had never changed. Her wolf tail swayed joyfully as she affectionately pounced on him. My lord, quick, choose a new ability. Alright, let me see what you gained from your advancement. Field didn't hesitate, opening her personal panel. Name, Ashina. 6th tier domain, Vast Ice Storm, Destructive Domain, Effect. As the domain unfolds, a vast ice storm field is formed, weakening and attacking enemies, while simultaneously strengthening the user's own combat power based on the number of wolf-like beings within the domain. Territory bonus. Auspicious Snow, Saintess tier, first effect. When it snows, each snowflake will temporarily add primordial divine power to the territory, aiding in the territory's level upgrade. Second effect. After a long winter, the fur production and fertility rates of animals and magical beasts in the territory will greatly increase, as will crop yields. Artifact. Dragon-type Black Wolf, Tier 6, New Divine Skill. Sacred Beast Transformation, Effect. Can rapidly grow into a mountain-like behemoth, possessing the combat power to withstand a Tier 6 chosen god. Health and defense attributes increase by 2 to 3 times, making it extremely difficult to kill. This is awesome. Field's eyes widened. He never expected such a significant boost after a creature advances to Tier 6. Most importantly, Ashina can now benefit the territory, making her incredibly powerful. Besides these gains, Ashina also received a stat boost. 1. New Saint Tier Divine Skill. 2. New Saint Tier Talent. 3. Saint Level Army Bonus. 4. Qualitative change to existing skills. Note: due to Ashina's special Saintess status, stat allocation is customized. The army and the qualitative change are unnecessary. Wait. This choice seems a bit wordy. Field was momentarily stunned, suppressing his excitement, and pondered seriously. Ashina doesn't lack divine skills, nor does she have that much divine power to squander. She mainly focuses on close combat. How about choosing a talent and taking a gamble? After discussing with Ashina, Field chose a new talent. As the soul link surged, Ashina's aura surged wildly, accompanied by the growth of her crystalline white hair, making her even more ethereal and beautiful. New talent, Winter Saintess's Body, Saintess Level, Body Enhancement, Exclusive, Effect, all body attributes enhanced by 25%. Winter Sanctus's divine skill power and effect increased. When attacked by Ice-type skills, a small amount of health and divine power is restored. Note: the physical component of Frost skills will still cause damage. Also, Body Enhancement does not include artifacts or divine shields. Ah! I drew an awesome talent. Field was overjoyed. The effects of the lucky potion haven't completely worn off yet. Rarity doesn't always equate to power. Classic examples include Foundation level, World level, Legendary level, etc. Destruction Calamity generally doesn't have any special markings. However, judging from the current situation, annihilating the Obsidian Expeditionary Force and reclaiming the western provinces can be accelerated. Ashina smiled brightly, her wolf tail almost spinning like a propeller. Thank you, Lord. Verbal thanks are useless. Field narrowed his eyes, staring at the rabbit with visible blue veins, a sly smile on his face, then slapped his forehead. Go to Starry Night Castle and wait for me. I arrange the slaves and fish, then I be there. Okay. Ashina happily ran off. You little brat, looks like you had quite a haul on this adventure. The great thunder dragon flashed in, furious. Its visually striking body lunged forward, grabbing Field and lifting him up. Why didn't you take me? I need to hunt. I can't wait a second longer. Don't worry, war's coming soon, enough to make you sick of fighting. Field, embarrassed, was being shaken around, accidentally brushing against a gentle touch. The texture was exquisite. So many demi-human chosen ones. The newcomer, Lioli, her usually haughty and indifferent eyes showed surprise for the first time. Having witnessed a wolf demi-human reach level 6, and now a dragon demi-human of unknown strength had appeared. Haha, aren't you a demi-human too? You're a bad demi-human, Field teased. Vampires are vampires. Lioli chuckled, covering her mouth. But in a way, they're also demi-humans. After chatting with the chosen gods, Field entrusted the melodious fish to the local mermaids for care. These creatures weren't sea fish. They could only be kept in the Great Lake of Dawnfall territory. As over 500 extraordinary fish were tossed into the lake, starlight-studded magic surged, instantly transforming the once lifeless lake into a magnificent and breathtaking spectacle. A few 4-tier fish died, and the rest seemed rather listless. It seems the spatial ring isn't suitable for keeping live creatures. Carefully observing the fish's movements, Field abandoned the idea of using the spatial ring to relocate his troops. My lord, what should we do with the new slaves? A clerk rushed over, asking Field. I don't recommend making them do farm work. These idiots can't possibly operate water wheels and seeders. Agriculture in Nightfall territory had long since moved beyond the era of simply weeding a bit and calling it farming. Check their health first, feed them well, I don't want anyone to starve to death. At this moment, the slaves of the Griffin Kingdom slowly recovered from the seasickness of the journey. They looked blankly at the unfamiliar port. Brother, I'm scared. A dusty, disheveled girl weakly opened her eyes, glanced at her brother, and trembled uncontrollably. They were originally free citizens of the Western Empire, captured by the Dragon Tower and forced into the mines. Even a girl in her teens couldn't escape the relentless labor. The girl's fingers were raw and mangled, barely recognizable. But moving, or was far better than being someone's toy, or being swallowed by war in the Empire. Brainwashed countless times by the overseers to be grateful to the Dragon Tower people, the girl genuinely felt gratitude, even worrying that their new lord would starve them to death. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Chapter 13:17. Buddy comforted his sister, but he was equally terrified. Welcome to Nightfall territory. A clerk in a smart white robe stepped forward, followed by 2 bear-like aura knights, whose sharp gazes swept over the crowd. Their imposing, unyielding aura made Buddy feel suffocated like never before. These high and mighty lords would surely be choosing their favorite playthings, like the ones made by Obsidian and Dragon Tower. 3 or 4 familiar, beautiful girls' faces flashed through Buddy's mind. After those bastards took them away, he would only see their filthy corpses in a couple of days. His childhood sweetheart, whom he had buried with his own hands. Fortunately, his sister's hair had been cut off, and her face was smeared black. They should. Boy, bring the child in your arms over here. The Aura Knight looked at Buddy. Damn it! Buddy gripped the sharpened stone in his hand, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He didn't want to collect his sister's corpse. He had to resist, even if it meant death. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Buddy roared, leaping into the air and thrusting his sharp stone at the knight, screaming hysterically, You demons! I fight you to the death! Don't you dare hurt my sister! But the next moment, a hand as strong as steel grabbed him. A sharp pain shot through his wrist. Buddy couldn't hold onto his weapon, and the sharp stone fell to the ground. "Ha ha, you're still too green. Good lad, I didn't expect you to have some fighting spirit." The Aura Knight laughed heartily. Without even using his senses, his keen intuition honed in battle alone was enough for him to guess that the young man before him harbored thoughts of rebellion. Buddy's pupils dilated, and he was speechless. Compared to the aura-wielding knight, she was no different from a chick. "Don't hurt my brother." The girl was startled and, ignoring her weakened state, crawled weakly towards the knight. "The goddess is my witness, it was your brother who tried to hurt me," the knight shouted in a strange tone, as if teasing a child. Casually tossing Buddy to the ground, the knight bent down and wiped the girl's face twice, causing her to whimper softly. This action startled Buddy, who nearly pounced again. Fortunately, the knight pulled out a handkerchief, wiped his hands, and stood up. "I thought it was an obsidian person, infiltrating Dawnfall, all black and grimy." Buddy froze on the spot. "Lord Field, food has been prepared for you. Help your sister to get some. Everyone gets to eat. Don't hide like a mouse. If you miss it, there won't be any food today." The knight waved his hand. Food. He just disembarked from the slave ship and hadn't done any work. How could there be food supplies? Even the worst food, the sawdust bread that needed to be slowly chewed with saliva, required carrying 2 cartloads of ore to qualify for. The most bewildering thing was, there's no food today. Could it be that there would be food from now on? Roddy was incredibly excited, yet couldn't believe it was true. Cough, cough, cough. The girl coughed, swayed, and fainted. "Sister." Buddy stumbled over to check on his sister, crying helplessly, "Wake up. We have food to eat. Isn't this your favorite time of day? Boy, stop shaking her. This is a demonic possession?" Hearing the cough, the Aura Knight sensed something was wrong. After releasing his aura to gauge the other person's temperature, he turned and sternly ordered, "Send men to isolate the slaves. I need to report to the Lord." That afternoon, after playing happily with Ashina, Field planned to stroll around the floating island. "Lord." Blackfeather flew over anxiously. "Most of the new slaves have fevers, many are losing their hair, and their skin is black and festering. It must be those despicable Dragon Tower people. They must have tampered with the slaves." Ashina's wolf ears perked up, and she angrily flung her sleeve, causing crystalline snowflakes to dance in the air, her killing intent palpable. "Hair loss, festering skin? Sounds like scurvy, caused by a vitamin C deficiency. Don't panic. Is there any divine energy fluctuation?" Field pressed down with one hand, then asked, "Or magical energy?" "No, not at all." Blackfeather pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly. "I go see for myself." "Oh, and call the apothecary Leia along." Since it wasn't a virus caused by divine skill, with his dragon aura protecting him, Field wasn't afraid at all. Soon, Leia determined that the slaves had contracted influenza and scurvy, but it wasn't too serious. "I treat them." Leia took out a healing potion from her pouch and activated her divine power. Second-tier divine skill, Mistlock. The potion in her palm transformed into a thin, pale golden mist, which, under the astonished gazes of the slaves, was blown towards them. Where the medicinal mist passed, crystalline divine power shimmered on everyone, like a vast galaxy. The previously festering skin scabbed over at a visible speed, and the slaves' high fever subsided rapidly. "A miracle! A miracle!" Witnessing the scene, the slaves' previously numb faces instantly transformed into fervor. They jumped up excitedly, then quickly knelt down, chanting prayers incoherently. Those slaves who had previously harbored resistance and wariness towards Nightfall territory now wished they could offer their hearts. Nothing wins hearts more than healing the sick. "If you must thank someone, thank Lord Field," Leia said calmly, turning away, her accomplishment concealed. "Brother." The girl slowly awoke, her hair soaked with sweat, looking quite unsightly, but her eyes shone brightly. "Don't talk, sob, sob, sob." Buddy felt like he was dreaming. He hadn't expected a chosen one to personally heal them. Before they could recover from the shock, barrels filled with bread, fruit, and soup were carried in. The rich aroma made every cell in the newly recovered crowd thirst for nourishment. For a moment, the entire square was filled with the sound of swallowing. "Lord Field has rewarded you with food this time. After you rested, get back to work," the cook said, ladling fragrant soup from a wooden bucket. "Long live the Lord." Hearing the cheers of over 1,000 people, Field was deeply moved and ordered, "Tell Dragon Tower to send the slaves back to me as soon as possible. Money is no object. The Lord is merciful." Leia smiled, standing gracefully with her legs crossed, her skirt billowing in the wind. contrasting beautifully with her shapely calves. This was her true homeland. By the way, my lord, the number of newborns in the territory has increased dramatically, and there are more and more workplace injuries, illnesses, and wounded soldiers in various territories. Medicine is becoming increasingly scarce. In fact, it's not that there are more sick people, but rather that the people have more disposable income and have begun to pay attention to health. In the past, when the people of the territory fell ill, they would simply endure it. If the illness became serious, they would die, at most offering a few prayers. Now, with silver coins in hand, the people of the territory are more inclined to buy medicine when faced with illness. Nightfall's meager potion production is simply not enough. Chapter 1318. The territory's production of ordinary potions is low, let alone magical potions. Only a few skilled mages can concoct potions. Almost all production capacity is used to provide aura potions for the knight's training. Under these circumstances, Nightfall territory has to spend tens of thousands of gold coins every month to buy potions from the Dragon Tower. My lord, there are too few magical talents in the territory. Leia blinked her clear eyes, trying to sound coquettish in a gentle tone. Could you allocate some more mage apprentices to learn potion concoction? I wish so too. I wish potion production were industrialized, so that one concoction could produce 10 tons. Field sighed, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Wait, perhaps there really is hope. Go call Little Fox and Glass over. Glass? Is that the glass workshop? Leia tilted her head and asked. No, it's a new chosen one, pink-haired, unlike any of us. Soon, Field gathered the most intelligent people in the territory. Looking at the group of beautiful women, Field asked curiously, Leia, I have a question that's been bothering me for a long time. How are potions made? And what are the differences between them? Why are you suddenly interested in potions? Leia smiled sweetly. Literally, potions are extraordinary potions. Ordinary potions include healing painkillers, weak-killing potions, etc., which can be made with the right steps and materials. Field understood chemistry. Potions, however, require magical modification during the mixing process. The first difficulty is using perception and experience to find the magical points where the potions fuse. Next comes the chanting of incantations. Chanting magical syllables representing healing, when infused into the Holy Lily of the Valley elixir, creates a Holy Lily of the Valley healing potion. Chanting magical syllables for stopping bleeding produces a hemostatic potion. The same principle applies to stirring. It may appear as randomly shaking a wooden stick, but in reality, it involves using a medium to inscribe magical symbols. During the preparation process, the apothecary must continuously infuse magical power. For example, a 5th-tier apothecary, continuously infusing magical power with 5th-tier materials, and a 5th-tier formula, will naturally obtain a 5th-tier potion. During this process, the potion's quality is also affected by the apothecary's soul and state of mind, resulting in inconsistencies. When inspired, a legendary 5th-tier healing potion might be created. When not in the right state, it's a crude 5th-tier healing potion. The effects may differ significantly, but if the energy fluctuations are the same, both are 5th-tier potions, easily defeated by 6th-tier potions. As for divine potions, only the chosen ones can make them. It's extremely complex. Leia explained simply, quickly easing Field's furrowed brow. I understand. The key to making magical potions, compared to ordinary ones, lies in magic power. A glint of light flashed in Field's eyes. There's potential for industrialization. What if we made the potion-making crucible incredibly large, turning it into a giant container? We could use stirring equipment and inscribe magical runes. Wouldn't that work? By the way, can chanting spells be replaced by other methods? If you can't chant, then a mute can't become a mage. Field asked curiously. There are ways to replace them. Chanting is a simple means of exerting influence. Language-driven magic can also produce deviations. Leia pondered, but chanting can start and stop at any time, and it can permeate every drop of the potion. Use a magic circle, inscribed on a magical crystal. A beautiful smile played on Leoli's lips. When using it, simply place the crystal into the potion's original liquid. You can even nest magic circles within it. But how do you time it? Heiyu, eager to join the fun, raised his hand curiously. A simple, clever mechanism. The little fox, on her snow-white, lowly-like feet, hopped up and answered, raising her hand easily. I can do it easily. Seeing that this had sparked everyone's interest, Field pressed on, asking, what about the heating process? Don't use a furnace. Potion preparation requires adding different ingredients multiple times, which is also a problem, Leia added. And This kind of rigid equipment can only refine one type of potion, right? We also need to save money. If we use only magic cores, the cost would be too high. The little fox drew a large circle in the air. Magicians can regenerate their magic power, but once a magic core is used, it's truly used. Putting a flame array directly on the potion container doesn't seem to heat it evenly. For different materials, use multiple reaction vessels, with water gates or arrays for isolation and transmission. What kind of magic core? A self-charging array that absorbs magic power. But a self-charging array needs to be built on a magic vortex. Wait, why are there magic vortexes everywhere here? Ruri, as expected of a magical genius, conjured a magic quill, constructing a three-dimensional magic image, which Field and the others added. The more she designed, the more astonished she became. She glanced at Field several times, and to Ruri's surprise, her lord wasn't particularly proficient in magic or mechanics. But his ideas and concepts were astonishingly advanced, often offering insights in unexpected places. For example, she wanted to use a fire magic circle for heating, but struggled with uneven heating and worried that excessive temperature would damage the potion's properties. However, Field suggested nesting two metal tanks with various mediums, such as water, between them. The outer magic circle would heat the inner tank, allowing the middle medium to conduct heat, indirectly heating the inner potion tank. Water, for example, could stably control the maximum temperature to 100 degrees Celsius. Soon, a complex magical machine, composed of multiple enormous metal tanks, numerous supports, pipes, and auxiliary facilities, began to take shape. This is it. I call it the quadruple regret. Ah, no, the first-generation potion machine. Field, with dark circles under his eyes, gave a thumbs up. Little Fox, build it immediately. I want to achieve potion freedom. Leia, simplify and make the potion formula practical. I need the most effective formula. Lioli, deduce and construct the magic circle layout. Yes. The women obeyed and left. In the days that followed, Nightfall was busy building the first-generation potion machine. Silverspit City, Highburg. Felder had occupied Highburg province for a long time, ending the disputes and wars between the nobles, reducing taxes, cracking down on bandits, and providing relief. Without war and starvation, the people greedily enjoyed life. All the towns in Highburg began to recover, and Silverspit City, relying on its silver mines, experienced economic boom. Have you heard, Hank? The High Lord is holding a martial arts tournament. Ordinary people, adventurers, mages, and even the chosen ones can participate. A young man dressed as a hunter said excitedly. Who can beat the chosen ones? Hank laughed heartily. Oh, good heavens, Lord Field is much smarter than us. How could he not have thought of this? Each group will compete separately. There are even literature and art groups. The winners will receive various rewards, and can even become officials. Good heavens, I can't believe it. Chapter 1319. To gather talent for his own use and simultaneously open up upward mobility for his subjects, thus sowing discord in society, Field designed a martial arts competition similar to the imperial examinations. In fact, the Griffin Empire had a long tradition of knightly tournaments and gladiatorial arenas. However, knightly tournaments were the pleasures of the nobility, and gladiatorial arenas were cruel performances of slaves. His own competition, however, covered all levels. Selections were held in each city, then advanced to the territories, provinces, and the entire north. Most importantly, Field would reward them with money, titles, and official positions. In an era where upward mobility was only based on bloodline and amniotic fluid, this was an incredible reward. I must participate. The young people were extremely excited, chasing and playing as they went to register, as if they could see girls going crazy for him and parents being proud of him. Just as they turned the corner, they were stunned to see several obsidian figures in the square. Huh? Everyone froze, rubbing their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. Listen to me, we are no different. An obsidian elder, clad in a magnificent robe, leaned on his scepter, patted the head of the girl before him with affection, and proclaimed in a broad voice, equality. Look, everyone, I also have a head and 2 arms. Our children are just as lovely as your children. The people of the Griffin Kingdom should coexist on this land with the people of the Obsidian Kingdom. The Obsidian Elder raised his hands high. Get out. We are still at war. A leader roared angrily. You have killed many people in the West. No, that is all in the past. Child, what you say is too unfair. Those thugs who commit slaughter have nothing to do with those who desire peace and happiness. The Obsidian Elder didn't flinch, instead questioning, Don't you Griffin people have any executioners who would slaughter? You do. We only want a good life. Land and food are gifts from the goddess to all living beings. We are entitled to them. Everyone has different strengths. You are good at farming, we are good at hunting. We all have the right to live. Extremism is bad. Only through tolerance and benevolence can civilization continue. Many of the immediate followers nodded thoughtfully. That seems to make sense. Even in the Griffin Kingdom, there are bandits. Not to mention, Field's army includes demi-humans and mermaids. Having more obsidian people doesn't seem so bad. Enough. The local official pushed through the crowd, his brow furrowed so deeply it could trap a fly. Who let these bastards cross the border? Sir, they have no weapons. His assistant, a clerk, explained quietly, they are wise men, missionaries, representatives of the goddess, it's not good to stop them. Besides, arresting these people without cause will anger the Obsidian Empire. Nightfall territory was not openly at war with the Obsidian Empire. The people of Highburg didn't understand Field's ideology enough. They feared that rash action would trigger a diplomatic incident and lead to Field's execution. Under the rule of the Griffin Queen, if commoners angered a powerful nation and caused conflict, they would certainly be the ones executed. Besides, these guys are here to trade, everyone can make money. The clerk, not wanting to do more work, tried his best to dissuade them. Let's not bother Lord Field. Money, money, money. All you ever think about is money. The official transferred from Nightfall territory to Silverspit City, arms crossed, roared, if we let them grow strong, and you covet their money, they take your life. Really? These people seem quite nice. The clerk scratched his head awkwardly. Love and peace are the right thing to do, there's no need to attack each other. In his view, as long as he could benefit, that was enough. Even if the Obsidian people were causing trouble, they would only harm ordinary people. The official glared at his subordinate. I go deliver a message and ask the Lord for instructions. Let them trade, then let them trade. Once the trade is done, they can get lost. After ordering the Obsidian pioneers to stop talking nonsense, the crowd in the square dispersed. Great sage, these despicable Griffin people have no intention of accepting us at all. Grandpa, those Imperial kids won't play with me, they hate me. When I grow up, I kill them all. A group of people surrounded the sage, making a ruckus. Don't talk nonsense. Killing is sinful. The Obsidian pioneer shook his head, persuading his people, I will convince them to let the Empire accept our great culture and beliefs. From now on, we can marry their women, and they can marry us, and live together. Field mistakenly sought the power of calamity. We must correct this. We must encourage more Obsidian people to integrate into the Northern Griffin Empire, unite all living beings, become an undeniable force, and stop the spread of calamity. Truly a wise man. The Obsidian people knelt in worship, deeply feeling the weight of their mission. Meanwhile, in the eastern factory area of Nightfall territory, a colossal machine, constructed from 4 tanks and numerous metal pipes, was assembled. Lioli channeled divine power, engraving intricate magical patterns, the magic array radiating intense heat. Flame array, self-absorbing energy array, energy supply array. With a few deft movements of her snow-white fingertips, Lioli turned around, leaving a lingering fragrance in her wake. No problem, they're all third-tier magic arrays, enough to refine third-tier magic potions. This machine only has 4 containers, so it can only refine Holy Lily of the Valley potions. That's enough. Field stroked his chin. When will we be able to nest different magic arrays, like spare parts, assembling them at will? How greedy. Lily rolled her eyes at Field without any politeness, then yawned. I haven't slept well these past few days. No, I have to make it up to you. What kind of compensation? Field scratched his head awkwardly. Give me a bite. Showing off her vampire fangs coquettishly, Lioli tilted her head, letting out a soft haw. Beautiful yet dangerous. Oh dear, stop breathing on me, Field said, waving his hands in a gesture of protest, sweat pouring down his back. I'm not going to turn into a vampire, am I? Aren't vampires good? Heh heh, lifespan greatly increased. Lioli chuckled, covering her mouth. Don't be afraid of the pain. Now that things have come to this, I can't hide it anymore. Field sighed. I've been your close relative for a long time. Close relative? Lioli asked, puzzled. That's right, I'm a close relative of vampires. A rabbit-sucking vampire, Field whispered. Every night, I have to crawl in the shadows to capture innocent girls. Really? Really? Silver eyes leaned closer, her mouth agape, seemingly able to fit an egg, her face full of gossip. I knew it, Field had a dark secret. It's like this, many people can testify. Ashina bit her lip lightly, secretly pinching Field, but Lord, it's harmless. Lioli tilted her head, thinking seriously, what is that? Brother Field, I want to see the potion making. The little fox drooped her head, tugging at Field's trouser leg, urging him with an innocent look. Chapter 1320. Field looked around. A group of mages were anxiously waiting for the potion to be concocted. Many apothecaries respected Field, but they simply didn't believe that the great miracle of the potion's goddess could be completed from a pile of metal. Therefore, they were eager to verify it. Elegantly lifting her skirt, Lioli's delicate feet treaded lightly to the side. Let's begin testing the potion. I'm also very interested to see if this method of concocting potions is feasible. Potion, activate. Field reached out and personally activated the switch. The self-absorbing energy array rapidly operated, a massive amount of magic power gathering and flowing into various arrays along the inscriptions engraved by Lioli. The first, enormous metal container, influenced by the fire array, began to heat up rapidly. Simultaneously, fresh sacred lily of the valley plants were thrown into a bulky steam mixer, chopped into small pieces, and dropped into container number 1. Glug glug. The stirring crystal, carrying the power of the array, probed into the container and began stirring, releasing pure magic power at the same time. Soon, container 1 extracted the essence of the lily of the valley and simmered it into a pot of blue broth. Ding! Just as the time was up, the gate opened, and the broth from container 1 flowed through a filter into container 2. After filtration, container 2 contained only a concentrated blue liquid, quite similar to the potion. Next, low-level or non-supernatural auxiliary plants were added, small moonflower oats, and live vine. This process continued until container 4. Done! Field's eyes widened nervously, and he craned his neck, urging, quick, fill a bottle. Metal canister number 4, connected to a metal pipe with a diversion device, has numerous potion bottles underneath, capable of holding several bottles simultaneously. Feld picked up a bottle of Saint Lily of the Valley potion. A translucent blue magical shimmered within the potion, radiating a star-like brilliance. A soothing fragrance filled the air, refreshing the mind. Leia, look quickly, is it a tier 3 potion? He excitedly shoved the potion into Leia's hand. Leia was equally excited, forcing herself to calm down and carefully assess the potion's quality. It's about a high-quality tier 3 potion. Stomping her foot with overwhelming girlish excitement, Leia announced loudly success. And it's a whole canister. Because it was an experimental production line, this potion production line could only produce 300 bottles per half-hour batch. But for apothecaries, 300 bottles was a terrifying quantity, equivalent to more than a month's worth of work, and the quality was difficult to guarantee. My God! How is this possible? I studied potions for 10 years, and researched Holy Lily of the Valley potion for 2 months before I could master it. What did all my previous efforts amount to? What? This is a miracle. This behemoth must be a divine artifact, or blessed by a goddess. Yes, it must be. Nightfall territory is a land of miracles. But will we still need to work? The machine is enough. The potion masters were shocked, excited, fearful, and skeptical. They discussed loudly, their faces flushed. Mass production of potions, it was truly astounding. Don't be nervous, everyone. This machine is no different from your usual potion-making cauldrons and spell wands. Clearing his throat, Field's words immediately drowned out the others. Why don't you recognize it now that it's a larger alchemy cauldron? But, sir, we haven't even touched it. A pharmacist raised his hand. Without your experience, it couldn't have been built. Field shook his head. The territory will always need advanced talent. Your compensation won't decrease, it will only increase. These production lines need you to operate, debug, improve, and even innovate. It simply helps you omit some tedious and repetitive work, allowing you to focus on more meaningful steps. Of course, most importantly, the territory's potion shortage is still staggering. You still have to keep busy. The pharmacists nodded in agreement. Thinking about it, it really was true. After calming everyone down, Field pointed out the shortcomings. Could we build an energy storage device? Instead of absorbing magic power only when refining begins. Absorbing magic power reserves during normal times would improve efficiency. Also, we need to leave space for the magic core. In case the self-absorption fails, we have a backup. I understand. Lioli nodded elegantly. A reasonable suggestion. Humming a cheerful tune, she led her chosen one out of the factory area. Build more production lines, and max out the production of aura potions and Holy Lily of the Valley potions. Also, set up a special potion factory for ordinary people, producing disease-curing potions, and if only we could manufacture antibiotics. Magical medicine is developing. Physical medicine shouldn't be neglected. At least bone setting and bone straightening should be provided to the people. Field stroked his chin, lost in thought. I deduce some common potions, so don't worry, sir. Leia readily accepted the task. That's good. Field realized, quickly giving a thumbs up. Don't forget the combat potions. From now on, Nightfall Knights must master the power of the 9 dragons. Thinking of his own Aura Knights, who would first be pierced with 9 strengthening needles before unleashing devastating attacks, Field was filled with anticipation. By the way, Field, our aura and firearms technology has made new progress. The little fox tiptoed, twirling gracefully, her white tail sweeping the ground. She raised her right hand, like a cheerful little girl who had won first place, boasting, "We become stronger in every way. While you were away from the territory, everyone kept busy. Awesome, now we're invincible." Field was overjoyed. As expected of you. Take me to see it. Just as they were about to see the achievements of the mechanical manufacturing plant, a dragon knight hurriedly flew over. My lord, urgent letter. The knight knelt on one knee, respectfully handing over the envelope with both hands. After checking the seal, Field opened the letter, and nearly fainted from rage after just one glance. High Castle was infested with obsidian people who had infiltrated the city through various strange means, by boat, on foot, and by following caravans. They loudly proclaimed their culture and beliefs, encouraging the people of High Castle to accept them. Especially their forefather, a wise sage, was extremely adept at winning people over, claiming to be a pioneer of the goddess's will. That's what they said, but harassment and brawls were escalating rapidly. Fine, so this is how you play, huh? You're asking for trouble. I never fall for that. Without realizing it, Field crushed the letter in his hand into pieces. He sneered, his killing intent boiling. The Obsidian Empire, every minute we don't kill them is another minute of trouble. Chapter 1321. My lord, there are also unusual situations on our borders, and in the sparsely populated province of Eton, the Dragon Knight reported immediately. I know. Dealing with the Obsidian infiltration is the top priority. Field snorted coldly, annoyed. Ashna, Silver Eyes, summon the Great Thunder Dragon. We handle it immediately. Are you going personally? This is a small matter, a knight can handle it. Vivian stepped forward gently. My lord has only recently returned to the territory, rest is most important. This is no small matter, and it concerns future internal issues. I must handle it properly. Shaking his head repeatedly, Field didn't waste a moment, and set off immediately. High Fortress borders the northern border. With Silver Eyes with him, Field quickly arrived at Silverspit City. Upon entering the city, Field saw a large crowd gathered in the square, protesting. We demand equality. Why have you imprisoned my brother in the dungeon? Are you going to make him a slave? You are beasts, demons. The goddess despises your souls. The Griffin Kingdom people are demons. My brother was just starving and borrowed some bread from the shop. You are the lackeys of calamity. Your crimes of slaughtering the Obsidian people in the West can never be erased. Why do you have relief food while we don't? We are human too. We have the right to everything. Give me food. A large group of Obsidian people gathered in the street, roaring angrily. Arrest these nobles. The Lord of Silverspit City, unable to bear it any longer, urged his soldiers and security forces to arrest them. Stop! I am the Sage of Obsidian. The Obsidian Sage, dressed in a well-tailored scholar's robe, emerged shakily, his hands trembling, his face filled with disbelief. I never imagined that the northern part of the Griffin Empire could be so barbaric. Our children receive no relief or love. Our youth receive no work or help. We too are struggling to live, simply wanting the same treatment. The Obsidian Sage loudly questioned, you are deepening the divisions between humanity, damaging relations between our two nations. It's a disgrace. I received a revelation from the goddess. She told me to unite all living beings. Bullshit. The Silverspit City Lord's veins bulged. You bunch of trash. What have you done since gaining power in the western part of the empire? Is this how you unite living beings? But it wasn't our fault. We also feared war, which is why we came to High Fortress to survive. The Obsidian Sage wept bitterly. The Nightfall army also slaughters the Obsidian people. Are you all demons too? We should unite to fight against evil. Unity among living beings is the prevailing theme of the entire world. After all, fighting against calamities is absolutely the right thing to do in any country in this world. That makes sense. Lord, what's wrong with letting them live? That sage helped everyone fetch water and cultivate the land. There are good people among the Obsidian people too. Exactly, exactly. They're just the old and weak. What bad things could possibly happen? Look at those children. They're even thinner than our beggars, so pitiful. Some compassionate citizens nodded secretly, feeling pity for the old man's sorrowful appearance. Nonsense. They only eaten black bread for a few days, and they already forgotten the past. The city lord's blood pressure soared. Pointing at his boisterous subjects, he roared, "The relief bread is a gift from Lord Field. Without his bread, you would have starved to death long ago. Do you still have the chance to spout this nonsense?" The compassionate subjects, after being berated, reluctantly retreated. "Heh heh heh, Field's relief," the obsidian sage sneered, "that relief is stained with blood. Field cruelly plundered my people, and killed many Griffin clan citizens to obtain it." Hearing this, many obsidian clan members became even more righteous. "Don't insult our lord." Most of the onlookers, upon hearing the name-calling of Field, erupted in anger, many jumping up in frustration. After Field took control of High Castle, everyone's lives had clearly improved, a fact the subjects remembered. What? Field's influence on High Castle is that great? The obsidian sage swallowed incredulously. He subtly mocked the Nightfall army, but the people didn't react. Then, he mentioned Field, and most of the people were enraged. Just as the sage was about to start his usual tirade. "Field, can we begin the slaughter?" I lost my patience. The great thunder dragon watched with growing impatience, rubbing her temples vigorously, her voluptuous figure swaying, a truly spectacular sight. Field stepped forward, placing his hand on the great thunder dragon's soft, curvaceous belly. "Heh, interesting. You're all having a good time chatting." Field grinned, chuckled coldly, and swaggered into the plaza. "Lord?" The people in the plaza were all stunned. A flicker of astonishment crossed the obsidian sage's eyes. He hadn't expected such a trivial matter to alarm Field. It was just a minor dispute between the people. How could these high and mighty nobles possibly care? "I'm so sorry to have disturbed you," the Silverspit City Lord said, not daring to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, rushing to Field's side, his voice trembling with unease. "These guys. We don't know where they came from. We don't know your attitude, so we dared not act rashly. After all, it concerned relations between the two nations." "Kill." Field's eyes were icy, as he stared at the noisy obsidian group. He channeled his battle aura and commanded, "Kill them all, men, women, young and old, leave no one alive." "What?" Everyone present was stunned. The obsidian sage was startled and quickly changed his tune, pleading, "Sir Field, we are merely poor souls seeking a way to survive. We came to High Castle for trade and livelihood, with no ill intentions whatsoever. Did I grant you permission to come?" Field chuckled, his words as ruthless as a demon's pronouncement. "These people are infiltrators, a bunch of spies." Even the Silverspit Lord was shocked. He hadn't expected such ruthlessness and cold-bloodedness. But why did this inexplicable sense of reverence arise? "Field, we are all living beings. This land is a gift from the goddess. Its vastness sustains all." The sage's tone became authoritative as he spoke of the goddess. "We can also labor, we possess wisdom, we can." "Enough. You make it sound like my subjects are no different." Field waved his hand impatiently, pointing casually at someone nearby. "My subjects, can you bear children? Can you work?" "My lord, I can." Hank, flattered, loudly replied, "Long live the lord." Spreading his hands, Field stared directly at the obsidian sage. "No matter how vast my land is, no matter how abundant my resources are, what does it have to do with you?" Chapter 1322. "Even if it's vast and desolate, I will only let my own people multiply on this land. You spout a few nonsense words, and want a share of the spoils? I have to offer you a knife." Field's words struck each obsidian man like a heavy hammer. In Field's view, things like reason and morality were not things he should consider. His priority was the future of himself and his people. The other side had neither shed blood nor sweat for Nightfall, nor brought any benefits. They shouted a few slogans, and then demanded a share of wealth, food, and living space. It was utterly absurd. Most importantly, they were followers of the outer gods, extremely dangerous. The obsidian sage staggered back 2 steps, pounding his chest in anguish. Why? Can't living beings unite? Can't they band together, instead of killing and destroying each other? He came to the north truly only to seek peace and love. Unexpectedly, he encountered a tyrant like Field. "Alright, it seems I haven't listened to a single word I said. I just tell you in the most straightforward way." Field waved his sleeve imposingly, his black noble robe fluttering in the wind, utterly ruthless. "Destroying you is none of your business." "Huh? Hearing the strange cry, Field turned his head in confusion. only to see Fafreya's phoenix eyes slightly widened, her cheeks flushed. Her imposing figure stood askew, her long, voluptuous, snow-white legs bent in a graceful arc. A joyful expression shone in her eyes. Even her snow-white feet were flexed with a seductive, flowing arch. What's going on? Field was embarrassed. It was the first time he'd seen the great thunder dragon with such an expression. She was usually all empress-like, always ready to crush him. What was with this shy expression today? You hit the nail on the head, said Fafreya, unusually gentle, her eyes full of approval. She placed one hand on her hip, and waved her hand in a lazy yet domineering tone. Kill, that's all. She glanced at Field, inexplicably finding him pleasing to the eye. This personality, I like it. A faint smile unconsciously appeared on Fafreya's lips, making her stunningly beautiful. Damn it, I thought something was wrong, turns out it's just the calamity's true nature showing. How terrifying. Field wiped away cold sweat, thinking, I should have brought little son too, that guy is always shouting for battle. Field, you will be infamous for eternity. The obsidian sage shook his head with a wry smile, pointing at the head. History will prove that your foolishness and short-sightedness will kill countless people. Today, I will use my flesh and blood to prove my piety and kindness to the goddess. Having said this, the obsidian sage knelt on the ground, praying. Calm down. Field pinched his nose, his face full of disgust, and was about to order the soldiers to begin. My lord, let me give the order. Ashina hurriedly volunteered, dissuading him. This dirty work absolutely cannot be done by you. What nonsense! What kind of good lord makes his subordinates take the blame for every little thing? Field affectionately flicked Ashina's nose, then said seriously, Don't worry, I see the contributions made by the demi-humans and merfolk. They are all one of us. Field understood very well that the demi-humans and merfolk of the territory were internal matters. They had made great contributions to the territory, and everyone shared the same fate. Of course, they should be treated equally. Ashina scratched her head, looking bewildered. Field immediately mobilized the garrison of Silverspit City. A clanging sound rang out as countless gleaming sabers and bayonets flashed, their killing intent palpable. Field, aren't you afraid of our empire's retaliation? Our army will crush you completely. Demon, you demon. To harm a wise man is utterly foolish. Please, let me go back. I know I was wrong. The obsidian people panicked completely, crying and begging for mercy, regretting listening to their leader and coming to Field's territory. Ignoring the screams, Field arrived at the Silverspit City Lord's palace and inspected the Lord's work. My lord, this mess is my fault. The Silverspit City Lord knelt dejectedly. No, you did well. I was also negligent. I didn't expect the enemy to be so shameless. Mr. Rex Tom, get up. The north is vast and sparsely populated, lacking the garrison to defend every inch of land. The two patrolling ravens were also focused on guarding against the Chosen Ones and their supernatural powers. It was normal for ordinary people to slip in. Field placed the report aside, deal with the negligent clerks who let them get away with it, according to the law. His own trained personnel were far from sufficient. Many positions in the north were filled by surrendered officials, scholars, merchants, and nobles. Their abilities varied greatly, and it was normal for some to act recklessly. The compromises made for stability back then could be made more prudently now. Thank you, Lord. The Silverspit City Lord knelt again on one knee, expressing a sincere gratitude. Such a responsible and good lord was simply unbelievable. My lord, besides our city, there may still be remaining spies who may continue to infiltrate. Send word throughout the north. Anyone who discovers obsidian, spies, may be killed. Field's eyes narrowed slightly, and he snapped his fingers crisply. The spoils belong to the warriors, and they will receive a silver coin as a reward for each head. Hiss. Lord Silverspit gasped. Ruthless, too ruthless. How could his lord possess both mercy and cruelty, two completely opposite qualities? Field shook his head secretly, clenching his fists, thinking, there probably won't be many people who will receive this reward. Because completely eliminating the obsidian threat is urgent, and he can't wait any longer. Western Expedition, Western Expedition. Reclaim the Griffin Queen, and the western provinces invaded by the enemy. After tasting the specialties and delicacies of Highhold, Field received good news. The mining operations of Nightfall territory, including 2 large iron mines in High Castle, were completed. These mines produced high-quality iron ore and also contained hidden, extraordinary iron ore. This would significantly increase their steel production. After 2 days of inspection, Field returned to Nightfall territory. Served by 5 beautiful maids, Field washed away the dust of his journey, even cleaning his toenails thoroughly. He entered the castle hall refreshed. Several demi-human maids, dressed in revealing maid outfits, lined up to bring charcoal, wire mesh, sauces, and various meats, beginning to grill. The aroma of delicious food mingled with the delicate fragrance of young women. "This is the life of a lord," Field remarked, holding a mobilization plan in his hand, beginning preparations for the western expedition. "It smells so good. My lord is eating alone again." Outside the gate, a pair of gleaming silver dragon horns and a pair of fox ears appeared. Silver Eyes and Little Fox, two little Lolas, popped out, looking greedy, and affectionately came closer. Chapter 1323. Silver Eyes and the little fox came running over playfully, one on each side, hopping onto the chairs and plopping down, swinging their slender legs and grinning adorably at him, looking utterly endearing. "Don't wrong me. When have I ever made you two suffer?" Waiting for the maids to leave, Field picked up the barbecue tongs and then took Silver Eyes' small, white hand. Before the other could even show a hint of shyness, Field had already shoved the barbecue tongs into Silver Eyes' hands. "The important task of grilling meat is entrusted to you." Quack. Silver Eyes was stunned, stammering, I thought you dismissed the maids to grill the meat for me yourself." "Just kidding. If I had to serve you after becoming a lord, what would be the point of being a lord?" Field flicked Silver Eyes' forehead with his finger and laughed. "I have confidential information to discuss with the little fox, so I trouble you." "Damn it, I'm angry." Silver Eyes puffed out her cheeks, her soft, snow-white shoulders trembling slightly. The more she looked at Field, the angrier she became. She then kicked Field with her bare feet, baring her teeth and claws, feigning ferocity. However, Silver Eyes was too cute and cuddly to be intimidating. "Good boy." Field patted Silver Eyes' head, then turned to the little fox and asked, "Has the territory's weaponry and equipment recovered from the Morning Wind campaign? I'm about to launch an attack on Obsidian." "More than enough, but advanced equipment still needs time to be deployed. Especially the key equipment produced by the mechanical workshop. I suggest we fully equip them before launching an attack." The little fox rarely expressed an opinion. "I heard that Obsidian possesses many Class H abilities. In this situation, the importance of non-chosen forces will increase even further." "That's what I was thinking too." Field nodded in agreement. Many of the abilities of these monstrous creatures were specifically designed to target the chosen ones, and were far less effective against ordinary armies. Besides, the steam engine is really useful. The little fox's eyes lit up. The territory already has a steam mill, a brewery, and an armor forging plant is under construction. The territory already had wind power. A water-powered mill was simply a change of energy source. Not difficult at all. The sounds of people eating meat filled the air. Field and the little fox had been chatting about work for a long time, then looked down and saw their plates were still empty. "Why is there no meat?" Field raised an eyebrow, looking at Silver Eyes. "I don't know." Silver Eyes' mouth was stuffed full of roasted meat, his blue gem-like eyes completely innocent. "That's so unfair. They didn't even give us a single piece of meat." The fox, ears flattened, stood angrily with its hands on its hips. "That's so disloyal." Field's face darkened. He poked Silver's white shoulder and said disdainfully, "Yeah, are you even human?" "I'm not human, he." Silver stood proudly with its hands on its hips, puffing out its chest with righteous indignation. "I'm still growing. What's wrong with eating more? You don't want my rabbits to never grow up and be unable to raise their children, do you? Is this really a highly respected mithril dragon?" Field's pupils dilated. "What nonsense is this? Dragons lay eggs. They don't need to raise their children. Besides, where did you learn that kind of nonsense from?" Without any mercy, Field grabbed Silver's delicate dragon horns and shook it wildly. "Oh! Don't panic, I'm going to throw up." Silver quickly grabbed Field's leg and begged for mercy. After giving Silver Eyes a severe dressing down, Field led the two to the heavily guarded mechanical workshop. This is the new generation of knight armor from Nightfall territory. The little fox manipulated a magical artifact, lifting the curtain to reveal a cool black suit with blue patterns. This armor was divided into two parts, one for soldiers and one for magical beasts. The magical beast part included 4 types of magical beasts: warhorses, blood eagles, griffins, and wyverns. "My lord, this is the lining of the cotton armor, combining the weaving techniques of Morning Breeze and Nightfall." The little fox handed over a thick piece of cotton armor. As soon as Field took the armor, he was stunned. "So light. How did you do that?" "Remember the Divine Descent velvet flower? Miss Charlotte cultivated this special magical plant. The velvet flower was a magical plant cultivated by their Minister of Agriculture long ago. After being planted, it would quickly float into the sky, blooming into floating white flowers. Because it required no care, many were planted, but they had never been used, and could only be stored in the warehouse. A textile worker discovered that celestial cotton and tree wool, that is, cotton, are extremely similar. Wet the celestial cotton, dry it, and pat it tightly. Its defensive power is astonishing, yet it's lighter than paper. Using celestial cotton as stuffing, and pressing it layer by layer with the adult's azure steel silk, you can make cotton armor. Azure steel silk comes from the azure steel moth of morning wind, also a product of Field's territory. So this set becomes Tier 3 equipment, celestial cotton armor? Field nodded knowingly. The little fox was stunned. Actually, she wanted to call it Little Fox Cotton Armor. But the Lord's name was better than hers. Yes, this cotton armor is very light, not affecting mobility at all, yet its defensive power is comparable to the outdated Imperial armor of the same tier. The Griffin Empire's technology paled in comparison to that of the Nightfall territory. Field personally donned the padded armor, tried it on, and found it almost indistinguishable from wearing a summer trench coat. The second layer of armor is Aura Chainmail. There are no improvements to this yet. We even use spoils of war to save costs. The little fox shook its head. No problem. Chainmail is primarily for protecting the gaps in plate armor, so it should prioritize softness. Field gave a thumbs up. The third layer is plate armor. Because the padded armor has reduced the weight considerably, there's room to thicken the outer plate armor. We thicken the materials in key areas like the chest, shoulders, and arms without hindering movement. The overall design is still plate armor, but much heavier. The fourth layer isn't armor, it's a robe or trench coat. Although it also contains celestial velvet and steel silk, the amount used is definitely much less. I'm not sure if it counts as supernatural equipment, but it offers some defensive capabilities. Robes have always served only two purposes: protection from wind and rain and identification of friend and foe. The cloak, with its night-covering collar, was essentially a black trench coat embroidered with patterns, primarily snow lions, red roses, and blue raven emblems. Even the cloak was made of extraordinary materials, demonstrating the high cost of this armor. After donning it, Field felt like a giant bear, his defenses maxed out. Most remarkably, inheriting his aesthetic system, the armor designed by the little fox was extremely form-fitting and imposing, though somewhat sinister. Finally, Miss Leia and I, as you instructed, have jointly produced the armored pouch. Inside are 3 Holy Lily of the Valley potions, 1 Berserk potion, 1 Holy Light potion, 2 offensive magic scrolls, and 1 moon ring. Flawless moon ring reduces aura and magic consumption by 1/4. Our aura knight is expected to be able to fight 3 knights of the same rank, the little fox estimated, counting on her fingers. Chapter 1324. However, our weapons, our shields, still haven't seen any major breakthroughs. Although we have the emerald ore, which can be forged into incredibly sharp emerald stones, it's too expensive. The cost is astronomical. We could use better materials for the shields, but they'd be too heavy. The little fox tugged at its ear. The firearms have seen some improvements, but compared to battle aura equipment, they're insignificant. It's already pretty impressive. Field nodded in satisfaction. I help you find a solution. Thanks to the use of celestial velvet flower and azure steel silk, the armor and robes of the magical beasts used as mounts can also be greatly reduced in weight. It's foreseeable that the Nightfall Air Force will be able to greatly increase its mobility while maintaining defense. By the way, how come I'm not hot at all wearing this gear after all this time? The thick cotton lining didn't make Field feel stuffy. My lord, the celestial velvet flower is an ice-type magical plant with amazing heat dissipation capabilities. The little fox pointed to the cotton in the corner. I even considered adding some tree wool, in case the knights get cold. Fortunately, the aura knights are physically strong, protected by their aura, so they can withstand high temperatures. Low temperatures are nothing to them. As long as it's not stuffy. Wait, an ice-type magical plant. Field had a flash of inspiration, rubbing his chin, a crucial guess forming in his mind. At this moment, in the Songhai province in the western part of the empire, 30 or 40 Dragon Tower transport ships sailed spectacularly away from the coastline. The entire coastline was densely packed with obsidian troops. Whoosh! The war golems, towering over 10 meters tall, let out a deafening roar. Vast numbers of obsidian soldiers, carrying various weapons, grinned ferociously, surging ashore and beginning to build camps. 3 or 4 powerful streaks of light flashed across the sky, their immense divine power rubbing against the air and unleashing a terrifying whistling sound that pierced the eardrums. Dragon Tower people, kind ones, our eternal brothers. Obsidian General Grommash pounded his chest with his fist. Give our treasures to our friends. Several obsidian servants stepped forward, bringing chests full of jewels, animal teeth, and a beautiful woman from the Griffin Kingdom. He, it's an honor to serve you. The Dragon Tower officer smiled brighter than a chrysanthemum, gesturing with his hands to push them away, but his steps were light. No need for such formalities, you already paid. No, this is for my brothers, Grommash said sincerely. Then I accept it. The Obsidian nobles are far more powerful and wiser than the Griffin Kingdom nobles. The Dragon Tower officer was deeply moved and blessed him. May victory always be with you. With that, the officer boarded the ship and departed. Watching the royal fleet from the sea, Prince Lungta smirked, a mocking sneer playing on his lips. A bunch of barbarians, daring to call themselves brothers with us noble Lungta people. His advisor wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. Your Highness, this obsidian army far exceeds our expectations. Isn't deploying such a large force somewhat dangerous? Dangerous, of course dangerous, Prince Lungta sneered. But it's the people on land who are in danger. Let the war burn even brighter. Field made a fortune off our country, taking away precious 6-tier artifacts. Isn't he supposed to be a formidable fighter? I make him beg for our help. Franmaya is no better. Their own envoy disappeared, and they suspect us of murder? I hope the obsidian people kill them all too. Prince Lungta pounded on the ship's hull, gritting his teeth. What if the obsidian people really wipe out the griffins and nightfall? The advisor swallowed hard. This shipment alone brought 4 tier 6 soldiers. It was unimaginable how terrifying the Obsidian Empire's war-making foundation was. It doesn't matter, we firmly control the sea routes. Prince Lungta shook his head. Send another batch, and we refuse their request. More shipments? The advisor grinned, utterly incredulous. In his view, Field, who helped his country, was a good person. Besides, Dawnfall was very comfortable, he even wanted to go on vacation. It helped make up for the losses, and strengthen our national power. Prince Lungta glanced at him, sighing helplessly. Damn elves, why haven't you withdrawn your troops yet? He wasn't so bored as to go to such lengths to transport the Obsidian army just to annoy Field. It was for profit. Transporting the Obsidian army, the transportation fees, supply costs, and so on, brought in a huge amount of gold coins. Obsidian's upcoming military operations will bring astonishing benefits to Dragon Tower. For example, in terms of supplies and procurement, Obsidian's industrial capabilities are extremely poor. Their weapons and magic cores mostly come from Dragon Tower. They will also capture a large number of slaves to sell to them, and that fool Field will even come to rescue his compatriots. He can profit from both sides. There are unspeakable benefits in domestic and foreign affairs, such as having them help kidnap his sister. If Field hadn't coincidentally rescued his second sister, she would be dead long ago. Fight. Fight hard. The Dragon Tower Prince said smugly. Field, don't kill him. I still hope to have a good match with you. Watching the Dragon Tower fleet depart, foolish Dragon Tower people, they all become our toys sooner or later. Grommash stepped onto the sand, officially entering the homeland of the Griffin Empire. Whoosh. A flash of sword light, and a chosen one carrying a heavy sword wielded a door panel landed with a thud. Grommash, this place is more desolate than our homeland. Even the decent houses have been demolished. One of the greatsword-wielding chosen ones grabbed an elderly man from the Griffin Kingdom, tossed him to the ground, and stomped him to death. Just some old codgers. What about our countless brothers and sisters? Another chosen one landed. This place is rich in natural resources. They have plenty of space to multiply. Didn't you read the intelligence? Grommash crossed his arms. A nobleman named Field is relentlessly trying to stop us. He has slaughtered all our compatriots in the vast ocean province. He took everything he could. The infrastructure was completely destroyed. What? Damn it! Hearing this, the surrounding obsidian beings, regardless of their status, all roared in fury. Kill him! No one can stop us! The greatsword-wielding chosen one spat and prepared to attack. Stop your actions. The vast ocean province wasn't without its rank 6 garrisons back then. Your rash attack is just courting death. Grommash shook his head. Find the expeditionary force commander and the hero king. My lord. I missed you so much. Quick, quick, I can't wait a moment longer. A sweet, coquettish voice rang out. It was the hero king, Audrey, a high-ranking member of Obsidian Entertainment, coming to greet him. You brainless beast. Grommash laughed, grabbing her hair without a shred of pity. 1,000 words omitted. After catching up, Grommash looked at the expeditionary force commander. Varek, I have received orders from the Supreme Will to annex the Griffin Empire as soon as possible. Chapter 1325. I can't wait any longer either. The warriors thirst for wine and women. The expeditionary commander clenched his fists and angrily swung them in the air. If it weren't for Field's shameless massacre of the Songhai province, our power would be even greater. Don't worry, the great and mysterious goddess will send a pure messenger to aid us in battle. Goromash tilted his head and grinned maliciously. The Second Legion is also on its way as reinforcements, transported by the Dragon Tower fleet. My lords, can you tell this lowly one your grand plan? Gasping for breath, Audrey, covered in filth, pleaded in a squeaky voice, please. Haha, the plan is to eliminate Field first. Goromash kicked Audrey's breasts, pulling her to the ground, then sat down on her like a stool. He crossed his arms and declared domineeringly, Felder is the only one on our path to domination, the only one who would dare to target us. He must be completely eliminated. Like the Griffin Empire's army, after defeating the Obsidian Chosen, they would only capture the officers for bounty. But Felder was different. He was a pure demon. That's right. I sent out sages and a large number of the elderly and weak, hoping to organize a spy network and undermine its cohesion. The Obsidian Archmage beside him scoffed. Even if it only depletes Felder's energy and food, it's still a victory. But that bastard, he brutally executed them all. Those children could have become our excellent warriors. The Archmage slammed his staff heavily on the ground, furious. Ha ha, it doesn't matter. For every person we lose, the Griffin people will give birth to the same number. Goromash produced a map. My strategy is to borrow passage from the Griffin Queen. Pointing to the map, Goromash began to explain. Our only border with Field is the formidable pass of High Keep and the continuous Atan Mountains. Both provinces are densely forested, with strong defenses, but supplies are pitifully scarce. He estimated that even with hundreds of thousands of Obsidian troops, a direct assault into the mountains would likely result in half starving to death. I plan to send a large force to the High Keep area, feigning a standoff with Field, and launch a large-scale attack on the Griffin Empire, making Field mistakenly believe our strategic objective is to conquer the Griffin Central Province. But in reality, we use the route to the Griffin Bastards' Twilight Province, while our main force launches a surprise attack from Morningwind. A rapid advance, utilizing the full strength of our Field army. The Obsidian soldiers were mostly confused. Many, impatient, grabbed their maids and did things they couldn't say. On the other hand, Hero Queen Audrey became worried. Would that Griffin bitch agree? Don't forget, we annexed her entire west. A general nearby laughed heartily. That bitch will definitely agree. She's probably already infatuated with our powerful physiques. If she doesn't agree, then we attack Twilight Province. That Griffin bitch looks arrogant, but she has no courage in the face of us. Goromash sneered. We finalize these decisions after reinforcements arrive. Well said, truly worthy of General Goromash. The expeditionary commander was greatly satisfied. He put his arm around Goromash's shoulder. My brother, you must see this. It's a gift I prepared for you. Then I must see it. Reaching the center of the camp, Goromash was overjoyed at the sight before him. A large group of pregnant women, their expressions blank, sat on haystacks. Without exception, they were all citizens of the Griffin Empire. Wah wah. Hearing the baby's loud cry, the expeditionary commander, Varek, personally stepped forward, embraced the infant, and turned to Goromash. Their joy was impossible to conceal. Look! We gained our footing. These beasts have given birth to noble bloodlines, and are fulfilling their purpose. Varek laughed heartily. Soon, the entire Griffin Empire will be filled with our warriors, and the glory of the mystical goddess will shine upon us. Ha ha ha, our homeland is impoverished, but our will is enough to conquer the entire world. He excitedly held the baby high in the air. Goromash stood on the high platform, roaring at the soldiers who were landing, setting up camp, and training, conquer the entire Moonscar continent. For survival. 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 One man's roar ignited the roars of millions. The combined roars were like a surging tide, countless soldiers raising their weapons, and shouting excitedly. The slaves of the Griffin Kingdom were ashen-faced, utterly despairing. They had thought defeat would simply mean paying more taxes, but they hadn't expected it to come to this. Meanwhile, in Nightfall territory, reporting to Your Excellency, our air patrol has detected unusual activity from the Dragon Tower warships. A large number of transport ships are heading towards the Azure Sea province. Your Excellency, witnesses at the Morningwind border have spotted Griffin Empire knights. They seem to be suppressing bandits, beheading many. Knowledgeable nobles say they are the Silver Griffin Prince's cavalry. News has arrived from Fort Lurker in High Fortress. Obsidian appears to have received reinforcements. A series of reports reached Field. The Silver Griffin Prince. What is that? Field was bewildered. I never heard of him. That requires consulting the family genealogy. Vivian produced the Griffin Queen's genealogy. Simply put, she was a woman from the Golden Griffin family who married an elector. Not long after, this nobleman died without an heir. The elector's territory was inherited by a representative of the Golden Griffin family, but theoretically, it doesn't belong to the Golden Griffin family. A classic example of joint rule. Gently stroking his brow, Field sighed. I shouldn't have worried about this. It's not my territory anyway. Vivian tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, placed her hands neatly on her lower abdomen, and smiled wisely. A wise choice. She carefully reviewed the border report. Field scoffed, his eyes narrowing. Damn those Dragon Tower people, they're profiting from the war again. They asked for our aid 1 minute, and betrayed us the next. That's right, the weather's getting hotter, and the Obsidian people fear the cold. They prefer to attack in the summer and autumn. These man-eating monsters have probably ravaged the west, and are desperately searching for new prey. Biting her thin lips angrily, Vivian suggested, My lord, we don't know how many Obsidian troops have arrived. We should respond quickly. Exactly. Field slammed his fist on the desk. Immediately issue the order to mobilize our elite legions and local forces. Prepare for the westward expedition. I blow those Obsidian people to smithereens. Chapter 1326. We discussed the specific strategic deployment after we gathered everyone here. After all, the Griffin Queen might try to backstab us, so we can't be careless. Just as Field was about to leave, a knight's report came from outside. Reporting to my lord, a beautiful lady requests an audience. She identifies herself as Quill. What? Field was startled, nearly shaking Little Moon awake from her nap. He took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. As expected of a chaos calamity, she managed to evade Blackfeather's detection. This thing is likely spying on me. Field was extremely annoyed. He cleared his throat. Please let her in. The soft clatter of high heels echoed as a slender, graceful young woman entered the town hall. A delicate feather hair ornament swayed by her ears, complementing her scholarly aura. Quill didn't mention her calamity identity. She was the very image of a young lady from a literary family. It seems I arrived at an inopportune time. Quill beckoned to Vivian, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Sorry to interrupt your date. It's not a date, I'm the Lord's little advisor. Vivian quickly explained, her face flushed. And this sister is? I'm here to help conquer Obsidian. Quill's eyelashes fluttered slightly, as she smiled gently. You could say I'm reinforcements. Could it be? Seeing Field's tense expression, Vivian immediately knew the answer, and quietly stepped in front of him. Don't be nervous, Field. I have no interest in eavesdropping on your secrets. Quill raised her head proudly, revealing a mysterious smile. I borrowed a transport ship from the Dragon Tower to get here. They transported a large number of Obsidian soldiers. I imagine you're getting restless too. Humph. Field, his face full of displeasure, pulled Vivian behind him and gestured for her to sit. What's your opinion? Speak up. Don't give me that sour look anymore. I was trying to help, and you don't appreciate it and even yell at me. I'm going to cry. Feather pouted, rubbing her delicate hands in front of her eyes, feigning a cry. Wha? So hard to put on. Field chuckled, annoyed, and sat down himself. All right. Feather, seeing Field's still cold expression, sighed softly. If I wanted to spy on you, it would be incredibly easy. Infiltrating your territory would be a piece of cake for me. After all, we Chaos Calamities are masters of disguise. Feather lightly pushed aside the documents on the table, lifted her black-nailed feet, and lazily sat down on the table. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down her back. The Quill smiled coldly, lightly lifting its foot to lift Field's chin. As for killing, I can kill whoever I want, but it will disrupt my plans. Don't worry, why would I want to kill you? Insolence. Vivian tried to call for help, but Field stopped her. The Chaos Calamity before her, who knew how long it had lived, was too reckless to start a fight. This Chaos Calamity, for some reason, had no sense of boundaries. So what's your plan? Field, with the idea of taking advantage of the situation, grabbed the other's leg, its calf easily grasped, incredibly smooth. Ugh, you're asking for it. The Quill hurriedly pulled its leg back, its frantic movements nearly knocking over the table. Eek! Hearing the noise, Little Moon woke up, glancing sleepily at the Quill. Like an ancient, scorching sun, it crashed down, incinerating everything in the world. The calamity of destruction is here too. The seemingly harmless gaze sent a chill down the spine of the Quill's soul. Never mind, this body is just an avatar anyway. With a helpless wave of its hand, the Quill generously forgave the offense. Field, I be frank. Through divination, I learned that Obsidian not only possesses a powerful army, but also outer god creations, the Watchers. I'm very curious about the Watchers. They must possess unknown knowledge. You have a divine body, Disha. Capture an outer god creation and offer it to me. I will do everything in my power to help you. It's that simple. Field pondered for a moment, a smile appearing on his face as he rubbed his hands expectantly. So, I can get Chaos's help. Only my help. The Quill slumped like a lazy cat. She curled up on the desk, her white legs swinging back and forth. Besides, I can only assist you with a non-lethal divine skill at crucial moments. This divine skill was specifically developed to counter the Spyingman's special abilities. It's useless against others. However, without me, even if you defeat the Spyingman, you can't kill or capture it. Field was astonished. You can exchange divine skills? Not only can I exchange them, but I can also deduce them. It's my exclusive ability. The Quill's lips curled into a sly smile. If you perform well, I can help you deduce divine skills, magic circles, techniques, enchantments, or even crafting books. Crafting books? Vivian asked curiously. This is the Netherworld Calamity's specialty, which I mastered through special means. While the souls of the deceased chosen ones are still within their divine seals, extract them, and compile them into divine artifact books. After your chosen one has read them all, you will learn her combat experience and gain partial knowledge of her memories. Unfortunately, the Netherworld Calamities can do even better. They can even learn the divine skills and talents of the dead. When the opportunity arises, kill some Netherworld Calamities, and see if you can obtain their complete abilities. The Quill's words sent chills down one's spine. Holy crap, soul-searching technique. Field's pupils dilated in shock. The Chaos Calamities are truly too dangerous. They are impossible to defend against. What a strange way to address him, but you can understand it that way too. The Quill smiled, and reached out to ruffle Field's hair from above. So smart, you understand immediately. Don't you have any sense of boundaries? Field slapped the Quill's hand away, his face darkening. Fine, I didn't have a choice. The battle depends entirely on you. I can't use any lethal abilities, so don't think I'd be your backup. The Quill emphasized again, otherwise, defeat and death won't be far off. I know, now get off my desk. The Quill, This human, how can he be so reckless? After settling the Quill into the guest room, Field sent people to mobilize and deploy troops, while simultaneously writing a letter to the Griffin Queen. Letter content. Griffin Queen, we share the blood of the Griffin people. Facing the Obsidian people who love slaughter, we should put aside our differences and cooperate. After driving out the Obsidian Empire, we can then resolve our internal grievances. I have decided to send troops to attack in a month. I await your news. This was written by Field himself. After finishing, Field pondered it for a moment, muttering, it feels a bit lacking in emotion, and the aristocratic artistic flair isn't quite there. Come on, Silver Eyes, squeeze 2 tears onto it. Chapter 1327. Okay. Silver Eyes readily agreed, took the envelope, and after a long pause, tried hard to recall the tragic events. Finally, a glistening drop of drool fell from the corner of her mouth onto the letter. Are these tears? Why are you drooling over your tragic memories? Field's vision blurred. You destroyed my handwritten letter. What worries could a simple little dragon like me have? Silver Eyes waved her hands dismissively, her expression dismissive. If you want more, I just have to grab a toad and piss on it. How disgusting. And you call yourself a mithril dragon? Field was speechless. He glanced at Vivian, who was snickering nearby, and immediately ordered, My dear Miss Vivian, expand this letter into a moving and beautifully written version. Send it to the Griffin Queen a week later. No problem. Vivian nodded obediently. After carefully reading the letter, she asked, puzzled, My lord, you're going to attack a month later and contact the Griffin Queen? Forgive my bluntness, but this... She stopped mid-sentence, realizing her mistake. Their lord, cunning as a fox, possessed none of the sincerity of traditional nobles, and would never tell the queen the truth. The letter's contents were utterly worthless. It was definitely something Field came up with on a whim, or perhaps on Silver Eyes' backside. That's right, we attacked the Obsidian clan as soon as the letter was sent. The letter's secondary purpose was to lull the Obsidian clan into a false sense of security. There's no doubt the royal family has Obsidian spies. We also hope this letter will lead the Griffin Queen to betray the Obsidian clan, rather than us. This is possible, after all, The Queen's desire to reclaim the rich West is far stronger than her desire to reclaim the North. Field also hoped that the Griffin Queen could launch a pincer attack on Obsidian from Twilight, thus easing his own pressure considerably. Of course, the most important purpose is to let the people of the Griffin Kingdom know who truly protects them. Popular support is far more important than reinforcements from the Griffin Empire. I see. Vivian unconsciously moved closer. Her lord's unwavering support for her people made her feel very close. My lord, urgent news from the High Keep border. A massive Obsidian army is constructing fortifications and assembling a large force. Blackfeather's hurried voice came from outside. Huh? Field hurriedly opened the door, and Blackfeather rushed over, grabbing Field's sleeve. Tens of thousands of troops, too many people. They're gathering at the border, even creating a fortress-like artifact, and the fortresses and camps are expanding. Even faster than we expected. Vivian's face paled. This morning, at the gates of Fa Fong Fortress, they dropped some heads and several recording stones. Blackfeather bit her lip, taking out a recording stone that had been wiped clean of blood. A flicker of confusion crossed Field's eyes as he poured magic into the recording stone, quickly activating it. The recording stone slowly projected an altar covered in strange symbols. A group of women, their bodies painted with symbols, knelt on the ground, completely naked and filthy. Field, I, Varek, commander of the Obsidian Expedition, am more cunning and powerful than the sky-soaring panther. Dressed impeccably, Varek thumped his chest. High Fortress, Itavan, and the entire north will become our hunting grounds. These women are beauties sent by the Griffin Queen last time. He, they used up their last bit of value. Useless hens that won't lay eggs, slaughter them for meat. With a wave of his hand, he said. The Obsidian soldiers behind him thrust out their spears, the sound of sharp weapons slicing through flesh filling the air. In moments, over 100 lives were lost. TSK, look what I caught. Your fisherman got lost and wandered into my territory. Varek chuckled smugly, clapping his hands in front of him. Soon, Obsidian soldiers dragged in a fisherman and pinned him to the ground. Old man with a gap in his teeth. Field's face was extremely grim. He recognized the fisherman. He had served in the army long ago, but due to his thinness, cowardice, and advanced age, he had retired long before his rebellion. Field, your people are just like you, foolish and ignorant, greedily invading our Obsidian territory. Old man with a gap in his teeth knelt on the ground, silent, his face deathly pale with fear. Speak. Let the Nightfall army surrender, and there's a chance for survival. Varek grabbed Old Tooth's ear, laughing wildly. Repeat my words. Nightfall soldiers, surrender, and you won't die. Field is a liar who sends everyone to their doom. A long silence followed. Old Tooth looked up, staring at the recording stone. Then, in a trembling, cowardly, and utterly weak voice, he said, Brothers and sisters, fight to the last breath. Reclaim our lost territory, drive out the invaders. Long live Lord Field. He stammered. Fool. Varek, enraged, swiftly beheaded Old Tooth, then commanded, throw his head in front of Fong Fortress, let the Griffin people see the consequences of resistance. Immediately, Varek turned, staring intently at Field. Our portal will open again. When our massive army breaches the High Fortress, you will face utter despair. Dare to oppose us? This is your fate. The projection from the recording stone dissipated. Damn it! The usually jovial Silver Eyes was the first to erupt in fury, his divine power surging. We must retaliate against the Obsidian men immediately. Field, let's attack directly. Does he think we're some useless Griffin Queen? That we be intimidated and back down? Blackfeather was also furious, his body trembling with rage. He unusually suggested, my lord, we should take advantage of the Obsidian army's unstable foothold and launch a surprise attack. After a long silence, Field fell into deep thought. Don't let anger cloud your judgment, Vivian questioned. The Obsidian people have only just landed, and they're already so arrogant. There might be a trap. You might be afraid, but I'm not, Silver Eyes retorted, defiantly waving his sleeve. We were going to attack anyway, so let's flatten everything and sweep across the west. No, something's fishy. After a long silence, Field finally spoke. Revenge is necessary, but we can't attack recklessly. The Obsidian commander's high-profile provocation has elements of persuasion and intimidation, but it definitely has a strategic purpose. The Supreme Commander who commands tens of thousands of legions and governs millions of people. Field didn't believe it was just a provocative video. He said he had a massive army to raise the High Fortress, but in reality, he built high fortifications, actively provoking us. His most obvious strategic intention is to make us leave the fortress and mountains to attack their defenses. Field reminded him, his emphasis on sacrifices and portals is most likely to create a sense of oppression. I don't understand. Silver Eyes scratched his head wisely, the ornaments on his dragon horns making a crisp sound. Chapter 1328. Grabbing a map, Field pointed to the strategic pass leading from High Fortress to the vast sea, Fong Fortress. If I were an Obsidian, I have to be crazy to invade the north via Fong Fortress. It's an impregnable fortress. The long slender mountain path, shaped like a gooseneck, severely limited the number of troops that could move, making it a low to high attack. To put it bluntly, even a 6th-tier chosen god wouldn't have many soldiers to buff them with their domain. We can't go through High Fortress Pass. We can only go through the flowing light lake at the provincial border. Further north, it's our Aton Mountains again. Crossing the lake and traversing the mountains is an immense challenge for the Obsidian, Field asserted. At least a large army is absolutely impossible. Why? Silver Eyes asked, puzzled. Because the Sea of Light has been ravaged by us, supplies are scarce and transportation is blocked. The Aton province, destroyed by the Shadow Cult and the Griffin Empire, has also successfully deurbanized. Large armies entering Aton will only find themselves dead. Small groups entering won't be able to clear roads to Morrowind or Rick. If they're unlucky, they might encounter chosen beasts and be wiped out. As long as they hold Aton and enter the passes of Morrowind and Rick, Aton will be a death trap. I see. The Obsidian people, besides a direct assault on Fong Hold, have no other option. Silver Eyes understood. No, there's a much better way. Field drew a huge arc to the right, break through the Griffin Empire's Twilight Province, and attack Morrowind directly. The entire route is a plain and fertile land, so supplies won't be a problem. If Obsidian's Varek and Grommash were here, hearing Field easily see through their strategic plan, it would probably scare Apache to death. So, the Obsidian Empire is just bluffing us. Their real purpose is to attack the Griffin Queen. Silver Eyes scoffed twice. Not necessarily. Field shook his head repeatedly. Don't forget, Twilight Province is in the Griffin Queen's hands. Maybe she directly grant the Obsidian a passage, or even join them in attacking Morningwind. Impossible. Even Vivian hesitated. The Central Province is the Queen's treasure. If the Obsidian changes their mind, Twilight is finished. I'm not sure either. It's all just speculation. Field put down his pen, looking in the direction of Morningwind, feeling as if 1,000 quills were crawling all over him. But attacking from High Fortress would mean abandoning geographical and defensive advantages, and having to attack a defensive line guarded by tens of thousands of people. Even if we breach their defenses, so what? The Thousand Lakes province behind us is still enemy territory. They have sufficient depth, a constant stream of reinforcements, and can retreat with ease. If we can't effectively annihilate the enemy's manpower, we get bogged down in a quagmire of war. Then the Empress might betray us, and we'd be in danger. Pacing back and forth, Field's mind raced, carefully considering various solutions. Suddenly turning around, Field stared at the map, a cold smile playing on his lips. I got it. If the enemy can go, so can I. Whatever the Obsidian or Griffin Empire's plans. He's spouting incomprehensible nonsense again. Silver Eyes wiped the drool from her mouth, looking blankly at Vivian. Pass on my orders. Field produced his seal, and handed it to Vivian. Order our Nightfall territories 1st, 2nd, and 3rd legions to prepare immediately and head to High Castle tomorrow. Mass copy the recording stones used to provoke them, and show them to the soldiers. Have each province allocate 3,000 elite troops and 5,000 laborers to the area around Fongbao Fortress. The bigger the show, the better. The remaining 10,000 troops from the local legions will go to Dragonwing City in Morningwind. Vivian was confused and hurriedly asked, My lord, are you really going to abandon our defensive advantage and launch a full-scale attack on Obsidian's defenses? No, temporarily defend a feigned attack. Field sneered, in this battle, I will not only break through their defenses, but also wipe them out. Just as he stepped outside, Field bumped into Leoli and Leia. The apothecary Leia pushed a cool-looking corrupted black raven. My lord, is this the magical beast you requested? Its feathers were like sharp black swords, gleaming with a cold, sharp light. It was as large as a blood eagle, with scarlet pupils, and looked like it could devour 3 children in one meal. Huh? Field's eyes widened in astonishment. How did you do that? I've been trying to get it right since I got the lavender plant. But it's not quite the same as the original. Field rubbed his chin, then gasped, shocked. It's so much bigger. Sorry, this is a 4th-tier corrupted magical beast, Leia replied awkwardly. It turns out, the original corrupted black crow was just a pigeon that accidentally ate a zero-tier corrupted lavender, resulting in a mutation. But this corrupted black crow was a magical beast puppet created by Leia using the 4th-tier lavender potion she deduced, combined with Lioli's magical skills, and using the Blood Eagle magical beast. I'm not sure if it's successful, we're missing a crucial step, Lioli gestured. I know. Field cast empathy spell on the corrupted black raven. The next moment, the previously cold and numb corrupted black raven instantly came to life, its crimson eyes scanning the surroundings. Success? The corrupted black raven spoke in human language, its tone filled with barely concealed excitement. The value of the drone was undeniable. As expected, Lioli realized, only you could control it using empathy spells. Really? Field regained his composure and asked curiously. That's right. Creating this kind of puppet requires a divine seal to modify its spirit, coupled with the special characteristics of corrupted creatures. Perhaps no one, but you can control this special puppet. Lioli cast a curious glance at him. Equipping it for the army is out of the question. He couldn't control multiple black ravens himself, he had to be completely focused to control one. Field felt a pang of regret, but he still gave the two of them a thumbs up, praising them highly. A 4th-tier black raven possesses a wealth of hidden abilities. But it was a modified bloodhawk beast, capable of carrying people and flying, as well as reconnaissance and attack. Lioli, do you have any way to improve the magic of mages, especially shield-type spells? Of course. Lioli nodded elegantly. After arranging matters in the territory, Field returned to Starry Night Fortress, carefully checked his equipment and baggage, and began to arrange the deployment of the chosen ones. The next morning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of footsteps echoed. Ranks of Nightfall soldiers, dressed in black uniforms and carrying muskets, marched forward in orderly ranks. Bayonets reflected a cold glint, and their uniform steps converged into a terrifying killing intent like a surging tide. The Black Wolf riders stretched from the sky to the ground, the wind howling. Astride his warhorse, Field gazed slowly at the army before him and roared, "Warriors, the Obsidian men are ravaging our homeland and slaughtering our people. Tell me, how should we deal with these invaders? Kill!" A deafening battle cry echoed through the sky. Chapter 1329. Amidst the clamor of men and horses, the massive Nightfall Legion departed the northern province, splitting into eastern and western forces. Felder, using corrupted Black Raven, led Blackfeather, Great Thunder Dragon, and others, commanding 30,000 elite infantry, all artillery, and mages, towards Fong's Keep to confront the Obsidian Legion. He himself, with a portion of his elite troops, quietly departed in the other direction. Throughout the north, Legion movements were visible everywhere. Ravens patrolled and flew overhead, local legions rotated garrisons, a complex yet orderly process. After all, the Nightfall Legion's local legions were directly under Felder's command. There was no situation where local lords were unwilling to relinquish command. Fortunately, the soldiers were well trained, the roads were smooth, and Nightfall Legion had an abundance of horses and vehicles. Even with a legion of tens of thousands, their advance was still quite rapid. On the morning of July 28th, according to the Griffin calendar, they arrived at Fong's Keep. Boom! The cannons roared, and Field's corrupted Black Crow clearly heard the gunfire echoing between the sky and the mountains. "My lord, we arrived. How did your operation go?" Blackfeather's soft voice came from beside him. With a burst of divine power, she shattered all the chains binding the corrupted Black Crow. "I'm fine. The key is to check the situation here." The corrupted Black Crow spread its wings and swaggered down from the carriage, first assessing its own situation. Brightening daylight was approaching. Even though a thin mist shrouded the mountains of High Fortress, Field's vision remained clear. Two towering mountains in the distance, like natural gatekeepers, formed a natural barrier for High Fortress. The Fortress of Fangs, nestled between them, grew increasingly majestic with the new materials and technology of Nightfall territory, gradually revealing its loggerhead-style defenses. Behind Lifeng Fortress stretched an endless expanse of tents and small fortresses for dozens of miles, banners fluttering in the wind. Assembled. Nightfall territory victorious. Nightfall territory victorious. Reclaim lost territory. Avenge our grievances. Avenge our grievances. Hysterical roars erupted from every camp. Even the magical beasts were infected, howling wildly. Accompanied by the distant roar of cannons, the killing intent was utterly terrifying. People from different regions of the north quietly gathered at Lifeng Fortress. Those are the lords of Nightfall territory. Brain clutched her basket tighter, filled with bread and adorned with a yellow wildflower, still glistening with dew. She had picked it along the way, thinking it would be fun to reward the army. But as she approached the legion's encampment, she realized how absurd the little flower seemed. Roars, steel, magical beasts, a suffocatingly dark mass. Rumble, rumble. A wagon loaded with heavy cannon sped past. Immediately following was the thunderous sound of hooves as hundreds of cavalrymen galloped by. Breen and her father quickly moved aside, and the villagers behind them, equally alert, retreated hastily. Sure enough, musketeers advanced in neat ranks, like a long, flowing dragon. Most of the musketeers were equipped with breastplates and helmets, and many also wore menacing face shields. The villagers' legs trembled, some even hesitated, wondering if they should go home, but no one dared to suggest it. The Nightfall army was too strange, hundreds, even thousands, moved as if they were a single person walking. Their synchronized steps made the ground rumble. As if devoid of emotion, they didn't utter a single word. Shouldn't a normal army be full of curses? No wonder our men of High-Old were defeated by them. Bryn's small hand gripped her father's tightly. She could clearly feel that his hand was covered in sweat. In High-Old, the name Field was enough to terrify even children. Some said his legion was made of demons, others of corrupted creatures. Fortunately, after Field ruled High-Old, everyone lived in peace, and the fear slowly subsided. Until these days, with the flames of war reignited, everyone remembered the fear of being ruled by war. "Are you villagers from nearby?" Blackfeather asked curiously when she saw them. The villagers, initially impressed by Blackfeather's stunning beauty and melancholic, ethereal aura, had just begun to feel a sense of goodwill. By Goddess above. But the sudden sight of the hideous, corrupted Black Raven beside Blackfeather nearly made them wet themselves in fear. "God, chosen one. We live in a nearby village. Hearing about the fight against the Obsidian men, we brought food and wine. This bread was made by the best baker in our village." The village chief hurriedly came out, leaning on his cane, and said in an extremely humble tone, "The women can also help with laundry and cooking." Field, standing nearby, understood. He knew the villagers were paying protection money, fearing being robbed. Having the women help with laundry, cooking, or doing strange things would make them feel more comfortable and less likely to rob them. This was a clever trick the villagers had developed under the Griffin Queen's rule. "Go back. You can't get into the camp. We have dedicated logistics." Blackfeather didn't think much of it, and waved his hands repeatedly. "Sir, please accept it." The village chief, unsure of himself, quickly nudged Bryn beside him. "Sister here." Bryn held up the basket, filled with soft bread. "No need, it's against military discipline." Blackfeather shook her head slightly, coldly refusing without even a gesture of refusal. In her view, the Lord's orders were everything. Besides, the army had no need for this food. But to the villagers, this cold attitude was no different from saying, "Go home, wash your neck, and wait to die." This little girl is still too naive. Look how scared she's made the villagers. Field thought to himself, Blackfeather still has a lot to learn. Controlling the massive Black Raven, Field, under the terrified gazes of the villagers, used its sharp beak to reach into the basket. But it snatched away a small flower. "Huh?" The villagers were dumbfounded. They thought the monster was going to eat people, but it took a flower instead. "We appreciate your kindness. Lord Field's army came to protect our people. Living well is the best way to repay our lord." Vivian, with elegant steps, winked twice at the corrupted Black Crow. I see." Blackfeather nodded blankly. The people were all shocked. "Praise be to our lord." The village chief trembled with excitement. Only after the army had gone far away did Bryn come to her senses, staring at the basket, unable to calm down for a long time. After confirming that the camp was properly set up and there wouldn't be any fire spreading for miles, Field then steered the Black Crow into flight. Although it was early morning, the Obsidian and Nightfall armies had already clashed. Flying over the mountains, in the far distance, there was an equally dark mass, even larger than their own army. A continuous defensive line built of bones, wood, stones, and mud stretched west to the coast, and then disappeared eastward. Everywhere, makeshift watchtowers and fortresses, like tentacles, seemed to be reaching out toward Leah Fortress. Chapter 1330. Obsidian scouts, in groups of 50 or 60, carrying javelins, galloped back and forth between outposts. Unarmed laborers, carrying comical wooden shields, attempted to advance the outposts and fortresses. Of course, all actions outside of supernatural power were clowns before the formidable walls and cannons of the high fortress. Outposts within cannon range were engulfed in flames. Numerous laborers' corpses lay mangled on the ground, A crimson stain. Sizzle. A dazzling flash of lightning erupted as Fabra's imposing figure suddenly appeared beside Field. She waved her sleeve with an air of dominance, causing the massive rabbit to tremble. Humph, if I were the enemy, you would already be dead. All right. My invincible thunder dragon, cover my reconnaissance and call Black Feather. Reconnaissance? Shouldn't we just start slaughtering them? Fabra cast a questioning glance, her small lips pouting. Her ethereal figure, adorned with a look of astonishment, possessed a unique charm. Field activated the corrupted Black Raven, replying, reliable intelligence is crucial to the battle. Follow me. Moving swiftly, the Black Raven drones, now at 4th tier combat power, moved with astonishing speed, quickly spotting Obsidian's second defensive line. That's a divine magic tower? Such things really exist. The second defensive line was even more magnificent, no longer just mounds of earth and wooden fortresses, but structures built of magic. Several chosen ones, and over 1,000 mages continuously channeled their power, shaping numerous stone walls on the vast plains of the sea. Soldiers then brought magic towers, ballistae, and catapults, installing them atop these walls. What caught Field's eye most was a magic tower radiating divine light. From the sky, the palace's shape was a circle framed by triangles. The outer walls, as white as snow, reflected a warm, divine glow in the morning sun. The inner magic towers were hourglass-shaped, with a burning flame connecting the top and bottom. Divine shield. Field could clearly see this through the eyes of the corrupted Black Raven. The entire Obsidian defense line was covered by a massive divine shield. The inner magic shields were layered and interwoven, forming a formidable defensive network. Buzz! A nearby magic tower had just been erected. A stream of inscribed light shot from the flame in the center of the hourglass-shaped white tower, flowing into it. The ordinary magic tower immediately absorbed the white flame, its power greatly increased. However, the pure white and beautiful inscriptions clashed sharply with the surrounding obsidian figures. It was hard to imagine that such exquisite artifacts were produced by a group of people covered in paint, barefoot and shirtless. Who? Just as he was observing, Faveria suddenly conjured a lightning spear, pointing it directly behind her, her killing intent palpable. Don't be nervous, okay? I'm your lord's military advisor. The gentle voice of the quill pen rang out. Her eyebrows curved into a smile, her feather hair ornament swaying slightly in the wind. She clasped her hands together, feigning cuteness as she pleaded, Lord Destruction, I am Chaos Calamity. Faveria grinned coldly, her killing intent undiminished. What is it? Field proactively diffused the awkwardness. He didn't want to fight Chaos before even engaging the Obsidian Golem. That's a 6th-tier artifact structure, the quill pen explained. The Obsidian Golem might have been a chosen one with the architect profession. Or perhaps they killed one and seized this artifact. There's such a profession? Field raised an eyebrow. Besides, how come you appear and disappear so mysteriously? I'm a Chaos Calamity. Isn't it normal for me to appear and disappear without a trace? The quill yawned lazily. I'm too lazy to fly. Let me step on you. Without any politeness, the quill landed directly on the corrupted Black Raven, its bare foot playfully stomping on the raven's head. How interesting, hee. Interesting my ass. Field almost exploded. Under the empathic magic, his perception was completely identical to the raven's. Being stomped on the head was utterly humiliating. The quill intensified its attack, speaking in a threatening tone. Don't you want to hear my explanation? If you want to acquire knowledge, you have to be willing to pay the price. Go ahead. Field's face darkened, secretly vowing that he would make the shameless woman pay the terrible price of having a whole litter of babies. I killed several chosen ones of architecture. Their artifacts confused with other artifacts, slowly piling them into buildings. Often, they start with a small, first-tier house and gradually transform it into a high-tier tower fortress, even an entire city. For example, Sky City, a 9th-tier artifact from the Magic Era, a pinnacle creation. The quill pen explained, the biggest characteristic of these artifacts is that they allow a large number of weaklings to wield high-level power. The weaklings hide inside, and can then control the artifact to attack. That white tower, you can think of it as a 6th-tier chosen one that can't dodge, but has extremely high defense and lethality. I see. Field understood. Then, are there any weaknesses? That's a different price. Resting his chin on his hand, the quill pen chuckled elegantly, as if he had Field completely figured out. All right. For everyone's sake, let's make some sacrifices. After struggling for a moment, Field said helplessly, I give you a defeat animation after the battle. Black Feather, who was watching from the sidelines, was stunned and cried out, No! Humph, What nonsense are you talking about? Featherpin was furious, and vanished in a flash. Don't waste time with them, they're just annoying to look at. Faveria scoffed disdainfully, forcefully scattering the lightning spear. Only your own power is trustworthy. That's right. Field continued gazing into the distance. Behind the hourglass tower, there were countless tents, animal pens, stables, and even towering magical war elephants, each carrying several defensive towers on its back. Further behind, a dark green altar could be barely seen, with corpses piled up like mountains, evoking unpleasant memories. About 60,000 men, with at least 20,000 in logistics. Field's suspicions were somewhat confirmed. The intelligence is sufficient. Let's go back. Watch out, the enemy has spotted us. Black Feather pointed into the distance. Whoosh! War horn sounded throughout the obsidian line. From 5 or 6 camps, over 300 bat-like magical beasts took flight, their warrior knights wielding javelins and emitting guttural battle cries. Cowardly Griffin clan, you dare to stoop to our magnificent forms? A terrifying surge of divine power, accompanied by a foul stench, erupted as 4 chosen ones charged forward, their rapid sprints followed by a deafening explosion. Since you're here, why not stay? The leading chosen one, carrying a giant sword larger than a man on her back, licked the blood from her lips. I use your blood to replenish my cup. Enough with the nonsense. Facing a 6th-tier opponent, Faveria showed delight. It's been a long time since I killed anyone. Let's kill a couple and enjoy it. Chapter 1331. Lowly demihumans, not much different from the Griffin Kingdom's people. Nasser, the chosen one carrying a heavy sword, slowly drew his weapon from behind, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Sooner or later it'd be your turn. Demihumans may be much uglier than our obsidian beauties, but they're not incapable of having children. Nasser's words made Field's lips twitch. So, in the eyes of the people of this world, races with animal horns and ears are considered this ugly. However, the ambition of the Obsidian Kingdom also caused Field's killing intent towards them to rise to its peak. Fifilia couldn't wait any longer, and a deafening thunderbolt exploded. Under the shocked gazes of countless obsidian people below, the entire sky transformed into a lightning swamp. The 300-odd bat riders, who had just taken flight, were covered in lightning, their battle aura being consumed at an alarming rate. Enough with the nonsense, you're not even worthy to carry my shoes. Her figure vanished instantly, and Fifilia reappeared, flashing into the horde of bat beasts. Without needing to wield her lightning spear, Felice made a single grasping motion with her hand, and pure purple lightning instantly transformed into a mountain-sized energy dragon claw. Dozens of bat riders were crushed to dust in the lightning. When the riders were horrified, hastily urging their mounts to flee. But the stray lightning had already penetrated their bodies, numbing their limbs, and causing their flesh to boil. With a cold snort, the lightning snake swirling around her drew hundreds of dazzling arcs in the air, instantly annihilating all the remaining bat riders. Felice's attack was too fast, beyond the obsidian man's expectations. Having wanted to assess the level of the enemy's air force, Field had been ruthlessly annihilated by Felice, leaving him with nothing but emptiness. The lightning bolts, undiminished in power, hurtled towards the obsidian figures on the ground. To Faveria, it was merely a small burst of lightning released with a casual gesture, but to the people on the ground, it appeared as a dense rain of lightning spears descending from the sky. Help! The obsidian figure screamed in panic. Just as the lightning spears were about to strike, the hourglass in the center of the white tower rippled with mysterious waves, the fine sand flowing backward. The falling lightning slowed down at a visible rate. Boom, boom, boom. The slowed lightning struck the divine power shield erected by the white tower, and was completely neutralized. It can weaken the speed and power of projectiles, Field nodded secretly. No wonder it's a 6th-tier artifact, it seems to be related to the goddess of time. You're courting death. White Tower of Time, launch an attack. Nasser's eyes suddenly turned cold. The losses in the Air Force were heartbreaking. She immediately ordered a ground attack. Simultaneously, 2 domains erupted, accompanied by a faint, fishy stench. The dark green domains enveloped almost the entire obsidian camp. Of the 4 chosen ones, who had entered the battle, 2 were at the 6th rank, demonstrating their formidable combat power. Their auras surged. Everyone in the camp was enhanced by the domains, their combat power increasing dramatically. Immediately afterwards, a swarm of arrows, javelins, and magic projectiles, like flocks of birds, rose into the air. The hourglass of the White Tower of Time, however, accelerated its flow. All the flying objects increased in speed several times over, instantly covering the sky. The White Tower of Time also opened fire, a dense barrage of white projectiles erupting from the flames at its center, relentlessly raining down on Fabiria. Lightning flash. Fabiria dodged continuously, forced to retreat from the battlefield. Come embrace death, ha ha ha. Nasser fiercely raised his left hand, a chilling smile on his face, attempting to drag Fafreya into the chosen space. The divine seal had barely flashed when Fafreya's figure vanished. In her place shot a rapidly approaching crimson flying sword, and further away, black feathers formed a swarm of swords. Her previously charged sword extinction technique caught Nasser completely off guard. Boom! The crimson sword light exploded, binding the four chosen of obsidian with illusory inscribed chains, sealing them in place. A good opportunity. Field's eyes lit up. Even with the opponent's domain enhancement, the terrifying power of sword extinction was enough to cause massive damage. 6th-tier divine skill summon. Steelback armored rhinoceros. The taciturn chosen of obsidian, the summoner, while bound, had the divine seal of the mysterious goddess fly out and land behind him. Space tore open, and a mountain-like steel-backed armored rhinoceros roared down, its body swirling with divine power clouds. Its skin rubbed violently against the air, distorting the surrounding atmosphere. Roar! The steel-backed armored rhinoceros opened its massive jaws and swallowed the four members of obsidian whole. Black Feather, stop using the sword skeleton technique. Frisia raised her hand to stop Black Feather. It's unnecessary. If you can't kill it instantly, you only expose your strength. Okay. Black Feather readily agreed, abandoning the pursuit and instead unleashing a barrage of sword strikes, relentlessly piercing the steel-backed armored rhinoceros. Bang bang bang. The armored rhinoceros's shell was dented by the bombardment, blood seeping from the tattered armor, but it withstood several minutes of bombardment. With a swift movement, the four members of Obsidian broke free from the sword skeleton's restraints. The chosen ones of different continents have vastly different professions and divine skills. In a short time, I witnessed a whole host of methods I never seen before. Field silently absorbed everything he observed, carefully memorizing it. Fortunately, the ferocious magical beasts summoned by the opponent, while exhibiting divine power fluctuations, were all superficial. They were merely monsters modified by divine power, definitely not naturally born chosen magical beasts, otherwise, they wouldn't have been so easily overwhelmed by Black Feather's attacks. 6th-tier divine skill, wilderness power. 6th-tier divine skill, body modification. Nasser cast an amplification divine skill on himself, his muscles more than tripling in size, but his head didn't grow larger, transforming him into a muscular Barbie doll. His greatsword, originally larger than a person, now looked almost small. Hee, skinny griffin man, watch me snap your neck. With a loud, sinister laugh, Nasser twisted his neck twice and swung his greatsword straight at Black Feather. Black Feather remained calm and fearless, drawing his sword to meet the attack. The moment the battle began, the clang of swords rang out like the striking of metal, and a series of sparks erupted from the sky. 6th-tier divine skill summon. Blade-wielding rock vulture. Go eat that crow. The summoner keenly sensed that the corrupted black crow was a reconnaissance unit. Instantly, he summoned another magical beast, radiating divine power, resembling an enlarged vulture, its talons 5 or 6 meters long, like 8 razor-sharp knives, incredibly sharp. The blade-wielding rock vulture flapped its wings, emitting a grating noise, and opened its foul-smelling beak, swooping down on Field. Field controlled the corrupted black crow, spreading its wings and retreating at lightning speed, just about to call for the great thunder dragon's help. Heavenly burial. Black Feather, fighting Nasser, seeing her lord in danger, disregarded everything else. She parried her heavy sword, turned, and unleashed a divine skill. A black sword light traversed for miles, accurately striking the rock vulture. A shrill scream rang out as the vulture was blasted to pieces, its fragments scattering like stones. Little girl, don't get distracted, hee. Nasser sneered, seizing the opening where Black Feather had intervened, and kicked her hard, sending her flying 100 meters. Chapter 1332. His muscular calves suddenly kicked backward, creating an explosive burst of air. Nasal, like a cannonball, hurtled towards him with tremendous force, his heavy sword slamming down towards Heiyu's pretty face. Bang! Heiyu's hands trembled violently, as she barely managed to block the attack. Her protective divine shield shattered like flying shards of glass. After all, her opponent had massive legion buffs. The amplification from his domain alone increased his combat power by 30%. Under Heiyu's domain, only Field received a negligible boost. Good opportunity, help quickly. Seeing the continuous attacks, Heiyu was forced by Nasal to move towards the obsidian defense line. The time tower, which had just ceased fire, reopened its barrage, the soldiers unleashing a torrent of magic and combat skills. Hey you, like a gluttonous cat, endured countless attacks, the pressure mounting immensely. Ha ha, the Griffin people are indeed incredibly stupid. They dare to attack my lines without any army cover. Nasal, his hands enormous like winnowing baskets, grabbed his own head and laughed wildly. The first sacrifice offered to the goddess, what an honor. He was about to swing his heavy sword and continue his frenzied attack. Ah! A scream echoed through the heavens. Hearing the familiar voice, Nasal's eyes quickly swept across the scene, revealing a horrifying sight. His fifth-tier lieutenant, who had fought alongside him, was being dragged around like a chicken by the neck by Fafria. A fifth-tier member of Nightfall territory had actually captured his lieutenant alive in such a short time, enduring a dense barrage of fire. Summoner, what are you doing? Is it so difficult to kill a fifth-tier member? Nasal's face turned green as he demanded sharply, there are 3 of you. She's different, her mobility is ridiculously high. Maybe sending the blood beast could catch her. Frowning, the summoner expended a large amount of divine power, summoning 2 more rock eagles to pursue Phyllis. Get your filthy hands off me, you lowly demi-human. The obsidian chosen, captured alive by Phyllis, let out a beast-like scream, wildly clawing and kicking, trying to break free of its restraints. Shut up. Phyllis grinned impatiently, displaying her regal bearing. Lightning surged around her as she activated the Thunder Sparrow divine technique, condensing tens of thousands of Thunder Sparrows, which spectacularly shot out in all directions to intercept the rock eagles. With a swift twist of her wrists, ignoring the prisoner's screams, she ruthlessly braided the enemy's hands into a pretzel. Let me test the strength of your defenses. With a lightning-fast flash, Fafrea appeared behind Kuroba, wielding the obsidian chosen, facing the anti-air fire below. Hundreds upon hundreds of magical and martial arts attacks, mixed with the bombardment of the White Tower of Time, rained down. Originally intended for Kuroba, they were now being met head-on by their own comrades. Nasser's divine shield emitted a dazzling light, but moments later, it shattered like glass. Then, his divine armor burst open, revealing a large patch of pixelated skin. The bunny hopped around, making the obsidian below go dry. Aya. Struck by the divine beams of the White Tower, Nasser's lieutenant's chest was dented, flesh and blood flying everywhere, 7 or 8 aura arrows piercing his body, a gruesome sight. Damn you, you're provoking me. Nasal's pupils were bloodshot as he angrily exhaled hot breath, wanting to drag the great thunder dragon into the god-chosen space and kill it. Black Feather, like a leech, clung to the space, using divine power to seal it off and constantly disrupt it. Furthermore, the raven feather sword she created could also protect her own forces. The chosen space was a ruthless crushing force of 6th-tier beings against lower-tier ones. But it was ineffective against enemies, who were also 6th-tier. Nasser was engrossed in another battle, unable to spare a moment for anything else. 5th-tier divine skill, shattering strike. Another 5th-tier chosen one, enraged by Scarlet's toying with living beings, charged forward recklessly, unleashing his strongest attack. Is he so eager to die? Sensing the surrounding lightning disturbance, Scarlet used a single hand to crush the neck of the half-dead prisoner, no different from strangling a chick. A flash of lightning, and Scarlet's figure vanished abruptly. Shattering strike had struck empty air. I love seeing you all die one after another, it's so energetic. A voice brimming with mature, sophisticated charm suddenly rang out, causing the lieutenant's heart to stop and his back to be instantly drenched in sweat. Fifulia flashed behind her, her snow-white hand clenched into a fist. Purple lightning snakes coiled around her left hand, and a magical ring suddenly bloomed behind her as she unleashed a straight punch. Seemingly simple and unadorned, it contained the ultimate destructive divine power, further enhanced by the lightning spirit, producing a thunderous explosion. A single punch shattered the enemy's divine power shield. Her right hand swept her lightning spear horizontally at the waist, the celestial rank lightning spear trailing a dazzling arc of light like a curtain, leaving a shocking slash in the sky. The second 5th-tier lieutenant, only lasting a moment against Fifulia, was defeated. Scorched blood, vomiting internal organs, and crackling with electricity, the lieutenant decisively disarmed his divine weapon and fled. Her gaze fell upon the 2 rock eagles of the summoner, which were attacking Faveria from a tricky angle. A good opportunity. You're doomed. Obsidian Lieutenant General, his heart filled with anticipation and triumph, thought. Even if he were defeated, Scarlet would not escape the pursuit of the rock vultures. 5th-tier divine skill, resentful dragon soul. 5th-tier divine skill, annihilating thunder dragon. A phantom dragon soul suddenly appeared, its terrifying aura no less than that of a 6th-tier domain. In an instant, the dragon soul merged into Scarlet's divine seal. The power of annihilating Thunder Dragon was amplified threefold. A tidal wave of lightning gathered, and Scarlet transformed into a raging Thunder Dragon. Spreading its wings, it flew swiftly, narrowly avoiding the deadly claws of the two rock vultures. The Thunder Dragon exploded outwards, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, before rapidly turning back. Bang, bang, bang. The two rock vultures, the fleeing 5th-tier Lieutenant General, were struck one after another, all dying in the terrifying impact of the Thunder Dragon. What? The summoner was stunned. It was the first time she ever seen someone use a divine skill to dodge her attack, and even counterattack. These two rock vultures were essentially 6th-tier divine skills. How could this be possible? The lieutenant's corpse fell to the ground with a thud, his charred face still showing a hint of disbelief and terror. The Obsidian men were in an uproar, their morale plummeting. Shame, utter shame. The summoner was furious. She, a dignified 6th-tier warrior, in front of tens of thousands of onlookers, had been slain by a 5th-tier demi-human, who had killed two of her summoned creatures. Haven't fought in a while. This is interesting. Faberia stopped beside Field, her breath coming in soft gasps, sweat clinging to her rabbit-like breasts and shoulders, contrasting beautifully with her rosy, delicate skin, making it hard for Field to look away. To smash through two summoned creatures, and kill two 5th-tier warriors in such a short time, even with enemy firepower and domain support. This was no joke. Faberia herself had expended a great deal of energy. Blackfeather, let's retreat. Field understood immediately, giving the Crystal Frost Rabbit a fierce look before ordering a retreat. All right. Blackfeather used a flurry of sword strikes to repel the enemy's 6th-tier opponent, then led Field in a swift retreat, disappearing in a flash. Chapter 1333. Damn it, cowardly griffin people, don't even think about escaping. I twist your heads off. Nazer pounded her chest in fury, tearing her tattered clothes to shreds, gathering her divine power to give chase at full speed. Toot toot. The horns below sounded the order to retreat. Looking down in confusion, they saw the Expeditionary Force Commander, Varek. Helpless, they had no choice but to land. Lord Varek, why won't you let us pursue? Nazel crossed his arms, his gaze intensely intimidating. The enemy is at their weakest point, without an army. No, Field is incredibly cunning. This small force might be bait, a ploy to lure us into an attack. Varek shook his head repeatedly, a smug grin spreading across his face. Just as we predicted, Field's main force has gathered at Fawnhold. My Bat Knights have reported back that at least 40,000 legions are entrenched behind Fawnhold. We firmly believe. By drawing the enemy's attention, General Goromash can lead the main force to borrow a route from the Griffin scoundrel and launch a surprise attack on Field's weakness, Morningwind. Nazel frowned. What if Field launches a full-scale attack? Our defenses might not withstand his full force. That's right, but he will suffer heavy losses too. Expeditionary Commander Varek chuckled. Even if he breaches the Time Tower defenses, we can withdraw our elite troops and hand over the useless Sea Province to him. Long ruled by Obsidian, Sea Province is no longer a land of plenty. Even wild animals have vanished, the land is desolate. We storm Morrowind, advance north, and take Morrowind and Rick, two rich lands. Then, activate the sacrifice, and countless Obsidian warriors will teleport in. The biggest obstacle to this strategy isn't Field. Varek glanced eastward with disdain. The real difficulty lies in whether that Griffin wench will agree to let us pass. She dares? Nazel cracked his knuckles. Then we slaughter Twilight Province first. That place is overflowing with wealth, and my men have nowhere to expend their energy. That's right. Haha, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. That Griffin wench has already agreed in private. Meanwhile, in the capital city of the Griffin Province, the Griffin Queen, with her slender figure, sat solemnly on her throne, holding a letter delivered by Field. The letter, polished by Vivian, was beautifully written, deeply moving, and of the caliber of a literary master. The letter detailed the dangers of the Obsidian, and pleaded with the Queen to join the fight against the invasion. Upon closer inspection, tear stains were visible, indicating that Field was genuinely imploring her. I didn't expect you to panic like this. The Griffin Queen's lips curled into a captivating smile, but her smile was malevolent. The more terrified you are, the more I will support you. Narrowing her eyes, the Griffin Queen casually tossed the letter to the ground. Not only will I let the Obsidian people in, putting you in a pincer movement, but I will also send troops to attack Morningwind together. Crush all of you damned rebels. Raising her head, the Griffin Queen surveyed the crowd in the palace. Have my troops been deployed? Make sure to supervise them closely. ensuring the Obsidian people pass through Twilight Province obediently. Your Majesty, everything is arranged. The chief minister hurriedly stepped forward with a smile, his heart nearly pounding. He had thought it would take a great deal of effort to persuade the queen to open the pass for the Obsidian people. He hadn't expected this fool's hatred for the rebels to far exceed that for the alien race. What? Many advisors and dignitaries looked utterly bewildered. A lord stepped forward, asking incredulously, Your Majesty, you mean? To open the pass, let the Obsidian people in, and destroy Field. Of course, dogfighting. I love watching gladiatorial combats. The queen leaned lazily against her throne, covering her mouth with a soft laugh, pleased with her own wisdom. This is a covert operation. I made arrangements long ago to avoid detection by traitors. No! Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, the lord jumped up and down in alarm. The Obsidian people are madmen, cannibals. They take pleasure in slaughtering the Griffin Kingdom's people. How can we grant their army passage? Huh? The Griffin Queen, taken aback, slightly propped herself up and said angrily, Are you questioning me? I apologize. I didn't maintain my noble demeanor. The lord was furious, but I know what you're going to say. It's nothing more than fear that the Obsidian people will plunder your wealth when they pass by. The Griffin Queen gave an unpleasant snort, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. She commanded, You are not allowed to recall the caravans. Inform the people. I received a secret report that cunning bot **** Field has sent spies in. Notifying the people in advance will allow him to be on guard. Once the Obsidian army arrives, you just need to close the city gates tightly and protect the city. The queen's words were unambiguous. The subtext was, if the Obsidian people want to raid villages, let them. Killing a few villagers is far better than alerting Field. Your Majesty, the death of a few commoners is insignificant, but what about our tax revenue? A nobleman asked sarcastically, frowning. Afterwards, I will compensate the Obsidian people for the losses they caused with gold coins. The Griffin Queen sighed softly. Then it's all right. Most of the dissenting nobles retreated with smiles, leaving only 3 or 4 standing at the front. Elector Jarvan stepped forward, his face grim, and spoke bluntly, Many will die after the Obsidian invade Morrowind. The Morrowind people are our brethren. After they surrendered to Field, are they still our brethren? Just a bunch of lowly commoners, rebels. The chief minister retorted, They can only blame themselves for being killed. If they were loyal or wealthy, they should be in the prosperous Griffin province. A bunch of useless things. What does it matter if they all die? Yes, rumors say the 3 western provinces are almost wiped out. I don't feel anything. I'm still eating and drinking. Sir Jarvan thinks too much. What do I care if lowly commoners die? Who told them they weren't nobles? Hee. Sigh, I smell a business opportunity. How about we organize an adventurer team and sell the spoils after the Obsidian massacres Field? I smell the sweet grace of the goddess of fortune. The nobles chattered amongst themselves, more concerned with their own interests. Jarvan's pupils dilated in shock, clutching his chest as he cried out, The enemy has occupied the north. We be next. Don't worry, they can't occupy the north. Gently smoothing her brow, the queen sighed and revealed her plan. Obsidian is using our territory as a route. The initiative is with us. Once their main force breaks through Field's defenses, and both sides are weakened, we immediately launch a counterattack, annihilating Obsidian and Field. Chapter 1334. Obsidian's logistics must pass through Twilight Province, which we can cut off at any time. Combined with Field's losses, we can eliminate 2 threats in one fell swoop. Sir Jarvan pondered for a long time before nodding, a feasible plan, but didn't the Obsidian people think of this? The Legion I said is no smaller than Obsidians, the Griffin Queen said casually. Field is the Empire's biggest threat. Taking some risks to eliminate him is nothing. In the Queen's eyes, Field and Obsidian were on the same level of extraordinary power. If Field hadn't disregarded the lives of countless subjects and insisted on rebelling, throwing the Empire into chaos, she would have long since defeated the invaders and led the Empire to prosperity. The Griffin Queen, her snow-white fingertips lifting a teacup, took a small sip, a vengeful glint in her eyes. Let's see how you survive being attacked from both sides. Your Majesty is wise. Baron Jarvan bowed respectfully. However, this may be detrimental to your prestige. After all, the people all know that Field conquered Obsidian and even extended an invitation to you. Not only did you not join the fight against the enemy, but you also paved the way for them. Although you have a grand plan, the people wouldn't have thought of this. The Griffin Queen paused, her beautiful eyes showing confusion. What do you mean the people all know? Field's letter just arrived. A nobleman said awkwardly, This letter is circulating everywhere in Twilight. Even in taverns full of Kun women, bards are reciting it. Not only the letter, but also the photographic stone recording Obsidian's massacre of the people, Field spent a fortune spreading. Many commoners secretly praised Field as a good man, a knight who resisted the invasion. The nobles were drenched in sweat. Struck as if by lightning, the queen stood frozen for a long time, her arms trembling slightly with rage. She gritted her teeth and squeezed out a few words. Despicable demon. If it weren't for him, the empire would have been unified long ago. There wouldn't be any Obsidian men here. How did those letters and recording stones get in? The queen was furious, her pale chest heaving. Your Majesty, there are always merchants, adventurers, and freemen who dare to cross the border. Governor Twilight looked dejected, he was helpless. In this era, rumors were hard to suppress, especially when Field was willing to spend money. Rumors are circulating throughout Twilight Province that Field has invited you to attack Obsidian. Under these circumstances, if you let the Obsidian people in, I'm afraid. It doesn't matter. The queen proudly raised her head, revealing her graceful neck. Only ignorant commoners would believe such foolish rumors. Besides, what can their discontent do? Your Majesty, I will send someone to try and appease them. The chief minister suggested. Go. The queen rubbed her temples, feeling utterly exhausted. That Field is truly vicious and cunning. His letter was so moving, she thought he was going to submit, but it turned out to be a complete charade. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Fong Fortress, a corrupted black raven landed on the city wall. Lord, have you noticed anything? Blackfeather's eyes blinked, asking curiously. The great thunder dragon's bunny is truly perfect. Ah no. Field quickly cleared his throat. The enemy's defenses are strong. A direct assault could take them, but the losses would be enormous. Using a large number of soldiers to take this defensive line is unwise and contrary to strategy. Besides, I don't think that's the enemy's main force. Raven's head shook incessantly. Scared? You're not going to give up the attack, are you? Empress Foria, her phoenix eyes flashing, exuded immense pressure. How could I? Field said speechlessly. Wait for your brother's orders? Clang, clang. The bells of Leah Fortress rang, and the soldiers on the wall shouted enemy attack. Field hurriedly went to check. Let me see Leah Fortress's defensive capabilities. 700 or 800 Obsidian soldiers, along with a large number of slaves and over 1,000 magical beasts, launched a probing attack. The slave soldiers, carrying rattan shields and long-handled pitchforks, began to advance towards Leah Fortress along the S-shaped, bare, winding mountain path. Even though the mountain path was extremely steep, and the towering cliffs in the distance were filled with nigh-fallen archers, they dared not stop. After all, stopping meant being shot down from behind by their own comrades. Cowards, clear the roadblocks, roared the soldiers at the rear. The slaves, shields raised, used pitchforks to push aside the barricades, clearing the path. The monsters behind them bared their teeth, eager to pounce. Their bodies were covered in green markings, radiating an extremely faint supernatural power. They were merely summoned creatures of 6th-tier chosen ones, summoners. But in the eyes of the Obsidian people, lowly slaves were less valuable than summoned creatures. Let the brothers of Nightfall territory see the strength of us Rick people, a local military officer from Rick chuckled. Firearms are a waste against these beasts. Fire arrows? We can collect them after we're done. Yes, sir. The local soldiers drew their bows and arrows, a series of sharp, crackling sounds filling the air. The slave legion, resembling wriggling caterpillars, barely concealed their upper bodies with their rattan shields. Suddenly struck by the rain of arrows, a series of screams erupted, sprays of blood splattered, and men frequently collapsed, their legs giving way, tumbling down the sloping earthen slope. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not only did arrows rain down from the walls of the fortress, but numerous platforms and tunnels had been carved into the side walls protecting the castle, where archers were also firing. With their superior positions on 3 sides, they formed a crossfire, simultaneously bombarding the enemy on the mountain path. A shower of blood fell. Amid screams, the slave legion barely held on for a moment before being riddled with bullets and immediately routed. A bunch of useless fools, letting the beasts attack. The Obsidian officer roared in anger, waving his hand dismissively. A dense horde of beasts, shadow leopards, 3-headed crocodiles, terrifying claws, and more, all dripping with foul-smelling saliva, their pupils bloodshot, exuding extreme ferocity. Howling, the beasts trampled over the corpses of slaves, charging down the mountain path. Numerous traps were trampled and broken open. The defenders immediately put away their bows and arrows, and the crackling of muskets, like popping soybeans, rang out in unison. Confined by the narrow mountain path, the beasts were all crammed together, and under the firepower, it was no different than suicide. "Sir, would you like to see the new cannon?" Vivian ran over to ask, "But the improvements are minimal, you might not be satisfied." "I must see it." Following Vivian, Field arrived at a cannon platform on the mountainside. A 3-meter-long black cannon was mounted on its turret, and artillerymen were busily adjusting it around it. This is an extraordinary cannon, modified from your existing one. As for the breech-loading cannon you later proposed, there are still many challenges to overcome given the territory's current technological level. But we modified it into this, a magic-guided cannon. Chapter 1335. It doesn't need ignition, it can be loaded from the rear, and there's a movable cap at the rear of the barrel. Vivian pointed to the heavy cap. It's engraved with a flame magic circle. The cap is inserted into a slot, and after being infused with magic, it can quickly ignite the gunpowder for firing. According to the master's design, the most important thing to change is the shell, but neither the threaded locking mechanism, the new gunpowder, nor the overall structure of the cannon are things our industrial capabilities can produce. This wasn't a pessimistic statement. The 3 acids and 2 alkalis in chemical engineering alone are key bottlenecks in firearms technology. The little fox could handle hand-stitching the threaded locking mechanism, but the chosen one's clumsy act of directly tightening screws was less effective than letting the little fox fight it out. Industry is a system. It can't be easily propelled by 1 or 2 people. Reality isn't a short drama or anime. Knowing the principles isn't enough to build rockets in the Middle Ages. Let's test the firepower. Field rubbed his hands together, and the magically controlled black crow rubbed its wings in response. "Prepare to fire," Vivian ordered. The artilleryman quickly stepped forward, opened the compartment at the rear of the magical cannon, took out a cylindrical canister, and placed it inside. This ammunition already includes the shell and the cartridge case. "Eagle cannon?" Field raised an eyebrow, immediately understanding. "How's the airtightness?" A breech-loading cannon is one where the cannon is inserted behind the barrel, not through the bore. The famous breech-loading cannon originated from the Eagle cannon. Breech-loading doesn't mean it's more advanced than muzzle-loading cannons. Without technological support, the Eagle cannon's airtightness is terrible. As expected of Lord Field, you always pinpoint the key issues. Vivian's starry eyes flashed, inwardly impressed. Her master's vision was truly ahead of its time. "It's not even fully loaded yet." "Oh!" Field looked on, puzzled. After loading the shells, the soldiers brought in 2 long, square tubes. Inscriptions on them shimmered, radiating extraordinary energy. At the ends of the tubes were containers for loading magic cores and bolts that allowed them to close into a cylindrical shape. The soldiers then attached the tubes to both sides of the cannon and secured them to the gun, forming a single unit. The already heavy cannon instantly became 3 times its original size, thinner at the front and thicker at the rear. No wonder a specially made base was needed. This is the wind rail device. The part at the rear that holds the loading port is engraved with a hurricane array, which can create an ultra-high-pressure airflow ring to ensure airtightness. The front extends to the cannon port, which can utilize the magical airflow generated by the hurricane array to further correct the trajectory and increase speed. At the same time, the wind rail device itself is made of extraordinary materials, and the magical power emanating from the magic core can also circulate, charging the flame array for ignition. Field nodded in understanding. This was using the magical air pressure generated by the wind rail to compensate for the lack of a breech block. After inspecting the cannon, the artilleryman stepped forward and loaded magic cores into the wind rails on both sides. The moment the magic cores were loaded, buzz! The sound of precision machinery operating rang out, and the 2 wind rails, from end to end, rapidly flashed with eerie green inscriptions. Visible high-speed air pressure tightly surrounded the rear of the cannon, compensating for the lack of airtightness in the cannon fire. At this moment, magic was no longer an ancient, chanted spell. It was perfectly integrated with the machinery. Aim, fire! The gunner pressed the trigger, and the magic in the wind tunnel surged rapidly into the flame array, a flash of light. A makeshift grenade, laden with fragments of magic cores and gunpowder, streaked through the air, accompanied by a pale blue stream of air. The grenade flew in a beautiful arc, landing in the distance among the Obsidian army directing their beast horde's attack. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as a tidal wave of flames, mixed with metal fragments, erupted from the shell center, spraying outwards. Countless Obsidian warriors were engulfed. The terrifying explosion sliced through the air of countless limbs without resistance. Blood splattered, severed limbs flew everywhere, and dirt was hurled into the air. Dozens of Obsidian warriors were blasted to smithereens, legs and arms severed, and countless groaning crawlers lay in wait. What was that? Divine punishment. It's divine punishment. The remaining obsidian soldiers, terrified, abandoned their beast horde and hastily retreated. The sixth-tier chosen one, the summoner, secretly controlling the beast horde, frowned, thinking to himself, I heard from the Griffin Empire that Nightfall territory possesses powerful long-range weaponry. I didn't expect it to be true. Our own army, at least 1,000 meters away from the enemy, was still hit. Sizzle. The artilleryman stepped forward, opened the magazine, and quickly loaded the next round. The great thunder dragon beside him couldn't help but show an approving expression. Not bad weapon. Although it's difficult to hit chosen ones, it can create a powerful deterrent against swarms of monsters and armies. This is just a prototype. There's still a lot to improve, Vivian sighed. If it can be improved and deployed, it will definitely cause greater damage. Take it slow. Field inquired, what are the range and rate of fire of this cannon? Solid shot can reach 3 kilometers, and it can fire 10 rounds per minute. It has strong penetrating power, and can fire both solid and high explosive shells, but it can't use grape shot. This value is 3 times that of the old-fashioned cannons. Awesome! Field exclaimed joyfully. This range allows us to snipe magic towers from beyond its range. However, the drawbacks are also obvious. It's more cumbersome and expensive, more suitable as a stationary cannon. Vivian said with a face full of shame, we experimentally manufactured 15 cannons, and are still working hard to improve them. It can already be used as a naval cannon. Go ahead and do it. Field gave a thumbs up. After the war, I help you figure it out. After repelling Obsidian's probing attack, Field withdrew his focus from controlling the Black Raven. The warhorses neighed, and the earth trembled. Dappled sunlight shone through the trees onto Field's face. The leaves rustled, and the ruins of cities and villages could be vaguely seen behind. Countless figures moved through the forest, startling the magical beasts into scattering in all directions. The mountain road was rugged and difficult to traverse. Even though Idavan province was his territory, this place was practically a no-man's land. My lord, you're awake? Athaliah's corrupted legion has been completely out of sight of us. Ashina turned around in surprise, looking at Field who had opened his eyes. She was currently urging her giant wolves to clear the way, smashing rocks and trees along the way, or burning them to ashes by their ghostly blue flames. With a 6th-tier chosen one personally leading the way, the knights behind could barely keep up with Ashina's pace. Even so, the Nightfall cavalry formed a long column. It's alright, Athaliah will let them catch up. Field gently rubbed his brow, carefully observing the situation. We finally reached the border. He had led Little Sun, Ashina, a 5,000-strong elite army, and Athaliah's corrupted legion, secretly crossing into Idavan. Chapter 1336. Ashina, don't use Ice Flame to clear the way, it's too commotion. Once we cross this mountain, we reach the border of the Azure Sea. Unlike High Fortress's slight border, Eton borders the Azure Sea extensively, but it's all mountainous terrain and forests. The two provinces are separated by a large lake, making passage difficult for the Legion. Taking a deep breath, Field could already see a glimpse of the situation beyond the mountain on the minimap. Red, a large number of red hostile markers. His heart sank slightly, and Field lowered his eyes, a sense of unease rising within him. Had the Obsidian people already anticipated my strategy? Or was there a traitor among them who had alerted them? Or perhaps the enemy intended to bypass Eton and never planned to take the Morning Wind route? Had he simply stumbled upon their main force? Field bit his lip. To say he wasn't panicked would be a lie. He had led elite warriors with only essential rations as supplies, marching at breakneck speed, achieving the feat of crossing Eton in 10 days. Although the subsequent corrupted legion, carrying a large amount of supplies, could resupply, relying on elite troops to fight the enemy head-on would completely undermine the strategic objective. Field, what are you thinking? You made me float for so many days, you're getting more and more impressive. Little Sun, arms crossed, floated in the air, looking disgruntled. Alright. With a grin, Field leaned closer, reaching out to hug Little Sun's warm, white leg. Of course I want for you to come with me, so you won't be left unattended in the territory. Balomi's pretty face flushed red, but she quickly suppressed her laughter, kicking Field away, and coldly turning her face away. Quack, Field's lies are utterly ridiculous. Silver Eyes, with a greedy expression, recalled, it's better to stay in the territory. My servants wait on me hand and foot. When I'm on campaign with Field, I can only eat tree bark. Do you think I can't tell you're lying? I just like getting some fresh air. Philomena looked at Silver Eyes with disdain. While Silver Eyes looked bewildered, Philomena turned to Field and asked, "What's next?" "The army rests and waits. You all come with me to check the situation on the other side." The group dismounted and, using their superhuman strength, quickly crossed the mountaintop. On the opposite bank of the river, an Obsidian army was stationed in a ruined city, their camps stretching as far as the eye could see. There were also many watchtowers, but reconnaissance units like Bat Riders only took off, circled overhead twice, and then returned to rest. "Damn it, the enemy is on guard." A look of worry flashed in Ashina's crimson eyes. "No, being on guard is normal, we should be on guard like this. If we're completely unprepared, I worry it's a trap." Field gazed into the distance for a long time, then couldn't help but laugh. The defenses here are much weaker than the legion assembled at Liaberg. The best part is, the Obsidian people are bad at construction. Last time, after I destroyed the Azure Sea, the city was reduced to ruins. After the Obsidian people took over, they only made do, and didn't rebuild the city. The ruins of Greywater City in the distance had virtually no defenses. "Everyone, go back and rest. We attack at dawn, quickly take the city, and establish a foothold." Field and the chosen of the gods silently withdrew their heads. Meanwhile, in the Greywater City ruins on the border, inside the main camp. "Damn Field. How dare he burn the city the goddess bestowed upon us to ashes." Looking at the dilapidated decorations inside the Lord's palace, Bloodscar angrily gulped down a mouthful of wine. "That Goromash left me here to guard against Field's sneak attack. Good heavens, we're the attackers. Field is too busy defending. How could he possibly attack? The army can't possibly cross the Aton Mountains in less than a month or two. What a waste of time. His rear territories would have been wiped out by us long ago." Bloodscar rolled his eyes, grabbed a piece of meat from the table, and took a big bite. "I really want to follow the main force, to slaughter and plunder, to play with fresh flesh." After fantasizing, he forcefully grabbed the maid beside him, his greasy hands dragging her rabbit out of its burrow, and biting it hard. "Oh!" The girl cried out in pain. "The women of Griffin Kingdom are so young," Bloodscar laughed maliciously. "Once we wiped out Field, I definitely asked the commander for a few beauties. The enemy might cross the Idavan province, my dear chieftain, you better be careful." Bloodscar's chosen one, Eris, chuckled, his arms around two handsome men. "Master, the wine is here." A handsome young man, carrying a wine jug, shakily entered and poured wine for the two. Eris glanced at him, clicked her tongue, and said, "Not bad looking, come here." "Sister, sister." The young man trembled, quickly looking at another maid behind Bloodscar. "Master, it's me, Scented Grass." Scented Grass quickly threw herself at Bloodscar, pleading in a mournful tone, "You said that as long as I serve you well, you won't harm my brother." "That's true." Scarface grinned. This woman was a survivor from the Songhai province, a straggler from Field's clutches. When Field attacked Songhai, slaughtering the Obsidian people, he took all those who wanted to follow him. But a small group refused to leave, and Lavender was one of them. She had begged Field to restore her noble status, but after being refused, she chose to stay. "So what?" Eris sneered disdainfully. No, she's a good girl. She provided us with a lot of intelligence." Scarface chuckled, like the description of the Nightfall Army's discipline, Field's appearance, and the hiding places of those survivors. "She's a clever woman who willingly joined us. My lord, we will be very loyal." Lavender smiled obsequiously, while her younger brother looked innocent. "I'd do anything to keep my brother alive." Lavender bit her lip. "You wretch." The maid who had been bitten earlier glared at Sunko with hatred. "Traitor. You betrayed everyone. May you go to hell." I didn't do anything wrong." Startled, Sunko clutched her chest and took 2 weak steps back like a rabbit. "Those damn bastards. They don't acknowledge our bloodline. They deserve it. All right, letting your brother serve the chosen one is a favor to him." Bloodscar, too lazy to care about the slave's thoughts, urged them on. "Get out, all of you, including you, my lord." Eris rolled her eyes. As a sixth-tier chosen one, did she have to be subservient to anyone? She was joking. "Yes." Bloodscar stood up and slapped two maids across the face without hesitation. Grabbing their hair, ignoring their screams, he dragged them out. Heh. Eris licked her lips, grabbed Sunko's brother, and began to torture him cruelly. Chapter 1337. 4 o'clock at night. All was quiet. The Obsidian people, having tormented their slaves during the day, were fast asleep, clutching barrels of wine or women. The great lake where the Songhai and Aton provinces meet was calm. The corrupt legion of Nightfall territory had arrived. "Damn Field, how could you run so fast?" The travel-worn, chubby dragon, Ophelia, whipped her tail angrily. She hissed, "I should have seized the opportunity and corrupted your Aton into a gray mist." "You didn't have the heart to do that," Field said, a slight smile playing on his lips, as he patted Ophelia's chin. "Well done. I scouted it out. This area where the Obsidian troops are heavily stationed is where the lake's current is slowest." The Obsidian people weren't just randomly stationed there. Ashina, full of energy, asked, "My lord, what else do we need now?" "We need Obsidian blood." Field waved his hand. "We lack nothing now. Launch a direct assault." "Yes, sir." At that moment, the Obsidian sentry on the city wall tower was yawning, his eyelids heavy and trembling. He clutched his spear, chewing on an addictive substance, pacing back and forth to keep himself from falling asleep. "Your turn." That woman still breathing. Another sentry, carrying a long sword, emerged from the tower. "That bitch dared to insult me, saying someone would avenge them." Hilarious. "That's right, we are the bravest and most fearless warriors. Whether it's Field or the Griffin Queen, we will conquer them. Let's try to have a child. The Sea Province is a beautiful place. I hope our child can live happily here." The longsword soldier stepped forward and patted his comrade on the shoulder. "Of course." The sentry dropped his spear, humming a tune as he went inside, not even having time to remove his leather armor. "Wait, did you hear that?" The longsword-wielding soldier frowned, squinting as he took 2 steps forward. Whoosh! A shimmering white ice arrow, like a swift streak of light, shot towards the soldier, striking him squarely in the face. A loud thud followed, and the soldier's head exploded like a frozen watermelon. Watching his comrade fall, the sentry, spear in hand, shuddered violently, his pupils instantly shrinking to pinpoints. The distant flowing light lake, separating 2 provinces, had frozen solid even in summer. Dozens of giant wolves spewed frost, freezing the lake's water, and countless armored cavalrymen traversed the ice to cross. Countless damn Nightfall troops have already secretly crossed the river. Damn it, are the patrolling idiots at those 7 or 8 sentry posts, both visible and hidden, blind? The soldier with the gun quickly looked around, only to find that several sentry posts in the distance were covered in mottled bloodstains. There were no survivors left. Enemy attack. The soldier's legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. He hurriedly opened his throat, shouting in a hoarse, tearful voice. This shout seemed to be a signal, and a warrior knight with auras scaled the tower wall. Clad in armor, but with a wolf's tail still showing, the attacker was a demi-human. "Ah!" Before the Obsidian soldier could speak, the warrior knight's longsword swept down with a fierce wind, swiftly and cleanly. The aura sword slashed diagonally from his left shoulder, then cut out from his right kidney. Thick, fresh blood gushed from the wound like a fountain. The Obsidian soldier, who had given the warning, was dead beyond dead. "Who goes there?" The soldier at the outpost had just pulled up his trousers to stand up. The knight grabbed the dead man's lance and thrust it forward, smashing the man's neck through. Whoosh! The soldier who had given the warning earlier hadn't died in vain. The soldiers guarding Greywater City were jolted awake and immediately sounded the alarm. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Where are the enemies? The mage cast a light spell. Why didn't anyone warn us at the outpost ahead? Damn it, damn it! The Obsidian soldiers awoke from their slumber, hastily donning their armor and rushing to the city walls. However, boom, boom, boom. The alarm didn't just wake the Obsidian soldiers. The instant they heard it, 500 firebombs deployed on the mountain frantically absorbed free magic power, unleashing a barrage of intensely burning fireballs towards Greywater City. More than 500 fireballs, like flares, raced towards the city. Immediately following, 2 more volleys of artillery fire rained down, filling the night sky with fireballs, like meteors from the heavens. The darkness of the night was illuminated by blazing lights. It's the Nightfall men! They launched a sneak attack. The soldiers on the city walls and towers, their pupils trembling, roared in tearful voices, They're everywhere! The land illuminated by the fireballs was densely packed with heavily armored infantry crawling forward. The corrupted demons, clad in black armor, crawled frantically under the cover of darkness. They were everywhere, on the frozen lake in the distance, in the sentry posts, even on the city walls beneath their feet. Many corrupted demons even had the heads of sentries dangling from their mouths, their faces covered in blood. The Obsidian soldiers felt a chill run through them. They knew why the sentries hadn't given the warning. Goddess above. Quickly, activate the city's defensive magic towers. An officer roared hoarsely. Stop the enemy from entering the city. 6-tier combat skill, Winter Arrow. The Wolf Riders, also moving stealthily in the shadows, seeing the enemy was alert, quickly drew their bows and unleashed a rain of arrows upon the city walls. The arrows, as ferocious as locusts, instantly obliterated the soldiers on the entire wall. Amidst piercing screams, blood blossomed like flowers, the spurting blood even forming a continuous crimson trail. The powerful combat arrows even shattered numerous battlements, sending rubble flying. Come out and defend. The Nightfall territory's man-eating demons are here. Throughout the city and the surrounding camps, officers' urgent calls echoed. Boom, boom, boom. The artillery fire from the earlier cannonballs had arrived, engulfing all the camps. The moment the fireballs struck the camps, the air distorted from the intense heat, and the soldiers' sleeping tents, along with the soldiers inside, were completely pulverized. Mud, stones, and bits of flesh were swept into the air, and the Greywater City defense line exploded from east to west. Flames roared, igniting the entire defensive line. Explosions, screams, and the cries of the dying mingled together. Out-of-control warhorses charged wildly in all directions, trampling many soldiers into a bloody pulp before they could even get up. The cattle and sheep, meant as provisions, rushed madly towards the flames. The artillery bombardment had barely ceased. Large numbers of corrupted demons had already scaled the walls, slaughtering the chaotic defenders. Boom! Ashina charged alone, using her 6-tier combat power to blast open the dilapidated city gate and slaughter the defenders at the gate. Cross out to the rear with cavalry. Don't let any civilians escape. Kill them! Kill them all! Field roared, slinging his gluttony greatsword over his shoulder, and, protected by Disha, scaled the city wall. The knights and wolf riders of Nightfall, like the wings of a crane, began to pincer movement around Greywater City from both sides. Chapter 1338. The Nightfall territory's air force, including wyverns, griffins, and dragon-winged demons, also launched an attack. Almost every platform along the entire Greywater defense line was under heavy attack. The Nightfall territory is attacking. The Nightfall territory is attacking. Get to the walls. Even if it costs you your lives, keep the enemy outside. Buy time for the mages. Reinforcements will arrive. Chaotic footsteps approached, and several obsidian soldiers charged up the stairs in a disorganized frenzy. The leading wizard had already activated a magical shield. You damn devils, I make you regret ever setting foot on this land. Field's eyes sharpened, and he grinned maliciously, gripping the chain at the end of the gluttony greatsword and slamming it down. With a bang, the mage's laughable magical shield shattered instantly. The terrifying jeweled greatsword, hot as a knife through butter, pierced his chest, then slicing through 7 or 8 soldiers before crashing into the city wall behind them. Die! He roared, wildly swinging his chains, creating a fan-shaped slash. Aya! All the soldiers on the stairs were sliced in two, screaming and crawling wildly on the ground. The soldiers inside the city immediately noticed Field, and some quickly raised their crossbows to fire. Don't even think about it. Disha raised her dragon spear, spraying dragon breath bullets in all directions, blasting swarms of archers to smithereens. Turning to ask, Field, there's an army attacking here. Let's go down. Greywater City was in complete chaos, filled with screams and the stench of blood. Field, however, grew increasingly excited. He felt the genes within his bloodline or soul awakening. Let's smash these damned invaders first. With a wave of his hand, Field saw a large group of obsidian soldiers swarming towards the Thunder Spear magic tower on the right, and charged without hesitation. The obsidian soldiers, having also spotted Field, turned fiercely to meet him. Field slightly lowered his body, his gluttony greatsword sweeping across, a flash of cold light, sending 5 or 6 shattered weapons flying, blood splattering in a fan shape. He sidestepped and slammed the hilt of his sword, striking a 2-meter-tall, muscular man squarely in the jaw. The entire jaw exploded, the hilt ripping out of his eye socket, flesh and blood flying everywhere. He slashed left and right, even facing attacks from multiple directions, as well as hidden arrows and magical missiles. Field continued his ferocious attack, coordinating with Disha to kill all the soldiers charging towards the magic tower. He kicked open the door of the magic tower, revealing 7 or 8 obsidian slaves huddled together inside. They were obsidian people, but mostly old, weak, and disabled, responsible only for maintaining the tower. The slaves spoke in an unintelligible language, gesturing, "Please spare us." Before they could finish, Field drew a cannon from behind his back. Bang! They were all blasted to pieces. Forgiving you is easy, but who spared those Griffin Kingdom people who died so tragically? Field sneered, turning to see the Obsidian Tier 3 Chosen Ones, united with a large number of Aura Knights, forming a counterattack force. They pounced on Field, attempting to reclaim the magic tower. Just as he brandished his great sword, assuming a fighting stance, an attack formation of 5 griffins flew past, unleashing a storm of feather blades, while the riders channeled their auras, unleashing a barrage of magic. Whoosh! 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 The small group of soldiers, having only taken 2 steps, exploded into a cloud of blood mist amidst screams, countless soldiers perishing. Even the 3rd-tier chosen one was seriously injured, and was fleeing in shock. Die! Disha raised her dragon spear, and instantly killed him with a single shot. Right, we can also control the city's defensive weapons. Field slapped his forehead, rushed into the tower, and activated the magic tower to turn. Magic erupted. A series of lightning spears unleashed a furious attack on the city's defenders, causing screams of agony among the city's inhabitants. In fact, such actions were already insignificant. After Ashina stormed through the city gates, she charged left and right, cutting down 5 low-tier chosen ones in her path, crushing all resistance she encountered. A true wolf among sheep. Greywater City's defenses had completely collapsed in a short time. Help! We're civilians. I surrender. I surrender. I was coerced too, sob sob sob. In the temporary residential area outside Greywater City, the Obsidian Territory residents awoke from their dreams, seeing the burning Greywater City, and were gripped by intense fear. The Obsidian people didn't simply occupy the land and then abandon it. They did cultivate it, bringing their own people to plant the mystic goddess's plants. Therefore, several thousand people gathered in Greywater City. Heh, what are you all babbling about? If you don't understand, just take it as a provocation. The knights sneered, pouncing like hungry wolves, raising their long swords and slashing fiercely. The Nightfall Territory's offensive is too fierce. There's no way we can hold out. These madmen, killing anyone they see, they're demons. Greywater City Lord Bloodskar was deathly pale with fright. He had watched as Nightfall Territory knights ambushed the barracks, throwing lit torches into the buildings, driving out the unarmed soldiers who had just woken up. Those poor souls were cut down and beheaded by knights the moment they stepped outside. Some knights even grabbed living people and began sawing off their heads. Wasn't the Nightfall army supposed to be very disciplined? Weren't the knights of the Griffin Empire supposed to be very noble? How come they're all madmen and demons? Literally demons, and corrupt ones at that. The Dark Nightfall people deserve to die. Lord, thank goodness you're alright, otherwise neither of us would have escaped. Just as Bloodskar was in a state of extreme panic, his chosen one, Eris, arrived with a squadron of guards and a large amount of treasure. The death of a lord, even for a 6th-tier chosen one, would suffer a severe backlash. Great! Bloodskar was overjoyed, but before he could even force a smile, a squadron of wyverns flew overhead, their dazzling breaths slicing through the earth, causing buildings in their path to collapse. Eris instinctively activated his divine power to defend himself, and his aura immediately leaked out. Awooh! A wolf howl echoed. 6th-tier aura, found you. 2 figures, one human and one wolf, blurred with speed, appeared on a rooftop not far from the group. You go first. It's just a 6th-tier demi-human, I can handle it. Eris spat viciously, cursing her bad luck, but had no choice but to fight back. Divine power surged, and Eris rose into the air, her black-green domain blooming. However, the next moment, an even more dazzling, layered, interwoven golden domain dominated the heavens and earth. Could there be more? Eris's heart skipped a beat. Far away in a Taven, standing beside the firecracker, the little sun, Philomena, pointed her slender hand. Space behind her tore open, and the primordial annihilation divine technique shot out straight, traversing thousands of miles. Bang! Where the black light flashed, the air distorted. Primordial annihilation struck Eris squarely in the heart, her divine power shield shattered violently, and she coughed up blood, flying backward. Pursue her! Kill her! Ashina shouted, dragon-type black wolf, sanctify. Roar! The winter god seal shone brightly, and the dragon-type wolf, originally the size of a black bear, rapidly expanded under layers of divine power. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into the size of a mountain. Chapter 1339. A giant wolf, its forehead gleaming with a divine mark, rose from the ground. Its body was long and sleek, covered in thick, monolithic scales that resembled a layer of black and blue armor. With each breath, icy blue flame surged from its claws and mouth, its ferocious appearance like that of a tyrant. Field's eyes gleamed, nodding repeatedly, superstitiously saying, a supersized Wankai, a mythical creature, the more you look at it, the richer you become. However, the Obsidian people didn't think so. Awooh! The The dragon-like wolf roared, its overwhelming pressure causing all the obsidian people in the city to tremble. They felt utter despair. How could they escape such a massive monster? Buzz buzz buzz. Divine power swirled in its mouth, freezing the air, and the dragon-like wolf unleashed its divine technique, Tyrant's Ice Flame. Frost and powerful divine energy intertwined, erupting in a dazzling light that instantly illuminated the night sky and enveloped the area where Eris stood. The barren plain was abruptly transformed into a raging, eerie blue sea of fire. You cowardly bastards, who only know how to ambush. Eris emerged from the icy flames, disheveled. She frantically patted the flames off her shoulders, her face contorted with rage, but a glint of cunning and cowardice flashed in her eyes. Come on, you trash from the Griffin Kingdom. I'm stronger and smarter than you. Eris's senses raced, frantically searching for the location of the little sun, as she roared, You skinny little wretches, you only dare to gang up on the few, you have no chivalry whatsoever. She thought to herself, if she could secure a one-on-one duel, she might escape. Is that so? You can talk after you defeat my mount. Ashina could guess what the other was thinking even with her toes. She leaped onto the dragon wolf's head, glancing down at Eris. Having just advanced to the 6th rank, even though she had sparred with the territory's sisters, she wasn't familiar with 6th rank combat. This was a good opportunity to test the dragon wolf's strength. With this in mind, she immediately urged the dragon wolf to attack. Awooh! The dragon wolf excitedly raised its claws, its towering body combined with the sweeping wind and clouds creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. A gust of wind howled as its giant claws slammed down. Arrogant! You think you can defeat me with a summoned creature? Eris imbued her hands with divine power and slammed her palms down against the descending wolf claws. Boom! A ring of air exploded. Eris's pupils dilated sharply as she felt a ferocious force surge through her entire body. The divine power-woven clothing instantly burst apart. She flew straight back, carving a long trench in the ground, crashing into the ruins of houses along her path, causing them to collapse with a deafening roar. Quickly standing up, Eris felt a sweet taste in her throat and vomited a mouthful of foul blood. What the hell? This power, it's a summon. Ashina licked her lips playfully. Interesting, keep attacking. Not good. A violent whooshing sound swept through the air, and Eris's hair stood on end. Ignoring her injuries, she hurriedly took flight. However, the previous sniping by Little Sun and the attacks of the dragon wolf made her movements unable to keep up with her will. With a bang, Eris was struck solidly by the wolf's claws and sent flying again. Before she even landed, Ashina, controlling the dragon wolf, pursued at lightning speed, its claws slashing while simultaneously unleashing a breath of icy flames. The temperature in Greywater City plummeted. Wherever the dragon wolf's breath passed, everything turned into glaciers. Eris was utterly miserable. She felt like a toy, being wantonly tormented by a mad, vicious dog. So cold. No, I can't delay any longer. If I keep getting entangled with this wretched dog, I'd be the one who dies. The divine seal released a green light, restoring a sliver of reason to Eris. She quickly turned, crossing her arms to her chest, ready to parry the next attack. Obsidian beings, accustomed to warm, hot environments, are naturally afraid of the cold. Facing Ashina, she felt powerless, her limbs frozen stiff. Moreover, the surrounding environment rapidly turned into glaciers. Her allies in Greywater City were dying quickly. The disadvantage caused by the environment was rapidly expanding. 6th-tier divine skill, Entangling Grab. Eris gritted her teeth, her arms gleaming with the light of divine artifacts, barely withstanding the dragon wolf's slap, and then grabbed out with one hand. Divine power converged, forming a green ghostly hand that fiercely gripped the dragon wolf's outstretched claws. Divine skill, Entangling Grasp. The mysterious goddess exerted her power. A giant hand formed, grabbing the enemy's limbs, causing corrosive damage and significantly restricting their movement. Awooh! The dragon wolf felt its left side sink, its movement slightly distorted. 6th-tier divine skill, Chaotic Shadow Fist. Eris charged forward, raising both fists and unleashing a flurry of punches left and right at a speed too fast to see. Bang bang bang. The rapidly striking fists aimed wildly at the dragon wolf's eyes and nose. Then, transforming into swift streaks of light, they flashed to the dragon wolf's waist for a fierce attack. A typical 6th-tier chosen god is a seasoned, battle-hardened warrior in their 40s or 50s, each carrying the lives of thousands, possessing rich combat experience. Knowing that wolves, canine magical beasts, have sensitive eyes and noses, and a vulnerable waist, the dragon-type wolf howled as it was attacked, Yet not a drop of blood was shed. After 2 pitiful howls, it suddenly realized that its true nature was a divine artifact. Already ridiculously tough, its life force and defense had skyrocketed after its sanctification. It couldn't possibly be easily destroyed in a few blows. The dragon-type wolf immediately became arrogant, launching a ferocious attack. With a flick of its tail, hundreds of ice arrows shot out, and with a howl, a thick layer of ice armor materialized. The two fought for 5 minutes. Eris's hands were aching from fighting, and she was shocked to find that while her divine power had been significantly depleted, the dragon-type wolf remained unscathed. No, I've been tricked. This is a living divine artifact, not a summoned creature. Startled, Eris's face turned green. She felt like a clown. At the same time, she was also horrified by the power of the living divine artifact, which had actually fought against her, a 6th-tier chosen god, without being at a disadvantage. Her fierce eyes flashed rapidly, landing on the beautiful, white-clad demi-human at the neck of the dragon wolf. A plan formed in her mind. That's it. While she's fully focused on controlling the artifact, I severely injure her. Once she's seriously injured, she can retreat at will. The chance of killing her is too small. Even fragile assassins and summoners, once they reach level 6, possess formidable vitality. An instant kill is practically impossible. She flashed forward. Eris successfully dodged the dragon wolf's strike, and then a barrage of ice arrows. Stepping on the dragon wolf's ice armor, Eris rapidly ascended, fiercely punching Ashina. Die! Not done playing yet? Fine. Ashina sighed softly, a sudden burst of chilling energy erupting from her. Domain, 10,000-mile ice storm. Like a giant tornado, the biting cold instantly swept across the entire plane. Ashina's aura surged, receiving a boost from the army, while Eris, charging forward, faced increased resistance and her speed plummeted. 6th-tier divine skill, armor-piercing frost. Chapter 1340. Die! The moment Ashina's divine ice spear materialized, it unleashed a torrent of killing intent. The long, slender ice spear, wreathed in a deep blue icy aura, pierced straight for Eris's heart. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, and Eris's painstakingly reforged divine power shield instantly frosted over. The shield shattered the instant it touched the spear's edge. The sound of shattering a mirror echoed as the extreme spear light pierced through the rapidly dissipating divine power shield, carving straight through Eris's heart. With another bang, the divine power shield behind Eris was also pierced. The glacier that had just formed beneath her was blasted apart and collapsed by the residual force of the spear light. Even the dragon wolf's ice armor was shattered by Ashina's impact. Blood splattered down the ice spear, mixed with a large amount of crimson ice shards. What? Eris's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. She hadn't intended to kill her, yet she'd been killed by someone wielding a living artifact. She was a melee fighter with incredibly strong vitality. How could this be? Goodbye. Ashina flicked her ice spear, detonating the winter divine power within her enemy, blasting Eris into a cloud of blood mist. Divine power and soul power slowly intertwined, condensing, gradually forming an artifact. Excellent, a divine artifact acquired. Field was overjoyed. The rarity of 6th-tier artifacts was self-evident. Even leading his army to fight in the Dragon Tower, his reward was only 1 artifact. Meanwhile, Greywater City was in chaos. Explosions were everywhere, screams mingled with flames. Bloodscar hid here and there, unable to see the outcome of the distant battlefield, and unable to find a way out, his heart pounding with anxiety. Chief! Several wizards, leading a small squad of remnants, stumbled over. Has the intelligence been relayed? Bloodscar rushed over, grabbing the wizard's shoulders and shaking him violently, his eyes bloodshot. No. Space is too unstable due to the interference of the Chosen Ones. The wizard swallowed hard. However, I saw some surviving soldiers and civilians escape. It's all over. Hopefully, the sentries can relay the message. Bloodscar was furious, kicking the stone wall beside him twice. Fortunately, the border between the Sea of the Sea and Eton was heavily fortified with hidden sentries. Greywater City was only heavily defended, as the large lake near Greywater City had the calmest current. If the outposts discovered the situation here, they would definitely relay it to the commander. However, the commander might strengthen the defenses, might retreat, but would never come to his rescue. After all, Commander Varek and Goromarsh were both far away. Other troops that came to the rescue were only slaughtered by Field. Damn it, God. The divine link is broken too. Bloodscar's eyes widened in despair, his whole body trembling. How did Field manage that? The wizard, unaware of the situation, saw his leader's pathetic state and knew he couldn't be relied upon. He quietly took a step back. "My lord, let's break out of the city. That's the only way." Bloodscar gritted his teeth, drew his sword, his face fierce and demonic. "Brothers, we killed so many Griffin people, Field won't let us go." "Kill them all!" "Awoo!" The surviving soldiers roared in unison. "Kill you bastards first. I want you Griffin people to be extinct." Bloodscar turned, his fierce eyes fixed on the two maids. "Master, you said you wouldn't kill me if I served you." Scented Grass, pale with fear, clung to Bloodscar's leg, begging for mercy. "I'm the most loyal, I love you the most. I put in a good word for you. My brother has a title, he's a nobleman." "Bullshit. The enemy is Field, not the queen or the hero king." Bloodscar spat, "That demon. The executioner." Just as he was about to strike, a gust of wind howled, and the sound of flapping wings filled the air. A dozen or so dragon-winged great demons, like monsters of divine punishment, were covered in armor, their black robes fluttering in the moonlight, looking incredibly handsome. Roar! Accompanied by low growls, the great demons landed, revealing their gleaming claws. "Kill!" The remaining obsidian soldiers launched a desperate charge. The wizard unleashed a series of green magic orbs, and the royal guard activated their fighting techniques, attacking the dragon-winged great demons. The great demons' wings, like two giant shields, folded together to block all attacks. In the smoke and dust, the front-line great demons became afterimages, rushing out at lightning speed. The rear-line great demons unleashed a barrage of dark magic bullets and lightning spears. Aya! The sounds of flesh being sliced apart were incessant. The dragon-winged great demons, as the chosen guard of the little fat dragon, possessed astonishingly ferocious combat power, equipped with the new generation of armor from the Nightfall territory, combining the greatest advantages of both races. They disemboweled elite soldiers, tearing out flesh and blood, and even gnawing on it indiscriminately. This brutal fighting style brought utter despair to the Obsidian Man. My God! Bloodscar, usually ruthless and capable of elaborate killings, was the only one who cowered before the great demons. Because he knew how painful it was to be tortured like that. Taking 2 steps back, he turned and rushed into the nearby ruins, trying to escape. Don't even think about running. Surprisingly, the frail maid he had always bullied also followed, grabbing a fallen brick and smashing Bloodscar to the ground. "You wretch, let me go!" Bloodscar, long addicted to wine and meat, collapsed to the ground, held down by the maid, screaming desperately, "Ah, someone help me! Sunko, come help! Avenge our fallen comrades!" The maid, her hands covered in blood, pressed down on the struggling Bloodscar. "Coming, coming!" Sunko picked up a fallen dagger, staggered over, hesitated briefly, then thrust it out. Hearing the sound of metal piercing flesh, Sunko plunged the dagger deep into her companion's back. "You?" The maid's eyes widened, turning in disbelief, blood gushing from her mouth. I'm so sorry," Scented Grass sobbed, "but you know I betrayed everyone, and Field will execute me. I can't die, I still have family to take care of." Well done, well done." Scarface scrambled to his feet, laughing excitedly. "You're just like that bitch, Queen Audrey, born to be one of us Obsidian, destined for the blessing of the mystic goddess." "I didn't want to. She forced me, I just wanted to live." Scented Grass's hands trembled. "You're a griffin, you won't be attacked by those monsters. Escape, run west, and if you encounter any of our people, warn them that Field is going to attack Lord Varric from behind." Roar! The great demon, its claws covered in blood and bits of flesh, strode with oppressive steps into the ruins. The last resistance was utterly annihilated. The great demon charged forward, severing Scarface's legs and arms, dragging him away like a dead dog. Chapter 1341. The flames gradually died down, and Greywater City was filled with wails. The Nightfall soldiers began to gather, move supplies, and build a temporary camp using the ruins of Greywater City. "Here, this is a divine artifact obtained from slaying enemies." I don't think anyone will be able to use it." Ashana held out a handkerchief, offering 2 dark hands, her expression strange. "Unbelievable, the divine artifact is actually your own hands." Divine artifacts come in many forms, and the differences between artifacts from different civilizations are equally vast. This is nothing. Exhaling a light breath, Field looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, raising his right hand with a story in mind. "In fact, my right hand is comparable to a divine artifact, called the Chelan Arm. I didn't feel any divine power fluctuations." "Also, what does that word you mentioned mean?" Little Sun floated in, tilting its head, and leaning closer, extending its white fingers to poke Field's arm with its nails. Ask Ashina? She knows about power. Field's lips curled into a slight smile. No, no, no. Ashina tucked her tail between her legs, jumping back 2 steps as if electrocuted, her cheeks flushed. Lord, you're talking nonsense, sisters, don't believe it. Why do I feel like you're protecting your food? Philomena's eyes narrowed slightly, her arms crossed over her chest, her twilight air imposing. You really deserve to be slaughtered, daring to hide things from me. Fine, if you're really curious, then I show you. Field chuckled, reaching out to grab her smooth ankle. Anyway, this guy was always floating, his feet practically shoving into people's faces. Get up. A jolt ran through her body, and Philomena mercilessly kicked Field far away. My lord. Ashina gasped, her hair standing on end, and rushed to help him up. Are you all right? Damn it, I teach you a lesson sooner or later. Standing up awkwardly, Field wiped the footprints from his face, and immediately uttered a threat. Hee, Field is really amazing. You added a new achievement to your record. Silver Eyes, never one to miss a good spectacle, wore a mocking, mischievous expression. Survived a 6-tier destruction attack. Just kidding, your brother Fields is the Superman of the North. Alright, enough of that. Clearing his throat, Field grabbed Silver Eye's waist, lifted him up, tossed him around a couple of times, and then put him down. Hey! Me like this. Fields, you're not angry, and you're still hugging me. Silver Eye's smile immediately vanished, and he bit his lower lip apologetically. I'm sorry, I was just joking with you. Actually, I'm a good dragon. Saying this, Silver Eyes obediently ran over, grabbed Field's clothes, blinked his adorable dragon eyes, and frantically tried to be cute. Who hugged you? Field was speechless. I was just wiping my hands with your clothes. Quack. Raising her arm, Silver Eyes looked down, and was shocked to see 2 large handprints on her beautiful blue and white dress. Silver Eyes gasped, her anger flaring, and lunged forward, baring her teeth and claws. Ashina and Little Sun were startled and quickly stopped her. Don't stop me, I'm going to kill him. Calm down, you're a majestic dragon. Ashina quickly and gently soothed her. What's wrong with wiping my hands with your dress? He's mine. Little Sun coldly rebuked. Using your face to wipe your hands is a favor, don't even think about touching him. That's an exaggeration. Field gestured with both hands to push her away. After a commotion, Field compensated Silver Eyes with a whole roasted lamb, making the little girl stop crying and start laughing. He accepted the severed arm from Ashina. Field, disgusted, subdued the artifact and obtained its information. Artifact, strange hand. Type, organ-type artifact. Source, mystic goddess. Effect, after an ordinary person severs their own hands and attaches this artifact, they gain 6-tier extraordinary power, not a chosen one. Special effect, only usable by mystical and bizarre pantheons, requires severing one's own hands. Useless. Field shook his head. He wouldn't accept his own hands, only a madman would accept obsidian, and he wasn't suitable to bestow such a gift upon a subordinate. Without hesitation, Field used his lordly power to dismantle the artifact, transforming it into pure divine seal fragments. My lord, we discovered over 200 natives. A knight ran up, knelt on one knee, and respectfully reported, the remaining obsidian people are also being wiped out. However, the obsidian's defensive line is extremely long, and they have a considerable number of mages. We can't rule out the possibility that the enemy has already passed on information. There are too many supernatural methods. Who can be certain that the other side is unaware? I understand. Field nodded thoughtfully. How come there are still Griffin Kingdom people in Songhai? They say they are refugees who didn't migrate north last time. The knight scoffed, a bunch of fools who can't grasp the situation, their minds filled with unrealistic fantasies. Many Songhai refugees wanted the queen to return to rule, which is why they didn't want to go with Field, the rebel. Lock them up, and keep them under control to prevent leaks. Leave them some basic rations. Take as much food as you can from the spoils, burn what you can't take. Field shrugged. Everyone, rest as soon as possible. We still have a tough battle to fight. Yes, sir. No sooner had the knight left than another soldier reported. A woman claiming to be a noblewoman wishes to see you. Oh. Field nodded with interest. Bring her in. Soon, a woman dressed as a maid, her eyes brimming with tears, ran in. Lord Field, please save my brother. He's being tortured terribly by the obsidian men. The woman was Sunko. Field remembered this woman. She had once begged him to return her brother's title. Her brother was a handsome young man with fair skin. It wasn't surprising that the obsidian men had taken a liking to him. Generously producing a bottle of healing potion, Field handed it to the soldier. Take this and treat the poor man. Yes, sir. I will certainly proclaim your mercy to the refugees. The soldier nodded repeatedly. Sunko, her tears turning to laughter, hurriedly asked, My lord, could you restore my brother's title? Huh? Field was taken aback, a surge of disgust rising within him. This girl was truly greedy. She'd take advantage of any kindness shown to her. If he didn't get rid of her, she'd become a menace sooner or later. Of course not. I think you'd be better off tending to your brother's injuries right now, Field decisively refused. With a wry smile, Sunko retreated helplessly. I smell greed, Ashina said, hands on her hips, flicking her tail in dissatisfaction, and the scent of Miss Ophelia. Just as Ashina predicted, the little fat dragon Ophelia strolled leisurely inside. I interrogated Obsidian Lord Bloodscar, Ophelia said without further ado. He has explained the general deployment. Field, you were right. The expeditionary commander, Varek, is confronting you at Fa-Hold with 2 Tier 6 warriors. He's wary of your sneak attack from Ataven. The rest are using Twilight as a route to launch a surprise attack from Morningwind. The Queen has already agreed. Upon hearing this news, the crowd erupted in uproar. Ashna immediately cast an admiring glance, drool dripping from her mouth. My lord is so clever. Chapter 1342. Obsidian's plan was actually quite sound. They even anticipated potential defensive vulnerabilities in Ataven, specifically stationing troops around Greywater City. Fortunately, the Nightfall army was fierce. Any other army of similar skill would likely have collapsed in morale by the time they realized the enemy was on guard. It's nothing, Field shook his head repeatedly. The Griffin Queen has no bottom line. This was a highly probable event. During the rebellion, she was willing to lose battles, and the war itself to eliminate any nobles who stood in her way. Giving the Obsidian people passage was perfectly normal. I wonder where the Obsidian men who attacked Morningwind are now. Field rubbed his hands together. Hopefully, the 500 gold coins spent to warn the Twilight people weren't wasted. The most urgent task now is to eliminate the enemy's manpower. Ashina pumped her fist excitedly. We immediately launch a surprise attack on Varek and wipe out his army. A surprise attack is unlikely, the little fat dragon Ophelia smiled. I'm afraid our attack will run headlong into an impenetrable wall. How can you say that? Ashina pouted in dissatisfaction. No, I'm serious. Ophelia crossed her long, white legs, her eyes slightly narrowed. Are you so sure we cut off all communication, and that Varek is completely unprepared? The entire border is riddled with outposts, both overt and covert. Our mages and air force have exceptional reconnaissance capabilities. The huge commotion our attack caused has probably already reached Varek. Furthermore, I also obtained information through interrogation that the 2nd Obsidian Expeditionary Force, with the assistance of the Dragon Tower people, will soon arrive to provide support. Then just attack. Little Sun waved his hand dismissively. Why think so much? Kill them all. Ophelia choked, wanting to retort, but upon reflection, she realized he was right. A pincer attack from 2 sides, coupled with 3 Tier 6 troops, breaching Varek's defenses wouldn't be difficult. Field pondered for a moment, carefully considering. Ophelia is right. A surprise attack can't be replicated multiple times. Besides, rushing to Varek might not allow us to immediately engage in battle. If reinforcements arrive from the rear, we'd be surrounded. How could we possibly catch the enemy off guard no matter where we go? This isn't a mindless TV drama. Field calculated the time. Even if he rushed there immediately, successfully coordinating with the High Fortress main force to annihilate the enemy, the Obsidian main force heading to Morningwind would likely begin their attack. The small garrison he left behind might not be able to hold out. Morningwind had just begun construction. Field couldn't bear to see it become the main battlefield again. Most importantly, I'm a little dissatisfied with how we eliminated so much of the enemy's manpower. Field rubbed his chin. I feel like we haven't fully taken the initiative on the battlefield. So complicated. Ashina, feeling dizzy from all the commotion, said, but if we don't attack Varek, are we just going to run back? Haha, my lord definitely has an even more wicked plan. Little Scorpion Dish's eyes crinkled. She knew exactly what was going on just from Field's expression. That's right. Field nodded, quickly order the knights to stop slaughtering the ordinary obsidian golems. Give them some food. Also, secretly leak to the obsidian golems that we're going to encircle Varek. The women were completely bewildered. Why? Ashina leaned closer, her icy hand pressed against Field's forehead. There's no sign of demonic possession. Without further ado, Field pulled out a map. The situation is constantly changing. Don't be too rigid. The leak was to ensure Varric maintains a firm defense, calls for reinforcements, and gathers more troops for Fort Lea. A normal commander, upon hearing that the enemy has elite troops attempting a flanking maneuver, will definitely call for reinforcements and strengthen the defenses of headquarters. Of course, an abnormal commander might retreat, which would be even better, saving them from a direct assault. We advance in all directions, constantly cutting off supplies, burning granaries, and driving all the ordinary obsidian men we encounter towards Fortress of Fangs. Field chuckled, drawing several arrows on the map. Then, there will be a huge number of obsidian men gathering in front of Fortress of Fangs. Ashina exclaimed, suddenly realizing they'd be exhausted and starving. Field's eyes narrowed, his killing intent evident. Of course, we can't release them indiscriminately. Release the obsidian men with broken fingers, kill those without. I want Varric to take in a bunch of burdens. A calculated plan is far more ruthless than a covert one. Even if Varric discovers his new plan, it doesn't matter. A purely calculated plan is far less risky than a surprise attack. What if the enemy doesn't run towards Fortress of Fangs? Ophelia asked, puzzled. That's not the point. It doesn't matter if no one goes. Field shrugged. The key is actually cutting off their logistics. The first logistics to cut off is the main force of Obsidian heading to Twilight. Oh right, the woman who asked you for the potion earlier, Ophelia suddenly mentioned Lavender. She's a die-hard Obsidian supporter. How did you know? My Dragonwing Archeagle overheard it. And Bloodcar confessed too, that coward. Ophelia told everyone about Sunko's murder of her companion. A quarter of an hour later, Sunko, her younger brother, and over 200 other refugees were being relocated to a still intact residential area on the outskirts of the city. It hurts. It hurts so much. Her brother rolled on the ground, his lower abdomen a bloody mess. Not everyone can handle a 6-tier chosen god. Sunko's brother was clearly an exception. Don't move, Wa. The healing potion is here. Sunko poured the healing potion. Listening to her brother's screams, she cursed with heartache. What kind of potion is this? They didn't even give me a better one, that damned Field, that demon. Fortunately, the potion worked well, and his injuries were quickly healed. Phew. Letting out a long sigh, Sunko put down the empty potion bottle, her dissatisfaction growing. I asked Field to give back the title, but he wouldn't allow it. Damn it, why? It's our family's property. What? Her younger brother wailed, Sister, I want to eat meat. I don't want the title anymore. What do you know? Only by taking back the title can you have everything. Sunko was exasperated, deeply disappointed in her brother's short-sightedness. Commander Bob, when do we launch a surprise attack on Varric's rear? A soldier whispered nearby, I can't wait to make a name for myself. The enemy will never expect this. What's the rush? Are you suggesting we, the knights, take the city? Let's rest for a few days. The horses are exhausted. The officer in gilded armor scoffed. Most importantly, wait for our reinforcements to arrive. Then let those stubborn infantrymen ram the walls. That's pretty much what Lord Bloodscar said. Sunko, who had been eavesdropping for a while, suddenly had a bold idea. If she made a great contribution, would the Obsidian Man restore her title? Chapter 1343. What worried Sunko most was that she had previously betrayed the refugees, and perhaps some survivors knew about it. If she revealed her secret to Field, even if she was very beautiful and Baron Happy Bean coveted her looks, she would be mercilessly executed. So sleepy. I have no energy at all. For the sake of the goddess of wine, brothers, how about a drink? The officer yawned and left the residential area amidst the soldiers' flattery. What a great opportunity! Anxious Sunko's eyes suddenly lit up, feeling like ants were crawling all over her body, unable to sit still. Damn it! Why is that bandit Field here again? I seen the Obsidian army before. Goddess, I never seen so many people. Field is definitely no match for them. Field is definitely planning to rob us and run. If the Obsidian people come back, we'd be retaliated against. To Sunko's bewilderment, several people around her were whispering. She wasn't the only one who wanted to betray Field's information. After all, those who refused to leave in the first place were mostly people who resisted Field or had become accustomed to slavery. Even though Field saved them again, many still didn't appreciate it. They even secretly hated Field for disrupting their peaceful lives. If Field hadn't come, they could have survived by serving others. Now that they had slaughtered Greywater, Obsidian's wrath would surely be vented on them. I have to hurry, I can't let them get there first. Having made up her mind, and after confirming that her younger brother could walk, Sunko immediately helped him up. She wanted to find an excuse to leave, but Field's army didn't seem to have sealed off the city, and Sunko easily ran outside. Gritting her teeth, Sunko immediately fled westward, followed by several other refugees. She ran for an unknown amount of time. Sunko's mouth was parched, and she wanted to find water, but found herself shrouded in shadow. This is... She shakily looked up, and a hideous, hairless bat appeared before her in astonishment. Ah! The girl screamed, falling to the ground. Fortunately, she saw an obsidian human on the bat's back, and her fear immediately turned to joy. My lord, I have information. Sunko hurriedly said in broken obsidian, Field has cruelly invaded Greywater City, and is even planning to attack Lord Varric from behind. I also have information. There are tens of thousands of them, too many to count. Another refugee with a pointed face and monkey-like features shouted obsequiously. And corrupted creatures, demons, oh God, may the goddess of light punish us. A peasant woman with cracked lips wept bitterly, my child was crushed to death by the collapsing city wall, all Field's fault. Griffin people, kill them all. The Bat Knight didn't care about any of them, raising his hand to slaughter. Wait. Obsidian's third tier chosen one stepped forward, the golden hoop earring on his earring swaying. Tell us something we don't know. You know? Scented Grass was taken aback. We who possess omniscience, of course we know. Obsidian's chosen one sneered, our great commander has already mobilized troops to support us. He was joking. The fierce battle among the 6th-tier chosen ones had created a glacier stretching for miles, and with the cannon fire from Greywater City, anyone who wasn't deaf knew that Nightfall had launched a sneak attack. They just hadn't expected it to be Field's main force launching the attack. Tens of thousands. So magnificent, truly worthy of the Obsidian Empire. Sunko's eyes were filled with admiration. What can I do for you? Heh, reward soldiers and make them slaves. The Obsidian Chosen sneered contemptuously. Arrest them, and take them back. Ah? Could you, for the sake of my report, spare my fiefdom? Before Sunko could finish, a ferocious Obsidian man pounced, slapping her hard across the face, knocking her to the ground. Who allowed you to speak to the Chosen One with your head held high? The Bat Knight wasn't going to tolerate this, slapping Sunko left and right, leaving her face a swollen mess. Ugh! Sunko cried out in pain, feeling the burning pain on her face, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Why didn't the Obsidian people play by the rules? She had been so good to them. Why didn't they appreciate it? Meanwhile, Greywater City was filled with screams and the stench of blood. The Obsidian man broke his own finger before being released by the Nightfall army. Our Lord is merciful and allows you to leave. Just keep going west, and you reach your Lord Varric. Alright, get out of here. The knights waved their hands, and the Obsidian man, wishing he had 2 more legs, ran away crying and begging for mercy. My lord, will they really become a burden to Varric? Ashana blinked her crimson eyes twice, asking curiously, they didn't even have any cavalry to drive them away. No need. Why waste time? You're overcomplicating things. Field chuckled. The Sea Province is a barren wasteland. They lack food, and going anywhere else means certain death. Besides, they're already injured. By the way, 17 men ran away last night. Field, I'm so angry. Asana's wolf ears perked up, and she grumbled angrily. How can these ingrates be like this? Haven't we treated them well? They deserve to be slaughtered. Little Sun tossed her flowing hair. Kill them all and that's it. Field was right. You always overcomplicate things. I didn't expect so many to defect to the enemy. Consider it a screening. Field raised an eyebrow and chuckled silently. It doesn't matter if they all defect to the enemy. Let's do our own thing and not get involved. It's time to raise the Black Crow banner. With a clang, Field drew his sword, a slight smile playing on his lips, feeling his blood surging. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Let the Obsidian people experience the taste of burning, killing, and looting. With that, Field spurred his horse forward. Kill! Nightfall led his iron cavalry, roaring as they followed. Lakeside Town, once a prosperous town, still bustled with people, but now it was filled with Obsidian people. So much food. Let's grab some. The Obsidian child, Scarface, and a large group of companions watched as carts carrying bread and peanuts passed by. Scarface waited patiently until the last cart arrived, then waved his little hand. 2 Obsidian children raised large wooden clubs and slammed them against the wheels. Crack! The wheels jammed, the cart jolted violently, and the slave driving the horses fell, nearly dead, but still frantically shouted, "Put it down! This is food for the expeditionary force! Quick, grab it!" The Obsidian children cheered, jumped onto the cart, skillfully cut open the sacks with daggers, grabbed the food, and ran off. Scarface, carrying a sack of bread, easily navigated the alleyways and returned home. Ha ha ha, mother, look what I got. Scarface proudly showed off his spoils. I will become a qualified warrior, and in the future, like the other warriors, I will fight my way into the Griffin Empire. Chapter 1344. His mother glanced hurriedly at the door, then burst into laughter. Well done, my little warrior. But I'm afraid there's no chance now. The Griffin Empire will soon be completely destroyed by us, and they will all become slaves. Your father has already gone to Twilight Province. Was he going to burn, kill, and plunder? Scarface jumped up. I want to go too. Oh no no no. His mother shook her finger. The land of Mooncar continent belongs to us. Their people are only fit for us to breed and enslave. You must understand. We must cherish this life. It's been so difficult for us, the woman lamented. Our homeland, the land is so barren. Fortunately, the hero king of Mooncar is willing to accept us as his pets. We must not betray her kindness. We must survive well. Scarface nodded earnestly. Great. I need to find my slave to practice fighting. Where is she? She's in the fields, working the land. Those inferior creatures are only fit for that. Hearing this, Scarface grabbed a stick and ran to the fields, where he saw the thin figure of a girl, staggering as she tilled the land. You're slacking off again, you inferior creature. Without another word, Scarface rushed forward and struck the girl twice with his stick. What? The girl cried, tears streaming down her face. Although the other was younger than her, the blows hurt terribly. She pursed her lips, her heart filled with bitterness. Since the Obsidian Man arrived, life had been shrouded in darkness. There was no hope in sight. As a native of Thousand Lakes, she vividly remembers the dire poverty and misery of the Obsidian people when they first arrived. She, out of kindness, donated food to them. She couldn't believe things had turned out this way in just a year or two. She desperately wanted to say, Lord Field, he come to save us. But the reality was, Field had only attacked the Azure Sea, not the Thousand Lakes. Fortunately, she had been transferred to the Azure Sea as labor, so she still had a chance to survive. Ha ha ha. Scarface Monkey proudly brandished his wooden stick, declaring arrogantly, This is awesome. What can you do to me? Blame your warriors. They're not as brave as ours, they're all trash. The girl was utterly humiliated, but dared not refute him. I grown up, and I kill you all. Wait, what's that? On the distant plains, a large number of black banners with gold stripes and blue banners with white stripes slowly emerged from the horizon. The ground trembled and rumbled as a blood-soaked cavalry force charged towards them. This is Obsidian's important granary and grain transit point. Field put away the map, easily locating the granary's location thanks to his familiarity with the Songhai province and his experience interrogating Obsidian officials. A dilapidated city, rudimentary granaries, and a long stretch of transport convoys. Even most of the convoy members carried or shouldered baskets, transporting supplies. The Obsidian people were not fond of construction. Their logistics were incredibly rudimentary. Without further ado, Field unleashed a powerful sword strike. Dare to invade our land? Warriors, kill them! Woo woo woo. The horn blared urgently. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Stop them! The fifth-tier chosen ones defending the city immediately activated their divine skills to counterattack. The dragon wolf roared, transforming into the size of a mountain, and charged forward with its head down. A series of cross-shaped beams of light were blasted out by the small sun, striking the enemy chosen one squarely. Before the enemy even landed, it was swallowed whole by the dragon wolf. In an instant, a fifth-tier chosen one perished. Such terrifying offensive power plunged the local garrison into despair. How could they possibly fight this? Awoo! The dragon wolf unleashed a torrent of icy flames, and the troops guarding the granary struggled, twisted, and annihilated within the flames, screaming in agony as they died. The Nightfall Knights launched their attack, showing no mercy, killing anyone they encountered along the way. The Obsidian Territory's inhabitants screamed in terror, running through the streets and fields, only to be slaughtered like wheat being harvested. Even passing dogs, if their fur didn't look right, were stabbed. Eggs were shaken to separate. The knights, too, were venting their fury. Scarface Monkey trembled, watching his kin being pierced by lances and trampled by warhorses. Blood splattered as the demonic iron cavalry, wherever they struck, created a bloodbath. He was dumbfounded. Griffin people, aren't they supposed to be a bunch of cowardly cowards who wouldn't fight back? What's going on here? Ha ha ha, it's Lord Field. The girl laughed wildly, tears streaming down her face. You're all doomed. Mommy! Scarface screamed and ran away, only to see his house engulfed in flames. "No, you demons, why did you destroy my home?" Scarface wailed. In just half an hour, Field had captured Lakeside Town. Reporting, "Sir, we discovered a large quantity of Holy Light potions, suspected to be secretly funding the Obsidian people by the Church of the Holy Light," a knight reported. The corrupted army of Nightfall territory was no longer concealed, and the armies of other nations had developed countermeasures. "That reminds me." Field pulled out a map, gestured a couple of times, and quickly ordered, "Don't bother burning down the granaries or dealing with the Obsidian men. Just lock them up in Lakeside Town. Don't forget to rescue our people," Field reminded them. "Field is merciful." The adorable silver-eyed lowly nodded cutely. "I knew I hadn't misjudged him." Ashina echoed, "You were just betrayed. One thing at a time." Waving his hand, Field was remarkably clear-headed, laughing heartily, "Just find and deal with the scum. I still need them to help me farm." With that, Field swung the gluttony great sword. "Rosalia, the next task is yours to complete. Corrupt Lakeside Town." A torrent of blood surged from the great sword, weaving together a beautiful and elegant figure. Rosalia's snow-white toes touched the ground lazily, as she chuckled alluringly. "Oh? There's something else about me? I thought you'd forgotten about me. Didn't we say we make the wounded Obsidian people a burden to the enemy? How could I forget you?" Field feigned a push, saying seriously, "Even if it disrupts the strategic plan, I have to take care of my dear young lady. You're just trying to flatter me. I don't believe you." Rosalia covered her mouth and chuckled, saying she didn't believe him, but inwardly she was extremely pleased. "But I haven't spoiled you for nothing." In fact, having Rosalia unleash corruption didn't disrupt the strategy at all. This place is different from Greywater City. It's 1,000,000 miles away from Varric. Releasing the wounded Obsidian wouldn't be a burden to Varric. Corrupting them, increasing their own corruption's primal divine power, is the most worthwhile. Adaptability is the key. Before long, the local Griffin people, having taken their fill of food, fled. The Nightfall army also withdrew from Lakeside Town. Field was scared away by us. Praying to the mystic goddess worked. The Nightfall army has fled. Over 3,000 Obsidian people cheered. Damn it, did they think that by letting me go, I wouldn't seek revenge? Scar Monkey recovered from his fear, replaced by rage. Chapter 1345. When I grow up, I will avenge myself on Field. If he doesn't kill me today, it will be a mistake he never forget. Scarface gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to leave, a crimson great sword, leaving a red trail in the air, crashed heavily into the crowd. Chains gleamed, blood and flesh splattered. What is that? No! Scarface's pupils constricted violently. Before he could escape, he was pierced by the chains. Screams echoed throughout Lakeside Town. The gray mark of the goddess of corruption slowly unfolded, drawing out a vast amount of primordial divine power. Rosalia mercilessly corrupted Lakeside Town. The Nightfall army immediately intervened, using holy light potions from their spoils to suppress the rotting corpses in Lakeside Town and prevent the contamination from spreading. The vast ocean province would eventually be brought under their rule. They absolutely could not allow it to be completely turned into a corrupt wasteland. For the next 2 weeks, Field used the superior mobility of his cavalry to relentlessly burn, kill, and corrupt. Advancing along the main force of the Obsidian army, they destroyed all the granaries, supply depots, and animal pens along the way. They corrupted all the Obsidian villages and small cities they encountered. To save time, Field abandoned almost all the spoils of war. Fortunately, Rosalia had accumulated a large amount of primordial divine power. The slaughter in the Sea of Shadows province was devastating. A rough estimate puts the number of Obsidian people killed at around 20,000. Afterwards, Field led his troops back and began cutting off the Varric supply lines. Field was determined to completely annihilate the Varric Legion confronting Liaberg. Meanwhile, in the Elegy territory of the Twilight Province, in the distance, towering castles, cathedrals, and towers stood tall, with the Twilight Mage Guild reaching even into the clouds. The sky was filled with magical glow, birds and beasts roamed freely. The prosperity of Twilight was far beyond anything any other region could match. The main force of Obsidian, led by the renowned General Gromesh, is stationed here. That idiot Bloodscar deserves to die. He truly deserves to die. I gave him over 10,000 troops, a 6th-tier chosen one, and he couldn't even stop the enemy from crossing the river. He couldn't even hold out for a month. Gromesh clutched the battle report, trembling with rage, his face flushed purple, a stark contrast to his appearance when he first arrived on the Moontar continent. With a 6th-tier defense line, holding out for a month or two is perfectly normal. In the Silverwing Empire, a 6th-tier warrior, relying on a castle, withstood a 10-year siege by demi-humans. Field crossed the mountains, destined to bring few troops, yet Bloodscar was captured in the blink of an eye. It's absurd. Damn it! Field has infiltrated the Sea of Light, severing our connection with Lord Varric. Hero Queen Audrey's pupils dilated in shock, and our heartland, Thousand Lakes, is exposed to Field. That's unimportant. Goromash gritted his teeth. I received news that Field has cut off most of our supply lines. Our army is facing a supply shortage. We brought quite a lot, and we can plunder the villages of Twilight, Audrey said matter-of-factly. How could that be possible? Goromash's eyes reddened. We have over 70,000 men. His main force comprised 60,000 elite troops, over 10,000 support troops, and a massive amount of livestock and magical beasts. The daily food consumption for people and horses is astronomical. Plundering 2 villages to feed tens of thousands? Don't be ridiculous. If it weren't for the granaries near Twilight Province, which weren't destroyed, the army's logistics wouldn't have lasted 3 days. I had it all planned out. Varric would draw the enemy's main force, Bloodscar would protect the supply line, and our main force would attack. How did Field manage that? He detected our strategic objective immediately and countered. He acted too quickly, it's unbelievable. Grommash stared at the map. He must have received help from the Chaos Calamity. Then what should we do? Go back to reinforce? Audrey joined in the anger. Lord Varric is in danger. Field is too despicable. No, Varric has 2 Tier 6 troops and a Tier 6 fortress. He's a cautious man. Our second batch of reinforcements is arriving soon. Field's small force will be surrounded and wiped out. Grommash pondered for a moment. Continue towards Morrowind, but what about logistics? Perhaps we should take the risk and plunder the cities of Twilight. Plundering cities would yield huge gains, but it might provoke a counterattack from the Griffin Empire, making it a losing proposition. How about asking the Griffin Queen for some? Audrey suggested. Will she give it to me? That's no small sum. Goromash was at a loss. I heard the Griffin Empire doesn't even have enough food for itself. Let's give it a try. With this hope in mind, Goromash found an imperial official accompanying him, who immediately ordered the Chosen One to report urgently. That same day, the Griffin Queen, far away in the palace, received the news. Your Majesty, General Goromash of Obsidian is facing a severe food shortage, the chief minister reported to the garden. The Griffin Queen, sitting on a garden bench, leisurely tended to the flowers. Her beautiful face made the flowers in the royal garden pale in comparison. The Griffin Queen smiled contemptuously, smugly saying, I knew it. These barbarians can't even handle logistics. With that level of competence, they dare to offend royal authority? They're courting death. In her view, if it weren't for the ineffectiveness of nobles like Field, and the interference from Franmaya, the Obsidian Empire would never have been able to occupy the West. Then, Your Majesty, should we provide them with food? The chief minister rubbed his hands together. There are quite a few people. We need to supply about 200,000 people for 6 months. Of course, it's a small matter. The Griffin Queen crossed her long, snow-white legs, her translucent toes appearing slightly reddish in the sunlight. They're helping us suppress Field's rebellion, of course. We should give them our full support. Perfect. Let those country bumpkins from the barbaric lands witness the Empire's power. The thought of the Obsidian Empire being astonished by her strength pleased the Queen. Absolutely not. A noblewoman accompanying the flower-viewing party waved her hands in alarm. Your Majesty, the Empire's grain reserves are limited. How could we possibly supply the enemy? Humph, it's just some grain. We have plenty of that, the Empress said disdainfully, resting her chin on her hand. Most importantly, they're here to help us quell the rebellion. Your Majesty, but recently, many commoners in the central region are complaining that grain prices have skyrocketed, and they can't afford it anymore. Another noblewoman gently advised, send the Obsidian people back. They defile this sacred land. Complain? What do commoners have to complain about? The Empress frowned slightly. A bunch of peasants who don't have to worry about diplomacy and war, or balancing various factions, aren't they happy? At most, they scatter some seeds in the soil, and then they can rest for a whole year, the Empress said, picking up her teacup and huffing. I envy them. Chapter 1346. Your Majesty, the people of Twilight are already filled with anxiety. A rational nobleman tried to offer some advice. Enough. As long as we can eliminate Field, a small price to pay is nothing. The Griffin Queen waved her hand indifferently. Let the people be patient a little longer. If they want to blame someone, let them blame Field. If Field hadn't rebelled, none of us would be suffering. Yes, Your Majesty. The chief minister, fearing that further delay would lead to the Empress being dissuaded by others, and thus preventing him from reaping the benefits, hurriedly went to make arrangements. Meanwhile, on the vast plains of the sea, a supply corps laden with food, cattle, and sheep slowly advanced towards Varek's encampment. What a nuisance! All the garrisons in Thousand Lakes have gone to support Lord Varek. So many people need food, and we have to transport it on foot. We're exhausted. If only we hadn't slaughtered the Songhai province, Varek could have resupplied on the spot. The soldiers transporting supplies complained loudly, but they quickly fell silent. Corpses, corpses everywhere! Humans, cattle, sheep, and the wreckage of wagons lay scattered on the grass. Torn flags fluttered helplessly in the wind. This is bad news. The other supply trains have been attacked. The grain transport officer's pupils dilated sharply, a bad feeling rising within him. The Nightfall cavalry is here. Run! Mommy, dead legs, run! Don't kill me, I'm going back to Obsidian. Suddenly, from the southeast corner of the group came a hysterical wail. A large number of Obsidian men were being hunted down by a formidable wolf rider force. Anyone who slowed down was immediately shot and pinned to the ground by the riders on the giant wolves. The Obsidian people had never seen such a ferocious army. They were used to slaughtering others. This was the first time they were being chased and killed, and they were terrified. Nightfall cavalry! The grain transport officer cried out in alarm, frantically channeling his battle aura. Quick, quick, get the wagons. Whoosh! An ice arrow flew past, and the grain transport officer's head exploded like a watermelon. Burn this food. Not a single piece of black bread, not a single peanut, will be transported. Any livestock you can't catch, shoot them. Nightfall Knights followed closely behind the wolf riders, torches in hand, some herding sheep, others setting fires. As for the few remaining combatants in the transport team, they were nothing more than roadside animals in front of the Nightfall cavalry, easily kicked to death. Don't kill us! We're innocent. The laborers in the transport team immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Rest assured, I am Field, nicknamed the Great Benefactor of the North. Field rode up on his warhorse, his gaze imposing. Those who break their own fingers are considered harmless, and may leave alive to seek refuge at Varek's camp. Of course, I will not allow you to retreat back to Thousand Lakes. Anyone who goes in the opposite direction will be shot dead. Hearing that fingers would be broken, many slaves hesitated. This, however, as Field said, releasing prisoners was already an act of mercy. You ungrateful wretch, you dare hesitate? Seeing this, a wolf rider raised his hand and shot 7 or 8 men in quick succession, showing no mercy. Your Excellency is merciful. We will do as you say. The terrified laborers cried and begged, hastily agreeing. Soon, Field released another group of wounded laborers, allowing them to carry a small amount of rations. These exhausted laborers, after 6 or 7 days of travel, finally arrived at Varek's camp. However, when they saw the vast crowd, they were deeply shocked. The Varek Legion, confronting Leah Fortress, was swelling in number. From the original 60,000, it rapidly grew to 80,000. However, the additional 20,000 were mostly slaves, commoners, and ordinary soldiers. Very few possessed superhuman strength. Most shockingly, the recently arrived Obsidian people were mostly covered in wounds, weak and feeble. Lord Varek, something's wrong. We lost contact with our rear, our supplies are practically non-existent, and our food reserves are dwindling rapidly. The 6th-tier chosen one, the summoner, said grimly, we've been tricked. Field didn't come to attack us after entering the vast ocean. He cut off our supplies, intending to starve us to death. Not only that, but the laborers who escaped from the transport convoy alone number 7 or 8,000. They're almost unrecognizable, too weak even to dig a hole. To use them in the war, we need to provide them with food and medical care first. Even the regular army doesn't have enough food and medicine. The summoner said through gritted teeth. Initially, everyone misjudged Field's plan. They dug trenches and built layers of stone walls for over half a month, but the Nightfall army showed no intention of attacking. Instead, they lured people over, constantly increasing their logistical burden. The Obsidian defenses had become the Maginot Line, incredibly strong, but Field didn't even bother to attack. Varek's already dark face darkened further. That despicable Field. How much food do we have left? Varek's brows furrowed so deeply they could almost trap a fly. Don't feed the useless trash. According to the original plan, the defenses should have at least a month's worth of supplies for 60,000 troops. But we spent manpower digging trenches and building fortifications, accelerating food consumption. The evoker rubbed his head. With people eating and horses eating, our current reserves are barely enough to last 8 days, and that's the most frugal scenario. We considered letting the useless trash starve to death, or even eating them, but many of them are the soldiers' families. Even the regular army is restless. What do we do? The other Obsidian commander's pupils dilated in shock. Field won't attack, he doesn't want a siege. Varric, as commander of the expeditionary force, understood the situation. Even if we eat cannibalism and mud, we hold out, and Field won't attack. Or, should we send a 6th-tier chosen one to reopen the supply lines? Someone suggested. Fool? Varric immediately rejected the idea. Have you forgotten? Bloodscar also has a 6th-tier one. Without sticking together, against Field's elite, it's death. Elite mobile forces possess absolute dominance in this era. Once logistics are cut off, the more soldiers the Legion has, the faster it collapses. At this point, this is the only way. Taking a deep breath, Varric waved his hand. Retreat. Abandon the fortifications. Retreat immediately while there's still food. What about the White Tower then? This artifact will take 10 days to dismantle and deploy. The summoner exclaimed in horror. Abandon. Stay and hold off the enemy. With a heart breaking, Varric decisively ordered, leave 3,000 regular troops and 30,000 useless soldiers to bluff. The rest of you, retreat under cover of darkness. Chapter 1347. Without hesitation, Varric immediately mobilized his elite troops. To prevent the garrison of Fong Fortress from discovering anything amiss, Varric didn't dismantle a single magic tower, and dared not even touch the White Tower of Time. The main force of the Obsidian army, along with some able-bodied men, slowly withdrew from the defensive line the following evening. However, such a large-scale troop movement immediately aroused strong anxiety among the people. Just as they were about to ride away from the defensive line, Great Chief Varric, where is your army going? An elder from the Obsidian army, leading a large group of people, blocked the army's path. Seeing that the departing army consisted entirely of elite and fierce warriors, his heart sank. Someone is spreading rumors. That you are retreating? Who said that? Varric's expression remained unchanged, and he said sternly, I am the commander of the expeditionary force, bearing the ambition of the Empire and the guidance of the goddess. How could I possibly retreat? Then what are you doing? The elder pointed worriedly at the army. How could a mere ant like you possibly know the movements of a great army? Nasser, the 6th-tier chosen one, was enraged, raising his great sword to strike, but was stopped by Varric. Don't lay a hand on my people. That demon field attacked our logistics. Varric piously raised his hands. The goddess has shown him his location. I will now lead the army to annihilate them all. You stay here, protect the line with your lives. Do you hear me? After I annihilate Field, you will all be given 1, 2, or even 3 griffin women. Varric's lies ignited the passion of the Obsidian warriors. Excellent. That devil Field broke my hand, he surely go to hell. It's all thanks to the goddess's power. My lord, you must return victorious. It's a pity, I won't be able to witness such a glorious moment. I really wanted to personally kill some of the Nightfallen. Varric nodded approvingly, but his eyes seemed to be fixed on a group of dead men. My lord, can we defend ourselves? And what about the food? The Obsidian Elder asked again. With 6th-tier defensive artifacts, defense is a piece of cake. The food is in the granaries, packed full. Hearing this, a group of starving young men, ignoring the remaining soldiers' attempts to stop them, pushed open the doors of the granaries along the defensive line. Sure enough, they were filled with black bread. Let's go! Varric didn't hesitate any longer. Under the cover of night, he led his army away. This scene was witnessed by Field in the distance. Good decisiveness, but not ruthless enough. A little more ruthlessness would be needed. They could only take the chosen ones to escape, leaving behind even their superhuman strength and ordinary soldiers. The chosen ones' escape speed might allow them to break through the encirclement. However, a portion of the chosen one's combat power requires the cooperation of an army to be effective, so it's understandable that the enemy brought an army. Field nodded in agreement. I estimate about half of them have escaped. Ah? Then we must stop them quickly. Ashina paced anxiously. If they escape, all our efforts will be wasted. No need, Ashina. The initiative is in our hands. Field shook his head repeatedly. Our elites, go and keep an eye on them. Follow my instructions. Sir, the roasted meat is ready. A soldier nearby brought over a full basin of mutton skewers, sizzling with oil and exuding a fragrant aroma. Very good. Field hummed a little tune, enjoying his meat. The livestock intercepted from the supply lines meant the raiding party had no worries about food or drink. Many were almost tired of the usual fare, and just wanted some wild vegetables to cleanse their palates. After a night of forced marching, Varric successfully covered over 20 kilometers. Night marches are incredibly arduous. Before they could even celebrate, the Obsidian Men's sky fell. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. A blizzard is coming. Enemy war beasts spotted. My god, they're huge. These are the wolf riders those idiots were talking about. These things are cavalry? Varric's army erupted in chaos, countless men screaming, clutching their weapons and trembling. Damn it, we were discovered so quickly. Varric jumped out of the wagon and saw a vast blizzard sweeping across the distance. In the blizzard, a giant wolf the size of a mountain stood majestically. Its black carapace and fur burned with eerie blue flames, lowering the temperature by 7 or 8 degrees. This can't be a coincidence. Varric's eyelids twitched wildly, his heart pounding. Our retreat was also part of the enemy's plan. So what? He's just afraid to engage in direct combat. That's why he's been plotting all this time. Let's break through head-on. Maybe we can actually kill Field. The summoner sneered. Let me handle them, Domain, Bloom. The domain erupted, and the obsidian golem suddenly felt a surge of courage, while the summoner himself received a massive boost. 6th-tier divine skill summon. Ancient demon elephant. A mountain-sized demonic beast, a colossal elephant, emerged from the void, its body covered in magic towers, arrow towers, and wooden fortresses. For ferocious tusks were strapped with metal meteor hammers. The surrounding obsidian golems hurriedly climbed onto the elephant's back. 6th-tier divine skill summon. Steelback armored rhinoceros. After activating the divine skill twice in succession, the summoner was panting. She initiated the attack with the armored rhinoceros. Although the Azure Sea was their territory, divine power replenishment was slow. The beast taming chosen on the other side can only summon one. Wait, is that a summoned creature? The summoner frowned slightly. Before she could figure it out, the dragon wolf pounced. Kill! Ashina pointed her ice spear. The dragon wolf, its body wreathed in ice flames, leaped high, creating a fierce gust of wind, and pounced on the armored rhinoceros's back. Opening its jaws wide, the dragon wolf bit down hard. Squeak! The armored rhinoceros's thick carapace emitted a series of metallic cracking sounds. Awooh! It violently shook its head, tearing off a large chunk of carapace along with flesh. What the hell is this? How is this possible? The summoner's pupils dilated in shock. She knew very well how monstrous her summoned creature's defenses were. They could withstand most divine attacks without a problem. The dragon wolf's claws were firmly planted against the armored rhinoceros, frantically tearing at the wound on its neck, causing the rhinoceros to scream in agony. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Fire support? The demonic elephant, with its massive body, arrived to provide support. The magic towers and arrow towers on its back fired wildly, a dense barrage of magical projectiles and arrows crisscrossing. 6th-tier divine skill, Tyrant's Ice Flame. The dragon wolf raised its head, spewing out a sky full of ice flames, setting the towers on the demonic elephant's back ablaze. The defensive structures on the demonic elephant's back were instantly engulfed in flames. Aya! The obsidian golems who had finally managed to climb up hadn't even been attacking for long before a large number of them, engulfed in flames, jumped down and were smashed into pieces. The dragon wolf dodged the tusk charge, circled behind the demonic elephant, and unleashed a barrage of breath, quickly turning the elephant into a fireball. Thanks to the two summoned creatures, Varric was able to deploy his legion. Ranged attack, launch projectiles. Chapter 1348. Magic bullets, combat techniques, and low-level divine skills rained down on the dragon wolf. These skills, enhanced by a 6th-tier domain, were greatly amplified in power. Sparks flew as the dragon wolf's condensed ice armor was shattered. Its entire body was exploding. Awooh! The dragon wolf howled in pain. Even as a 6th-tier divine weapon, it suffered immense damage from tens of thousands of attacks, unable to move an inch. 6th-tier divine skill, Wilderness Power. Seeing this, another 6th-tier chosen one, Nasser, unleashed her domain and activated her amplified divine skill, charging out like a cannonball. She rushed to the dragon wolf, smashing its head with her great sword, sending scales flying and flesh splattering. Just as the dragon wolf was about to be beaten into a pulp, Ashina flashed in, her spear gleaming brilliantly. A spear thrust forward, unleashing a surging ice storm that distorted space, the spear's edge striking Nasser's divine shield. A resounding clang echoed as the shield shattered, turning into a shower of ice crystals. Danger! Fortunately, Nasser was a veteran of countless battles, and with the massive boost provided by nearly 50,000 soldiers, she reacted swiftly, shifting her heavy sword at the last second to block the ice spear. Sharp ice shards flew, slashing Nasser's face with excruciating pain. You're courting death, demi-human. It's you lowly rats who cut off our supplies. Enraged, Nasser swung her heavy sword wildly, hacking at Ashina's face. Die! No one can stop us from seeking survival. Munkar is ours. Is that so? Ashina smiled sweetly, wielding her spear in one hand, fiercely meeting the attack. The dragon wolf, bearing the brunt of the enemy's firepower, created space for Ashina's decisive battle. The two sides fought fiercely for 10 rounds. Woo woo woo. Field ordered the retreat horn to be sounded. I'd play with you next time. My lord called me back for dinner. Ashina winked playfully, her divine seal flashing, recalling the dragon wolf to heal its wounds. She then transformed into a streak of light and vanished at lightning speed. Damn it, don't even think about escaping. Nasser wanted to give chase, but was stopped by his own retreat horn. With a swift, empty sword strike, Nasser flew back angrily, questioning his commander. The enemy finally came to their deaths. Why are we retreating? Where did you see? The enemy coming to their deaths? Verek's eyes were gloomy. Following the direction of the commander's gaze, in the distance, a demonic golem slowly turned to dust in the ice and flames. Mages and aura knights, exhausted, lay scattered on the ground, all half dead from exhaustion. To halt the dragon wolf attack, they fought with all their might. Even more terrifying was the limit of their vision. A golden, gleaming chosen one floated leisurely. Not attacking, just watching. This is getting worse. I still have 80% of my divine power left. Nasser, now calmer, broke out in a cold sweat. The army's fighting strength is being rapidly weakened, and our food supplies are running low. No, we have to abandon the army and run. No, we can't. Verek gritted his teeth. If it weren't for these 50,000 troops, the enemy would have launched a full-scale attack. The current situation is, the army, banded together, can barely deter Field, but their marching speed is too slow, and supplies are being rapidly depleted. They're about to be worn down. Abandoning the army and fleeing with the Chosen One, without the protection of their domain, means certain death if caught by Field. Even if they manage to escape, Field could seize strategically vital areas, like Thousand Lakes immediately. A dilemma. I kind of missed the defensive line. Nasser said speechlessly, with city defenses, weapons, and fortifications, at least we could hold off that wolf. The army will rest for 2 hours before continuing the advance. Reluctantly, Verek still ordered them to leave. Seeing the enemy resting, Field switched his attention to the corrupted Black Crows of Fong Fortress. The enemy's defensive line has been acting strangely lately. It feels like an opportunity. Blackfeather rested his hand on his brow, gazing into the distance. Let's wait for the commander's signal. Vivian shook her head. We lack mobility and cannot act rashly. Field had taken all of Nightfall Territory's air force and cavalry. Their main force was even more cumbersome than the obsidian golems. How boring. If Field doesn't let me slaughter to my heart's content this time, I have to punish her severely. The great thunder dragon's voice was cold. Buzz? The soul link shifted. The corrupted black crow opened its eyes, and the first thing it saw was a massive, dazzlingly white rabbit bobbing about. I knock. Field turned its gaze, and saw Faberia, her long, snow-white legs crossed, sitting domineeringly on the throne. You're finally awake. Faberia excitedly stood up, her rabbit-like body hopping about, her electric tail whipping out, almost hitting the black crow. When do we start the hunt? I can't wait. Now, Field answered crisply. 2 enemy tier SIXs have retreated. The chances of another tier 6 hiding here are very low. Then Field looked at the stone throne. This enormous stone throne stood majestically atop the mountain east of Fawn Fortress. After a long silence, Field uttered the soul-searching question. You built it? Wherever this guy goes, he builds a throne. Quite my style. Thafreya put one hand on her hip, a slight smile playing on her lips. Whatever makes you happy. The entire army leaves Fongbao Fortress. Once in formation, launch a breakthrough on the enemy lines. Vivian passed down the order, commanding the Nightfall fleet to move out. The fleet will be needed in Thousand Lakes, Verga, and a bunch of other coastal cities. The Nightfall fleet's direct forces, numbering over 30,000, along with local armies and the noble troops who came to reinforce, totaling about 40,000, slowly left the city. Because the mountain roads of Fongbao Fortress were rugged and difficult to traverse, making the enemy's attack difficult, our own departure was equally challenging. It took about half a day to complete the formation, and then the mighty army marched towards the enemy lines, encountering almost no resistance along the way. My lord, the enemy lines are in complete chaos inside. It seems they're fighting amongst themselves? Upon reaching the vicinity of the lines, Black Feather sensed something amiss with surprise. Field nodded without surprise, hungry. Huh? Black Feather tilted his head, his little brain full of confusion. Attack! Maybe we can take the line without an army, Field ordered. The Nightfall Legion slowly advanced. Black Feather unleashed his domain, and with the Nightfall Legion's support, his combat power surged, charging towards the Time Tower. Quick fire! The enemy's 6th-tier troops are here. The remaining warriors roared frantically, activating the Time Tower to unleash a continuous barrage of light projectiles. The dense light projectiles wove several chains in the air, a spectacular sight. Blackfeather and the Great Thunder Dragon darted through the air, rapidly closing in. Unlike the Time Tower's firepower, most of the other magic towers on the defensive line didn't fire. Some magic towers were even bombarding inwards. Field, controlling Black Raven, saw the scene inside the defensive line. Within the towering, formidable defensive lines, countless obsidian warriors were slaughtering each other, frantically scrambling for leftover food and the money Varek hadn't taken. A rabble. Chapter 1349. What a bunch of useless trash. Viveria crossed her arms, her curly rabbit drawing attention. Field cautiously shook his head. Attack step by step, don't be reckless. Time is on our side. Give me the food. I'm younger than you. I deserve the food. Get lost, you piece of trash, I kill you. What? Why is the granary full of mud? Where did the food go? Nightfall's forces are attacking. Goddess, please save your lambs. Obsidian Camp was in chaos. People attacked each other for food. Only a small contingent of Varek's army still had the will to fight. The enemy's chosen ones are attacking. Focus fire. Deplete their divine power, and we buy time for the others. A loyalist roared. The Time Tower's magical missiles rained down on Black Feather without restraint. Black Feather erected a shield, allowing the magical missiles to rain down upon it as it rapidly approached. Raven Feather Sword split. With a thought, the Raven Feather Sword unfolded layer upon layer, transforming into 3,000 or 4,000 flying swords, each carrying terrifying killing intent, shooting forth. The sword shadows swirled in the air, leaving a series of black trails. Although the rapidly rushing sword light was slowed by the White Tower, reducing its destructive power somewhat, its force was still considerable. Boom boom boom. The divine power shield erected by the White Tower of Time instantly rippled like a pond struck by hail. Amidst the earth-shattering explosions, large cracks appeared in the weak points of the divine power shield. The White Tower of Time's defense was formidable, but ultimately, it was no match for a living 6th-tier being. If there were 6th-tier chosen ones within the city providing support, giving the White Tower of Time time to recover, it could hold out for much longer. The attack lasted approximately 3 minutes. Bang! A crisp sound rang out as the divine power shield shattered like a mirror. Without the shield, the enemy's artifacts prioritized attacking Black Feather. Nightfall's artillerymen immediately arrived at the front lines with wagons, setting up windrail cannons. Ordinary cannons were ineffective against the magic towers here. High-altitude magic towers had extremely long ranges. Filthy Imperials, don't even think about getting close. Taste this. The wizard controlling the tower's artifact had his eyes bulging out of their sockets, blood streaming from his nose. He desperately activated the artifact, unleashing its strongest attack. The wizards inside the tower knew perfectly well that being captured by the Nightfall forces would mean certain death. Buzz! The instant the Time Tower's firepower ceased, countless white rays converged. The next moment, a beam of light as thick as a pillar hurtled towards Black Feather, arriving in the blink of an eye. A dazzling beam of light illuminated the sky. Along the way, watchtowers, flowers, and stones withered rapidly from the sheer intensity of the beam, as if they had been shaped by millennia of time. Even the hourglass core of the White Tower of Time cracked, its sand dissipating into specks of light. A full-force attack no less powerful than a 6th-tier chosen one's own. If I tried to withstand it head-on, I'd be skinned alive. Ha ha ha. The wizard inside the tower roared with laughter, his eyes filled with fervor and anticipation. Die! Die! The mysterious goddess will bestow her blessing upon me. The instant the beam erupted, the other loyalists within the tower ordered their soldiers to destroy the artifact with all their might. 6th-tier divine skill, Burial of Heaven. With the support of 40,000 troops, Black Feather's combat power surged. Facing the enemy's strongest attack, he merely swung a crimson long sword. A dazzling sword light flashed, colliding directly with the beam of light. Boom! The moment of impact created a violent shockwave, forming a spherical airflow. The surrounding space instantly collapsed, turning the flat ground into a deep crater. The beam of light weakened visibly, and the speed of the Burial Heaven divine technique also slowed, but it could still advance, accompanied by a series of explosions. Despite weakening layer by layer, the sword light still pierced the wall of the White Tower of Time, penetrating a section of its tip. The raven feather sword trembled slightly. The white light along its path exploded, dissipating into specks of light. Dare to block my advance? You're courting death. Without the divine artifact's obstruction, Faveria couldn't wait any longer. She bypassed the magic tower's defenses and rushed directly into the White Tower. What? What kind of divine technique is this? It has such power. The wizards inside the tower were dumbfounded. This was a 6-tier divine artifact specifically designed for defense, yet it had been quickly breached by Nightfall's forces. To understand, during their initial siege, they paid a heavy price in dealing with this divine artifact. 3 6-tier warriors were wounded, and thousands of soldiers were killed or wounded. The enemy is broken in. Before they could even register their shock, the wizards heard screams outside the door. Purple lightning surged, and the soldiers guarding the tower were all slaughtered. The wizards roared, raising their staffs at Faveria. Die! Faveria, with her imposing and exaggerated physique, fiercely unleashed a virtual slash, a beam of pure lightning sweeping out. Everyone inside the tower was instantly reduced to a bloody mist. The White Tower of Time dimmed. The Nightfall territory's windrail cannons, however, shone with runic light. Accompanied by a series of soft buzzing sounds, a dozen solid-shot bullets traced cyan trajectories in the air, slamming heavily into various parts of the defensive line. The 2 magic towers, targeted by concentrated fire, exploded instantly. The flying debris and wood chips became a killing intent, and countless unfortunate refugees had their heads blown off by the shrapnel. Crash! The Western Arrow Tower, carrying mud and sand, slowly collapsed, raising a large cloud of mist. A cannonball that missed the city wall crashed into a granary inside the city. Refugees gathered there, scrambling for food, were instantly engulfed in a cloud of blood and mist. Ah! Ah! A terrified Obsidian soldier screamed as he jumped from the city wall. Nightfall has attacked. Goddess above, their range is farther than the magic towers. What's the point of defending? The enemy's chosen ones have killed all the priests in the White Tower. Who cares about us? Run! Almost instantly, all the magic towers along the entire defensive line went silent. The painstakingly constructed catapults and ballistae didn't fire a single shot. The remaining defensive forces abandoned their posts and fled in disarray. The refugees within the city also collapsed, swarming towards the few remaining exits. Soldiers and civilians trampled each other, countless dead. The enemy's morale is broken. Stop firing! Charge! Take the line! Seeing this, Field immediately ordered his fierce and daring warriors to scale the walls. Carrying ladders and grappling hooks, they bravely advanced, easily scaling the walls and seizing the enemy's magic towers and arrow towers. Then, the entire line of magic towers opened fire on the city without mercy. Orbs of magic and stones flew everywhere. Countless people fell like wheat being harvested. It was a living hell. Many of the Nightfall territory's soldiers harbored deep hatred for the invaders, and were extremely ruthless. This defensive line will become our supply point. Field nodded in satisfaction. You don't need to pursue them. Let them run. Anyway, there's nothing to eat in Songhai, and I wipe this place out sooner or later. Chapter 1350. Without much effort, Field annihilated Varek's rear guard. Of the nearly 30,000 Obsidian soldiers, only 1/5 fled in panic. The Nightfall army suffered no casualties, except for 2 brave soldiers who fell from the city wall while climbing too hastily, and 1 noble soldier who was tripped by someone. Field, the captured artifact is yours. Quickly upgrade my skills. Faveria, with an air of arrogance, strode over with alluring cat-like steps, casually tossing over a cracked hourglass. Ah! Damn it! Field's brow twitched wildly as he caught the artifact, his vision going black. My lord, I'm sorry. Blackfeather approached pitifully. This artifact seems to have a self-consuming attack method, and with the Obsidian sabotage, it... Don't apologize yet, there's still hope. Considering the Obsidian's technological level, there was no reason for them to keep such an artifact. Field tentatively attempted to subdue the artifact, but to his surprise, it was easy. Artifact, Tower of Time Tier 6 Source, Goddess of Time. Description, a defensive structure combining art, design, and practicality. Construction, requires 10 days to deploy and dismantle. This artifact consumes local divine power, and requires time to replenish. Function 1, Divine Power Shield, forms a massive shield to protect the area. Function 2, Acceleration/Deceleration, accelerate/decelerate surrounding projectiles. Do not use on living beings or crops, as it will only deplete their life force. Function 3. Time missiles. Launches dense, high-speed magic missiles. Function 4. Decay beam. Destroys this artifact, unleashing a powerful beam of light against enemies. Function 5. Hourglass reversal. This artifact can self-repair, but requires a large amount of divine power from the territory. Special. A building artifact cannot be upgraded using lord abilities or forging abilities. It can only absorb other building artifacts. A good thing indeed, it can self-repair. Field's eyes lit up. He had been hesitant about whether to use his divine seal to repair this artifact. The only drawback was that it only accelerated speed, not the growth cycle. Otherwise, it would be perfect for farming. My lord, there are countless arrows and javelins within the defensive line, but very few magic cores. Only about 100 boxes of third-tier magic cores, and those are mostly impure. Besides that, there's a lot of leather, Vivian reported. No need to count. After a short rest, head south immediately to rendezvous with our main force. Field waved his hand. These are just small fry. The key is, we can't let Varric escape. Yes. Leaving behind a 5th-tier chosen 1 and 2,000 soldiers, the defensive line painstakingly built by Obsidian was taken by Neo and became a supply depot for the Nightfall Territory. The Nightfall Territory Legion continued its journey, pursuing Varric's main force. Meanwhile, Varric was increasingly on the verge of collapse, and his legion was similarly teetering on the brink. Food scarcity forced them to slaughter horses and livestock for sustenance, but without horses, their marching speed slowed considerably. Meanwhile, to guard against a surprise attack from the Nightfall Chosen, the 6th-tier Chosen had to constantly activate their domains, consuming enormous resources. To make matters worse, although the Songhai province was nominally part of Obsidian, this godforsaken place couldn't even find a small village. Divine power and resources were extremely scarce. Awuh! Awuh! The sanctified dragon wolf let out a deafening roar, and the surrounding giant wolves howled in agreement. These days, Field frequently launched surprise attacks, and when he had free time, he had Wonkai scare the enemy, employing a strategy of attrition. Yuri, Wadybab. Egubigu. Field channeled his battle aura and began to sing a strange song. What is your excellency singing? It's awful. Ashina covered her ears, then her wolf ears, on the verge of tears. This sounds like an Obsidian song. What do you know? This is called Surrounded on All Sides. Field took a deep breath and cleared his throat. This is a piece of music I obtained by torturing prisoners, expressing homesickness. I believe that if the already collapsing Obsidian people hear this, they will collapse even more and lose their will to fight. Most importantly, my nickname is the Song God of the North. You're not allowed to say I sing badly, do you hear me? Grabbing Ashina's cheek, Field commanded sternly. Ashina tearfully surrendered. Goddess above, I can't lie to myself, it just sounds awful. Ha ha ha, Field, what a nobody. Silver Eyes added fuel to the fire, mercilessly mocking, it's horribly awful. Heh, I can't do anything to you now, can I? With a cold laugh, Fields didn't pinch her cheeks, but instead pinched her rabbit nose. That's an order. Oh, I see. Ashina suddenly understood, her eyes lighting up as she nodded admiringly. She became all soft and obedient, her tail spinning like a propeller, praising in a sweet tone, as expected of Lord Fields, so clever, and with such a beautiful singing voice. This scene completely stunned Silver Eyes. He possesses a technique even dragons don't know, able to command the chosen ones at will. Silver Eyes' pupils dilated, his mouth agape. Something's not right, Minion Lord. Why do I see the Obsidian men's morale increasing after hearing the song? Little Fat Dragon narrowed his eyes. A twitch appeared at the corner of Field's mouth. Seeing the Obsidian army in the distance making frequent unusual movements, a suspicion suddenly arose in his mind. Could it be? At that moment, inside Varric's carriage, a divine projection flashed, illuminating a familiar figure. If Field were here, he would recognize it immediately. It was Prince Dragon Tower. Your Highness, we finally made contact with you. Varric, though unshaven and with dark circles under his eyes, was beaming. You must help us. If Field kills me, the entire western coast will belong to him. Prince Dragon Tower's projection took 2 steps on the deck, nodding mysteriously. Don't worry, my fleet has broken through the elven blockade and is coming to our aid. In the prince's eyes, Field controlling the entire coastline was a nightmare. This warlike, ruthless bastard, who had tasted the sweetness of maritime trade, would surely become Dragon Tower's greatest enemy. On the contrary, Obsidian constantly used the slaves, ores, gold, and silver they plundered to buy magic towers and food from Dragon Tower, yet they were highly dependent on Dragon Tower's ship transport. Theoretically, a stalemate between the two sides would be ideal. But Field's successive victories greatly displeased the prince, who now considered Field a thorn in his side. You retreat to the coast, we brought ample supplies. Of course, payment will be in gold coins, or artifacts from Nightfall, or Field's head would also be good. The Dragon Tower prince stood with his hands behind his back. He loved this feeling of being the mastermind. I'm afraid that won't work. Varric's lips twitched. My legion needs to retreat back to Thousand Lakes to rest. Fine, cowardly barbarians. The transport ships I brought are enough for all of you to retreat. Going west to the coast was much closer than going south back to Thousand Lakes province. Chapter 1351. Having received Prince Lungta's promise, Varric led his main force in a retreat towards the coast. 3 days later, Nightfall led infantry, artillery, and mages to join forces with Field, slowly pursuing Varric's main force. On the morning of September 2nd in the Griffin calendar, Varric and Field's legions arrived at the coastal area of the Azure Sea almost simultaneously. A refreshing sea breeze rustled the coconut palms characteristic of the seaside. Seabirds circled, but were frightened by the murderous aura of men and horses, and dared not return to their nests for a long time. The Longtop people didn't deceive us. Ships. So many transport ships. Varric, running to the beach, saw the ships gradually enlarging in the distance, and excitedly beat his chest. Many Obsidian people knelt down, kissed the soil, and cheered loudly. Of the 50,000 soldiers, who had fled all the way here, only 43,000 remained, all exhausted and on the verge of death. My lord, the Nightfall Legion is catching up. Just as Varric was getting excited, his subordinate poured cold water on his enthusiasm. He whirled around. On the eastern horizon, armor gleamed like sharp swords in the sunlight. Large black banners appeared, fluttering in the wind. Infantrymen, muskets at their sides, marched in orderly ranks, each step like a drumbeat. Heavily armored knights, carrying cannons and heavy lances, charged through the air, accompanied by a flying force led by dragons, blotting out the sky. The Nightfall Legion, like the wings of a crane, slowly unfurled, forming an encirclement. Varric felt a dark, oppressive cloud rising from the east, making it hard to breathe. He believed it if they said they encountered the Demon King's army. What should we do? Varric gritted his teeth, his eyes bulging with resentment. Just a little bit more. Even half an hour more would have been better. My lord, don't worry. The ships are almost there. At worst, we can abandon the ordinary soldiers, and only send the elite troops aboard. With Prince Dragon Tower protecting us, Field won't dare do anything, the summoner quickly reminded him. Right. Varric's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fist. I almost forgot, the Griffin nobles are masters of diplomacy. I'm sorry, Prince Dragon Tower, but now that things have come to this, I see no need to hide anything. The shrewd Varric sneered, taking out a magical item given to him by Dragon Tower. While summoning Prince Dragon Tower, he sent it to Field, and then prepared his troops for battle. Soon, the messenger delivered the item to Field. A magical gadget from Dragon Tower. Field shook his head and chuckled. I knew it. Their sudden change of heart was probably due to Dragon Tower's intervention. Then what should we do? Ashana asked worriedly. I'd love for the Dragon Tower people to come, Field smiled coldly. Do you think I give up just because of external pressure? What a joke. Artillery, establish positions, set up cannons. Ashna, temporarily cease interfering with space. I'm curious what the Dragon Tower diplomat will discuss with me. In large-scale warfare, teleportation and magical communication are extremely difficult to achieve. Chosen ones can manipulate the laws to achieve concealment. Otherwise, simply creating a portal on the spot, having archers shoot, teleport away, reload, and then teleport back, wouldn't the battlefield be filled with flying thunder god techniques? Only high-ranking chosen ones specializing in teleportation can break through the interference. Buzz? The magical artifact shone brightly. The enigmatic figure of the Dragon Tower Prince appeared before Field. Varric, I'll be there soon, the prince said, turning around, then froze upon seeing Field. Truly surprising, your highness. I never expected you to personally act as the Obsidian's protector. Field was equally shocked, and quipped, I knew it, whose fleet is that on the sea? Damn it. Prince Dragon Tower cursed his bad luck, knowing this was Varric's insidious plan to tie him to the warship. Otherwise, Field would only think that rescuing the Obsidian was his mother's plan, not his own. He rubbed his temples helplessly, not wanting to escalate the conflict, yet also not wanting Field to succeed. After a moment's hesitation, Prince Lungta spoke again. Field, this legion has lost its fighting strength. They are just a bunch of pitiful people who want to go home. You should show chivalry, and let them go home. We are all living beings. Don't you even have basic morality and mercy? The prince raised his hand, hypocritically swearing, I promise to send them back to Obsidian, instead of keeping them here to be your enemy. After all, the Obsidian people had given them far too much. They had to be saved. They're pitiful? Field sneered. When they harm my people, wantonly burning, killing, and looting, no one sympathized with them. Your gold coins are stained with the blood of the Griffin Kingdom. I be blunt. Today, no one will let them leave. Even if the goddess herself came, I wouldn't allow it. I want them to pay for their crimes in blood. Seeing Field's blatant arrogance, showing him no respect whatsoever. The prince was also enraged, his face flushed red. He pointed a finger at Field's nose. Just for a few commoners? Is it worth it? Field, you don't deserve to be a nobleman at all, you know nothing. You brainless barbarians, who only know how to fight. Is there nothing else you do besides slaughter? Listen, I can tolerate your slaughter of this poor bunch, but my bottom line is, don't touch a single piece of Dragon Tower's ship. Otherwise, expect to be razed to the ground by the royal fleet. Before Field could even utter a curse, the Dragon Tower Prince's magical projection vanished. Damn it! Silver Eyes stomped her feet in anger. Why are they all bullying us? It's simple, the Griffin Empire is in decline. Field shrugged, giving a disgruntled snort. But it doesn't matter, I retaliate. My lord, when should we attack? Ashana clenched her fist. If the transport ships arrive, the situation will be out of control. Don't worry, I have my own plan. Field shook his head. Order the artillery, once set up, to bombard the enemy. Varek's legion also formed a semi-elliptical defensive line, with archers in front and soldiers behind. Brave Obsidian warriors. Hold on. The ships will arrive soon. Once we repel Field's attack, we can return to the rear. Then, there will be delicious food and Griffin women to serve you. You can vent your anger to your heart's content, and they can only watch helplessly. Hearing this, the Obsidian soldiers' morale, which had been waning in recent days, instantly returned, and they all roared with savage laughter. Varek was a veteran of the battlefield, and knew how to boost morale. Hold this position. Retreat means death. Long live the Obsidian. Long live. Long live. The hunger and fatigue of the past few days vanished among the 43,000 Obsidian soldiers, their faces filled with a death wish, roaring with unrestrained joy. However, the expected enemy charge and fierce battle did not occur. Boom! 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 The sound of cannons rang out. Chapter 1352. Facing the artillery, Varek thought a moment ago, with such a tenacious legion, nothing can break through. The next moment, over 150 standard-issue cannons and 15 railguns roared in unison. Flashes of fire erupted one after another, and white smoke billowed from the front lines of the night. Immediately afterwards, a dense barrage of shells traced deep trajectories through the air, landing within the Obsidian Legion. Many Obsidian soldiers didn't even have time to react before the bombardment began. Boom, boom, boom. The entire beach exploded in an instant. Mud mixed with severed limbs tumbled up amid screams. Black iron balls, like ghosts, weaved through the crowd, each sweeping through a cloud of blood mist. Grenades crashed down, splashing up large amounts of seawater, along with blood, spraying everywhere. The agile magical beasts, in their panicked flight, trampled countless allies beneath their feet, sinking them into the blood-soaked mud. Splashes of blood bloomed on the beach. Countless Obsidian soldiers, missing limbs and limbs, crawled screaming, their earlier gleeful laughter a stark contrast to their earlier devastating cries. Even the powerful mages and aura knights began to suffer rapid casualties. In the past, they could rely on their aura to deflect some cannon fire. But the arduous journey had depleted their aura. Aura wasn't something that could be summoned simply by shouting. The deadly windrail cannons were a nightmare of destruction, leaving devastation in their wake. Even the noble supernatural units were being rapidly killed. A few aura archers and long-range mages attempted to retaliate, but the Nightfall mages easily neutralized their attacks with protective shields. Hold on, the ships are coming to pick us up. Varek roared, watching helplessly as his most beloved concubine was blasted halfway through her body by a cannonball. The two sixth-tier chosen gods, however, pretended not to see, shrinking their divine power shields to their minimum. Help! Help! Sunko, who had previously tipped off Obsidian, was terrified and ran away in panic. She was now filled with extreme regret, wishing she could beat herself to death. She should have stayed put after being rescued, They weren't refusing to provide relief. Why did she have to seek refuge with Obsidian, and now they were being attacked together? That Field was truly vicious, foolish, and utterly unreasonable. Didn't he know that some nobles were still in enemy hands? He attacked without any investigation. No wonder Her Majesty the Queen hates him. Sunko clutched her head, her body aching from the splattered mud. That demon! Sister, I'm scared. Sunko's younger brother cried out in terror. Why is Field hitting us? We're Griffin people too. There's only one way out. If we stay any longer, we surely be killed. Sunko gritted her teeth, grabbed her brother, and squeezed through the chaotic crowd, crying as she ran towards the Nightfall army. Help us! We're Griffin people too. They hadn't run 2 steps when, with a whoosh, a solid shot streaked past. Feeling her hand lighten, Sunko turned her head in shock. She saw that her brother was nothing but a hand. Ah! No! Sunko screamed in despair. The scene before her was more devastating than death itself. On the slowly approaching Dragon Tower transport ship, the Dragon Tower sailors watched the shelling in silence, their pupils dizzy. Is this how Nightfall leads the fighting? My God, their troops haven't even charged yet. A young soldier exclaimed. I don't want to die. My wife and children are waiting for me, a middle-aged soldier sighed. It's hell, an old sailor swallowed hard. Aren't we really going to have to dock and pick up those people who have nothing to do with us? Don't you think that's too cruel? Field is an executioner, harming an army that can't fight back. The low-ranking chosen one protecting the transport ship closed his eyes, mourning the dead. I agree with the prince's mercy in saving more lives. I'd better ask His Highness again. The captain of the sea spinach transport ship swallowed hard, going to ask for permission for the 7th time. On the flagship, watching the battle from afar, Prince Dragon Tower, along with his advisors and ministers, sipped red tea, pointing and commenting on the battle on the shore. Your Highness, several ships have lodged a protest against you. The mage rushed in to inquire. May I ask? Are you questioning Your Highness's strategic vision? An advisor immediately retorted. Even if it's raining knives and divine magic from the sky, we must launch a rescue operation. Be brave, don't be cowards, a nobleman proudly declared. The surrounding advisors and ministers subconsciously reached into their pockets. The Obsidian people are too sensible, giving too much. That's right, brave warriors, the prince nodded. I already made concessions, and I'm certain Field will compromise as well. In his view, Field would at most attack the enemies on shore to vent his anger. Once the Obsidian people boarded the ships, he would have no choice but to give up. Besides, he would soon come to Dragon Tower to apologize. Provoking the powerful Dragon Tower Empire? Unless Field had a death wish. Your Highness, there's one more thing, the mage began to report. Enough. Get out. The prince frowned sternly. Yes, sir. Soon, a large number of Dragon Tower transport ships arrived and docked. The towering transport ships lowered their wooden ladders, and the Obsidian people erupted in deafening cheers, swarming to board and escape. The Dragon Tower sailors on the transport ships raised their flags high. Peace. Soldiers of Nightfall. Stop the killing. We are friends. All living beings are united. The Dragon Tower chosen roared. Excellent. Varric's face was beaming with joy, but his eyes burned with the flames of revenge. When I return to Thousand Lakes, when our second expeditionary force arrives, I want the entire Griffin Empire, not a single soul left alive. The Obsidian people began boarding the ships en masse. What do we do? The artillery officers' hearts sank. Seeing the enemy boarding, they hesitated, and the firing rate rapidly decreased. Bombarding the Dragon Tower ships is a diplomatic incident. Lord, won't you tear your own head off? Send the signal. Field, riding his warhorse, calmly adjusted his cuffs. Also, the artillery positions that voluntarily cease fire will receive 5 lashes for their officers after the battle. Did I order them to stop? Yes, sir. The horns blared, and the Nightfall mages cast illumination spells into the sky. As bright orbs of light rose into the air, seabirds, like clouds, were startled and took flight in droves. A fleet of 6 heavy warships and a large number of mermaids cleaved through the waves, rapidly approaching. That's... Varric's smile froze instantly. The commanders of the Dragon Tower fleet all wore expressions of astonishment. The Nightfall fleet. Far away on the flagship, surveying the entire situation, the prince dropped his teacup, rushed to the ship's wall, and exclaimed in a trembling voice, What is Field doing? Chapter 1353. A cold smile played on Field's lips. Since the rules can't bind the Dragon Tower people, they shouldn't be our shackles. You insist on rescuing them? Perfect. I don't want to attack an army fighting with their backs to the wall. Now that we have a way out, it's the perfect time to attack. And incidentally, give the Dragon Tower people a little lesson. With a clang, Field drew his sword, channeling his battle aura and roaring, Nightfall Legion, attack! Annihilate the invaders, and reclaim our homeland. Attack! Attack! The Nightfall soldiers roared, their synchronized steps, like a black tide sweeping over the artillery positions, advancing swiftly and powerfully. Run for your lives. The Nightfall are attacking. Get out of my way, you eyesores. I'm a wizard, don't take my place. Huh? Weren't you supposed to be delaying the troops? How come you're running faster than me? The beach was in chaos. Go back to defend. Retreat in an orderly fashion. Varric was the first to board the transport ship, roaring at the crowd below. No one heeded his orders. His legion hadn't collapsed during the escape, nor under the bombardment. But upon the arrival of the transport ship, it crumbled completely. No one wanted to be left behind. Everyone wanted to escape by ship. The beach was packed with people, wading through mud and seawater, frantically pushing and shoving onto the transport ship, turning the beach into a chaotic mess. Whoa! People tumbled and tumbled from the gangway. Obsidian warriors trampled and shoved each other, monsters fled in panic, plunging into the crowd, countless dead. The Nightfall musketeers, stepping into firing range, raised their guns in unison. The deafening explosions, bang! 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 Never ceased from that moment. Those who tried to board the ship, turning their backs to the muskets, were met with slaughter, like peeling an onion, row after row being riddled with bullets. Amidst countless screams and sprays of blood, the elite Obsidian Expeditionary Force fell like wheat being harvested. Immediately afterward, the Nightfall mages unleashed a series of fire butterfly spells. The beautiful fire butterflies, dancing in the wind, created a massive storm of blood as they landed in the crowd. A few who dared to resist were immediately overwhelmed, separated, and annihilated by the Aura Knights. Spells and cannon fire relentlessly bombarded the crowd, creating gaps only to be filled by the surging crowd boarding the ship. Pulleys of blood formed, only to be washed away by the tide, and then recede again. I must avenge them. Varric pounded his chest in fury. These soldiers were his elite troops, each death pierced his heart. They should have given Field a decisive blow, but instead, they were killed by Field's vicious scheme. Get on the ship, poor lambs. This isn't war, it's a massacre. Field is utterly inhuman. Exactly. Even if the Obsidian took their land and caused some casualties, they shouldn't be punished like this. Why must revenge be in blood? The chosen ones of the Dragon Tower transport ship, witnessing this scene, were filled with rage. Issue, the chosen one of the Sea Spinner, erected a water shield to protect the Obsidian from bullets. Soon, 7 or 8 transport ships were loaded to the brim with Obsidian, so full that people were constantly falling into the sea. Miss Issue, isn't this a bit too blatant? The captain hurriedly found Issue and tried to dissuade her. Facing a demon like Field, I have a clear conscience, Issue said arrogantly, raising her smooth chin. With the merciful prince backing us up, what is there to fear? Before she could finish speaking, she sensed a colossal object approaching. Turning her head, her pupils constricted sharply. The Nightfall territory's heavy warships lined up, completely blocking their retreat from behind. Screech. Accompanied by a series of mechanical sounds, the gun decks of the 5 warships opened one after another. Dark cannons coldly aimed at the group. The magic towers on the decks glowed faintly. The flagship, the Abyss, split open its hull, revealing a gaping maw resembling a pencil sharpener. The mermaid goddess, Icalizia, activated her divine skill, unleashing layers of buffs. The Nightfall territory fleet was now ready to attack. Field, how dare you? Far offshore, the Dragon Tower prince, his eyes bloodshot, roared furiously, channeling his battle aura. Right in front of the prince. The next moment, the Nightfall fleet, ignoring the difference between the Dragon Tower and Obsidian ships, unleashed its full firepower. Boom boom boom. There were at least 200 more powerful cannons, plus nearly 100 magic towers. The moment the firing began, even the heavy warships shook, and the entire sea trembled. Like a lake struck by hail, the entire beach suddenly boiled. The Dragon Tower transport ships became the focus, pierced by countless iron balls, their crowded obsidian men flying through the air. Almost instantly, 5 transport ships were reduced to rubble, 3 were severely damaged, and 1 transport ship that had already begun to flee was sunk by the raging storm. The remaining transport ships were also riddled with holes and mangled beyond recognition. The only light warship that had reached the shore, the Seagull, was the primary target of the abyss. 5th tier divine skill, Abyss Whale Roar. A gray-white beam of light cleaved through the seawater, striking the seagull in the middle, and slicing it in two before it slowly sank in flames. Only heavy warships have high-ranking naval chosen ones for protection. A transport ship with a 3rd tier chosen one escorting it was already incredibly powerful. Faced with the firepower of the Nightfall territory warships, it had no chance of retaliating. Goddess above. The sea spinach has lost contact. The barracuda has lost contact. The winged fish is heavily damaged. A group of mages, drenched in sweat, rushed to the deck to report the battle to the prince. Enough. Shut up. Shut up. The prince was panting with rage, barely able to maintain his basic royal composure. He roared, "Don't report to me. I saw it all." Seeing his own men being slaughtered like pigs was infuriating enough. And you had to report it again? The sea was littered with corpses, and people thrashing about in the water. The sailors on the ships were playing a game, firing their muskets wildly across the deck. Even the usually timid mermaids were using the ocean to constantly move, reaping the lives of those who had fallen into the water. The waters of the purple coral territory were a deep crimson, like a scene from hell. Royal fleet, attack. Sink all the ships of the Nightfall territory. The prince's face was flushed red. His own royal fleet was watching from afar, and Field was ignoring it. "Your Highness, I'm afraid you can't do that," a naval officer immediately objected. "Why? Give me a reason." You are not yet the commander of the Royal Navy." The naval admiral refused. "My loyalty is to Her Majesty the Empress. As long as Her Majesty the Empress is alive, I will not allow you to mobilize the main fleet and get involved in an unpredictable and dangerous battle for a few chests of gold." Chapter 1354. "Our transport ships shouldn't have been deployed either," the naval commander lamented. "This is a pointless loss. You're too young. Field isn't someone you can intimidate with diplomacy and threats." "His Highness, he only said it was a transport mission, thinking the elves had been repelled. What danger could there be? He was just doing a favor, helping the prince transport some goods, hoping for a promotion after the prince's ascension." "What the hell?" "He knew it was transporting troops in a war zone. The enemy was Field." "What do you mean by this?" "I'm not easily fooled." Hearing this, the prince was even more displeased, directly urging his men, "Warriors, our compatriots are still trapped there. We must rescue them. The enemy daring to attack our ships is trampling on the dignity of the Dragon Tower. Charge!" A prince's follower immediately roared. "Nightfall doesn't even have a naval chosen one. Sink their ships, seize their vessels, and make up for the losses," an advisor from the prince's faction supported. "This is a matter of dignity. If we don't retaliate, future trade will be affected." The merchant representative nodded in agreement. "We must also storm the shore," a sailor shouted. "Well, not quite." Fueled by the crowd's fervor, the naval commanders were quickly swayed into a compromise. The Royal Navy's 4th Fleet, which had been observing the battle from afar, slowly set sail. The surging waves swept across the water, providing powerful shields for each warship. With over 200 ships of various sizes, the fleet undeniably showcased the Royal Navy's might. Buzz? Just then, the magical artifact used to contact Field earlier glowed. Haha, that coward Field couldn't withstand the pressure, and has come to sue for peace." The prince laughed heartily, brandishing his sword twice. "It's too late to apologize now. He have to pay 1,000-fold price. But, for the sake of diplomatic protocol, I'm curious what he has to say." Soon, Field's projection appeared before him. "Your Highness, I finally managed to contact you." Field smiled politely, feigning innocence. "Something amusing happened today. The Obsidian's transport ship was flying the Dragon Tower's flag. It almost fooled me, haha. Fortunately, I figured Dragon Tower was an ally and wouldn't make such a ridiculous mistake, so I decisively wiped them out." Hearing Field's excuse, the Dragon Tower prince found it incredibly grating. That was clearly his ship. How could Field not recognize it? And he came up with such a lame excuse. Enraged, the prince laughed coldly. "Field, my royal fleet will..." Wait a minute, the Obsidian fleet is approaching again." Field's face darkened, he gripped his sword hilt, and said threateningly, "If they come any closer, I won't hesitate to teach them a lesson." Pfft. The noble officers on the Dragon Tower flagship laughed. "This Field has gone mad. With only 6 warships without any naval chosen ones, he dares to be so presumptuous." "Exactly. We might not be a match for them on land, but at sea, Field will only drown. Let the naval chosen ones create a giant wave and engulf the Nightfall army." The crowd shouted in a frenzy of battle. Seeing the Dragon Tower ships once again ignoring his warnings, Field sighed and shook his head repeatedly. Looks like the lesson wasn't enough. What spineless cowards. Field snapped his fingers. Kill! Blackfeather and Vivian, who had been waiting in ambush, responded simultaneously. Rampage fusion. Blackfeather's mind stirred, and his form transformed into surging divine power, flowing into Vivian's body. Vivian's aura surged, a terrifying divine power pressure erupting like a burst dam. Her combat strength jumped from the 3rd tier to the 6th tier. Although her physical form possessed no combat power, her magnificent black dress exuded an unparalleled sense of oppression. Disintegration cannon fire. The instant her senses activated, Vivian locked onto the Dragon Tower fleet's heavy warships, which served as the vanguard. Far away in Frostfire territory, the divine artifact cannon slowly turned its muzzle. Buzzing. The divine power of the entire Frostfire territory surged in like a vortex, compressing, fusing, and violently surging, causing black and blue arcs of electricity and flames to constantly flash around this massive artifact. As the cannon fire reached its peak, it unleashed a deafening roar. Boom! The instant the cannon roared, the clouds over Frostfire territory were ripped apart, the sky and earth changing color. The blue, comet-like cannonball, moving with incredible speed, was like a beam of blue light, covering thousands of miles in an instant. At that very moment, the whale's spine, the vanguard of the Dragon Tower fleet, was struck without warning. The blue light slanted in, piercing straight through the seawater shield, then cleaving the whale's spine in half before plunging into the water. What was that? The Dragon Tower soldiers, who had just been mocking the Nightfall Territory army for attempting to resist their fleet, in an instant, the hairs on everyone's back stood on end. Something could penetrate a seawater shield? Did the enemy also have a naval chosen one? Before they could react, boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted. The massive circular curtain of water created by the explosion, centered on the whale ridge, rose 100 meters upwards. This heavy warship, over 60 meters long, was torn apart section by section from the middle, flung away like a toy. Its crew was instantly vaporized. Destructive divine power spread like ripples. Surrounding light warships and supply ships were crushed or capsized by the aftershocks. The 6th tier chosen one of the whale ridge was severely wounded, his chest caved in, vomiting blood as he was thrown backwards from the water curtain. The calm sea was churned by this attack. And the hearts of the Dragon Tower members were also filled with immense terror. Whether their faces were arrogant or beautiful, they all wore the same expression, profound fear. Even after the explosion, the black flames continued to burn on the sea, lingering for a long time. Calm, the entire sea was completely still. The remaining ships, especially the prince and his crew on the flagship, stood frozen, their faces flushed red from the heat. Everyone was gripped by terror. Many sailors screamed, "Demons! Demons!" This attack, appearing out of nowhere and striking from who knows where, could only have originated from hell. Those who had been clamoring for an attack almost simultaneously cried out in panic for retreat. They were joking. Their position wasn't much further than the whale's spine. This, Prince Dragon Tower's pupils dilated in shock. The whale's spine was one of the royal family's flagships, linked to the interests of several high-ranking nobles and merchants. Protected by a 6th-tier chosen one and piloted by over 1,000 men, it had been destroyed in a single blow. He was horrified, sweat soaking his back, realizing the gravity of the situation. He led his fleet out without authorization and suffered such heavy losses. How is he going to explain this? This coastal defense force far exceeds our expectations, the naval commander muttered to himself. Why do Field's troops have such a long firing range? Quickly retreat. Chapter 1355. The Dragon Tower fleet quickly changed course and sped westward, disappearing completely from Field's sight. My lord, shall we continue the bombardment? Vivian asked expectantly, still wanting more. No need. Our plan isn't to fight the Dragon Tower to the death. Field pressed down with one hand. How much divine power do you have left? About 60%. After carefully sensing his surroundings, Vivian frowned slightly. The divine power in the Songhai province is thin, my recovery speed is pitifully slow. Phew, that was close. Field patted his chest, letting out a long breath. If the enemy fleet had persisted in its attack, his accumulated resources would have suffered enormous losses. There was no benefit in breaking ties with the Dragon Tower at this stage. So, my lord, you already anticipated that the Dragon Tower fleet would assist the enemy? Ashina exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth. That's right, that's why I took the land route instead of a fleet raid. Field's eyes narrowed slightly. If we were discovered on the ships, we'd likely be sunk by the Dragon Tower ships. These greedy hyenas will do anything for gold. But, should we try to ease tensions or... Never mind that for now. All out attack. Don't let a single one escape. Yes! The Chosen of Nightfall entered the battlefield, frantically slaughtering the remaining Obsidian army. The cowardly Dragon Tower trash deserves to die the most. I was tricked. I shouldn't have taken the transport ship to evacuate. I should have fought Field head-on. Varric stood on the burning transport ship, watching the fleet depart in despair. His last hope was extinguished, just like the sinking ship beneath his feet. His elite legion numbered 50,000. Even if they couldn't win a normal battle, it would still deplete a significant portion of Field's manpower, making it difficult for him to continue his attack. Now, the soldiers' deaths were meaningless. The corpses floating on the sea filled every inch of his vision. One after another, burning transport ships slowly sank to the surface under the fierce firepower of the warships. My lord, let's dive and escape. The surface is covered by drowning people and corpses. We can escape. As long as we return to Thousand Lakes and actively defend, we can still defeat Field once the second expeditionary force arrives. The Summoner and Nasser, two 6th-tier Chosen Ones, flashed to Varric, urging him to flee. No, I order you to leave. Tearing off his crimson-purple robe, Varric pounded his chest and roared. The enemy Chosen Ones can sense me. They only be a burden to you. I will stay to avenge our fallen warriors. My lord, but... The Summoner sighed. What are you waiting for? We will conquer Mooncar. Varric's eyes were bloodshot. Even if it means sacrificing countless lives, we will not hesitate, for the sake of the mysterious goddess. Yes. The two Chosen Ones nodded emphatically, about to leave, when they turned and saw Black Feather and Ashina floating silently not far away. Shots flew around them, sparks flew everywhere, and the two looked like grim reapers in the firelight. What are you chatting about? The fighting has escalated to this point, and you still have the mood to chat. Ashina raised an eyebrow, her white skirt billowing, one hand on her hip, her scarlet wolf eyes fixed on the three, making no attempt to conceal her killing intent. When the Chosen Ones don't use their divine power, they are almost imperceptible. But Ashina, with her keen sense of smell, had already memorized their scent during the earlier raid. Damn it, we Obsidian people will exterminate you all. Varric drew his saber, ready to hurl insults again. Die! Ashina's mind stirred, and a chilling icy storm spread outwards, instantly freezing the surrounding seawater, immobilizing countless drowning victims on the surface. Roar! The sanctified dragon wolf suddenly burst forth from beneath the ship. The terrifying monster, the size of a mountain, resembled a raging whale, stirring up a torrent of crimson seawater. The already damaged transport ship crumbled into pieces like tofu. Varric screamed in panic, flailing his limbs, before being swallowed whole by the dragon wolf's massive jaws, along with a pile of logs. Crunch! The dragon wolf chewed roughly twice, its mouth filled with icy flames, incinerating everything in its path. The screams vanished instantly. The commander of the Obsidian Expeditionary Force was dead beyond any doubt. After burning Varric, the dragon wolf raised its head and unleashed a tyrant's ice flame, blasting back the two enraged 6th-tier warriors. You demons! I fight you to the death. Even if I die today, I drag you down with me. The two Chosen Ones roared in fury, their divine power-infused shouts shaking the entire battlefield. The fierce Nightfall soldiers also looked up at the two, their ears ringing. However, Field was unmoved, not faltering an inch. Instead, he reined in his horse and brandished his sword. So you can feel sorrow and anger too. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were the victims. I'm telling you. This is just the beginning. Field sneered. I will completely wipe out every Obsidian of Moontar. Of course, you won't see that. Exactly. Ashina brandished her gun with domineering force. I will avenge the dead. After the Obsidian invasion, the Songhai province was almost completely ravaged. The men were eaten, the women of average appearance were enslaved, and the prettier ones became their playthings. Now that they've been retaliated against, what the hell are you grieving for? Die! Nasser's mentality exploded. He activated his divine power, and used the chosen space on Field in the distance. Unsurprisingly, it was easily blocked by the chosen space of Nightfall. You're just trash who bully the weak. Your opponent is me. Ashina and Black Feather dragged the two Obsidian members into the chosen space. 6th-tier divine skill, Obsidian power. Obsidian power, race exclusive, unleashes potential, temporarily increasing strength, speed, and defense by 50%. After the effect ends, all attributes are weakened by 80%, leaving the user exhausted. Without the slightest hesitation, Nasser used all 3 of his buffing divine skills, causing his divine power to plummet to only 20%. Muscles bulged wildly, veins bulging like tree roots. Nasser transformed into a muscular Barbie doll, each muscle larger than her head. If she couldn't win quickly, death awaited her. Attack with all your might. We soon lose the army's support. Nasser roared, flashing through the air before charging towards Ashina at lightning speed, unleashing a series of sonic booms. Her left hand lashed out, tearing 5 deep wind streaks into the air. Come on! Ashina showed no fear, unleashing 6 ice spears from behind her. Facing the heavy ice spears, Nasser swung her heavy sword back and forth, deflecting 2 spears, and using her body to smash the rest aside. Blood seeped from her muscles. Ignoring the ice shards clinging to her body, she charged straight at Ashina, raising her hand to deliver a downward slash. Unite. Chapter 1356. The 6 ice spears, knocked away, traced intricate and chaotic trajectories in the air before swiftly merging with the divine weapon in Ashina's hand. The originally slender ice spears instantly transformed into heavy cavalry lances, like siege hammers, surrounded by swirling air currents. A wild glint flashed in Ashina's beautiful eyes as she charged forward with a heavy lance. 6-tier divine skill, avalanche charge. A giant wolf phantom flickered, unleashing a powerful, dragon-like charge. Bang! A resounding explosion followed, as dense ice shards mixed with blood mist sprayed everywhere. Ashina's ice spear smashed through Nasser's heavy sword, pierced his divine power shield, and struck his right arm. Ay! Nasser screamed like a pig being slaughtered, her long hair flying wildly, making her look like a demon. Instead of trying to break free of the ice spear, she strained her injured right arm, attempting to use her muscles to jam the divine weapon and disarm it. The ice spear that could easily smash open the city gate was actually stuck in the opponent's arm. Although it had mangled the opponent's right arm, leaving it bloody and dislocated, the sheer defensive power of the muscles made it practically a monster. Among ordinary 6-tier fighters, it would be considered upper middle level. Die, die. A fierce wind howled as Nasal, his right arm jammed with the enemy's weapon, lashed out with his left hand, launching a relentless attack. Such a petty trick. Do you think I have no way to deal with it? With a thought, the heavy lance disintegrated, transforming back into a spear, and Ashina dodged the grab. Her snow-white toes touched the opponent's sword, and she pulled up the ice spear, while her left hand flung out a thin needle. Damn it, that's... The tiny ice needle spun rapidly in the air, instantly transforming into a terrifying divine technique that could crush the heavens and earth. The chilling spear struck Nasser at point-blank range. No! The summoner, dodging Blackfeather's attack, trembled, letting out a desperate cry. The entire space seemed to tear apart. The turbulent flow of Winter's divine power, sharp as knives, lingered, even rippling around Blackfeather. Don't get distracted, Blackfeather smiled sweetly. Hundreds of sword beams flew in, severing 3 of the summoner's summoned creatures, and causing her to vomit blood, her divine power shield shattering rapidly. The summoner was both cold and terrified, frantically summoning 4 more magical beasts to protect herself, her divine power instantly depleted. Ugh! Nasser was sent flying backward, the muscles in her hands almost completely sheared away. You could even see the bare bones. Her life force plummeted, severely impacting her combat ability. Fortunately, she was currently a muscular woman, her bulging muscles even obscuring most of her head. Otherwise, that attack would have sliced her head off. Vomiting a mouthful of foul blood, Nasser hadn't even regained her footing when a stench filled the air behind her. Her heart clenched, and she instinctively lunged forward. Crack! The dragon wolf's jagged teeth missed, sparks flying from their gleaming silver fangs as they collided, icy flames welling in its mouth erupting from between them. Just as she dodged, Ashina charged again, her spear flashing like fireflies, relentlessly pursuing Nasser. Faced with a life-or-death battle, the 2 Obsidian members fought with all their might, covering and coordinating with each other, employing every technique and divine skill, yet they couldn't gain the slightest advantage. In just 3 minutes, both were covered in wounds, their life force nearly depleted. Bang, bang, bang. Black Crow Burial Sky, enveloped in sword light, darted and weaved across the battlefield, blasting 3 summoned creatures to pieces in succession. The last summoned creature was brutally killed, disemboweled and mauled by the dragon-type wolf. How despicable. They had every advantage, yet they still resorted to underhanded tactics to ambush us. How can we fight like this? Even someone as powerful as Nasser was now in despair. That demi-human, just her dogs alone would take him half a day to fight, and she herself kept launching sneak attacks. The buffs he received from his domain were less than 10% remaining. Snowflakes howled, and raven feathers fluttered. Surrender. A bright glint in her eyes, Ashina's silver hair flowing, made her appear like a holy goddess. You're quite good. I give you a chance. Hand over the artifact, and provide information about the other armies, and I spare your lives. Huh? Blackfeather was dumbfounded, tilting his head, his eyes clear like a college student's. Nasser gasped for breath, blood gushing out like small snakes with each breath. He asked suspiciously, Are you serious? Of course. Ashina shrugged. I'm a demi-human, just Field's mercenary. What does his grudge against you have to do with me? I just want to make money. Hearing this, Nasser's eyes lit up, his mind immediately racing. That's right, the Nightfall Army's composition is too diverse, containing all sorts of strange and unusual elements. While their combat power is formidable, the price will likely be that Field pays with everything. Don't rush. The summoner tried to dissuade him, but Nasser tossed out a vial of potion. The dragon wolf leaped up, swallowed the potion, and after confirming it was safe, carried it on ice and flew it to Ashina's hand. It was a 5th-tier divine artifact gem. That's it? Ashina scoffed, her eyes as cold as the wind and snow. Enough for both of us. Nasser tossed over another artifact, which Ashina caught, a 5th-tier dagger. Judging by the energy fluctuations, it was likely a chosen one from the Griffin Empire, probably some unlucky soul from the Songhai region. Let us go, Nasser frowned, or we dismantle the artifacts, all of them. What obsidian? They should just rename themselves the Broken Stone Empire, pathetically poor. Ashina flicked her tail smugly, her expression unchanged, patting her smooth, perfectly curved belly. I have a good appetite. I need a 6th-tier artifact to feel full. Do you think 6th-tier artifacts are peanuts growing in the dirt? Nasser snapped. I would have used them long ago. Once chosen ones surpass the 6th tier, their vitality is immense, making instant kills almost impossible. Therefore, they often manage to dismantle their artifacts before dying. Just give me your artifact as collateral, okay? Ashina licked her lips playfully, shamelessly reaching out for it. Give me the 6th-tier artifact after you escape. Don't believe her. Once you give her the artifact, you won't even be able to dismantle it. The summoner hurriedly warned. You despicable demi-human, I make you pay with your life. Nasser, now regaining his senses, his chest heaving with rage, immediately dismantled his artifact. Fine then, we extract other value from you. Ashina hadn't held out much hope anyway, and seeing both of them dismantle their artifacts, she continued her attack. After 10 rounds of combat, Obsidian and her companion's fighting strength plummeted. It's time. Ashina dispersed the chosen space. The figures of 4 people reappeared on the battlefield. The entire beach and nearshore waters were a crimson red, littered with the remains of the enemy. Flames ignited the grease, causing the sea to burn. Freya. Field shouted at the giant thunder dragon that was rampaging through the area. Stop killing the minions. I hope you still have the strength to take down 2 more tier 6 monsters. Freya, using her lightning spear, killed a tier 5 monster and then turned to look at Nasal and the other man. Huh? More prey being fed to me. How boring. However, now that I advanced to tier 6, I can finally have a go at the sun's calamity. Chapter 1357. This is the last time. From now on, I must hunt myself. Fifuel muttered, immediately activating the Annihilation Thunder Dragon Divine skill, transforming into a dazzling purple thunder dragon, accompanied by buzzing and flashing lightning, rapidly crushing towards the sky. Its thunder wings unfurled, spanning 100 meters, its momentum in no way inferior to a 6th-tier being. The surrounding Nightfall Air Force, seeing this, all dodged and avoided its sharp edge. You actually used 5th-tier trash to humiliate me. I make you pay the price. Nasser, relying on his shrewd experience, saw that Ashina and the other 2 weren't in a hurry to kill him, completely ignoring Ashina's attack. Letting Ashina's ice spear pierce his body, Nasser's eyes bled, squeezing out his last bit of divine power, and punched the charging thunder dragon fiercely. This punch, delivered with all his might, produced a sonic boom that sent all the surrounding clouds retreating 1,000 meters. Watch out for the enemy's dying blow. Ashina hurriedly warned, swinging her spear to repel the enemy. But then, the energy dragon conjured by Fafreya vanished instantly. What? Nasser's punch landed on empty air, causing her already mangled arms to rip apart under the force. Her eyes widened in disbelief, almost popping out of their sockets. She suddenly remembered that Fafreya had a teleportation-like skill during their previous encounter. Unexpectedly, This divine skill could be combined with other divine skills. Just as Nasser had thought, the dragon flashed behind her just as it was about to be struck. Die! A domineering pronouncement, like a dragon's roar, rang out. The annihilation of the Thunder Dragon divine skill rapidly ascended in the air, leaving a trail of dazzling lightning shadows before slamming heavily onto Nasser's head. Like two steel trains colliding violently, Nasser's head and shoulders were crushed into a bloody pulp by the Thunder Dragon, then severed in two from head to toe. Lightning exploded instantly, the sky a spiderweb of lightning, sprays of blood splattering outwards only to be annihilated by the lightning. Nasser was utterly dead. Well done. Field breathed a sigh of relief. Fafreya's fighting style was highly entertaining, but incredibly taxing on the heart. The mark of the mysterious goddess shattered, and pure primal divine power surged towards Fafreya. One more. Her alluring figure hovered in the air for a moment before Fafreya's killing intent swiftly locked onto the summoner. The summoner, now like a hedgehog, was impaled by dozens of long swords, pinned to the ground. You demons, you murderous monsters, only prey on those who cannot resist. The summoner seemed to have given up hope, only weeping and cursing, having even abandoned any defense. I love hearing the screams of the weak. Faveria smiled, a smug expression on her face, and chuckled seductively. She conjured a lightning spear and charged towards the summoner. A dazzling bolt of lightning crackled and flashed as it hurtled towards the summoner. Ha ha, I never expected this. This divine skill I always thought was useless has proven incredibly useful. Facing death, the summoner's previously timid figure suddenly transformed, revealing a crazed expression. 6th-tier divine skill, 10,000 mosquitoes self-destruction. 10,000 mosquitoes self-destruction type, perverted type, description, accepting the embrace of the fallen child, countless perverted creatures, mosquitoes, fill a place that cannot be spoken of. Effect: upon activation, the mosquitoes will rapidly devour the summoner's body and explode violently, causing damage and weakening enemies hit for several years. Pollution: after the explosion, the mutated creatures that splatter out will spread rapidly. The moment divine power was activated, the summoner's mouth opened wide, emitting a strange hoo-hoo sound. Dangerous divine power fluctuations. The instant the magic ring behind her unfolded, Felice sensed a huge threat, abruptly halting her attack and flashing backward. The enemy's condition is off. Ashina also reacted, throwing out her ice spear and alertly reminding, stop her from a distance. Yes! Thousands of raven feather swords flew in, enveloping the summoner in an iron ball. The dragon wolf's icy breath condensed the iron ball into ice, and Felice extended lightning to suppress the enemy. A muffled poof sound was heard as the ice ball trembled. Ashina and the other two activated their divine power together. The ice ball contracted and annihilated, crushing the summoner and the mosquito beasts she had spawned. Phew, it's over. What a pity, one of them self-destructed at the end, otherwise, Fafreya could have advanced. Speaking of which, why would a summoner have a self-destruct skill? Field was very frustrated, slapping his thigh in regret. A 6th-tier chosen one was just too difficult to kill. The beach battle ended, with Varek and his expeditionary force completely wiped out. In the following days, Nightfall's army slaughtered the fleeing enemy, finishing off the corpses and looting the spoils. Reporting, Lord, we captured a traitor. 2 knights roughly dragged over a woman. It was Sunko, her face covered in blood, her eyes filled with resentment. Damn, she's still alive? That's incredibly lucky. Field raised an eyebrow in surprise. It turns out, people in this era lacked experience with firearms. Seeing cannons fire, they often huddled together, actually increasing the probability of being hit. After her brother was killed by a cannonball, Sunko fainted from fright, thus avoiding a stray bullet. Because she was a griffin person, she wasn't immediately killed. Field, my brother is dead, it's all your fault. Seeing Field, Sunko let out a bitter laugh. You indiscriminate killer, you will be punished by heaven. What did my brother do wrong? He was young, just a child, he only wanted to live. The Obsidian army is endless, they will take revenge on you, torture you. Sunko gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred, only death awaits you. The knights on either side punched Sunko hard in the face. Shut up. Well said, Mississippi. Field laughed heartily, hands on his hips. Hearing the enemy's insults is much more satisfying than their praise. What a perverted lord. Silver Eyes whispered to Ashina beside him. He actually likes being insulted, it makes him feel good. Bad dragon. Little Moon, now back in her soft, cuddly form, angrily punched Silver Eyes. Whoa! Silver Eyes jumped up in fright, her snow-white feet stomping awkwardly twice before she rubbed her smooth chin. Isn't this form supposed to be silly? It's actually helping Field? Stop fooling around, Ashina chuckled, shaking her head and pressing Silver Eyes back down. If you bully Little Moon, you probably get a good spanking from the Lord. Scented Grass, however, was furious. You despicable shameless. Heh, Field shrugged, his words breaking Scented Grass's composure. Execute her. Don't make it too easy, she's killed a lot of good people. Let Lord Silverclaw handle it, the wolf-like knight suggested. Chapter 1358. The demi-human knight pointed, excitedly suggesting, I heard Lord Silverclaw invented a new torture device called the Great Investigation of Truth, which can extract information from anything. But we don't have anything to ask, Blackfeather said, his eyes clear. Field chuckled, joking, ask whatever you want, like extracting tank blueprints or solving Goldbox conjecture. What are these? The chosen gods were dumbfounded. Hearing Field's rambling words, Scented Grass was stunned, her legs trembling. No! You can't hurt a nobleman. I'm of noble blood. Scented Grass screamed incessantly, as she was mercilessly dragged away, awaiting judgment and punishment. My lord, collecting the spoils will take some time. What should we do next? Return to our territory to set up defenses? The enemy might attack from Morningwind. Vivian worriedly said, I have a feeling. Things are going too smoothly. I apologize, I didn't mean to offend you. Your feeling is correct. If the Obsidian Empire were so easy to deal with, Chaos Calamity wouldn't have sought my cooperation. Approvingly nodding, Field smiled. I decided to leave a small force to bury the corpses and clean up the battlefield. The rest of you will continue south with me to take Thousand Lakes and Verga, completely encircling the invaders. There are no obstacles heading south, and logistics are not a concern. We already plundered a lot. The Nightfall fleet also brought a large amount of supplies. As for Morningwind, we have 3 Tier 6 defenders who can hold out for a long time. If we receive a battle report, we can send another Tier 6 back to defend. After swallowing the coastal region, he would control one of the Empire's richest regions, the entire coastal territory, whose value is immeasurable. To put it bluntly, even if they didn't build anything themselves, just selling resources would be enough to feed their generation. The western provinces were never as poor as the central ones. Obsidian's main army would be cut off from retreat and supplies, becoming an isolated force. Why bury the corpses? These despicable invaders should be left to rot in the wilderness, devoured by wolves, returning to nature. Silver Eyes, hands on hips, glared angrily, his pearly white teeth clenching repeatedly, making woof-woof sounds like a clumsy little wolf. To prevent plague. Gently touching his brow, Field chuckled, I don't want the Songhai province to become a stinking mess. Your Excellency. The mermaid, Icalizia, spoke in a siren-like, beautiful tone. The frail mermaid, seeing her lord annihilate so many enemy troops, had eyes full of admiration. Even her speech was filled with honorifics. I don't think there's any need to bury it anymore. The smell of blood has attracted a whole bunch of sea demons, and they're feasting on it. It's a group of bloodthirsty shark monsters, Vivian translated. Oh! Field was immediately curious. Take me to see them. Arriving at the beach, even though it was late at night and the moonlight was tranquil, the sea was anything but calm. Numerous shark fins swam around, and every now and then, ferocious shark monsters would surface, devouring the flesh and blood on the surface. With a little sensing, Field discovered that these sharks were of a fairly high life level. Icalizia, do you mermaids keep sharks? No, there's no use in keeping them. Icalizia shook her head repeatedly. They're not cute at all. Catch one for me to see. MHM. Ashina nimbly appeared, activating her winter god power, and directly froze a shark. The shark-like monster was 4 meters long, its black body covered in crimson stripes. Field took out the appraisal report and examined the shark. Monster, blood flow shark, Tier 4 creature description, a specialty of the Dead Sea, it can quickly find its prey by following the scent of blood. The more flesh and blood it devours, the greater its speed and strength. Uses, tamed into war monsters, used to make buff potions, its entire body is a high-quality magical material. Special, the larger the monster's population, the more likely the surrounding territory is to receive the blessing of the blood goddess. Good stuff. We can raise some. Field's eyes lit up. Icalizia, can you collect some blood flow sharks to raise? Last time he went to the Dragon Tower Empire, Field witnessed the Dragon Tower's fishing industry, with all sorts of rare marine monsters becoming resource points for the Dragon Tower, making a fortune. Compared to that, catching ordinary fish to eat and collecting pearls and coral seems so outdated. I feel we can't win. Icalizia looked dejected. Mermaids had almost no superhuman combat power, and were no match for the shark swarm. It's not a big problem. I have the Abyss help keep an eye on them. Have the superhuman mermaids in your tribe try to tame them. Giving a thumbs up, Field encouraged, I believe in you all. Don't stop improving. The number of humans and demi-humans, various Aura Knights, and mages in Nightfall territory was increasing rapidly, while the mermaids still possessed a primitive beauty. Field's legion began to rest and prepare to continue south. Meanwhile, in Twilight Province, chaos erupted. Run for your lives. The Obsidian army is not far away. They eat people. What, Mom? Where are you? Don't leave me. Anyone with food? I trade my gold necklace for it. A vast horde of refugees, laden with heavy packs, surged northward. Grommash, commander of the Obsidian army, and his chosen guards, mounted on war horses, caught up with the refugees. By the mysterious goddess, the Imperials are migrating. They become nomads, exclaimed one of Grommash's chosen guards. Then our attempt to slaughter. To gain their help will be much more difficult. Not at all, said Hero Queen Audrey, her lips twitching. They were just scared away by us. But the problem is, we haven't looted anything since arriving in Twilight. Grommash was furious, throwing a punch at the empty air. Merciful old man, I am an Obsidian you. Grommash saw a villager, and was about to ask. By the goddess, the ogres are coming. The migrating villagers turned and saw the group, terrified, and scattered in all directions. Damn it, who's spreading rumors about us Obsidian people? They're as cowardly as sheep. Grommash roared in fury. It's Field, the accompanying Griffin official said apologetically, cursing bitterly, that backstabber spent a fortune spreading rumors of the Obsidian people's slaughter. It's him again! A fierce glint flashed in Grommash's eyes. He thought to himself, no wonder our plan to capture Imperial slaves hasn't worked. Food alone isn't enough. The Griffin Queen was incredibly efficient with her guests. These past few days, the Queen had requisitioned a large amount of food to supply the Obsidian people. To demonstrate the Empire's power, the food included red wine, deer, beef, and monster meat. Of course, Imperial officials and merchants at all levels also received huge benefits. But the price was soaring. Food prices in Twilight had increased more than 20-fold. Food shortages, coupled with rumors of the Obsidian massacre, led the people, especially those in villages and towns, to migrate north. Chapter 1359. Don't worry, Field is just asking for trouble. The Imperial official rolled his eyes, and spread his hands. He lacks noble virtue, portraying his opponent as a cannibal. This has caused many shameless, ignorant fools to flee to the north. And there are paupers who don't even have 3 copper coins. The Imperial officer laughed heartily. I heard the border of Morningwind is teeming with refugees. The stench is unbearable. The officials made pinched her nose and exaggeratedly fanned herself twice. Due to soaring food prices in Twilight and the threat from the Obsidian people. This month alone, approximately 15,000 people have migrated to Morningwind, giving Field a significant population boost. After all, there's a dividing line. The price of food in Morningwind differs from Twilight by 30 or 40 times. Any normal person knows which to choose. Population is a precious asset, but Twilight cities are already overcrowded, and with the immense pressure on food supplies, officials and lords have turned a blind eye. TSK, this is bad. Grommash's face darkened. He thought to himself, I wanted to capture some lowly people and slaves along the way to open the sacrificial gate, but now it seems difficult. The mysterious goddess wants ordinary people. For some reason, the Obsidian people can't open the sacrificial gate. If we raid cities and capture people, then it's no longer a war with Field. Grommash felt troubled. He had fought since childhood, experiencing hundreds of battles, large and small, but this was the first time he had encountered an opponent who manipulated the common people so skillfully. He really didn't know what use Field would have for taking in the commoners. They knew nothing, they were a complete burden. Field might also possess the ability to sacrifice. Soulthorn, a 6th-tier chosen one of Garomagash, pondered for a moment before slowly uttering his conjecture. Don't forget, he collaborates with demons and calamities. That's terrible. Garomagash's defensive strength is likely beyond imagination. Hearing Soulthorn's conjecture, Garomagash was horrified, his heart clenching as if it were being squeezed, making it hard to breathe. That's impossible. The Imperial official chuckled, waving his hands repeatedly. We have wise chosen ones, who can observe all regions. Field didn't engage in large-scale sacrifices, at least not in the north. The north was shrouded in chaos, making it difficult to observe. Garomagash has no demons or calamities, only a little over 10,000 garrison troops. We even know the city's defenses and terrain." Our empress said, "Congratulations on your victory in advance." With that, the imperial official gestured for a maid to affectionately hand over the defensive map. "Very good." Garamagash smiled meaningfully, taking the map and glancing at it. The Griffin Queen's willingness to help him at any cost, coupled with her eager urging him to attack, must be a trap. Just as he was pondering the obstacles ahead, a wizard teleported to his side. "Commander Goromash, urgent military intelligence." "Excuse me, sirs." Goromash's brow twitched, feigning indifference as he bid farewell to the imperial officials and went to a secluded spot. "What happened? Why the panic?" "It's Lord Varek himself, 2 6th-tier chosen ones, and an army of 50,000. They were all slaughtered by Field at the seaside. Field has advanced rapidly, leading his main force towards the Thousand Lakes province." "What?" Goromash's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Hero Queen Audrey trembled violently, dropping a strange object at her feet. "Impossible. Those were 2 6th-tier chosen ones." In a normal 6th-tier battle, the outcome is often uncertain, with most matches ending in a draw, the two sides merely losing some divine power. Audrey simply couldn't imagine how such a powerful army could exist. To be able to defeat an army of 50,000 led by 2 6th-tier warriors within a month. "I swear to the mysterious goddess with my soul." The wizard quickly raised his hand, then suddenly realized that the person opposite him was a lowly griffin man, and immediately became enraged. "You wretched woman, are you questioning me?" "I wouldn't dare." Audrey immediately lowered her head, kneeling down with a wronged expression. Grommash took a deep breath, but the terror surged like a tide, relentlessly assaulting his nerves, leaving his entire body numb. After a long pause, Grommash finally spoke. "Felder actually dares to head south? Doesn't he? Worry about Morrowind's safety at all?" "No, Felder's military capabilities aren't as useless as the other Griffin. He must have a backup plan to dare strike at our vital point. Perhaps the Griffin Queen is in cahoots with him, trying to lure us in and then annihilate us all." Audrey frowned slightly. "Would the Queen do that? Aren't you overthinking it? We can't go any further into Morrowind, otherwise our retreat will be cut off." Grommash's eyes narrowed. "Once they lose the West, and he fails to capture Morrowind in time, they will be completely trapped. His own death wouldn't matter. Felder, who occupies the coast, isn't like Night Owl. Those fools, like the Hero King, will likely prevent the Obsidian Expeditionary Force from even landing." Just as Grommash was pondering this, his vision slowly distorted. The sky, no longer azure, rapidly transformed into a writhing dark green. Waves of indescribable excitement surged through his brain. "Go back. Kill Field. Go back." Whispered murmurs echoed continuously. "Guidance, the guidance of the goddess." Grommash raised his hands reverently, chanting along. As Grommash's incantation rang out, space behind him tore open, and countless tentacles spread. A beautiful scroll of destruction, accompanied by a whistling sound of verdant wind, was sent forth by the tentacles. Immediately afterwards, the goddess's mark on the foreheads of the Obsidian Chosen and Audrey rapidly shone brightly. Beams of light shot straight into the sky, their power surging wildly. Buff, fallen incarnation, world class, temporary status, description, influenced by an unknown force, physical attributes can be enhanced through indescribable acts. Each indescribable act will provide a slight amplification, up to a maximum increase of 100% in all aspects of combat power. What's going on? Is the Obsidian Man going to attack us? The Imperial Chosen, who was overseeing the group, was startled. Fortunately, the initial surge of momentum was temporary. Soon, the Obsidian camp erupted in a cacophony of foul cries, laughter, and cheers. "Huh?" The Imperial soldiers, barely glancing over, nearly got styes. What baffled them even more was that the Obsidian army broke camp and turned back. "My lords of the Empire, I need your aid." Grommash rode up, a strange smile playing on his lips. It would be best to convey this to Her Majesty the Empress immediately. As this was a diplomatic matter, Obsidian's request was delivered to the Empress immediately. "Your Majesty, Obsidian has abandoned its attack on Morrowind." The Chief Minister, drenched in sweat, approached the Empress. The Griffin Empress was calmly reviewing the memorials sent by lords from various regions. Chapter 1360. The Queen froze, her phoenix eyes blinking twice, her blue pupils reflecting deep confusion. "Is it a food problem? Was it not arranged properly? Foolish. You can't even handle such a small matter, making the Obsidian people laugh at you." The Griffin Queen reacted, her anger flaring. She put down the parchment and sternly questioned the Chief Minister. By Goddess, my colleagues and I have been working tirelessly night after night, just to ensure the Obsidian people have fresh food, to demonstrate your magnanimity and benevolence. The chief minister, tears streaming down his face, said, the Obsidian commander, Lord Grommash, he has been captivated by your charm. He said, Field's isolated advance into the west presents a perfect opportunity to annihilate them completely, and he is willing to fight for your majesty. Confused, the Griffin Queen tilted her head, slowly sitting up and crossing her long snow-white legs. Humph, what good intention. Don't think I don't know that without the 3 western provinces, they have no way out. Their return is just to secure their retreat. The Queen chuckled beautifully, I knew it. These barbarians have no sense of strategy whatsoever, being played around by Field. The Queen wasn't wrong. Grommash's army, on their way to Morrowind, was bogged down in endless back and forth, never encountering the enemy, but expending vast amounts of supplies. The surrounding nobles and advisors all mocked the barbarians' foolishness. But upon reflection, they realized the supplies Grommash was consuming belonged to the Queen, and their laughter vanished, replaced by stern faces. Oh no! Hearing the Queen see through the Obsidian's intentions, the chief minister was startled and trembled as he asked, Your Majesty, what should we? The chief minister feared the Empress would seize the opportunity to launch a pincer attack on the Obsidian army from the east and west, together with Field. At that time, the Obsidian forces would be completely driven out and annihilated. Currently on paper, Obsidian was the weakest, yet it controlled the 4 western provinces of Sea of the Sea, Thousand Lakes, Vilga, and Kozai. If the Empress waited until the Obsidian were at war with Field before attacking from the east, she could at least reclaim Kozai province and eliminate the external threat. Even if Field captured the 3 coastal provinces, they were all plains. The Kozai mountains would firmly restrain Field, while Twilight province could restrain Morningwind. Blocking them from both ends, and using the Empire's vast resources to wear them down, Field would inevitably be defeated. What a great opportunity! Immediately, 3 meritorious nobles stepped forward, proposing a plan to betray Goromash, even more sophisticated than he had imagined. The chief minister immediately broke out in a cold sweat, fearing the Empress would adopt it. No! The Empress's voice, like heavenly music, instantly pulled the chief minister back to reality. Field is the real threat. Obsidian's lousy strategy. They're just clowns. The Griffin Empress chuckled softly, shaking her head repeatedly. Why should we stop Obsidian from attacking Field? Not only should we not stop them, we should do our best to support them. The pro-war noble was dumbfounded. But the Obsidian are invaders. They kill and burn. Field also kills and burns. What's the difference? The Empress shook her head angrily. In domestic affairs, we only consider gains and losses. As long as it benefits the Empire, even enemies can be used. Elector Garvin, veins throbbing, jumped out and angrily retorted, Field is an imperial citizen. Why should you help invaders against our own people? Upon hearing this, the palace fell into complete silence. The nobles' pupils dilated in shock, and they quickly bowed their heads. Sir Jarvan, if you have doubts about my plans, please raise them through proper means. The Queen's snow-white hands clenched slightly, her anger burning within her, but her expression remained unchanged. You need to calm down. I apologize. Jarvan's pale hair now appeared even more somber. I want to remind you of something. Obsidian did not slaughter our people. The Queen picked up her teacup, calming her emotions. It's just an excuse Field used for his slaughter. At least most of the nobles and merchants in the West are doing quite well. Even those suspected of having noble blood survived, they just intermarried. This wasn't an exaggeration. Even someone like Lavender, suspected of having Baron Waterway's bloodline, the Obsidian didn't kill, it was Field who did. All signs pointed to Field being far more dangerous than the Obsidian men. Intermarriage? You mean many people or animals? Jarvan retorted with a look of disgust. Ahem, you must respect the traditions and aristocratic systems of other nations, the Griffin Queen reminded him. But even slaves shouldn't. Jarvan tried to retort. Haha, they're considered human? Come on, Sir Jarvan, let's talk about which country's imported wine we drink tonight. Jarvan's old comrade, sensing the tense atmosphere, patted him on the shoulder, signaling him to stop. That's right. The Griffin Queen's mood improved considerably. Clergy, nobility, merchants, gentry, these are the foundation of the Empire. Field has killed far more nobles than the Obsidian men. He's dangerous, vicious, and only brings barbarity. Hearing this, everyone in the palace nodded in agreement. Of course, both must be eliminated, just in different orders. It's just that Obsidian is too foolish. Instead of attacking Morrowind, They went back to fight Field. We can't miss such a good opportunity. The queen's lips curled into a beautiful smile. If the Obsidian won't fight, we will. Ser Jarvan, you will join my legion in attacking Morrowind. Lord Finn, I'm allocating 5,000 elite troops, and a 6th tier chosen to you, to assist the Obsidian in killing Field. The chief minister was overjoyed and quickly revealed his trump card. By the way, your majesty, the Obsidian also said. His army needs slaves for transport, and also some women, the prettiest the better, about 3,000. Grommash is willing to send them out of the province of Kozai immediately. Listen to that, even barbarians are more sensible than Field. The advisors nodded in approval. Foolish barbarians, why do they think about such things all day long? The Griffin Queen frowned in annoyance, but satisfied with the prospect of gaining a province for free, she said, recruit some villagers and slaves, half men and half women, a total of 6,000, to assist with transportation and supplies. Ser Jarvan, though displeased, nodded in approval upon hearing the queen's plan. From a strategic perspective, it was indeed sound. If successful, the west and north would be completely reclaimed, and now, a province would be theirs for free. With a pleasant hum, the Griffin Queen smiled, this farce should come to an end. Meanwhile, the Nightfall territory, having rested, crossed the border and arrived in Thousand Lakes province, immediately launching a multi-pronged attack to reclaim lost territory. The cities of Thousand Lakes were poorly defended, and the remaining local populations offered their full support. The Nightfall territory army recaptured city after city with astonishing speed. Chapter 1361. The capital of Thousand Lakes province, Tearful territory, Tearwater city. This enormous city, shaped like a teardrop from the sky, is dilapidated, overgrown with wild roses and thorns. The once icy blue architecture is now dark and gloomy. The city's drainage system and surrounding lakes are mostly clogged, and many areas are flooded. Worse still, a ferocious army from the north is marching towards the capital. All cities and towns along the way have fallen, and innocent Obsidian territory citizens have been slaughtered. The fearful Obsidian people, despite being chosen by the gods and lacking sufficient troops, are actively preparing for war. They have dismantled numerous historical sites to build defensive structures, determined to fight to the death. This dilapidated city is still bustling with people and incredibly noisy. Former noble castle, Dewdrop Castle, the ruined underground dungeon. Gurgle. Her stomach protested, and Talusha stared blankly at the cellar ceiling. Dirty water seeping from the ceiling dripped onto Talusha's lips, diluting some of the dried blood. So hungry. Talusha woke up again with a start. She was so hungry she was numb, her lower abdomen felt no pain, but she knew that if she didn't eat something soon, she wouldn't wake up again. Her slender legs trembled, and her long, dry, dark blue hair fell loose to her ankles. The girl struggled to her feet, and slowly moved towards a corner. 3 mangled corpses, reeking of decay. Talusha stared at the bodies, her eyes dark. After a long silence, she turned and walked towards the dungeon entrance. The seemingly collapsed dungeon exit was just large enough for the small girl to pass through. Hiss. The autumn rain fell like mist. Talusa stared at the exit for a long time, making sure there was no movement outside. Only then did she crawl out of the dungeon and gaze deeply at her father's corpse. It was badly decomposed, half of his body missing, not even a rag remained, but the surrounding area was riddled with sword marks and traces of battle aura. Her father was a true knight, fighting to the very last moment. Thank goodness, Gray is gone. Talusa's eyes dimmed. Gray was her former pet dog, of course. If she encountered it now, she would surely be the one to die. There's definitely no food left in the castle. She looked up at the ruined Dewdrop Castle, the obsidian banner fluttering, with human bone artifacts stuck around it. Fortunately, the obsidian people seemed to have been attracted by something. Otherwise, leaving their hiding place rashly might have resulted in them being captured and eaten. Of course, in her current state, she would at most become a decoration on the wall, with nothing to eat. Hunger made it difficult to think. Talusa thought for a long time, before finally remembering her playmate and maid. Benny's house might still have some. I remember she often stole food from the castle. Cheese and bacon can last a long time. Things she usually wouldn't even bother to look at now inexplicably tasted sweet. Talusa moved closer, skirting the castle, and saw Benny's dilapidated wooden house. This might be my chance. Carefully approaching Benny's house, Talusa pushed open the door. A creaking sound came from inside, and the children all turned their heads in terror. By goddess! Talusa didn't scream. Instead, the children inside let out a sharp, piercing scream. Long, tangled hair like seaweed, a deathly pale face, and dried blood at the corners of the mouth and on the chest. Undoubtedly, it was an evil undead. Stop shouting, it's a person! At the crucial moment, the children's leader, a ranger, hurriedly stopped them. The noise is too loud, it attracts the obsidian. Oh! The children quickly covered their mouths, staring at each other wide-eyed. Poor lambs. The ranger stepped forward and knelt down, concerned. How did you survive? Good heavens, we night owls have been searching for survivors. Upon hearing the word night owl, Talitha's usually stagnant blue eyes trembled imperceptibly. The night owls were the hero king's henchmen, a group of fools who colluded with foreign enemies while dreaming of saving the Griffin Empire. The hero king, Audrey, had become the obsidian's #1 pet. There were rumors that Audrey was mind-controlled. But the nobles knew that Audrey had always maintained a close relationship with the obsidian. All right, I take you away to a safe place. The ranger introduced himself. My name is Arrowhead, from the Night Owl Rebellion. We fight against obsidian and protect civilians. From now on, you're one of us. Seeing that the girl still didn't react, Arrowhead became impatient, his brows furrowing. Found food. Just then, a boy's joyful shout came from behind. Talusha quickly looked over and saw the basket that Benny had hidden, which even contained wine. It seemed that with her tacit approval, the greedy maid Benny had stolen quite a bit of good food. But, was there any for her? The children rushed to grab some. Cough, cough. Arrowhead coughed heavily twice. Seeing that they didn't listen, he went up and punched 2 strong boys, knocking them to the ground. Leisurely picking up a bottle of wine, he took 2 sips, nodding with relish. Not bad. It's been a long time since I had any wine. Life has been tough. To protect the innocent, I should go to heaven. After eating and drinking his fill, Arrow looked at Talusha by the door. He took an onion from the basket and asked with a grin, want some? Talusha nodded blankly. Look at her skirt, she must be a noble. A girl exclaimed. I recognize the emblem on her skirt. Tear it off. We're in such a terrible state because of the nobles. Another girl in a gray skirt roared in anger and started tearing at Talusha's skirt. Wow. Arrow chuckled and whistled frivolously. Such a good thing? A noble. A noble, yeah. Sell her to the obsidian people, or the empire. How much ransom could you get? Ouch. The moment her skirt was torn, Talusha suddenly sprang up, pouncing on the gray-skirted girl and biting her. Goddess above, save me, I'm dying. The girl in the gray dress screamed. Her teeth are like a demon's. You slut, let her go. Arrow kicked Talusa away. Struck in the abdomen, Talusa coughed up blood, curling up like a shrimp. Stop pretending. I didn't use much force. Arrow's eyes gleamed with delight. Damn, could she really be a noble? So frail. Arrow, why are you so noisy? If we attract the obsidian men, we lose some more women. 7 or 8 soldiers in mismatched clothes approached, their faces full of displeasure. How many survivors have you collected? Food? Take it back quickly. Night Owl soldier crossed his arms. Rumor has it that the Northern Legion has already invaded Thousand Lakes province. We must seize as much territory as possible and expand our influence before Field gets there. Chapter 1362. My God, the Northern Legion is that powerful? One obsidian man can kill 3 or 4 of our best men. Arrow frowned deeply. Who's their leader? What leader? That's called Lord Knight. The soldier's eyes flashed with reminiscence, filled with fear. Field, a devil among devils, a beast among beasts. He fought against us Westerners before, and he killed like a madman. He's coming after us now, burning, killing, and looting without stopping. I'm terrified just thinking about it. Field had served in the noble army and participated in the suppression of rebellions. Huh? Arrow was stunned. Then let's run. What are you afraid of? Our hero, Lord Yamung, has Field completely bewitched. The soldier chuckled. With Lord Yamung around, there are plenty of opportunities to make a fortune. We've been ordered to gather the refugees and seize control of Songhai's key resource points and population before Field does. When Field arrives and sees our vast power, he might even bestow generous rewards, like making me an officer. Arrow suddenly realized, the Northern Legion will only send a maximum of 100,000 men. Field can't possibly control the entire West. That's right. After he occupies it, he returned to the north. Then, Songhai will nominally be his. In reality, it'd still be our Night Owl's territory. Ha ha ha, that fool Field, he worked himself to death to build this territory, and we already usurped it. A nobleman, huh? Just a hired hand making money for us. The Night Owls drank and talked about the future. Talusha, who had collapsed to the ground, had a gloomy look in her eyes. She knew about Field's rebellion. In her eyes, Field was a ruthless, cruel demon who enjoyed slaughtering nobles. Upon hearing this news, Talitha was utterly devastated. The group was chatting happily. Woof woof woof. A low growl came. What's that noise? Arrow looked around in confusion. Following the source of the sound, everyone gasped. From the shadows, a gray demonic hound emerged, baring its teeth, its back arched, crimson saliva dripping from its mouth. The beast emanated a powerful life force. It was clearly a second-tier demonic beast. Echoing hound? Everyone was dumbfounded, their hearts pounding. This was a genuine demonic beast. Although a trained team could fight low-tier demonic beasts, it was far too difficult. Woof! The echoing hound barked, and dark power surged towards the group. Dark Echo. Second-tier cursed creatures with wavering minds will be gripped by fear, their speed greatly reduced. As a hunting beast favored by nobles, the Echo Hound can assist in capturing timid creatures such as deer and rabbits. Oh God, I'm cursed! Arrow cried out, feeling his body sinking into the mud, heavy, as if it were being swallowed whole. The children screamed in terror. Kill this beast and eat it! A valiant night owl soldier swung his hammer, but the Echo Hound deftly dodged it. The moment the hammer struck the mud, the hound suddenly lunged, its blood-red maw precisely biting into the soldier's neck. Crack! Blood splattered, and a piercing scream lasted only 2 or 3 seconds. Mommy, run! Seeing someone fall to their death, the others scattered. Talusha also tried to run, but stumbled a few steps, and fell heavily to the ground. Echoing hound approached, its mouth stained with blood. Little Gray. Talusha cowered on the ground, trying to awaken the beast's conscience. A struggle flashed in its eyes, but it reverted to its wild nature. A beast that had eaten humans didn't care who its master was, it would eat anyone when hungry. Hey, bad dog. A stone was thrown from the nearby ruins, attracting Little Gray's attention. The hound's instincts kicked in, and Little Gray immediately chased after the enemy, abandoning Talusha. Poor child, come with me. An old nun seized the opportunity, rushing out from behind a low wall, carrying Talusha on her back, and ran. They met up with the nun who had thrown the stone along the way, and the group returned to the abandoned monastery. Thank goodness, we finally shook off that beast. The old nun breathed a sigh of relief, turning to Talusha, may the holy light protect us. Entering the monastery, Talusha saw a large number of civilians, at least 200. Child, are you hungry? The old nun looked at Talusha and carefully took out a piece of black bread the size of an egg. Here you go. Talusha took the bread as if sleepwalking, and swallowed it down in a few bites with the water offered. It would have been better if she hadn't eaten. This made her stomach burn with hunger. I'm hungry too. A little girl nearby muttered in a very low voice. Don't talk, that's for newcomers. You already ate some, the little girl's brother quickly reassured her. Talusha clutched her stomach in frustration. Eating it was as if she hadn't eaten anything at all. There's not enough food at all, a nun sighed, fidgeting with the hem of her skirt. Let's go find the obsidian men and exchange some more. I go. Those bastards will drive you crazy. Another elderly nun shook her head. I still need to visit the enslaved men. Many of their injuries are worsening, we can't abandon them. This monastery had been spared. Firstly, Obsidian didn't want to break ties with the Church of the Holy Light. Secondly, the nuns had traded something for a brief respite. Thank you for your generosity, I will repay you 100-fold. For the first time, Talitha spoke, gracefully lifting her skirt to curtsy. The old nun smiled kindly. No need for repayment. Rest here, don't worry, it's safe here. At least, until the Northern Legion arrives. The old nun sighed softly, her voice barely audible. Boom, boom! Incessant thunder echoed in the distance, dust scattering from the ceiling. Is it thundering? Talitha found a spot by the window, staring blankly at the sky. She shouldn't have left the castle. Before she could sit down, the monastery doors were smashed open, dust flying everywhere. Open the door, or we set it on fire. The night owl soldiers pounded on the door, yelling as they forced it open. Grab the food, everyone come with us. You can't do this. Did Hero Queen Yamung allow you to bully ordinary people? The old nun stepped forward, angrily rebuking her. Old codger, you talk too much nonsense. Go tell the holy goddess. A night owl soldier, knife in hand, ruthlessly slashed the old nun to the ground. Field's army is already besieging the city. The obsidian warehouse and vault are undefended. Go and move them. We must hide as many supplies as possible before Field enters the city. A night owl officer, frantic, cried, You useless lot, You've been conscripted. Move. Soldiers rushed in, grabbing everyone young and old. Talusha felt dizzy and was dragged out. In war, everyone seems powerless. Just as he was dragged out of the monastery gates, a squadron of wyverns swept overhead, pursuing the fleeing Bat Knights. The demonic legion from the north has arrived. Chapter 1363. Mysterious Goddess, please bestow a miracle and save us. The believer knelt behind the city gate, veins bulging, and prayed loudly. The only response was the endless shouts of battle from outside the city. Outside the city, the swarming Nightfall Legion launched its all-out attack. Ashina, spurring her giant wolf, charged forward first, unleashing a straight shot that instantly merged 6 ice spikes into one. The ice spike, radiating surging divine power, and accompanied by a swirling, howling ice storm, slammed heavily into the gates of Tearful Water City. Bang! The inscriptions on the city gate were instantly obliterated, and the long stones piled behind the gate were sent flying. The obsidian believers praying at the rear were struck by the hurled stones, letting out heart-wrenching screams. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Raven feather swords rained down, piercing countless obsidian defenders, and sending them plummeting from the city walls. Those chosen by the disintegrating artifacts, attempting to break through, were obliterated by the dazzling cross-shaped beams of light. The Tier City defenses, under the fierce attack of Black Feather, Ashina, and Little Sun, 3 6-tier warriors, collapsed completely in a matter of moments. The Nightfall Legion surged in from the walls, gates, and waterways, flooding the city and slaughtering any obsidian warriors they encountered. The entire city was filled with screams and shouts of battle, like a vast ocean. Pass down the order. Don't fight the Nightfall Legion head-on. Quickly, kill every Griffin commoner you encounter. Don't leave any lives for field. Burn everything that can be burned. The collapsing Obsidian Lord, knowing he was no match, issued a ruthless order. Without him saying a word, the retreating Obsidian soldiers had already unleashed their fury on the unarmed slaves. Inside the city's monastery, several men and nuns who dared to resist lay dead in pools of blood. Night Owl soldiers, laughing and joking, wiped the blood from their weapons, ransacking the place and taking food, bronzeware, and anything of value. Talusha, starving, was roughly dragged out the door by the hair by a Night Owl soldier. Then, in the sky, a multitude of griffins and wyverns clad in magnificent robes were chasing and killing, or breathing fire down on the ground. Most extravagantly, a colossal mithril dragon, over 100 meters long, swept across the dark clouds, bearing the brunt of all the anti-aircraft fire. This is the Northern Legion? Everyone was dumbfounded. My God, Field is attacking. He's here faster than we thought. The Night Owl officer exclaimed in alarm, 2 weeks earlier than expected. How are we supposed to have time to smuggle supplies? They had assumed the Northern Legion would set up camp, besiege the city, and probe, creating an opportunity to seize advantage when the two sides were locked in a stalemate. Unexpectedly, after arriving with his army, Field launched a fierce attack without even resting. Are we still going to the treasury? The soldiers trembled, remembering the fear of being dominated by Field. I feel we be torn to shreds by the northern barbarians. Talitha turned her head, listening to the shouts of battle within the city, utter despair filling her heart. This was exactly what happened when the hero king incited his ignorant subjects to sneak open the city gates to let the obsidian army in. Wait, there are many footsteps coming. Ranger PG's eyes suddenly sharpened. Everyone instinctively looked over, and saw a group of obsidian refugees. Damn griffins. It's all these demons' fault for invading our homeland. My 6 children are all dead. What? We did nothing wrong. We just wanted to live. Why? The obsidian refugees, realizing the enemy wasn't a regular army, were instantly enraged, brandishing their weapons and shouting for battle. Wait! We're Night Owls. We have no intention of being your enemies. The Night Owl officer feigned resistance, his face beaming with a smile. We Night Owls only desire peace. Have you forgotten? We even danced for you, brewed wine, and treated your wounded. Die! All Griffin people deserve to die. A javelin blasted through the air, shattering half of the Night Owl officer's body, splattering blood everywhere. The Obsidian's 3rd-tier chosen one, his eyes bloodshot, killed them all. Men, women, young, and old, leave not a single one alive in field. Kill them! The refugees charged, most of them wounded, routed soldiers, even some children wielding sticks. But the Night Owls crumbled at the first touch, abandoning their armor and weapons, relentlessly pursued and hacked down, without even the courage to retaliate. Die! Obsidian Chosen, his face contorted in a ferocious grimace, lunged at Talitha. Talitha stared blankly, the spear's edge flashing in her vision, utterly bewildered. Against a chosen's attack, any attempt to dodge was futile. Perhaps, dying like this was the best ending. Thud. Just as the attack was about to strike, and even faster, icy blue spear flash pierced through Obsidian Chosen's chest. Ack. With a scream, Obsidian Chosen was lifted into the air, his eyes filled with horror. Ashna casually tossed the enemy's corpse aside, then spurred her giant wolf to swiftly traverse the ruins, hunting down the remaining Chosen. Taluza collapsed to the ground, her pale legs trembling, the Apache quickly soaking her skirt. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. A powerful Chosen one, instantly killed. Then, the earth trembled violently. A dozen heavily armored knights charged forward like an iron wall, most of them their horses' necks adorned with a horrifying array of obsidian heads. Taluza realized she was blocking their path. She tried to dodge, but her legs wouldn't obey her. A stench filled the air. The knights swept past, their superb horsemanship preventing them from even touching a strand of Taluza's hair. Kid, move aside. A knight in a black robe with gold patterns reined in his horse in front of Taluza and waved. Taluza stammered, but the knight spurred his horse forward, bent down, scooped her up, and casually placed her to the side of the road. Talusha was dizzy. Before she could say anything, the knight waved his hand and commanded authoritatively, "Knights, hunt down the enemy's supernatural forces. Infantry, advance quickly and seize the high ground and key facilities within the city. Obsidian people, don't let a single one escape." "Yes, sir." Rows of infantry roared in response, carrying bayonet muskets and marching forward in orderly steps. The frenzied Obsidian refugees, brandishing their weapons, attempted to retaliate, charging forward in a swarm. Talusha stared blankly at the night-fallen infantry. They stopped, the front ranks crouching down, revealing the infantry behind. Both ranks of soldiers made the same move, raising long, thin objects. Were they spears? But spears are held like that. The Obsidian refugees were about to reach her face. Fire! Sparks flew, white smoke rose. Talitha's pupils dilated sharply. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. The Obsidian figures, who had appeared perfectly fine, suddenly convulsed, spraying blood mist, and collapsed in large numbers. Chapter 1364. It was as if she had been killed by an invisible demon. Talitha's pupils trembled. She had heard of this demonic weapon back when they fought the Griffin Queen in the West. At the time, she had thought it was just something the adults were playing with. With just one volley, the Obsidian refugees instantly regained their senses, howling and fleeing in disarray. "Take back our land. Kill them all." The nigh-fallen infantry raised their bayonets, like wolves among sheep, unleashing a frenzied slaughter in the simplest and most efficient way. They weren't just armed with muskets. Night-fallen soldiers had a tradition of fighting corpses with swords, their fighting prowess formidable. In moments, the area around the monastery was littered with corpses, all the bodies of Obsidian people, and the Nightfallen banner fluttered above the monastery. As one of the few intact buildings in the city, this monastery was designated as a temporary watchtower. "Kill! Kill!" Just as Field was about to spur his horse away, a band of bandits charged into the battlefield, randomly slashing the corpses on the ground. Where did these bandits come from? "Stop! Or this young lady wouldn't mind having something to eat." Rosalia, responsible for protecting the Lord, swept her greatsword horizontally, creating a crimson shockwave. We're not bandits. We're the Night Owl Resistance, your allies." The crowd smiled obsequiously, quickly trying to appease them. "Night Owl?" Field raised an eyebrow. "Looks like Yimeng has organized an army again." "That's right, sir. We formed a resistance army to protect our people and relentlessly resist the Obsidian people." Hearing this, the surviving locals wanted to spit at them. But remembering that Night Owl and Field were close allies, they dared not utter a sound, only silently comforting themselves. The Night Owl organization, though somewhat monstrous, is far better than Obsidian. Hopefully, they won't bring in any more external forces or manipulate the food supply. "What? When I was attacking the city, I didn't see a single Night Owl member." Rosalia shrugged her snow-white shoulders, leaning lazily against her greatsword. Field inwardly agreed, but still smiled and asked, "Where's Yimeng? Are all the Night Owl's chosen ones still alive?" "Reporting to my lord, the Hero Queen has been fighting against the Deathhawk organization. She be here soon." "Pass down the order. Tearwater City is under martial law. If you encounter any Night Owl members, have them stay with the civilians in the designated area and not leave." Field didn't have time for pleasantries, and issued the order simply and clearly. "My lord." Upon hearing this, The night owls immediately jumped out to protest. We are an army. We can kill enemies too. If they were controlled by Field, how would they make their fortune? No need, Field waved his hand. Only order and regulations can quickly stabilize this city. But, Field said seriously, this is an order. Our Nightfall army is attacking. If you have anything to say, let Yamung speak with me. My lord, we encountered some tricky situations. A knight ran over to report. Controlling the Night Owl organization will likely encounter enormous resistance. Would you like to come and see for yourself? Oh, Field said, giving the Night Owls a deep look. A magic core warehouse in Tier City. Nightfall soldiers were killing the resisting Obsidian one by one, almost clearing out the warehouse and seizing it. Kill! A dozen or so warriors, leading hundreds of others, stormed in, slaying 2 heavily wounded enemy soldiers and pushing their way into the warehouse. The Nightfall soldiers, bewildered, hurriedly shouted, "Who are you?" "We are the Hero King's men." The leading Night Owl officer, Blake, proudly puffed out his chest. "We're allies, don't worry, you're..." Field knows our boss very well. I didn't expect there to be so much resistance in the vast ocean. The Nightfall officer, Tom, blinked in surprise. "Please rest in the streets for now. We need to seal off the warehouse." "Seal off?" Blake scoffed. "Why do you want to seal off our spoils? Who gave you that right?" "Bullshit! Who do you think you are, daring to challenge us?" Hearing this, the Nightfall soldiers bristled. "Oh, calm down." Blake gestured with both hands. "Don't disgrace your lord. Whoever occupies it owns it, that's the rule. We're allies, understand? Our heroine, the king, is a 6th-tier chosen one. She be here soon." Blake spat. "Plant our flag." "I only heard from Lord Field. He said 1,000 lakes should be filled with Nightfall's flags." Tom showed no mercy, channeling his fighting spirit into his sword. He raised his hand and sliced the 2 men, along with the Night Owl's flag, in 2. Blood splattered, landing on Tom's cheek. "Mommy!" The Night Owls nearly wet themselves in shock. Their eyes widened. They hadn't expected this at all. These damned northern barbarians show no mercy when killing their allies. "By the goddess above, you wait!" Blake was stunned and quickly retreated, only to hear the Night Owl's distinctive horn sound. "Great, our main force has arrived." "You killed an ally, you be hanged!" Blake cursed, pointing at Tom's nose. Several armies, composed of scattered soldiers, using their familiarity with the terrain, took advantage of the chaos to slip into the city, aggressively seizing territory and warehouses. Because they were flying the Night Owl's banner, and the Nightfall army was busy hunting down the Obsidian remnants, protecting refugees, and extinguishing the flames, they had no time to deal with them. The Night Owl army began to recklessly seize territory and resource points. Field, led by a knight, arrived at the Magic Core warehouse. "Tom, what happened?" "My lord, your soldiers have killed an ally." Blake, seeing the newcomers riding expensive magical warhorses and guarded by chosen ones, immediately rushed over, shouting, "Please hang him." Tom knelt on one knee, about to explain. "I am the Hero King, an officer of Yamung. Sir, please be fair." Raising an eyebrow, Field gripped his sword hilt and coldly rebuked, "Shut up. Did I ask you?" Hearing their lord's words, the Nightfall soldiers breathed a collective sigh of relief. Their lord, as expected, hadn't changed. Still so protective, even of allies. "Sir, they tried to seize the Magic Core warehouse, and to stop them, I impulsively killed them," Tom said, sweating profusely. Field vaguely guessed this, and immediately frowned and shook his head. "Humph." Blake was overjoyed, sneering, "At least compensate us with gold coins." "Tom, don't be impulsive next time," Field laughed. "I hope you did it rationally." "Huh?" Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, and Blake's smile froze. "Reporting to you, sir, a large number of Night Owl Legion soldiers have appeared around the city, in the Eastern District, and they are looting extensively. Reporting, an unknown organization is attempting to rob the vault and the magic tower. What should we do?" In just a moment, 7 or 8 Dragon Knights flew in to report to Field. Chapter 1365. Why are Night Owl's people also turning against us? Ashina frowned slightly, crossing her arms angrily. "We helped a heartless wretch back then. In the end, it's all about profit, they're eager to get a share." Field shook his head, thinking to himself, wherever there are people, there is competition for profit. He wanted to swallow up the vast Thousand Lakes province, and expect all the local residents to unconditionally support him, without stealing or robbing. How could that be possible? The real world isn't a cartoon for 3-year-olds. Even after thousands of years of civilization's advancement, Most work still involves open and covert struggles. Encountering resistance is perfectly normal. As for helping Night Owl back then, it was only out of self-interest. Pass on my orders. Field gripped his sword hilt. Nightfall doesn't recognize the Night Owl's legitimacy. Officers and soldiers of all ranks may issue warnings first. Those who surrender or cooperate will have their weapons confiscated and be imprisoned along with the civilians. Anyone who refuses to surrender, persists in plundering, or interferes with our operations will be treated as a bandit taking advantage of our chaos. Slay them or kill them outright, you may decide. Yes, sir. The Nightfall soldiers were resolute. Tom and the other officers were utterly convinced. Their lord wouldn't easily waver in his principles because of the other party's status. Nightfall soldiers raised their weapons and surrounded Blake and his men. Blake was dumbfounded. This is betrayal. Aren't you afraid of the King of Heroes' wrath? You were never my allies. Besides, I haven't betrayed my people, that's enough. Field waved his hand. Take them down. The West needs order. We can't let bandits run rampant. Good, good, good. Blake dared not resist, dropping his weapon, but sneering, you better be naive enough to think you can rule the West. We Night Owls have countless brothers and sisters. Shut up. Dare to talk back to our lord, I pull out all your teeth. Nightfall soldiers charged, elbowing Blake repeatedly until he screamed in agony. With Field's orders backing him, the Night Owl bandits were quickly brought under control, and the largest city of the Thousand Lakes fell into Field's hands. The remaining tasks were to count the population, collect the loot, and conduct a final cleanup. Talusha stared blankly as the rows of soldiers took control of the streets. Nightfall soldiers searched house to house, executing any Obsidian men they caught on the spot. Night Owl soldiers who tried to loot were either shot or enslaved. My God, the Northern Legion are truly utter demons. They even killed their allies. Those like herself, unarmed, formed a refugee caravan, guarded by soldiers, their destination unknown. Talusha followed the crowd blankly, unaware of what awaited her. They won't eat me, will they? She muttered to herself, clutching her burning stomach as she staggered. Thinking of the noble she had encountered earlier, she was uncertain about what would happen. After all, her father had also sent men to kill his lover and illegitimate child. But prisoners of war. Perhaps they would be given as a reward to soldiers, or become slaves or maids. Talusha's greatest wish was to be a maid. At least she could survive, and steal food from her master. But that was almost impossible. It was merely the best outcome she could imagine. With trepidation, the refugee group was led by soldiers to a dilapidated barn. Bang! The barn door was smashed open, and the refugees gasped in surprise. It was crammed full of flour, bacon, and vegetables, much of it rotten. This was food plundered by the Obsidian people. They rather let it rot than share it with the Griffin people. Thousand Lakes is really damp. This place is leaking and can't be used as a warehouse, the Nightfall officer said after inspecting the food, gesturing to the refugees, come here all of you, and move this food to that room over there. And then? Goddess above, what kind of devilish trick was this, making a bunch of starving people move food? Talusha bit her lip, her head buzzing, her mind completely focused on the food, paying no attention to what the officer was saying. Following the crowd forward, Talusha's eyes widened the moment she saw the food. She quickly grabbed a large basket of carrots and greedily stuffed bacon into it. Only when her hands were full did she try to drag it, only to find it too heavy. Ugh, why did I take so much stuff? It's not like I can just eat it. Talusha was on the verge of tears, stealing a glance at the guards, her heart pounding. If she were discovered, she would surely be killed by the soldiers. My mate can steal food, I'd definitely be more discreet than her. Thinking this, Talusha carefully lowered her head, concealing her movements with her long hair, quickly grabbed a wilted radish, and stuffed it into her mouth. The radish, covered in dirt, tasted terrible, yet she couldn't stop eating it. After munching on the radish like a rabbit, Talusha exhaled guiltily. I need to move it quickly. Talusha stood up, about to move the basket, when she was startled to find a tall figure standing before her. It was the nobleman she'd seen during the day. Talusha could clearly see the bloodstains splattered on his armor, and the cold, bloody glint reflected from it. Oh no, she'd been discovered. She wanted to beg for mercy, but extreme fear rendered her speechless. Talusha simply stared blankly at him with her deep blue eyes. The nobleman reached out, his armor clanging metallically, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Oh my God, he's going to snap my neck. The armored hand gently patted the girl's head. Field chuckled, lowering his voice and asking in as gentle a tone as possible, why are you carrying so much? Can you even carry it? Toulouse shrank back, explaining softly, I didn't mean to steal any. Just eat it. This food was meant for you anyway. Confused, Field shrugged and looked at the officer beside him. Sir, I already given the orders. The cooks are already preparing the ingredients. They deliver it to the refugees as quickly as possible. The officer quickly waved his hand. They're probably starving. They didn't even wipe the mud off the vegetables. Those damned Obsidian people. Humph, they certainly deserve to die, Field sneered. Given to us? Toulouse was completely bewildered, wondering if she had misheard. However, this doubt completely vanished when the cooks pushed the food towards them. The rich, hot soup, made with cabbage, diced radish, sliced meat, and bits of flour, was served in a large wooden bowl and placed in her hands. Ignoring the soup's scalding heat, Toulouse quickly gulped down a large mouthful. This long-awaited proper food, bursting with the rich flavors of meat and vegetables, exploded in her mouth. Every cell in her body rejoiced, awakening. Chapter 1366. Huff, huff. Toulouse kept panting, unwilling to spit out the food. After a long stalemate, Toulouse finally swallowed the hot soup. Feeling the warmth in her stomach, Toulouse suddenly felt like crying, perhaps because the steam rising from the hot soup moistened her eyes. The food distributed by the Northern Army was plentiful. Toulouse licked her lips, patted her belly, which was noticeably rounder. So delicious. Toulouse savored the taste. Even by noble standards, the food provided by the Northern Army was a delicacy. Unbelievable. They actually fed this to the refugees. Even if they were to sacrifice everyone to the demons, there was no need for such a lavish soup. She bet that 90% of them would be willing to sacrifice themselves for just a piece of black bread. Is the Northern Army really as evil as the rumors say? Obsidian and Night Owl both claim to be good people, always fighting for the goddess and justice. But she hadn't received a single bite of food from them. Toulouse peered at the night sky through the gaps in the stable's wooden planks. No one knew what tomorrow would bring. Lost in thought, the girl wrapped herself in dry straw and drifted off to sleep, vaguely hearing shouts of "Get some good hands, help make bread." The next morning, Field awoke from his bed on the third floor of Dewdrop Keep, humming a tune as he went to the balcony, gazing at the city, now almost a ruin. My lord, we'd taken over all the large warehouses in the city. Holding a thick stack of papers in her left hand, Vivian carried a tray, and your breakfast, apple-flavored bread. Taking the breakfast, Field inquired, tell me about the population first. The population of Tier City is larger than we imagined. We currently have 34,000 under our control, plus nearly 1,000 night owls imprisoned. Despite numerous massacres, the Obsidian people have retained some professions such as armorers, ringmasters, apothecaries, and cooks. The Obsidian Lord who committed suicide had hundreds of women in his palace. The mines of Tier City hold over 2,000 slaves. A large number of people are hiding in the city's waterways. Both inside and outside, the search continues. Hearing these figures, Field nodded happily. Finally, some good news. As the largest city in Thousand Lakes, Tier City possesses a powerful foundation, with countless master craftsmen and excellent mages residing there. This is also why he is so eager to reclaim Thousand Lakes. It's worth mentioning that Night Owl has a terrible reputation in Thousand Lakes, Vivian said tentatively. The local soldiers and civilians are afraid when they hear about Night Owl, but they dare not say much. I think Miss Hyamung and the others are good people, but they're subordinates. I understand. I handle this, Field gave a thumbs up. The people were worried about Night Owl, as he was in league with Nightfall, and dared not say much. After all, the two were somewhat related just by their names. Another piece of good news is that the city's food supply is enough for us to last a long time, Vivian smiled. This is also the Obsidian people's granary, with enough food reserves to support a legion of 100,000 for a year. We don't need to worry about logistics in the short term. There are 5 Magic Core warehouses in the city. Including those seized in the previous war, the Magic Core reserves can exceed 40,000. Magic towers, armor, arrows, and other military supplies can arm 20,000 people. As for coins and jewelry, the total harvest has already exceeded 5 million. Tier City has a royal mint, a royal treasury, and 3 silver treasuries. Even the city itself is built at the intersection of Magic Core mines, silver mines, and gemstone mines. The library, magic archive, herb garden, castle, etc. are still being surveyed and protected by soldiers. Unfortunately, the obsidian beasts are ferocious and unruly. They can only be killed, not kept in captivity. Furthermore, it will take several months to completely eradicate the obsidian. They are hiding everywhere. Listening to Vivian's report. After pacing back and forth twice, Field stroked his chin. Any news from Morningwind? Have they found out where the Obsidian main force is? No news at all. Vivian shook her head repeatedly, covering her mouth and chuckling. However, the Obsidian's passage has terrified the people of Twilight. It's estimated that 20,000 have defected to us, including some minor nobles. But there are some terrible rumors that the Griffin Queen has sent nobles and members of the royal family to hunt down refugees to prevent us from increasing our population. That queen is something else entirely. The rumors are probably true. Field clenched his fist in annoyance. It's just strange. The Obsidian main force has suddenly disappeared. Frowning, Field looked at the map. The enemy's main force has likely turned back, intending to crush our main force in the west. Then they're just throwing their lives away. Vivian gestured. We cut off their supplies. Not necessarily. Narrowing his eyes, Field guessed. The queen might have provided food, or even sent troops to assist the enemy. Moreover, if they quickly turned back, they could also cut off our logistics and retreat. Having campaigned westward, his connection to his northern stronghold remained fragile. If the enemy returned to the Songhai, he would be cut off in two. Of course, it's just speculation. Shaking his head, Field continued, there should be even more people outside Tier City. The Thousand Lakes system is rich in waterways. With lakes and rivers everywhere, many must be hiding there. We must cultivate the land vigorously to restore the vitality of the West. Just as he was considering how to cultivate the land, there was a knock on the door, and Ashina's voice came through. My lord, Miss Heroine Yamung requests an audience. Oh! She's finally here. Field put down his teacup. Help me get dressed. Let's go see this local. Arriving at the castle tower, a group of menacing people rushed to the castle gate, only to be stopped by Ashina and Little Sun. The leader of the group, with a gentle demeanor, was none other than Yamung. She was also with other Night Owl members, Little Lion, and Cloud. Field, you owe me an explanation. Yi Ming's clear eyes stared intently at Field as he emerged, without even a word of pleasantries. Fitting his wrist, Field said calmly, Your Highness, King of Heroes, I'm afraid you need to give me an explanation. Huh? The Night Owl members froze on the spot. Yi Ming tilted her head, bewildered. What explanation? Where were your reinforcements when I was dealing with the Obsidian Legion? Field demanded bluntly. Of course, they were fighting the invasion, Yi Ming said, hands on her hips, trying to appear assertive. We were also doing our utmost to fight the Obsidian. Where? Field was speechless. When we were dealing with Varek, the Night Owls weren't even there. During the attack on Thousand Lakes, there was no support either, not even a guide. Until, when Tier City was tallying its spoils, the Night Owls finally appeared. Chapter 1367. Field's gaze was icy as he stared intently at Yi Ming. You better give me a reasonable explanation. Don't forget, my soldiers bled and sacrificed themselves to cover your retreat back to Thousand Lakes. The Night Owls, stunned by Field's preemptive strike, all wore expressions of shame. I won't forget that. Every life is precious. Yi Ming nodded earnestly. Please believe me, Night Owl has tied down a lot of enemy forces. We've been constantly fighting against Falcon and the Blood Rain organization. Wait, I know Falcon, Obsidian's elite squad. And what is the Blood Rain organization? Field frowned. A group of local bandits who live by plundering and killing. They slaughtered several villages, not even sparing children. Yi Ming's eyes were lowered. All right, I still have faith in your spirit of resistance. Field nodded in agreement. He didn't know what kind of soldiers Night Owl recruited. But Little Lion and the others were indeed rare good people. My lord hero, we come here for more than just this. At that moment, an elderly knight with white hair, dressed in a red robe, slowly stepped forward. We come because our warriors have been killed and imprisoned by Field. We must rescue those poor souls. My lord hero, please, save my child. A woman with a veil sobbed uncontrollably. My brother has been hanged at the city gate. He was my only remaining family. Crows are pecking at his eyes. A peasant woman collapsed to the ground, pounding her chest in despair. Hearing this, Yi Ming instantly erupted, her recently calmed emotions exploding once more. Field, why did you harm the Westerners? Ame was agitated, her eyes red-rimmed. You disappointed me so much. I thought you were a kind and benevolent man. I don't accept your accusations. Feinting to push them away, Field shook his head. I did execute some bandits, but they killed, assaulted, or stormed military-restricted areas in the chaos. The rest who surrendered, I imprisoned them, just to keep them under control. I don't believe it, my dear child. He loved playing dice, and everyone in the neighborhood adored him. How could he kill people? The peasant woman shook her head repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. He was a good man. Field. May frowned. She believed Field was right, but seeing her own family so miserable, she felt immense pity. For a moment, she didn't know what to say, only calling Field's name loudly. I understand your plight. With a long sigh, Field addressed the peasant woman resolutely, but I must bring order and safety to my people. Preventing such incidents from happening again is what I must do. Field emphasized in a tone reminiscent of reciting ancient texts. In chaotic times, harsh punishments are necessary. You? Ming was speechless. They have the right, granted by the goddess of light, to receive forgiveness and opportunity. Murder is wrong, but they should be redeemed. One of Ming's priests stepped forward to criticize. You mean an indulgence that can be bought for 9 gold coins? Field chuckled. Then I stab you to death right now, then spend 9 gold coins to repent to the goddess of light. If killing can be redeemed with gold coins, then I guarantee I'm more innocent than all of you. Just kidding, I just amassed a fortune of 5 million gold coins. A demon, that's demonic sophistry. The holy light priest was dumbfounded, his face turning red. All right. Ming hesitated for a long time before forcing a smile. I hope you can truly bring peace to the West. Also, I hope you can provide reasonable compensation to everyone who lost loved ones. Okay. Field, considering stability, agreed. Ming, tell me what happened after you entered Thousand Lakes. Okay. It turned out that Field, after covering Night Owl's escape into Thousand Lakes. Using the numerous lakes and wetlands of Thousand Lakes province, Night Owl became a water bandit stronghold, sheltering many refugees. The Night Owl organization also grew rapidly by helping the people, their force now numbering over 15,000. In terms of combat strength, they only had a little over 1,000 regular soldiers, and over 3,000 scattered bandits, scattered throughout various places, with extremely poor organization, no different from bandits. I see. Field had already decided to annex the Night Owl's forces. All right, I said my piece. Can you release my men? They're all brave warriors who dare to fight back, Iman emphasized. Nodding and smiling, Field demurred, you all rest first. We talk about other things once the situation stabilizes. Field believed that with Iman's saintly nature, once her anger subsided, he could peacefully swallow the Night Owl after a few rounds of gentle persuasion. No fighting, gaining manpower. A win-win situation, he win twice. Just as they finished talking, the great thunder dragon, swaying its slender waist, and its pet frost rabbit, bigger than its head, found Field. That strange woman is here to see you again, Faviria said with a smile, her fingers tracing her alluring face. You naughty little brother, why do you always dare to provoke the strong? Keep it low-key. Field, hands on hips, said arrogantly, a strange woman? You mean Quill? But she's looking for me. Probably not for anything good. Arriving at the camp tent, a woman as languid as a cat lay sprawled on her desk. She was propping her head up, looking at a spellbook in her arms. Her slender legs were innocently drawn together, the arch of her feet taut, even her crystal-clear toes were neatly arranged, without any embellishment. But this beautiful, soft curve belonged to a ruthless calamity. Snap! The spellbook closed, and Quill glanced at Field, speaking in a languid, teasing tone, well done. Taking down the Varrock Legion is a good start. You haven't disappointed me. All right, my dear Empress. Field, looking flattered, gave a noble curtsy. Quill smiled wryly, but before she could reply, Field, his face darkening, stepped forward, lifted the desk, and flipped her over. Wow! She lightly jumped off the table, her snow-white toes splashing the dirt as she took 2 steps back. Quill huffed, insolent barbarian. Come on, Field couldn't hold back any longer, giving Quill a sharp whack on the head. Where's the support you mentioned? Field was speechless. His allies were all like hidden dragons and phoenixes, waiting until he was done fighting before showing off. Huh? Those ants I casually crushed aren't worthy of my attention. Quill chuckled, covering her mouth. But the next piece of information is very important to you. Want to hear it? Finally, some real information. Field's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, has Obsidian's main force returned? Chapter 1368. The Quill nodded slightly, gracefully performing a courtly curtsy. Correct, my dear Sir Field, but not entirely. Let me, your advisor, who is not entirely loyal but absolutely reliable, the Quill, present you with the latest intelligence. After reciting a long, convoluted string of ramblings, the Quill used magic to construct a map. The Obsidian main force, led by Goromash, consists of 4 Tier 6 warriors, 50,000 elite troops, and a large number of cannon fodder. Goromash abandoned the Kozai province, taking all the garrison and the Obsidian youths with him. A rough estimate puts the Obsidian Legion at around 70,000. The Empress is bearing the burden of food supplies. The Griffin Queen has dispatched a Tier 6 warrior, 5,000 elite troops, and a large number of logistical personnel to aid the enemy. Furthermore, the Queen has sent a large army to attack your Morningwind. Their numbers are overwhelming. Your garrison is no match for them. You have 1 month to strengthen your forces and redeploy your troops. Hearing that the Empress was helping the invaders and intended to beat him up, Field laughed in exasperation. Damn Griffin Queen, helping the invaders, huh? Completely speechless, Field didn't even bother cursing her. That's right, we're about to be attacked from 2 sides, the Quill Pen warned. Don't fantasize about defeating the Obsidian Man with a surprise attack or cunning this time. His legion has the support of outer gods. Any of your schemes could fall into a trap. Field nodded. Thank you for the reminder. Do you have any suggestions? I hope you recall the extraordinary powers of Morrowind, especially the Chosen Ones, and rejoin your main force. And command the Corruption Calamity to corrupt Morningwind, halting the Queen's attack while simultaneously strengthening your corrupting power. The Quill, holding a spell book, gestured, finally, gather all your strength and confront the enemy in the vast ocean province, defeating the outer god. Otherwise, you are highly likely to be annihilated. Field froze, his brow furrowing. The Obsidian main force is that strong? I will provide ranged support when you face the fallen Watchers. The Quill, with a serious expression, nodded earnestly. It is that terrifying. Even with my support, the possibility of your crushing defeat is still very high. By the way, aren't you chaos beings capable of prophecy? Help me predict it. Field demanded matter-of-factly. Deduction is nothing more than a divine skill or talent. Any ability can be countered, targeted, and disrupted. Is there any invincible ability? Humph, don't be naive. The Quill scoffed dismissively. Only fools would worship prophetic divine skills as absolute truth, including some of my sisters. Can't I fight a defensive battle? Field gestured. Perhaps I could defend Tear City. No, you're right. The only option is a decisive battle at the vast ocean. Because of his situation, like the previously annihilated Varek, he was isolated and vulnerable. Once his retreat and logistical support were cut off, and he couldn't break through the enemy's encirclement, he would be completely wiped out. Fighting the enemy at the vast ocean would at least give him the initiative, and there was also the high fortress as a retreat route. Alright, thank you for your suggestion. Shrugging, Field rejected the Quill's decision, but abandoning Morningwind is absolutely impossible. We have our own strategy. Wild calamities can be exploited, cooperated with, but never completely trusted. Listen completely to Quill, rest assured, it's guaranteed. A lovely denial, just as I expected. Quill stepped forward with cat-like steps, reaching out to hook Field's chin. Merciful Lord, I sincerely hope you will triumph. Don't worry, I provide you with remote support, even if you disobey me. Sensing the delicate, bookish fragrance, Field, after being hooked twice, suddenly felt 1,000 cat-like figures tickling his heart. You little dumpling, don't play mysterious in front of your brother, Field. Field didn't hold back, slapping Quill's, but causing Quill to shudder and quickly dodge. What is wonton? Say it with me, Chaos. Featherpen glared at Field with annoyance, correcting his mispronunciation. Also, I hope you can still be this arrogant when facing the Obsidian's main force. Any normal person would feel genuine fear at the close proximity of calamity. Featherpen had seen many talented mages, princes, and nobles bewitched, corrupted, and turned into Calamity's lackeys by a few words from Chaos. But this was the first time she had seen someone not only unaffected by the bewitching, but who dared to slap her. After warning Field, Featherpen retreated into the darkness and disappeared. Quite a nice touch. Field rubbed his hands together, then became serious. Vivian, send the Bloodhawk Knights to deliver orders to send more soldiers to Morningwind from various locations to strengthen defenses. Ideally, dismantle and annex Night Owl before the war. Startled by Featherpen's words, Field's recent joy at acquiring Tear City vanished. After pondering the Quill Pen's plan for a moment, Field immediately threw himself into work, beginning to reorganize the army, inventory supplies, and reassure the people. The refugees from Tear City were placed by Field in the Northwest District, a former residential area that hadn't been flooded. Inside the residential area, Talusha sat in a corner, happily munching on her bread, occasionally sipping hot soup. She squinted her eyes contentedly, incredulous that these past few days had been devoid of killing, violence, or even a sound of cursing. She could rest every day and eat 2 good meals. I really should have advised Father to fire the cook. Talusha recalled her past life, finding it hard to believe that the Nightfall soldiers, after taking off their armor, hadn't become demons, but rather were all culinary masters. The food they made was unbelievably delicious. "Little girl, don't eat all the bread. Dry some and save some," a peasant woman kindly reminded her. Lord Field said the food will be provided free of charge for a month. After that, you have to fend for yourself. Goddess above, you insatiable viper. Isn't this enough? That's right. I never seen a nobleman willing to give alms to the poor like this. A month? Good heavens. A month of eating without working? I go to hell. Thank you, great Lord Field. This is the best food I ever eaten in my life. The surrounding refugees all criticized her, making the peasant woman apologize repeatedly. Talusha put away half a loaf of bread, thinking to herself, Field has only been here a few days, and everyone already calls him Lord Field. Impressive. Wife, look what I brought back. An old farmer, carrying furs and cured meat, excitedly approached his wife. I only helped the soldiers, carrying supplies for half the day and clearing rubble for the other half. That's all I brought. I heard that the Lord will soon be planning family housing, then we can live together again. Oh my God, you're so kind. And thank you, Lord. The farmer's wife beamed with excitement, clutching the furs and cured meat to her chest like precious treasures, her eyes even filled with wariness. This was wealth that could be stolen, it had to be hidden. Chapter 1369. The Nightfall Army is too powerful, goddess of war, by your side. 7 or 8 young men stared intently at the soldiers disposing of corpses on the street, their eyes glued to the gleaming armor and swords, drool dripping from their mouths. The Nightfall Army had only occupied Tyr's city for 5 or 6 days. Yet, with astonishing speed, they had established basic trust with the locals. Lord Field soldiers are all as strong as bears. No wonder they could kill those ugly demons. Don't give up, we Westerners aren't useless either. That's right, I wonder if they take us in. I want to become a soldier too, and kill the invaders. Yes, an eye for an eye. I want revenge for my dead family members. The young men clenched their fists tightly. Even though they were thin and bony, their bone-deep hatred made their spirit no less than that of seasoned veterans. Hatred will devour your reason. It's time to put down your hatred. Thousand Lakes shouldn't be filled with blood. A gentle female voice came from beside them, but the content of her words was like cold water poured over their heads. Who? The young people turned around angrily upon hearing this, only to see the gentle figure. It was Ming, along with several attendants. Chosen one. The young people's lips twitched, and they immediately knelt down to pay their respects. No need for that. Ming waved her hand and asked with a smile, How has Field treated you? Excellent, beyond words, chosen one. The young man wearing a tattered hat said excitedly, We have food and clothing, Lord. He confiscated the obsidian supplies and distributed them to us. I have my own goatskin bedding, clothes, and a blacksmith's toolbox. By the goddess of craftsmanship, praise be to the Lord. He had been a blacksmith's apprentice, but even before the war, he didn't have his own bedding and slept on haystacks. Ming smiled and nodded, delighted. Hearing this news is wonderful. Once my arm heals, I go forge horseshoes for the knights. Then, the Knights of Nightfall will slaughter the obsidian men, and I can boast about it, haha. The young man whistled. Hearing this, Ming shook her head repeatedly. I still hope the war ends soon. Ming, I was just looking for you. If you don't mind, I'd like to talk to you. Field, accompanied by Little Sun and Silver Eyes, approached Ming. Let's just talk here. I don't have any shameful secrets. Ming blinked twice, gesturing with a puzzled look, indicating for Field to continue. I hope you can stop the turmoil in Thousand Lakes and disband the Night Owl Army. Don't worry, I accept all of Little Lion and the others, and I select the best of your old subordinates for the army. Field stated directly. What? Upon hearing this, Ming immediately froze, blurting out, Then who will protect the people of the West? Ming's first reaction was concern for the people, which immediately impressed Field. It would be even better if her army truly protected the people instead of burning, killing, and looting. That goes without saying, of course it's me. The servant of the great silver dragon. Field. Silver Eyes patted his barren chest, proudly putting his hands on his hips. Those I approve of are absolutely no problem. Humph, finally speaking some human language. The Little Sun snorted coldly, crossed its arms, and floated in the air, radiating brilliant light. This is too sudden. May refused directly. I believe in your character, but people change, Field, especially when they hold power. Audrey, whom I once trusted, used to be a kind and good girl. But after she gained power, she betrayed everyone. I must keep Night Owl, to ensure that when the people are desperate, they still have someone to rely on. May's eyes were firm, and she said excitedly, I'm sorry, Field, you took the West by force, and I need force to protect everyone. I know this will upset you. Even if you kill me now, I will insist. I cannot entrust countless lives to your decision alone. Hearing this, Field's head buzzed, and before he could even speak. Liar! Bandit! The Night Owls are just a bunch of bandits, Lord Field, don't trust this scoundrel. That's right, we've been terribly harmed by that damned Night Owls. My brother was tricked into joining them, and in the blink of an eye, he was killed by their people, and handed over to the Obsidian people. If we hadn't heard that you and the Hero King were allies, we would have warned you long ago. The surrounding citizens erupted in uproar, men and women alike standing up and hurling insults at Yimeng. Yimeng's pupils dilated, and she stumbled back 2 steps, her face filled with disbelief. Sigh. Yimeng, the people of the West don't want your protection. Field sighed, do I have to be so blunt? The protection you speak of is just becoming a warlord. No, not even a warlord. You're a good person, I can't bring myself to harm you. If it were any other organization, I would have wiped them all out as bandits. Yimeng was stunned. She hadn't expected that the people she had risked her life to protect actually hated her. Am I the one who brought disaster to everyone? Her eyes widened, Yimeng questioned herself. She was on the verge of wavering and obediently handing over the army. What a show. Just then, Yimeng's attendant, a mocking smile on his lips, slowly stepped forward. Field, bribing some peasants to distort the truth, trying to deceive the Hero King? We Night Owls have always done the right thing. Although there have been some misunderstandings with a small number of people. But my heart is pure, and all my actions are righteous. 1,000 times better than some of those who ally with calamities. Yimeng's other attendants also stood up, resisting Field's annexation. Where did this show-off come from? Field raised an eyebrow, annoyed. Who do you think you are? Marco, from the ape family, the foremost among the 1,000 lakes. Shut up. Hearing this, Little Sun's usual indifferent coldness suddenly turned to anger, his robes fluttering. What about Calamity? Since he and Field got together, he had never indiscriminately slaughtered. Being constantly questioned was most annoying. What was wrong with slaughtering them? They were just a bunch of selfish, worthless trash, yet they expected powerful figures to defer to them. How dare they? Oh. Look at you, getting angry. Marco's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Welcome to Kill Me, it show the King of Heroes how you treat ordinary people. The provocative look was still on his face. Thud. Field drew his sword with a clang, his handsome face utterly cold, and cleanly plunged it into Little Sun's abdomen, twisting it viciously. Blood rushed into his throat. Marco gripped the sword, his face filled with disbelief. Chapter 1370. Everything else is negotiable, but you got a death wish messing with my little son, haven't you? Field's fighting spirit surged, and with a ruthless swing of his sword, he cleaved Marco in 2 at the waist, his death gruesome. With a casual flourish, Field flicked away the blood and sheathed his sword. So cool, it was unbelievable. Yimeng's followers were all stunned, frozen in place, unable to move. Long live. The Nightfall soldiers and local citizens around them cheered loudly, many local used their blood boiling. Little Sun, Philomi, blushed almost imperceptibly, her heart pounding, her eyes secretly glancing at Field. She hadn't expected the usually rational Field to have such a violent side, and she felt an inexplicable pleasure. You really given me the chance to discuss this with you. You're being too kind. If I wanted to slaughter, do you think I could stop the Nightfall's iron hooves? Field sneered, if you truly care about the Westerners, disband your damned, bandit-like Night Owls. Otherwise, I send them all to hell to atone for their sins. With that, the Nightfall soldiers around him drew their swords in unison, terrifying the Night Owls to the point of death. This was the Iron Blood Legion that had swept through 2 provinces and slaughtered countless Obsidian people. It was no joke. Stop! Stop the pointless bloodshed. I couldn't help but cry, Field. If you promise not to kill the innocent, I give you everything from the Night Owls. She realized then that she had no choice but to pray. I promise I will treat my people well, Field said with a clear conscience, raising his hand. Goddess is my witness. Yes, my core forces are in hiding. I bring them there now. There are many people there, so we bring them in batches. Field breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Don't worry, I appoint you as a supervisory officer, you can still protect the people. Hearing this, Yimeng's expression improved considerably, and she immediately set off. Field assigned 10 wolf riders as guards. If Yimeng wanted to cause any more trouble, then sorry, there are plenty of beautiful chosen ones out there. Just as he was about to return to the castle, Field had only taken 2 steps. "My lord." A dozen or so young men excitedly raised their hands and shouted, "My lord, we want to join the army." Field blinked twice in surprise, then turned to the crowd. "Join the army? Please give us a chance. We take the black bread, we don't want copper coins. Avenge those damned Obsidian people. And the Queen and the Night Owl. My whole family was killed by the enemy, I just want to drag them down to hell with me." More local citizens stepped forward, their clothes ragged, but their voices were strong and resolute. Field chuckled unexpectedly, nodding in approval, thinking to himself, "The Thousand Lakes return to the fold is much faster than I imagined. The suffering of the Thousand Lakes people is probably more terrifying than I imagined. No matter where you are, there are those who oppose you, and there are those who support you. Just in time for the decisive battle with the Obsidian, even recruiting 200 men would be a force to be reckoned with." "Yes," Field nodded and smiled, "but there will be a selection process. I pledge my loyalty to you." The youths of the Thousand Lakes knelt on one knee, making the most sincere oath with their flawed movements. While Field began conscription, he also implemented a work-for-relief program, having his subjects clear the ruins in the city center, where a magic academy and mage tower had once stood. Perhaps there would still be some loot. "Reporting, sir. Our cavalry, in conjunction with the navy, annihilated the fleeing Obsidian men on the beach, numbering over 10,000. We seized a large amount of money and jewels. After entering Thousand Lakes, the Obsidian men scattered and fled, pursued relentlessly by the Nightfall army." A Dragon Knight respectfully reported. "Very good." Field nodded in satisfaction, looking at the package in the knight's hand. "Sir, our Air Force found an old dock to the west, with several transport ships that seem to have been there for a long time. These stones are crammed into the hold, along with some letters and ledgers, which we dare not examine." The knight handed over the package and left. Opening the package, one could see numerous pale blue, clear gemstones emitting a cool, luminous glow. Field picked up the gem. Its icy, chilling touch sent a shiver down his spine. Examining it closely, he sensed water flowing within. Most astonishingly, he couldn't perceive its grade. "This is a 6th-tier tearstone, an extremely precious magical gem. Even in the Elven realm, it would be a luxury material. A staff made from it will have incredibly fast casting speed, yet the energy fluctuations are very gentle." A fragrant breeze wafted by, and a quill pen appeared out of nowhere, sitting on Field's desk. It picked up a tearstone and placed it against his snow-white neck. It would make a nice necklace or pendant. How did it appear and disappear so unexpectedly? Field exclaimed in surprise, "Is this thing very precious?" "Wait, the name Tearstone sounds a bit like Tear City." "Congratulations, wise knight. Territory names are often associated with their specialties." Quill smiled. "The most expensive trade item in Tearstone territory isn't magic cores, but magic gems." "Strange, I never heard of that." Field was puzzled. He opened the ledger, glanced at it, and was stunned. March, sold 20 ships of grain, 3 ships of pure Tearstones, and 12 blueprints for magical weapons. April, sold 36 ships of grain, 21 ships of silver ingots, and 1 6th-tier artifact. May, 2 1st-tier chosen gods, and 7 ships of pure Tearstones. June. Holy crap! Field was dumbfounded, quickly opening the envelope to check. "Dear esteemed nobles and merchants, gold coins unite us more. There's nothing we can't sell except ourselves. Please continue to support the Hero Queen. She has been used by us without realizing it. We guide Night Owl's assassination targets, mostly powerful military nobles. Don't be stingy with gold, let the Empire decline faster. Also, find the massive secret realm of Thousand Lakes as soon as possible. I swear, when we arrive, your power will be even greater." Field was silent for a long time before shaking his head with a sigh. Back then, the western part of the Empire suffered from food shortages, and the Hero King's rebellion was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Dragon Tower and Obsidian, and the Griffin Queen herself wasn't exactly a saint either. Knowing all this now is pointless. The people of the 3 western provinces have already suffered enough. But we need to find the people who cooperated with Obsidian. As for the massive secret realm, I dare not even think about it." Field shook his head repeatedly, then his eyes suddenly lit up. "That's right, since there are gems, there must be mines. Most of the staves in the territory are captured or export models from the Dragon Tower, quite inferior. Featherpen, you are the invincible Chaos Calamity, you must design staves, right?" Chapter 1371. Featherpen sat lazily on the table, its snow-white legs swinging happily for a moment. "Thank you for your recognition, sir. I can indeed design all kinds of staves." Feather Pen shifted its position, sitting directly in the middle of the table, its gracefully curved feet crossed. But what can you give me? Its toes dangled in front of her, a fragrant breeze wafting over her. Field instinctively took 2 steps back. We're friends, right? Field chuckled shamelessly. As friends, you have to pay a friend's fee. Humph, trying to fool me like a child. Feather Pen's eyelids were half closed, her tone disdainful and mocking. Go shine my shoes. Fine, as long as you help design staves. Shrugging helplessly, Field stepped forward, grabbed her crossed feet, looked her over from left to right, and muttered, She's not wearing shoes. Get lost. As if tickled by a kitten, Feather Pen looked at the earnest Field, snorted coldly, and pushed him away with a flick of her toe. Are you genuinely stupid or just pretending? Resting her chin on her hand, the quill pen prompted, Aren't you afraid I leave myself a backup plan if you let the Calamity design your weapon? Field feigned resistance, her face full of sincere bluff. I can sense it. You're different. You possess genuine magical knowledge, and wouldn't resort to underhanded methods to tarnish your own creative wisdom. You're the most unique Chaos Calamity I ever seen. Just kidding, Chaos Calamities are most resistant to magic. If they really wanted to target a staff created by humans, wouldn't they have plenty of options? It's better to trust her completely, and fleece her thoroughly. You got a sweet tongue, but I'm not buying it. The quill pen's gaze seemed to see right through people. She sat lazily sideways on the table, her stunning face close, and said coldly, Only after you destroy the obsidian will you be eligible for a new exchange of benefits. Okay. Seeing his attempt at friendship fail, Field nodded woodenly, leaned forward, and picked up the quill pen in a standard princess carry. What are you going to do? The quill pen's beautiful eyes trembled, adding, You haven't even found the Tearstone mine. What do you need the blueprints for? Okay. Before he could even understand, Field, still giving a perfunctory answer, carried her out the door, casually tossing her onto the grass outside. How could you do this? Come back. I help you design it, okay? Hey! Isn't an exchange of benefits right? You rude wretch. Too lazy to pay attention to the other's rebuke, Field returned to the table speechlessly. Just like Hakimi, sticking to me with nonsense and wasting my time. It's just a staff. I can figure it out myself. Bad woman, you gave all the documents to this guy, he messed them up. Sniff. Smells pretty good. With a dark face, he straightened the documents that had 2 dents from sitting on them. Field ordered the soldiers to survey the surrounding mines. Having just finished dealing with refugee resettlement work for half an hour, Ashina rushed over, riding her giant wolf. My lord, we encountered a difficult situation. The Obsidian people have launched a fierce counterattack? Field was startled, leaping to his feet, and grabbing a suit of armor. Deploy them immediately. Not at all. With a lord as powerful as you, my lord, the remaining enemies of Thousand Lakes can't possibly cause any trouble. Ashina pressed Field's arm and laughed. We found the Obsidian refugees, about 7 or 8,000 of them, hiding in a ruined town on the edge of the territory. They're all children, women, and wounded soldiers. They have no ability to resist. Oh, that's good. Field breathed a sigh of relief. Go on. We wanted to deal with these refugees to avoid wasting food. But we ran into the Night Owl organization. Miss Yamung, with over 1,000 elite troops, stopped us. Field let out a drawn-out, confused shout. Huh? Field led a force to the ruins of the town. Banyan Tree Town, originally Tearwater City, provided various agricultural and livestock products, and was densely populated. It was later burned to the ground by Obsidian. The 500-year-old magical plant outside the town, the twin silver banyan tree, was once the town's symbol. But now, it had been burned down. Its withered branches were covered with hanged corpses, densely packed, a horrifying sight. The Nightfall army, with 5 cannons, was facing off against Yiming's army. Get out of the way, or I blast you to smithereens. Field's infantry roared. Good heavens, are you really going to kill the defenseless? Night Owl's soldier spread his arms wide. They're the enemy. Nonsense, they don't even have weapons. The two sides argued fiercely. Sigh. Field rubbed his temples, trying to get something for nothing is really difficult. He strode forward and saw Yiming. Alright, both sides shut up. He channeled his battle aura, stopping the argument, and looked at Yiming. What's going on? Field. Your soldiers are about to slaughter a bunch of poor souls. Yiming angrily questioned. Is this what you meant by guaranteeing not to harm the innocent? Pitiful? Innocent? Looking around blankly, Field finally stood before the silver banyan tree, staring coldly at the corpses strewn across its branches. I see. The obsidian golems killed them, not me. They are indeed pitiful. Iman paused, surprised, pointing to the town, but the obsidian golems inside are pitiful too. Heh. Field chuckled twice. Pitiful in what way? Come here. Iman stepped forward, trying to pull Field away, but was blocked by a graceful figure. This is my lord. You have no right to touch her. Ashina arrogantly crossed her arms, coldly blocking Iman's path. Just kidding. Even if Iman was weak, she was still a 6th-tier combatant. Come with me and see. Field straightened his clothes and, surrounded by Ashina and the knights, entered the banyan tree town. Ah! As soon as they entered, the swarming obsidian golems retreated in panic. Terrified gazes were everywhere. Inside the still intact buildings, wounded soldiers groaned and moaned in agony. You already won. They pose no threat to you, Yimeng said earnestly. I will protect the innocent of the Griffin Empire, and I will also protect the poor souls of Obsidian. They are victims of war too. They had no choice, did they? Then all the blood of my people was shed in vain? The West, the North, they are all my people. Someone harmed them. As their lord, I have a duty to avenge them. Field was also enraged. Otherwise, what's the point of having a lord? Just forgiving others? That's called being a good-for-nothing. Revenge has no end. Yimeng shouted, raising her voice as well. Mutual slaughter only breeds endless hatred. There are no winners in war. Especially for our people, these innocent children, women, and wounded soldiers. They, like us, just want to go home. They also have families, and yearn for a happy life. Chapter 1372. Field, don't forget the knight's principle, mercy, never harm the innocent. Hearing this, Field chuckled inwardly, crouching down to look at an obsidian child. Spit! The obsidian child, eyes flashing with intense hatred, spat fiercely. Field quickly dodged, raising an eyebrow at Yimeng. If you can forget hatred, will your enemies forget their ambitions? We're all human, you even accept demi-humans, mermaids. Yimeng opened her heart openly, radiating a moral light. If you harm them, what's the difference between you and the obsidian soldiers? Don't you feel ashamed seeing these pitiful people? No. Field didn't hesitate, waver, or reflect for a moment. Even though Yimeng's topic was profound and ahead of its time. I am the Lord. I am only responsible to my people. I don't care about moral issues. Food will only be given to my own people. They are useless to me. With a frank smile, Field stated bluntly, I will not forget the blood-soaked hatred for the sake of fame, praise, or short-term convenience, nor will I leave future generations with the burden of future troubles. While acknowledging Iman's mercy, Field cared more about his own interests and safety. He didn't want to waste another word. Kill! Field declared decisively. Anyone who obstructs will be considered an enemy. You win. I don't want the West to be plunged back into war. Iman hesitated for a long time, then utterly despaired. Warriors, those who wish to stay and continue living, stay. Those willing to fight for the unity of all living beings, we will leave the West. Having said that, Yimeng resolutely left. The Night Owl gods chosen were also caught in a great dilemma. I don't love war, nor do I want to follow anyone. I want to stay and rebuild our homeland. The Night Owl's grey dove bowed to both sides. Haha, with a powerful fellow like Field controlling the West, I'm at ease. I'm going on a trip. The little lion laughed heartily, stretching. What's there to be conflicted about? We enjoy each day as it comes. Aside from the two of them, the remaining Night Owl gods chosen stepped forward, bid farewell to Field, and still chose to follow their hero king. To fight for all the poor and helpless. Surprisingly, of the Night Owl's army, only 50 or 60 men chose to follow Yimeng away, the remaining 900 or so all chose to stay. My lord, we want to stay in our homeland. The soldiers knelt down, begging Field's mercy. Excellent, I need you just the way I do. Field snapped his fingers gleefully. These were Imeng's elite troops, many even warriors skilled in martial arts. A little modification, and they could be deployed in battle. As for Imeng's escape, it wasn't a big deal. Such people, left in Nightfall territory, would corrupt its spirit and cause disunity. My lord, another 1,000-strong legion is rushing this way. They are extremely well equipped. We don't yet know what force they are. A knight ran up to report. What day is it today? Field's lips twitched as he drew his holy sword. Warriors, prepare to meet the enemy. Soon, a legion fully armored, including many mages and warrior knights, appeared in Field's sight, exuding a fierce and savage aura. A red-haired chosen one gazed at the Nightfall Legion for a moment, then shouted, Are you the Nightfall Legion? Field raised a hand, signaling Ashina not to rush out. Riding his warhorse, Field stroked his sword hilt. That's right. By the goddess. Upon hearing the news, the enemy ranks erupted in commotion. You really annihilated the Varek Legion? Do you have any proof? The red-haired chosen one hesitated for a moment, then demanded loudly, Then why are you mixed up with the Night Owls? The Night Owls have already been incorporated, Field replied politely. We came to liberate the West and eliminate the invaders. As for proof? I do have a Varek mount. A prized magical beast, its price unimaginable. He wasn't particularly fond of warhorses, but the pony he rode could be exchanged for a beautiful house in the Griffin capital. Griffins, on the other hand, could be bought on any street, but private individuals could hardly afford to keep one. Fantastic. Upon hearing this, the red-haired chosen laughed heartily. Lord Field, we, the Blood Rain Rebellion, wish to join you in wiping out the Obsidian men. Ashina looked at Field with delight. How about we find a place to talk? Field's eyes lit up. With pleasure. I brought some monastery wine. Soon, Field met the red-haired chosen, Red Sail. Welcome, great sir. Your feat of slaying the Obsidian men has spread throughout the West. Red Sail, carrying wine and a white deer-like beast, ran excitedly over, his wrinkles lessened considerably. You're so young. If my daughter hadn't been killed, she'd be your age too. Just call me by my nickname, Red Sail, the former Griffin Navy. Ha! If the Griffin Queen hadn't sold the royal fleet to the Dragon Tower, I could at least have a heavy warship. The woman before him slammed her wine cup onto the campaign table with an air of nonchalance. Field chuckled and ordered his soldiers to set up a grill and prepare the monster meat. My name is Field. I'm sorry to hear about your daughter. Ha, you're the one who shouldn't be apologizing, because she died at Varek's hands. Red Sail's eyes flashed with malice. He killed my precious daughter, the Obsidian's child, and even ripped her guts out. I'm sorry. I seen a lot along the way. Field reassured him, Don't worry, Varek didn't die easily. Red Sail was overjoyed at this. As long as you fight Obsidian, we follow your lead. My legion has 1,500 soldiers, mostly mages and aura knights. They're all skilled fighters who escaped from the city, including several veteran mages. They joined us. I used the Imperial Armory to arm them, and they've been fighting Obsidian and those idiot Night Owls ever since. Great! Field exclaimed, then looked puzzled. You fight Night Owls? Of course. Red Sail stated matter-of-factly, we rebels don't attack the enemy's main force, that's suicide. We specialize in slaughtering Obsidian's villages and attacking their logistics. Those idiots Night Owls, they keep saying we're brutal, that we swing our swords at innocent people, and then the fighting starts. Our army is much stronger than Night Owls, but the chosen ones, including myself, only have 3. Field chuckled, it seemed Iming wasn't targeting him after all. Then what's the story with the Empress selling the ship? Field asked curiously, holding a melon. During the struggle for the throne, the Imperial Navy didn't support the current Empress. As they were talking, the Nightfall Rider brought Varek's warhorse and sword. His eyes immediately reddened, and he knelt on one knee. I am willing to offer my loyalty to you, my lord. Chapter 1373. I accept your allegiance. Field was overjoyed. It was rare to see someone bring an entire legion to surrender. He immediately drew his sword, lightly tapping his shoulder and waist. He accepted the allegiance with noble etiquette. After the formalities, everyone sat down again. Field asked, puzzled, how many ships did the Imperial fleet originally have? The Griffin Queen was too short-sighted. Why sell ships? Originally, there were over 100 warships, including 8 heavy warships. Red Sail said awkwardly some were sunk. The Griffin Queen sold some, those she couldn't sell were chopped up for firewood, and some were scuttled and sunk. As for why she disbanded the Navy, there were reasons other than venting her anger. It turned out that the Queen was furious that the Imperial Navy didn't support her. After her ascension to the throne, she dismissed all naval officers, including the chosen ones. Even the Empire's only 6th-ranked naval chosen one was forced to serve in the army. The Empire, which already only valued land and air power, suddenly had no one to rely on. The Queen, left with no other option, appointed a relative, a 3rd-tier Air Force chosen one, as the naval commander-in-chief. This coincided with the period when the Elves and the Griffin Empire were vying for island resources. The Elves, with only 5 warships, easily defeated the Empire's main fleet. Without fleet support, large numbers of the land-based troops were cut off from retreat and resupply, becoming trapped on the islands and dying. The Elves annihilated them all. 2 6th-tier chosen ones, having no way to retreat, were defeated and killed. From then on, the Griffin Empire was no longer able to compete with the Dragon Tower and the Elves for islands, and had to pay hefty reparations. Ah! Field's pupils dilated, and he slapped his forehead, remembering something. The crimson rose of the Ross family. It was during that time that she was severely wounded by the elves and died shortly after returning. That's outrageous. Ashana laughed in exasperation. Red Sail shrugged helplessly. The Imperial fleet was never a match for the Dragon Tower and the elves, and after their crushing defeat, it became even weaker. To save on repair and maintenance costs, and to pay reparations to the elves, the Empress sold off the Imperial Navy for a pittance, and the rest were all destroyed. Further south from Thousand Lakes, there's a place called Shipwreck Bay. The Imperial fleet is buried there. Field, who owned the fleet, knew that maintaining ships alone cost a fortune. A large portion of his Dawnfall's expenses went towards fleet maintenance. The Empress's disbanding of the fleet was influenced by both practical and emotional factors. Many soldiers, without livelihoods, became pirates, joining the Shadow Cult. Haha, what other options were there? Red Sail shook his head repeatedly. Wait a minute. Field's mind raced, and a question suddenly occurred to him. Are there any ships sold to the powerful or merchants? Like transport ships? Yes, the Ape family of Thousand Lakes bought a lot of transport ships, and... Field clicked his tongue, muttering, the Ape family. I feel like I heard of them somewhere. The previous letters indicated that powerful figures in Thousand Lakes were secretly selling rare ores. Without transport ships, this wouldn't be possible. My lord, the venison is ready. The cook cut the best cut and brought it over. We talk about it once the West is stable. Field stopped worrying and raised his glass, to eliminate the invaders. To Field, to the goddess of wine. Red Sail raised his glass. After the meal, Field had Rosalia corrupt the banyan tree town, then used a holy light potion to purify it. Having witnessed Field's ruthless and merciless nature, Red Sail united the military and civilians, handing over the entire Blood Rain rebellion to Field. They gained 2 Tier 5 naval chosen, and 1 Tier 3 army chosen. They acquired 382 Aura Knights, the highest being Tier 6, former champion knights of Thousand Lakes Province, possessing formidable combat power. They also gained 427 mages, mostly from Tier City, including 4 enchanting craftsmen, 11 potion makers, and 27 magic blacksmiths. The remaining ordinary soldiers and civilians, totaling over 3,000, were poorly fed but well equipped. The Night Owl's 15,000 plus men were mostly old, weak, sick, and disabled. Their combat strength was weak, resembling bandits, but their sheer numbers made them perfect for the job. My lord, it's projected that Tier City will return to a population of 50,000. Vivian, holding the report, parted her red lips slightly. It's astonishing. There are so many people here. Tier City is the core city of the entire West, just highly urbanized. Field shook his head, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. With so many people, it's difficult to manage, especially since we also have to face enemies. Accelerate conscription. Recruit 5,000 men, send them to Nightfall to lead the army, and train them at the camp outside the city. With the able-bodied men under control, the others won't cause any trouble, and it will also increase our combat strength. And reporting my lord. A knight's urgent voice came from outside the tent. The Dragon Tower fleet has reappeared in our waters. Those annoying hyenas. Field stood up and beckoned. Quickly, come in and talk. My lord, the fleet has sent word, the knight reported. Our transport ships are being tracked by Dragon Tower vessels, but they haven't attacked. Quack, those Dragon Tower people actually have some martial ethics. Silver Eyes exclaimed, standing on her snow-white toes. My opinion is, kill. Little Sun, who had been quietly floating to the side in a daze, suddenly perked up. Follow them, but don't attack. Obsidian's main force is coming for the final battle. Field paced back and forth a couple of times. Dragon Tower has probably reached an agreement with Obsidian. They'd likely coordinate an attack with the enemy's main force. Have the fleet return to Dawn Port after completing this transport. Don't transport any more supplies. Also, send Rocksheep back to coordinate with the floating islands and the fleet's defense of Dawn. Even with 2 chosen ones, defeat against the Dragon Tower fleet would be a matter of minutes. A direct confrontation is out of the question. Having Vivian and Little Sun snipe enemy warships from a distance would consume too much divine power. The enemy's ships might not even have any Tier 6 chosen ones hidden among them. Wasting divine power to attack the enemy's bait would be a huge loss. Mobilize. Order the Nightfall army, currently resting, to prepare to depart. The sky was overcast, a light rain falling. The Nightfall fleet, carrying the wounded and over 1,000 refugees, sailed north, its black flags crackling in the wind and rain. Victory. The men on the ships cheered and prayed. their shouts fading into the distance with the crashing waves. This time, with the fleet gone, the army would lose naval support. The soldiers, their faces solemn, frantically hauled supplies piled up at the makeshift docks. Each heavy crate was filled with nightfall-made firearms, potions, and tons of cannonballs. All the camps were being packed up. Warhorses neighed, wheels creaked. Ready, fire! The newly recruited troops were undergoing intensive training. These hard-working Westerners were progressing rapidly. Meanwhile, at the boundary between twilight and dawn. Chapter 1374. A group of refugees advanced along various roads towards Morningwind. The roads were littered with tattered carts and abandoned camps. I thought Field would abandon the western offensive and turn back to attack Twilight, Baron Mad Beast said, spitting as he sat on a roadside tree stump, irritably sharpening his sword. There's nothing here but stinking refugees. The 30-odd people in the camp all looked utterly bored. My Lord Baron, you said there was a chance to make a fortune, that's why we followed you, a soldier carrying an axe said irritably. My men have even infiltrated the fortress as guards. How was I supposed to know this would happen? Baron Mad Beast sighed, a headache forming in his mind. It turned out that when he attacked Morningwind from Field, he had missed the opportunity to seize territory. Hearing that Field was going to war again, he planned to take over a Twilight castle once the fighting started. There was a castle, perhaps Field would reward him. At worst, he could exchange it for a large sum of gold, a worthwhile deal. Damn it, we're running out of food. Can't you guys even move your backsides and go hunt a rabbit or something? The cook complained loudly. I even cooked the shoes the widow stole for you, you bunch of gluttons. When is the Obsidian Army coming? Hurry up. Those refugees say the Obsidian Army is killing wherever they go, but I haven't seen any. It's all Field's nonsense. You actually believe it? Uh-huh. If you ask me, go to the Obsidian Army or the Queen's. Become a mercenary, and you can make a living. The crowd complained loudly. Seeing his men causing a ruckus, Baron the Beast waved his hand helplessly. Let's just rob some refugees, extort them. At least we won't starve. Leading his men, Baron the Beast came to the road, where they encountered a group of children. Damn it. Baron the Beast rolled his eyes. Eating them wouldn't even fill our stomachs. Too lazy to deal with the children, Baron the Beast gestured for his men to clear the way and let them pass. Honorable Knight, is this the road to Morningwind? Surprisingly, an older girl timidly stepped forward and asked Baron the Beast, my mother told us to go north to live in Morningwind. Hearing that they called him a knight. Even the ruthless Baron, clad in tattered armor and worn-out boots, couldn't help but puff out his chest arrogantly. You haven't come to the wrong place. I must commend your discerning eye. You recognize my extraordinary status. Child, where's your mother? Did she leave you any silver ornaments? The bandit carrying an axe, bald axe, excitedly looked around. My mother? She was conscripted to the Obsidian camp. The girl nodded, her eyes rolling back. I heard from the men that my mother will become a servant of the mysterious goddess. It's a good thing. But I just want my mother back. My father resisted them, and was hanged by the imperial soldiers. Before his execution, he told me to run away quickly, and not stay in the village waiting for her. Many children nodded, they had experienced the same thing. Hearing this, the bandits exchanged bewildered glances. Indeed, there were rumors that the queen had conscripted a group of beautiful women, as well as some laborers, to supply the Obsidian army. Obsidian will contribute its efforts to help the Empire fight the rebels. It's a good deal. We're from Lord Field's side, kid. You must be hiding some jewelry on you. Bald Axe remained unmoved, rubbing his hands together excitedly. To run all the way from the south of Twilight to the north, you must be rich. Bald Axe, have some decency. These are just a bunch of kids. Baron Mad Beast was displeased, his hand reaching for his sword. Are you really one of Lord Field's men? The children's eyes widened, their clear gazes filled with anticipation. Of course. Leave it to me, I avenge your families. Bald Axe grinned, revealing his satisfied, rotten teeth. Hurry up, and give me the money. Hearing this, the girl turned around, opened the cart, and sure enough, pulled out 2 gold coins from a hidden corner. The holy light gold necklace my mother left me. I already sold it. The girl handed over the necklace. Huh? Bald Axe's eyes bulged with rage. That thing's worth 35 gold coins. Idiot, you've been ripped off by a swindler. I know the market price. The people of Twilight Province are still rich. They should have come to Twilight to rob us a long time ago. There's food. These little bastards have plenty of food. The bandits, starving, began to scramble for the food. Baron Mad Beast, his chest heaving with anger, rolled his eyes. Father, please forgive me for tarnishing the family's honor. It's all right. If you can help us avenge ourselves, I'm willing to give you food. The girl, though reluctant to part with the food, forced a smile, remembering their promise to avenge her. I take you to the border. Without our guidance, you can't get past the pass. Baron Mad Beast swallowed a biscuit, pondered for a moment. After I take you to Morningwind, you'll... What? In the distance, flocks of birds and beasts, including even high-level magical beasts, took flight from the forest. The berserker baron's heart skipped a beat. Boom! The thunderous roar of hooves echoed, as a valiant light cavalry force galloped down the Imperial Road. Above them, a chosen one, wielding a rapier and exuding an imposing aura, surveyed the surrounding refugees with disdain. Foolish trash, betraying the Empire because of rumors, increasing Field's population, a bunch of scum. Humph, all of you die. The prince has ordered. Clear all obstacles to pave the way for the army. The chosen one flicked his sleeve. For the peace of the Empire, kill! Kill! The Imperial Light Cavalry charged in all directions, and the surrounding refugees, reacting to the chaos, scattered in terror. Bowstrings snapped, swords flashed, and the refugees were frantically hunted down, their screams echoing. Why isn't Field here? But the Imperial army has arrived. Baron Mad Beast's eyes widened in disbelief. This scene was exactly the same as what he had faced years before. Run! The Empire's military pay comes from plunder. Not daring to waste a second, Baron Mad Beast urged them on. The bandits and refugees scattered in panic. Soon, long lines of Imperial legions emerged from the forest. The teleportation portal slowly opened, its reconnaissance magic flashing incessantly. Field, I hope this campaign against the rebels goes smoothly. Prince Silver Griffin, clad in magnificent armor and riding a majestic griffin, stepped out of the teleportation spell. Surrounded by a large number of high-ranking warriors, the prince trembled slightly, appearing hesitant. I heard. Nightfall has a corrupted army, and some kind of demon. Oh, heavens. My dear husband, don't worry. This attack is commanded by two renowned generals of the Empire. A stunningly beautiful sixth-tier chosen one, adorned with jewels, gracefully approached, placing her hand on her husband's leg armor, and softly comforting him. Cassandra, I fight for the future of the Empire. The prince's tone immediately became full of masculine pride. Chapter 1375. Prince Silver Griffin straightened his back, though the exceptionally magnificent armor made him sway slightly. Her Majesty the Queen has entrusted me with overseeing the army. I cannot betray her trust, the prince emphasized, as if hypnotizing himself. Seeing her husband's fighting spirit rekindled, Cassandra smiled, her perfect noblewoman's face radiating a gentle smile. Only by eliminating Field can those subjects live peacefully, free from the demon's allure. Men, regardless of status or age, always have a childlike side. As the chosen one and his wife, appropriate encouragement is essential. Field has stirred up trouble throughout the Empire, not just in the surrounding provinces, but even in the lands under our rule, there are voices of discontent. As members of the Griffin family, displaying some strength appropriately has many benefits. Yes, I understand. The prince nodded earnestly. Cassandra looked at her husband, her eyes crinkling. The Golden Griffin family's bloodline had always been excellent. For example, Her Majesty the Queen and Field's stepmother are both extremely beautiful. The men in the family are also outstanding. The prince has handsome features, bright blue eyes, and is a warrior knight. However, as someone close to him, Cassandra knows that he is in poor health, his body covered in loose, flabby flesh and age spots. He looks like he's in his 50s or 60s, and is weak in certain areas. This is related to his excessive drinking and overeating, and may also be hereditary. But what does that matter? Cassandra is content. The prince is powerful and good-looking. His temperament is among the best of the nobles, and he treats her well. Just like men choosing women, they don't only consider reproductive aspects, they also consider virtue, temperament, lineage, and so on. Your Highness, the vanguard has cleared the obstacles. Our engineering corps is cutting down trees and building siege equipment. A messenger reported. The prince nodded twice, his face stern, then quickly looked at Cassandra. How the mages keep scouting. Field's tactics are always cunning. The Empire has suffered many times over. Cassandra calmly ordered, send men to hunt some purple deer in the forest and bring them to your Highness's camp. Let Sir Buell and Sir Jarvan decide on the other military matters. Yes, sir. The messenger immediately set off. The prince swallowed hard. I heard Field has a corrupted army. By the goddess, I heard the corpses are monsters with hanging intestines and covered in blood. Is this Field really like the rumors say, with demon horns on his head, heads hanging from his waist, and eyes as green as a cat's? The prince's voice trembled slightly as he said this. Haha, if he really looked like that, no one would follow him. He probably has a human appearance. Cassandra chuckled. But he must be a bit ugly, otherwise Earl Ross wouldn't have sent him to the north. And he certainly wouldn't have associated with those grotesque demi-humans. Thinking of Field's treacherous and ruthless methods, a wretched, monkey-faced image flashed into her mind. Anyway, Your Highness, the palace has been arranged. The commotion at the border immediately attracted the attention of the Morningwind garrison. A new fortress was being built on the existing castle at the border, Morningstar Fortress. A vast refugee camp was surrounding it, and Morningstar Fortress was under construction. From the air, countless people moved back and forth like ants. Greetings to Lord Lynx and all the lords. A weary scout rushed in to report. Our scouts report that a large army has arrived in Twilight Province. They haven't crossed the border yet, but they already slaughtered all the refugees who came. The scout gritted his teeth. Continue reconnaissance, find out their flags, numbers, and chosen forces. Lynx quickly ordered, stop accepting refugees. Except for our engineering teams, send the refugee laborers to the rear. Yes, sir. As soon as the scout left, Lynx's face turned extremely solemn. The Griffin Queen certainly knows how to pick her timing. Lord Yunel, what suggestions do you have? Defense is enough. Yunel stroked his short beard, speaking matter-of-factly, although I don't have Buell's defensive talent, I think a methodical defense should be fine. I'm afraid the number of troops is far from enough. Lynx worriedly said. Because Field took the main force with him. Morrowind had only 2 ravens, Yunel and his chosen one, Pahilda, and a little over 15,000 soldiers, mostly local troops. Their weapons were discarded weapons from the main force, mages, Aura Knights, and even ordinary cavalry were few and far between. Fortunately, the locals of Morrowind were fiercely determined to resist, and would assist in the defense. A large elite army, mountains of food, and still not enough. Yunel glared, his beard bristling. How long is Field asking us to defend? 2 years? I estimate 3 months, the Lynx deliberately gave a generous time frame. No problem. Yunel chuckled. That cunning Field. Cough cough, he didn't just randomly choose the departure date. Defending Morrowind shouldn't be a problem. Really? Lynx muttered, unsure. His lord was truly audacious, daring to entrust such an important province to a surrendered general. Although he was given command of the army, his lord required him to listen to and adopt Yunner's suggestions. Field's economic and military skills are practically divine intervention. The chosen one beside him, Pahilda, nodded in agreement. However, his diplomatic skills, especially when dealing with other nobles, are still too green. Luckily, he has some shortcomings. Yule gestured to his chest. Otherwise, I worry he's the goddess's favorite son. Here's what we do. After the enemy army arrives, find a high-ranking noble to deliver a letter to me. Also, get some more fine wine and gold coins. I think Field gave you a certain amount, right? Yunel handed the letter to Lynx. Deliver it to the Imperial Army commander, and say that Sir Yunel can redeem the prisoners, and have them send someone to negotiate. Oh, all right. The Nightfall officers and clerks were all a bit bewildered, not understanding what this had to do with defense. Unlike the Morningwind battlefield, where human warmth still existed. On the other side, at the border of the vast ocean province, a light rain fell, a cold wind howled, and countless corpses littered the ground, ruins everywhere. Carrion vultures diligently scavenged the scraps of flesh. Countless obsidian soldiers stood silently, staring at the carcasses. No! After a long silence, Grommash roared to the sky, unleashing his fury. The people they had brought, their brothers who had promised to share wealth and happiness, those who yearned for a better life, had been wantonly slaughtered by that demonic Field. Countless obsidian soldiers lay abandoned in the wilderness, like dead dogs, without even graves. Field, I swear, you will pay in blood.